Chapter 1. In the eternally dim realm of the undead, slaughter remains the perpetual theme among the spirits. In a small depression at the periphery of the Bone Plains, the scattered remnants of the undead indicate that a fierce battle has recently unfolded here. To be precise, these remains suggest a merciless massacre. Suddenly, a sharp crack resounds. A shattered skeletal hand emerges from the pile of bones, as a skeleton clad in tattered armor cautiously crawls out from the debris. The flickering soul fire within him wavers faintly. If one were not to observe closely, he would appear merely as an ordinary skeleton from the realm of the undead. Xie once again attunes his soul fire to sense the surrounding environment, confirming that the skull-hunting beast, which had ruthlessly slain an elite skeleton knight leader along with his squad of 12 skeleton knights, in addition to no less than 60 skeleton warriors, has departed. Subconsciously, he exhales a sigh of relief, and his soul fire begins to ripple slightly. It has been 7 or 8 years since Xie traversed into this damned realm of the undead. At that time, he was comfortably enjoying the cool air conditioning at home, relishing a watermelon while playing video games. Just as he intended to take a short nap, he inexplicably awoke to find himself as nothing more than a skeletal frame. After the initial bewilderment, he came to understand through the knowledge imparted by the soul fire in his mind that he had become one of the countless skeletons, a glorious cannon fodder born in the realm of the undead. As the most populous and diverse undead race, the skeleton clan spans the spectrum from the Reaper skeletons and Emperor Knights at the pinnacle of the undead hierarchy to the lowest tier skeleton warriors, encompassing the entire undead classification system. After futilely expressing his disdain towards the heavens, as a newly awakened ordinary skeleton warrior, Xie could only rely on a modicum of modern intellect. After enduring countless brutal and treacherous battles, employing tactics such as digging traps and using soul fire to fish for enemies, he managed to ascend from a first-tier skeleton warrior to a second-tier skeleton warrior in just a few years. Fortuitously, he hunted a second-tier skeletal warhorse soul fire, and upon merging it, his soul fire successfully transformed into a yellow hue, elevating him to the rank of skeleton knight and placing him among the mid-tier undead. The upgrade system for soul fire consists of 7 tiers: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Red and orange beginner undead. Yellow and green mid-tier undead. Blue and indigo high-tier undead. Violet top-tier undead. The power of soul fire is as follows. Beginner undead, nether energy. Mid-tier undead, strong nether energy. High-tier undead, holy nether energy. 1,000 points of nether energy convert to 1 point of strong nether energy, and 1,000 points of strong nether energy convert to 1 point of holy nether energy. Once the value of soul fire power is obtained, one can ascend in rank. However, Xie had not reveled in his newfound power for long before he was discovered during an outing to hunt other undead by the lord of this territory, a dark skeleton knight. In order to preserve his life, Xie had no choice but to offer a fragment of his soul fire as a pledge of loyalty, only to be forcibly conscripted by the dark skeleton knight. Fortunately, as a mid-tier undead, particularly as a powerful knight, the dark skeleton knight lord did not demand that Xie sign a slave contract. Instead, he signed a relatively lenient vassal contract and incorporated Xie into his knightly guard. However, less than half a year into this favorable arrangement, during a routine patrol of the guard's territory, they encountered a 5th-tier high-tier undead skull-hunting beast. The distinct azure soul fire of the high-tier undead resembled a wisp of ghostly flame. The 4th-tier elite skeleton knights were torn to shreds in mere 3 strikes. The 3rd-tier skeleton knights and 2nd-tier skeleton warriors fell like ripe wheat in a field, collapsing in sways wherever the skull-hunting beast roamed. Upon laying eyes on the skull-hunting beast for the first time, Xie realized that, in the absence of the dark skeleton knight, the entire patrol team could not possibly withstand the onslaught of a high-tier undead possessing holy nether energy. Thus, as the other skeleton knights charged forward, Xie deliberately slowed his pace and discreetly positioned himself at the rear. Finally, after the skull-hunting beast decimated the obstructing skeleton knights, he willingly absorbed the residual shock of its attack. Using the momentum, he flew into a nearby heap of bones, concealing himself. He even masked the fluctuations of his soul fire. As a sentient, chosen skeleton, the future skeleton knight emperor, and the prospective ruler of billions of undead, as Xie Feng self-proclaimed, he had long recognized that his mastery over soul fire far surpassed that of ordinary skeletons. This was primarily manifested in his ability to consciously merge soul fire with his skeletal frame, enhancing his own defenses, appearing to outsiders as if his soul fire were on the verge of extinguishing. In extreme circumstances, his soul fire could even be entirely absorbed into his skeletal frame to evade pursuit by other undead. Moreover, Xie Feng's rate of soul fire absorption was several times faster than that of other undead. Consequently, his rate of advancement and recovery of his physical form through soul fire absorption outpaced that of his peers by several multiples. It was through these innate talents and a touch of cleverness that Xie Feng managed to ascend to mid-tier undead status in a mere handful of years. While seated atop a pile of bones, pondering how to report back to the Dark Skeleton Night Lord, Xie Feng suddenly felt a tremor in his soul fire, and an elementary system panel materialized in his mind. Name: Xie Feng. Race: Undead Skeleton Knight. Rank: 3rd tier, strong nether energy. Points: 45 points of nether energy, 460 points. Worlds available for traversal. World 1. In the early hours of a certain day, while most individuals were ensconced in slumber, a mysterious force suddenly emerged upon Blue Star, causing 99 of humanity to succumb to a state of mindless, flesh-hungry zombies, frantically pursuing fresh blood and flesh. The remaining humans clung to life within hastily constructed shelters. Fortuitously, with one fortunate soul on the brink of death discovering flames flickering at his fingertips, civilization finally glimpsed a new turning point and hope. World 2. After enduring numerous wars, human society finally unified and established the Human Alliance. The rapid development of civilization also accelerated the advancement of artificial intelligence. After years of progress, human society passed the Intelligence Act, entrusting most affairs to the artificial intelligence sedan for processing and judgment. The human elite also seized power by monopolizing Adam's authority. However, it remains unclear when the privileged few began to vanish from public view. World 3. This is a realm filled with scorching heat and aridity, where scarce water resources are the most coveted asset, and the struggle for water has become the eternal melody of existence. After eons of bloodshed, the insectoid race gradually emerged as the dominant force, subjugating all other races. Nearly all water sources fell under their control, leading to a ruthless yet orderly society ruled by the insects. A simple panel of information, yet it struck Xie Feng's heart with unparalleled force. Ha 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 ha. It has finally arrived. It has finally arrived. How could a transmigrator lack a golden finger? Should he ever encounter fellow transmigrators, how could he possibly sit at the same table without a golden finger to show for it? As Xie Feng reveled in his elation, he meticulously examined his system panel. After a while, he began to grasp the function of this interface. The system panel can transport him to other worlds, but initially, he can only traverse to one world. Each passing year will grant him another opportunity to select a new world. Worlds that were previously unselected will also be added to the selection pool for future choices. Upon comprehending the panel's utility, Xie Feng began to ponder deeply. According to the memories imparted by his soul fire, the realm of the undead corresponds to a traditional world of fighting energy and magic, which does not align with the worlds provided for traversal by the system panel. In this regard, his advantage in the realm of the undead is simply monumental. The reason he had been detected by the Lord was that every high-tier undead Lord possesses considerable wisdom and territorial awareness. Within their domains, they regularly purge newly emerged mid-tier undead. This serves both to eliminate potential threats and to absorb or reward the soul fires of those unwilling to submit to their dominion to their loyal mid-tier undead. However, mid-tier undead who choose to submit cannot recklessly harvest the soul fires of lower-tier undead within the Lord's territory, as all soul fires are deemed the property of the Lord. The majority of mid-tier undead, in the absence of rewards from their lords, can only grow gradually by absorbing the limited soul fires of lower-tier undead. A mere 10,000 points of nether energy absorbed from lower-tier undead may yield barely a fraction of their own growth in nether energy. This system effectively maintains the Lord's authority, ensuring that the strong remain strong while the lower tiers of undead engage in relentless slaughter with little hope of ascension. This territorial system has been in operation for countless years in the realm of the undead. Aside from the legendary top-tier undead, all high-tier undead vary only in the size of their territories. With the advent of the system panel, Xie can entirely circumvent the exploitation of the Lord and harvest souls from the material plane. According to his soul fire memories, fresh souls are absorbed at a significantly faster and more efficient rate by the undead. Thus, each time the realm of the undead invades other planes, all the undead surge forward with unwavering determination. Simultaneously, this period marks the most frequent transitions of the undead lords and fluctuations in the landscape of the underworld. Contemplating this, Xie rose to his feet, only to witness the once faint soul fire suddenly blaze with vigor. With a flick of his hand, a spark of the soul fire descended from his fingertips into the heap of bones. From the mound of skeletal remains, a fiery four-hooved skeletal steed arose. The innate ability of the skeletal undead mount ensured that as long as the master remained unscathed, the steed would not perish, capable of resurrecting with mere soul fire and bones. Clad in tattered bone armor, Xie mounted the horse and galloped towards the fortress of the dark skeletal Night Lord, mindful that the soul-hunting beasts still roamed nearby. He had no desire to meet an untimely demise at this juncture, mere moments after awakening his extraordinary powers. First, he sought refuge in safety. Then he would plot his course. The sky was shrouded in gloom. This world, illuminated by sunlight, did not exude brightness, but instead hinted at an inexplicable sanguine hue. In the city of Lindong, within the Morning Kingdom's Linjiang Prefecture, tall buildings stood in eerie silence, while heaps of derelict automobiles cluttered the streets. Only occasionally did a bird, its eyes of vivid crimson and beak sharp as a blade, soar overhead, seemingly on the hunt for potential prey. The sporadic roars from the ground further indicated that this place was far from tranquil. Within an abandoned warehouse in the northern industrial district of Lindong, a flash of white light flickered, and a skeletal figure clad in bone armor, wielding a bone lance over 3 meters in length and bearing a large bone shield, materialized within the confines of the warehouse. It was Xie, having traversed the world for the first time. After narrowly escaping the clutches of the soul-hunting beasts, Xie promptly sought an audience with the dark skeletal Night Lord, recounting the harrowing encounters of the patrol squad. Upon hearing this, the dark skeletal Night Lord was consumed with rage. He immediately summoned the 2 remaining squads of skeletal knights and set forth toward the location of the soul-hunting beasts. For the vast majority of undead lords, an incursion into their territory was an unforgivable act, a matter of life and death. Only one could bask in the glow of the dark moon. Meanwhile, Xie, citing severe damage to his soul fire, successfully secured his place within the Lord's fortress, collaborating with other mid-tier undead to safeguard the domain. With the dark skeletal Night Lord's consent, he ventured forth from the fortress to hunt low-tier undead and restore his strength. Seizing this opportunity, Xie clandestinely conducted his inaugural world traversal within the territory. After careful contemplation and comparison of the 3 worlds, he ultimately resolved to traverse to World 1. After all, World 2 was evidently a realm dominated by technology and artificial intelligence, where human society would easily detect his presence. For one like him, a collector of souls, such a situation would prove exceedingly challenging. The third world, inhabited by insectoid creatures, also raised his concerns. Although they bore little resemblance to the insectoids he had previously encountered, a mature swarm could rival the 4th calamity's ilk. After much deliberation, he concluded that the chaotic society of zombies, amidst a collapsed apocalyptic world, would be the most suitable environment for him to navigate and harvest his ethereal essence. Thus, upon exiting the Lord's fortress, Xie hastened to a bone cave of his own construction within the territory, meticulously ensuring that no undead lurked nearby before initiating his world traversal. As a wave of disorientation washed over him, Xie Feng's form abruptly vanished from the bone cave, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in a transformed environment, reminiscent of an abandoned factory or warehouse, as recalled from his previous life. Just as he was thinking of making a circuit of inspection in the vicinity, suddenly a fierce roar resounded. Xie Feng, who had just come to his senses, saw a zombie bursting out from a container with a half-opened iron gate nearby. Its eyes were blood-red, half a steel bar was stuck in its abdomen, and almost all of the skin on its body had rotted away, yet it had no impact on its movement at all. With a slight undulation of Xie Feng's yellow soul fire, he gave a gentle flick of the lance in his hand, and the tip of the lance instantly appeared in the eye socket of the zombie that had rushed up to him. The inheritance of the soul fire martial skill of the skeleton knight was vividly displayed, and the zombie immediately lost its ability to move and fell to the ground along the lance. Looking at the fallen zombie, Xie Feng could not contain his excitement. At the very moment when the zombie fell to the ground just now, he felt it. This zombie had a soul. That is to say, there would be points of nether power coming in. His golden finger was really powerful. Then, with a stretch of Xie Feng's finger, a distorted and transparent illusory shadow was seen being integrated into the soul fire. With a ripple of the soul fire, the originally bright, yellow soul fire became even brighter. It was completely different from the feeling of absorbing soul fire in the netherworld. If absorbing soul fire usually was like having regular meals, then absorbing the soul of a zombie was like drinking a refreshing bottle of cola after being exposed to the sun in the Sahara Desert for 3 days. Moreover, the absorption speed of the zombie soul was about 100 times that of absorbing the soul fire of the undead. More importantly, the soul of a zombie equivalent to 10 points of nether power could actually be converted into 1 point of nether power for Xie Feng, a middle-rank undead. This was simply incredible. In the inheritance records of the soul fire, even the souls of creatures like elves and unicorns, which had the best absorption speed and conversion rate in the main material plane, were not as pure as this zombie's soul. For all undead creatures, this was a blessed place for growth. One could even advance to the legendary top rank undead in a short time by relying on this world, and perhaps even become a god thereby. Thinking of this, Xie Feng flicked the filthy blood off his lance, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. No, he must stay calm. He still had a lord pressing on him. Although it wasn't a slave contract, the vassal contract also had a certain degree of binding force. If the Skeleton Knight Lord discovered that his strength had grown rapidly in a short time, the Skeleton Knight Lord would definitely cut him into pieces to extract the secret of his rapid growth. After all, except for some naturally powerful undead like undead titans and bone dragons, every other undead lord had grown up through battles among thousands of undead. Although their minds might not be as complex as those of humans, they definitely weren't fools. When encountering a secret that could help the undead advance rapidly, they would definitely be decisive in killing. Currently, he could only lie low. Just as the ancestors said, store up more provisions and slow down the process of proclaiming oneself king. He should slowly accumulate strength and wait for opportunities. Everything had to wait until he had sufficient strength, and then he could push everything aside. Dong, 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 along with the midnight bell of the still intact city clock in the center of Lindong City ringing. Countless roars began to sound in the originally quiet city center. In the dim warehouse, Xie Feng, whose whole body was already covered with filthy blood, had just pulled out his bone lance from the head of the last zombie. And his whole body, which had been soaked with blood, exuded a piercing chill. Looking at the zombie corpses all over the ground, Xie Feng had a thought and summoned the system panel. Name: Xie Feng race. Undead Skeleton Knight. Rank: 3rd rank strong nether power points. 40, 5 nether power points. 460, 1 temporary storage. 280 nether power points world available for shuttling. Having cleared the entire warehouse and its surroundings of more than 200 zombies, Xie Feng began to calculate in his mind. Currently, on average, an ordinary 1st rank zombie could bring him 1 to 2 points of nether power, and higher rank zombies should bring more nether power returns. But that had to wait until he encountered them. The most important thing was to advance and grow rapidly in this world. Only by having stronger strength could he ensure his survival. Although this abandoned warehouse in the Doomsday world had only one floor, its height was astonishingly high. Standing on the top of the warehouse, Xie looked at the faintly emerging dark city outline and the roars that were completely different from those in the netherworld. He secretly set a small goal in his heart. First, he would save up enough nether power points in this world to advance to a 4th rank undead. Anyway, judging from the size of the netherworld, it would take at least half a month for the Dark Skeleton Knight lore to search for and catch up with the Skull Soul hunting beast, and it would be at least a month after the battle before he came back. Time was very abundant for him. As for the result of the battle, Xie didn't worry at all that a superior undead of the Skeleton Knight, the Dark Skeleton Knight, could rank at least in the top 5 in terms of combat power among undead of the same rank. And the Skull Soul hunting beast, as a high-rank undead without even a territory, was originally no match for a Lord Undead. What's more, facing the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord, its only fate was that its soul fire would become the nourishment of the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord. If by any chance something unexpected happened and the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord had an accident, it would be even better for Xie. After all, what was signed was a vassal contract. After the soul fire was injured, he could also recover quickly by relying on the Doomsday world. Without the suppression of the Lord, before a new Lord was born, it would be a vast world for him to leap forward. So he had to take this opportunity to obtain more nether power points. Anyway, the system panel could temporarily store nether power points, and as long as he didn't advance, he wouldn't be afraid of being discovered even if the Skull Lord Knight came back. However, it's worth spending time sharpening the axe. Through the progress of this day, Xie also discovered a shortcoming of his own. That was, the speed at which he killed zombies alone was too slow. Coupled with the time needed to collect and absorb the souls, the efficiency was greatly delayed that it would take an extremely long time to save up enough nether power points for advancement. After much thought, Xie had a bold idea. Generally speaking, in the netherworld, middle rank and low rank undead that haven't advanced to high rank undead don't form their own undead legions. Of course, except for those magic using undead. After all, many of their talents are supportive spells, and they can only survive in the netherworld by relying on a large-scale undead legion. And the vast majority of other undead would convert all the soul fire they obtained into their own nether power points. After all, the constant battles in the netherworld since their birth had made them only believe in their own strength. Only after advancing to a high-rank undead and having their own territory would they form an undead legion to help them rule the territory and collect soul fire, shortening their advancement time. For high-rank undead, unless they absorb the soul fire of undead of the same rank, the absorption and conversion efficiency of the nether power points of other middle rank and low rank undead would drive every high rank undead crazy. So the Lord, who had concentrated almost all the resources of the territory, could only rely on quantity. The growth of every point of nether power of a high rank undead was accompanied by the disappearance of countless low rank undead. And what Xie currently lacked was not nether power points at was how to quickly put these nether power points in his own pocket that, as forming his own undead legion became an urgent task. He would sign slave contracts with first-rank undead and then send them to the Doomsday world to harvest nether power points for him. He just needed to watch happily as the nether power points came in. That can be left as pinion. Heisen Whaling Zoo, for now, as it's not a common term and might be a specific name, was about to take action. The Dark Skeleton Knight Lord happened to be away from the territory. To pluck a little wool from some low-rank undead in the territory to recover his injuries shouldn't be too much, right? Just a little bit. The never-setting nethermoon shone on every inch of the land in the netherworld. At the edge of a sea of bones in the territory of the Dark Skeleton Knight, more than 10 skeleton warriors were fighting each other. From time to time, a skull and other parts would fly around in the sea of bones. The skeleton warriors who had lost parts would pick up the missing parts from the sea of bones and install them to continue fighting. Only the skeleton warriors whose heads had fallen off couldn't move and could only be anxious. Low-rank skeleton warriors usually engaged in life and death battles when they met. If they couldn't do anything to each other, sometimes they would form small groups of skeletons. However, once it came to sharing the spoils, this fragile alliance relationship might collapse quickly. This was the survival rule of the bottom-level undead, and there were dozens of places like the Sea of Bones. where undead were born in the territory of the Dark Knight skeleton. Generally, different undead races had their own different birthplaces. For example, the Sea of Bones, the Mountain of Bones, etc. would revive skeleton type undead, such as skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, and even skeleton mages. In places like swamps and tombs would revive flesh type undead creatures, such as zombies and vampires. Regarding the bone dragons, they are resurrected within the dragon tomb. However, the realm of the undead is vast, and it is not uncommon for bone dragons to reanimate amidst the skeletal warriors in the Sea of Bones, or even for a headstone to emerge from the depths, heralding the revival of vampires within the bone-laden expanse that this moment. Xie Tuanjiu reined in his steed upon one of the many bone mounds, gazing intently at the distant skirmish involving a dozen or so skeletal warriors engaged in combat. "You shall strike first," he commanded, swiftly mounting his horse. The skeletal warhorse galloped forth toward the skeletal warriors with remarkable speed, yet it stirred little commotion. Suddenly, the battling skeletal warriors sensed a formidable pressure emanating from a higher-tier undead and beheld a skeletal knight charging towards them with great haste. Without a moment's hesitation, the few remaining mobile skeletal warriors fled in the opposite direction, as for their previous adversaries. It was no longer a contest of combat skills, but rather a test of speed. Those undead who would not retreat from stronger foes had long since been shattered within this sea of bones. The only hope for survival lay in outrunning one's peers, praying that those behind could satiate the appetite of the skeletal knight. Observing the fleeing skeletal warriors, Xie Tuanjiu surged forward, easily surpassing the one at the front. With a sweep of his lance, several leg bones shattered upon the ground, under the oppressive force of the soul fire. The skeletal warriors found themselves immobilized. Xie Tuanjiu then projected a wave of his necromantic soul fire. "Submit to me, sign the slave contract, fight for me, and offer up all that you possess." Dear skeletal warriors, the skeletal warriors, desperately scrambling to escape, halted in confusion. This defies the basic tenets of the undead. They thought the third-tier undead, radiating yellow soul fire, sought to bind them in a slave contract and demanded their service in battle. Ordinarily, only a lord would summon lesser undead to combat, and such newly formed undead would not typically fall within the purview of such summons. With the moon of the underworld above, could it be that they had encountered a foolish skeletal knight today? Perceiving the silence from the skeletal warriors, Xie Tuanjiu pondered whether to extract their soul fires for a change of pace. Just then, one skeletal warrior bowed its head and sent forth a tiny flicker of soul fire towards Xie Tuanjiu, which ultimately merged with his own. Xie Tuanjiu felt the very existence of this skeletal warrior now rested within his will. With the first submission secured, the remaining skeletal warriors gradually followed suit, offering their soul fires and signing the slave contract. 8 skeletal warriors, a commendable first haul, Xie Tuanjiu mused as he issued his inaugural command as Lord. "Yes, you there. What are you staring at?" The first skeletal warrior to present its soul fire, bewildered, pointed at itself. "From this moment forth, you shall be my legion commander, leading my first legion of the undead. Henceforth, you shall be known as Bone General." Xie Tuanjiu paid little heed to the still bewildered skeletal warrior. Nodding in self-satisfaction, he gestured towards the depths of the Sea of Bones. "Now, I issue my second command. The first legion shall advance into the Sea of Bones to recruit more skeletal warriors." Although the Bone General remained somewhat dazed, he grasped the essence of Xie Tuanjiu's intent. He picked up a discarded leg bone nearby and began to seek suitable replacements for the other skeletal warriors still struggling on the ground. Once all 8 skeletal warriors were equipped and mobile, the Bone General led the way as they followed Xie Tuanjiu into the Sea of Bones, under the illumination of the moon of the underworld. This small cadre of undead shadows began their new journey across the skeletal expanse. Bone General, illuminate your soul fire further. What? You cannot. If you cannot, then step down from your role as commander and let someone capable take your place. The Bone General, now reduced to a mere skull, frantically attempted to amplify his soul fire while perched atop a conspicuous mound of bones. Nearby, scattered among the bone pile, lay around 30 skeletal warriors. Meanwhile, Xie Tuanjiu dismounted his steed and concealed himself among the bones, adopting a low profile. The reason for this was necessity. With the participation of the Bone General, Xie Feng had initially anticipated swift and bountiful recruitment of his skeletal army. However, reality soon taught him the importance of prudence in the realm of the undead. While he could leverage his steed's speed to compel the lower-tier skeletal warriors to submit, the efficiency was painfully slow. Despite the abundance of lower-tier undead, the vastness of the undead realm rendered swift recruitment challenging. It was not always feasible to recruit nearly 10 subordinates at once, as he had when capturing the Bone General. Typically, he could only manage 1 or 2 at a time. Meanwhile, the already submissive skeletal warriors could only watch on helplessly, with little opportunity for engagement. After a grueling day, he had barely managed to recruit 20 skeletal warriors. In light of this frustration, Xie Feng resolved to alter his strategy, opting to harness the wisdom of teamwork. Without the ability to lead a team, he risked his own demise. Thus commenced his inaugural attempt to establish a new recruitment point for the undead. Employing collaborative intelligence, the primary responsibility naturally fell upon the Bone General, who had yet to achieve any significant accomplishments. According to the illustrious commands of Lord Xie Feng, a general should lead by example, setting a standard for the soldiers. Consequently, the Bone General was prominently displayed atop a conspicuous mound of bones. Not far off, a newly formed skeletal warrior wandered through the sea of bones. Suddenly, a flicker of crimson light appeared on a distant bone mound. Soul fire! It seemed to be a defenseless skull, blessed by the moon of the underworld. Could it be that I am the chosen skeletal warrior mentioned in the legends, destined to cut through obstacles and ascend to the ranks of a high-tier lord of the undead? Perhaps even evolving into a legendary top-tier undead. Commanding countless undead with the bone dragon as my steed and the lordly undead as my subordinates, I would stride through the realms with legions of undead in my wake. With these thoughts racing through its mind, the newly formed skeletal warrior quickened its pace. Closer, closer. The first step into the future was within reach. But wait, what is this? Why has the ground collapsed? Who has pinned me down? I, who have meticulously selected stout little bones and possess this delicate, smooth pelvic bone, a trap, which wretched undead devised such a cunning scheme. Let them face me in single combat, observing the skeletal warrior. Now in 8 pieces, yet still attempting to verbally assail his own side, Xie Feng felt an inexplicable pang of discomfort. Are you challenging me to a duel? The skeletal warrior, reduced to a mere skull, struggled to turn its head. There stood a third-tier undead skeleton, radiating yellow soul fire, gazing back. Although it did not emanate the pressure of soul fire, the radiant yellow nearly extinguished the flicker of its own. Who said that? Step forward. Who wishes to challenge me? The skeletal head shifted its tone, now rallying the other concealed skeletal warriors. Watching this lively display, Xie Feng felt the black lines of frustration form on his skeletal brow. Indeed, the realm of the undead was vast. Even after all this time, he had scarcely scratched the surface of its potential. The peculiar outcome of his first trap hunt had yielded such an eccentric skeletal warrior. Nevertheless, despite his musings, the process must continue. Thus, this skeletal warrior soon offered its soul fire, pledging loyalty to Xie Feng. Due to its peculiar demeanor, it became the second skeletal warrior to receive a name from Xie Feng. Dubbed Bonewind, a master of opportunism, Bonewind was appointed as the commander of the first independent reconnaissance team of the Undead Legion, though for the time being, he remained the sole member of this unit. With the inclusion of Bonewind, subsequent recruitment efforts accelerated. In a mere half-day, over 40 skeletal warriors flocked to Xie Feng, weeping and pledging their loyalty beneath the illustrious banner of their great leader. They swore before the moon of the underworld to contribute their strength towards a brighter future for the realm of the undead. As the number of skeletal warriors reached 80, Xie Feng divided his forces into 2 teams. One team of 40 skeletal warriors was sufficient to contend with smaller groups of skeletal warriors, and the occasional 2 or 3 second-tier skeletal champions. One team was to be led by the Bone General, while the other was entrusted to the eager and fervent Bonewind, who had ardently sought to serve their great leader. These 2 recruitment points commenced a thorough search for nearby skeletal undead. Meanwhile, Xie Feng patrolled the vicinity, vigilant against any potential mid-tier undead that might appear to ask for what to do if high-rank undead appear. Xie Feng can only say that he will be grateful for the selfless dedication of these skeleton warrior comrades. With the change of the Nethermoon's light and darkness, 2 days passed. In these 2 days, a total of 500 skeleton warriors were recruited, and Xie Feng also felt a swelling sensation in his soul fire. Somehow, he felt that he could no longer sign slave contracts with other skeleton warriors. Only by ascending to the 4th rank undead could he have more contract quotas, and oh wonder among the soul fire inheritances. Mid-rank and low-rank undead below the 5th rank basically do not recruit subordinates. Apart from being reluctant to divide soul fire resources among other undead, there is also a limit to the capacity of their own soul fire for contracts. No wonder even undead also only contract a small number of other undead and follow the elite soldier route, and tactics like a skeleton sea can only be used by high-rank lord undead. With the end of the contract, the recruitment activities in the undead world came to a temporary halt. Next, it was time to frantically harvest souls in the Doomsday world, striving to get rid of the control of the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord as soon as possible. A familiar, dizzy feeling hit, and Xie Feng found himself back in the dilapidated warehouse where he first arrived. It seems that every time he shuttles, he appears at the location where he left last time. Xie Feng thought to himself, then mentally summoned the system panel that a deep blue space gate about 3 meters in height and 2 meters in width appeared in front of Xie Feng. As expected, it worked. When Xie Feng first crossed over, he received a message from the panel. Xie Feng could teleport the undead and creatures subordinate to him, as well as the supplies he owned. As for whether there is a subordinate relationship and whether teleportation is possible, it is determined by the system panel. And currently, it seems that the undead with signed slave contracts can be teleported. The worry in Xie Feng's heart finally subsided. The Bone General on the other side, looking at the open space gate, feeling the completely different aura from that of the undead world, and seeing his own chief on the other side, was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped, because in the basic knowledge of the undead soul fire inheritance, only several or even dozens of high-rank Lord Undead, with the assistance of high-rank undead, can capture a trace of the fluctuation of the main material plane and then open the door to the main material plane. His own chief disappeared for a while, and when they met again, he was in another world? Could the chief actually be a hidden high-rank undead? Or even a top-rank undead? The Bone General, who had already completely submitted, became even more devoted to Xie Feng. Then, without hesitation, he stepped across the deep blue gate, and the skeleton warriors behind him entered the Doomsday world in orderly steps. After the last Bone Feng, who was covering the rear, entered the Doomsday world, Xie Feng tapped the head of Bone Feng, who was still trying to touch the space gate. Then he closed the space gate. I declare that the first cross-plane expedition of the 1st Legion's Joint Reconnaissance Independent Squad begins. Looking at the skeleton warriors densely filling the warehouse, without much chatter, as undead don't need morale boosting, Xie Feng issued the first combat mission of the undead army. First, 400 skeleton warriors of the 1st Legion, including the Bone General, were divided into 400-man teams and advanced slowly, with the task of harvesting the souls of all nearby zombies. The 4 Centurions were served by several skeleton warriors who had followed Xie Feng from the beginning. And Bone Feng led 49 relatively clever-brained skeleton warriors, divided into 5 squads. They disguised themselves as locals with the clothes stripped from zombies. Their goal was not to kill zombies, but to gather intelligence outside, such as the terrain and the existence of highly threatening creatures. As for the team leaders, the 5 clever skeleton warriors were selected. After all, they might have to interact with survivors. A one-track-minded skeleton warrior would surely be tricked. You might ask how a skeleton can disguise itself as a human. By putting on clothes all over and wearing a gas mask from the warehouse or wrapping a scarf. It would surely look like a rather thin adult. During the battle, all the souls obtained by the skeleton warriors need to be handed over to Xie Feng. The remaining 50 skeleton warriors were formed by Xie Feng into his temporary guards. Of course, this was only temporary. After all, 51st rank skeleton warriors protecting a 3rd rank skeleton knight. That's a joke. For an existence that can threaten Xie Feng, it would only be a matter of time to eliminate 50 skeleton warriors. So their significance lies in delaying the time for Xie Feng to escape when facing an irresistible threat. For now, they also have to work part-time in sorting out backup resources. For example, piling up the dead zombies in a large pit behind the warehouse as subsequent bone material resources. After all, the bone knives, bone armors, and bone shields of skeleton warriors are not infinitely wear-resistant. They can use the innate skill bone equipment that all skeleton-type undead possess. A certain amount of soul, firepower can be consumed to shape bone materials into weapons. Shields, armors, etc. The better the materials, the less soul firepower is consumed, and the higher the upper limit of the hardness of the weapons. Besides, their tasks also include taking this dilapidated warehouse as the base camp, cleaning up scattered debris, patrolling, and building defensive works. However, in Xiefeng's later plan, the guard will be the highest priority in the distribution of soul fire and other resources among all subordinates. After all, only his own life is the most important. He can lose everything else and start all over again. To this end, Xiefeng also promoted the most powerful skeleton warrior among all as the guard leader. This guy's bone strength far exceeds that of an ordinary skeleton warrior. When he was recruited, he, a single skeleton, withstood the attacks of 7 or 8 skeleton warriors and even broke the leg bones of 2 skeletons and almost escaped. It was not until Xiefeng stepped in that he was subdued and influenced. Later, it was discovered that he was not an ordinary skeleton warrior, but a rare mutant first-rank skeleton fighter. Not surprisingly, he was also the 3rd skeleton warrior to be given a name. Bone Fighter, in a factory in the North Industrial Zone of Lindong City, after being baptized by the zombie disaster. The entire factory was filled with wandering employee zombies. Because the zombie mutation occurred in the early morning, only 200 or 300 resident employees in the factory turned into zombies. Tap, 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 only the clear sound of footsteps was heard, and the large iron gate of the factory was slowly pushed open. Hearing the sound, the zombies let out a low growl and rushed towards the gate. Tasty flesh, but the zombies nearby were stunned when they rushed to the front. There was only a row of white skeletons in front of them, and they didn't smell the fresh flesh at all. Could the big iron gate have been blown open by the wind? Their completely eroded brains couldn't understand that skeletons could open the door. Seeing that there was no desired flesh, the zombies started to wander aimlessly again, the Bone General leading the First Legion. Looking at these dull-witted zombies, couldn't help but marvel more and more at the chief's great power. Apart from the absence of a Nethermoon's illumination, the plane the chief brought them to is simply a paradise for the undead. The legendary undead kingdom flowing with fresh souls. Just as the chief said, as long as we don't attack actively, these things called zombies won't pay attention to us at all. As for counter-attacking, the skeleton warriors who have seized the initiative will let them know what the most solid cornerstone of the undead world is, why the word warrior and skeleton warrior is so called. The 1st and 2nd 100-man teams will eliminate the outdoor zombies here, and the 3rd and 4th 100-man teams will enter the indoor area to clean up the remaining zombies. Remember what the chief said, cut off their heads, and, after cleaning up, the centurions will hand over the collected souls to me. Everything here belongs to the great chief. Looking at the First Legion that had rushed into the factory and started slashing and killing zombies, Bonefeng, not far away, secretly despised them. Barbarians, reconnaissance, such a meticulous task, really has to be done by me. The chief's number, 1 general, the number, 1 wise general, and the number, 1 favorite general. Looking back at the members of the reconnaissance team behind him who had put on clothes and hidden their weapons, let's go. We can't fall behind either. All of you, cheer up. Don't disgrace our independent reconnaissance team. Everything is for the great chief. Yes, the independent reconnaissance team, with 50 members, also got rid of the small team title and officially became a team, with 5 subordinate squads. The intense battle of the First Legion lasted until 1 day later. The Bone General, feeling the massive amount of souls stored in his soul fire, was overjoyed. The first day of the cross, plain war lived up to the chief's expectations in just 1 day. More than 15,000 first-rank souls were harvested. The excited Bone General told the 5 centurions to rest in the cleared area. After all, although skeleton warriors have unlimited physical strength and morale, their bone knives will still wear out when cutting bones. The warriors need time to adjust their equipment, but a good beginning makes a good ending. And he himself returned to the abandoned warehouse to hand over the harvested souls to the chief. Halt! Just as he was about to enter the door, suddenly the guards who were guarding the warehouse gate stopped General Bone. I am the commander of the First Legion, General Bone. the one who was bestowed the first name by the great leader. "How dare you stop me?" General Bone flew into a rage and was about to draw his bone sword to fight the two guards desperately. "Let him in." Xie Feng's order suddenly came from inside, and the two guards ignored the enraged General Bone, only following the order to open the gate. Inside, Xie Feng was looking at the city map brought back by Bone Wind, and Bone Battle stood upright behind Xie Feng, not even glancing at General Bone when he entered. Great leader. In this battle, a total of more than 15,000 first Order souls were harvested, and no second Order creatures were found. Except that more than 30 warriors need to replace their own skeletons to varying degrees. The First Legion suffered no damage. It is currently on rest, waiting for your order. After the report, a large mass of soul aggregates floated out from General Bone's soul fire and drifted towards Xie Feng. Indeed, forming the Undead Legion was the right decision. It would have taken at least 2 to 3 months to harvest more than 15,000 zombies on my own. But after forming the Legion, this number was harvested in just 1 day. That you've worked hard. After the rest, let the First Legion continue to harvest the souls in this area and come to hand over the souls once a day from now on. Xie Feng waved his hand, allowing General Bone to leave. Fortunately, Xie Feng signed a slave contract with them, so he dared to trust someone to carry such a huge amount of souls if it were an ordinary vassal contract. Such a massive amount of souls would be enough to make ordinary low-level undead defect. Only the slave contract is an exception, and the signer can never betray the master. Sensing more than 10,000 fresh souls in his mind, Xie Feng couldn't help but sigh. If there were divine punishment in this world, he would have been struck by lightning 800 times already. No, zombies are no longer human, so there is no burden at all. But how to use these souls requires careful consideration. After all, no matter how fast he absorbs souls, there is a limit, and the strength of the hard-fighting skeleton warriors also needs to catch up quickly. This is a trump card in his hand to get rid of the Dark Knight Lord of the Skeleton. If there were 500 mid-level undead, even an ordinary high-level undead would have to think twice. At the very least, if he were to escape, 500 mid-level undead could at least hold off the Dark Knight Lord of the Skeleton. A large amount of souls were absorbed by Xie Feng. Xie Feng's panel gradually underwent tremendous changes. Name, Xie Feng. Race, Undead Skeleton Knight. Rank, 3rd Order Strong Nether Force Points. 45 Nether Force Points. 461. Stored, 10,000 Nether Force Points. Worlds available for traversing. He managed to make the stored Nether Force Points reach exactly 10,000, and there were still more than 6,000 souls left for distribution among his subordinates. At this rate, it would only take about a week to gather enough strong Nether Force Points to upgrade to a 4th Order Undead, plus the time it takes to convert all Nether Force Points into strong Nether Force Points. It would take about 2 weeks to become a 4th Order Undead, and then he would be just 1 step away from a 5th Order high-level Undead. And becoming a high-level undead no longer seems like an unattainable dream. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, a week passed. The original abandoned warehouse in the apocalyptic world had been transformed by the guards into a white bone and steel spliced white bone fortress. After continuously receiving a large number of zombie corpses cleared by the First Legion, 50 guards including Bone Battle, the skeleton warriors, worked day and night using their innate skill, bone armor. They generated various bone armor materials to reinforce and renovate the warehouse. If someone were looking from the outside at this moment, they would find that this place had become a world of intertwined white bones and steel. There was a white bone fence more than 3 meters high and layers of white bone chevauda frise outside, with some mixed in, ensuring that there was only one way to quickly reach the gate. And the only gate that could be accessed was also made by embedding a large amount of white bone materials with a giant iron gate weighing dozens of tons. The surface of the gate was a white bone relief formed by the dense interlocking of skulls, as for the hardness of the overall white bone building. There was no need to worry at all. With the blessing of the bone armor talent of First Order Skeleton Warriors, the First Order standard bone materials could reach the hardness level of high-quality steel. It was completely sufficient to defend against enemies below the 3rd Order. In the undead world, many lords would conscript a large number of First Order Skeleton Warriors, 2nd Order Skeleton Warriors, 3rd Order Skeleton Samurai, etc. to build their territory castles, defense fortresses, etc. Therefore, it can be said that First Order skeleton warriors can be regarded as the well-deserved cornerstone of the undead world in terms of the number of newborns, combat ability, and the number of those who can be upgraded to high-level undead. In the inheritance memories of all undead soul fires, it is said that the palace of the god of the undead was built by high-level skeleton generals. Skeleton marshals, the 5th Order and 6th Order upper-level advanced forms of skeleton warriors. The soul fire colors are cyan and blue respectively, using the bone armor talent. The entire palace with the blessing of the undead type magic arrays of undead mages and other undead. Even a slightly weaker god could not break it. And the supreme undead throne was forged by several top-level undead skeleton monarchs, 7th Order skeleton warriors. Standing at the peak of the skeleton type undead with purple soul fire, the undead throne is not only a symbol of the dignity of the god of the undead, but also the most powerful artifact in the hands of the god of the undead, suppressing countless invading enemies. There are demon lords in the abyss who covet the newborn souls of the undead world, as well as alien gods who swear with their swords to let all the dead rest in peace. That, of course, currently, not to mention the undead throne, the white bone fortress built by Xie Tuanjiu, doesn't even count as the weakest undead lord's castle. It can only be regarded as a super low version white bone fortress. Just a few mid-level undead could destroy this half-baked project within an hour. And in a small conference room inside this white bone fortress, Xie Tuanjiu was sitting in a brand new big boss chair in a daze, while General Bone, who had just entered, Bone Wind, and Bone Battle, who had been guarding Xie Tuanjiu closely, were standing aside waiting for Xie Tuanjiu's order. Originally, Bone Battle, the leader of the guards, planned to make a white bone throne for Xie Tuanjiu himself using the bone armor skill. After all, as a rare mutated skeleton, the strength of his bone armor would be better than that of ordinary skeleton warriors. However, during the renovation of this abandoned warehouse, this brand new boss chair was found in a storage room. This thing, which Bone Battle thought could be broken apart with one punch, Xie Tuanjiu liked it extremely, and finally it became Xie Tuanjiu's exclusive seat, making Bone Battle's idea come to nothing. As for why. Although Xie Tuanjiu was only a mid-level undead, Bone Battle wanted to make a white bone throne exclusive to a high-level undead lord. Mainly because although Bone Battle completely looked down on those two brats, General Bone and Bone Wind, he also admitted that what they said sometimes made sense. The leader is definitely not an ordinary mid-level undead, that he must be a high-level or even a top-level undead. Otherwise, how could he open the space door alone and bring us to such an undead holy land? And the leader has absorbed so many souls for an ordinary 3rd Order undead. Even if they don't upgrade to a 4th Order undead, at least the color of the soul fire should change a bit. But our leader is like nothing has happened. In my opinion, we should follow the leader well. Maybe we could become Lord Undead in the future. This was what Bone Wind said a few days ago when he came back to report the reconnaissance information and happened to meet Bone Battle on patrol and General Bone, who came back to hand over the souls. You know, the class consciousness among the undead is notoriously strong that up to now, Xie Tuanjiu has only allowed them to call him the leader. During this period, subordinates like Bone Wind thought about changing the title to Lord. But after being caressed by the leader Xie Tuanjiu several times, they never mentioned it again, although Bone Battle knew that he was not a very smart skeleton. Unlike Bone Wind, who could say words that pleased the leader, such as the direction the leader's finger points is the direction I, Bone Wind, will advance. However, he also wanted to play his role and let the leader receive the treatment of a lord's throne. Looking at the soul fires of Bone Battle and the others surging, although he didn't know what they were thinking, Xie Tuanjiu, who always felt that his confidants were a bit off track, ignored them, but he directly announced the start of the first cross-dimensional action summary meeting. General Bone, you first talk about the situation of this week's action. Yes, great leader. After a week of harvesting, the 1st Legion has completely emptied the industrial park in Jailing District, Lindong City, which was marked on the map brought back by Bone Wind that a total of more than 75,000 First Order souls were collected, and there were no combat casualties. After a week of mopping up operations, no Second Order creatures have been found for the time being. However, it has been observed that the combat power of the zombies has significantly evolved. The soul power of some zombies, measured by the number of Nether Force points, has increased from the original dozen or so to the range of 40 to 60. It is speculated that these zombies may evolve into Second Order zombies in 2 weeks. Currently, the First Legion is taking a rest inside the Bone Fortress and is ready to set out on a campaign again at your command at any time. Well done. The First Legion is like a sharp sword for me to expand outward. Never let me down. Great Chief. The First Legion will always follow your orders and clear away all enemies for you. Xie Feng stopped the excited Bone General and pointed his finger at Bone Feng. Bone Feng, update us on the progress of the Independent Scout team as well. Yes, Great Chief. The 5 scout squads under the Independent Scout team have expanded their scouting range to the entire Beiyang District and Jinkai District in the northern part of Lindong City. Conservatively estimated, the number of zombies in these 2 districts has reached several million. Due to the small number of members in the scout squads, it is impossible to estimate the exact number. Also, no surviving intelligent creatures or second-order creatures have been found for the time being. Alright, the next key scouting direction should be focused on mid-level and high-level creatures. As for the survivors, we can set that aside for now. As you command, Great Chief. Your gaze is where my blade will point. Looking at the eager to fight Bone Do, Xie Feng helplessly rubbed his forehead. This guy must have been stimulated by Bone Feng and Bone General. Then a ripple appeared in his soul fire. Bone Do, you can speak too. Tell us about the current situation. Sure, Chief, after consuming the bones of tens of thousands of zombies. The guard spent a week transforming this temporary stronghold into a solid bone fortress. IT can fully ensure your safety. Chief, whoever wants to harm you will have to first destroy this fortress and then crush the bones of all of us in the guards. Ignoring their flattering words, looking at his capable subordinates, Xie Feng nodded in satisfaction and slowly stated the purpose of this summary meeting. Everyone has worked hard. However, what awaits us next are even more powerful opponents. The zombies are gradually getting stronger. Therefore, in order not to affect the upcoming harvest operation plan, I've decided to distribute souls to all the soldiers for second-order evolution. As for the 3 of you, the one who performs the best next will be personally given a soul by me to help him generate strong nether force points and advance to a 3rd-order undead. Upon hearing this, Bone General and the other 2 quickly knelt on one knee, clenched their right fists, and placed them on their chests, lowering their heads. We will always follow in your footsteps. Lowering his head, Bone Feng felt Xie Feng's surprise and secretly delighted. These 2 idiots finally didn't forget this. The chief is exalted. How could we still act casually as before? Bone Do, who stays beside the chief, has no chance to show off. Now it's only me competing with Bone General. I will definitely be the first to advance to a 3rd-order undead. Alright, get up quickly. Gather your subordinates. I will distribute the spoils myself. Before long, Xie Feng saw the skeletal warriors of the First Legion in the small square of the Bone Fortress. Most of the skeletal warriors were still stained with the foul blood of the zombies, exuding an indescribable chill. Although the skeletal warriors had a rough idea of what the chief was going to do, they still trembled with excitement when they saw the chief personally distributing souls one by one. After all, ordinary lords in the undead realm would not distribute any of the fresh souls obtained from invading the prime material plane, even if a creature's strength is weak and the nether force points it provides are negligible. Absorbing fresh souls is still a kind of enjoyment, like suddenly having a sumptuous feast after being used to plain food. Lords would not give up the chance for themselves to enjoy and would only distribute the tasteless soul flames in the undead realm to their subordinates. Watching one skeletal warrior after another sit down and fully absorb the souls to increase their nether force points. After distributing the last soul, Xie Feng hooked his finger, motioning for Bone Do to come over, and ordered, after the skeletal warriors of the First Legion complete their advancement, let them take charge of the defense duties for the time being. Then have the guards and the scout team come over to receive souls. Don't worry. Doing what you should do is your greatest contribution. Then he patted Bone Do on the shoulder and let him go about his business. Just like that, a whole day passed, after spending more than 2,000 zombie souls. All 500 skeletal warriors of Xie Feng were promoted to 2nd-order skeletal warriors. Judging from their appearance, each skeletal warrior has grown nearly 10 centimeters taller compared to when they were at the 1st order, with an average height of 190 centimeters. In addition, for many skeletal warriors who used bone swords before, their weapons have become heavier too, handed greatswords, and the weapons in the hands of skeletal warriors using other weapons have also become more weighty. All the skeletal warriors and the guards, led by Bone Do, have chosen bone shields as their main weapons and can form in all around bone shield phalanx to protect Xie. Looking at the fledgling undead legion, Xie issued a new combat order. Clear the entire Beiyang district and Jinkai district in Lindong City, absorb their souls, and accumulate enough nether force points required for 500 third order undead. In the pitch-black late night, the entire Lindong City was plunged into silence. Only the moonlight shone, making the empty streets flicker with a glimmer of light. The bell that used to ring punctually at midnight every day stopped 2 days ago. Just then, a group of uninvited guests suddenly rushed into the Beiyang district of Lindong City. If viewed from a bird's eye view, one could see 4 small white droplets reflecting orange flames pouring into this black ocean in the same place. These were exactly the 400-man squads of skeletal warriors from the 1st Legion under Xie. After receiving Xie next order, Bone General didn't delay. The entire 1st Legion, in the area already scouted by the independent scout team, chose a weak point among the zombies and rushed into the Beiyang district under the cover of night. After all, skeletons don't need visual conditions. As long as there is no physical obstruction, everything is clear. However, it's different for zombies. After a week of fighting with zombies, the 1st Legion discovered that although most zombies mainly rely on hearing for perception, their eyesight is also an important way for them to sense the outside world. Therefore, adhering to the strategic principle of weakening the enemy and strengthening ourselves by all means, no matter how weak the opponent is, and trying to ensure no casualties without reinforcement. The 1st Legion didn't suffer any casualties in previous battles against zombies of the same level, facing the 1st Legion composed entirely of 2nd Order skeletal warriors. The scattered zombies along the way were like fallen leaves on the roadside in autumn meeting a high-speed road clearing vehicle. Only a blur of a row of skeletons could be seen dashing past, leaving only a pile of zombie corpses on the ground. If zombies could think, their thoughts would probably be like this. Hey, where did that sound come from? Why is a row of skeletons charging towards me? My head seems to have fallen off. Why am I inside the head of the skeleton? Why are there so many of my kind? It's a bit crowded, and as one of the 6 urban districts in the northernmost part of Lindong City, Beiyang District is adjacent to Jialing District, which is positioned as an industrial area in the suburbs. It has always been jokingly called the Great Northern Wilderness. Only in recent years, its positioning has gradually shifted to the administrative center of Lindong City, and a large number of municipal agencies have been relocated here in recent years. Compared with other urban areas, although its permanent population is the smallest, it should not be underestimated. Wanli Community in Beiyang District. To be more precise, it should be Wanli Village Community, the largest urban village in Beiyang District. It originally had tens of thousands of residents, coupled with the cluster effect brought about by its proximity to the industrial area. A large number of migrant workers have settled here in recent years. With the improvement of the industrialization level, the establishment of a large number of factories for mechanical processing, photovoltaic cables, and related supporting industries has led to a blowout growth in the resident population of Wanli Community. Before the apocalypse, the permanent population here reached more than 200,000, making it a veritable city within a city. According to the incomplete statistics of the independent scout team, the number of zombies currently present here is also more than 200,000. Different from the previous cleaning of zombies in one factory after another in Jialing District, where the space was relatively concentrated, the main buildings in Wanli Community are a large number of self-built 4 or 5-story small brick buildings and a large number of illegal bungalows. This has led to a much higher density of zombies in Wanli Community than in the factories in Jialing District. This will be the biggest obstacle the 1st Legion has faced since its establishment. After all, even if the combat power of zombies is low, there are so many of them that they can overwhelm an elephant if more than 200,000 zombies riot and attack at the same time. The 400 skeletal warriors of the 1st Legion could be eaten alive on the spot if they're not careful. As for why not clean up other easier to clean areas first? Instead, one must tackle the formidable challenge presented by the Wanli Community, primarily due to the fact that all subordinate skeletal warriors have advanced to skeletal knights. Xie is also confronted with a dilemma. Given that he can currently contract only 500 undead warriors, it is imperative that he adopts a strategy of elite forces until he is confident enough to confront the Dark Skeletal Knight Lord. Although the advancement of undead warriors is assured as long as the requisite necromantic points are met, The disparity in the quantity of necromantic points required to generate the first point of potent necromantic energy varies significantly among each undead. Generally speaking, the skeletal warriors of higher combat prowess find it easier to advance. However, once the initial point of potent necromantic energy is generated, accumulating the subsequent 9 points required for later advancements follows a daunting ratio of 1 to 1,000. Moreover, during the advancement process, factors such as environmental conditions, habitual combat styles, and overall combat capabilities lead to divergent paths of progression for the undead warriors, resulting in vast discrepancies in their combat effectiveness. Xie Feng, who considers himself stronger than the average skeletal knight at the second tier, managed to accumulate over 2,000 necromantic points during his ascent to the third tier and fortuitously hunted down a skeletal steed's soul fire for absorption, thus advancing to the rank of a skeletal knight. The IT was precisely due to this stroke of luck that, when encountering the dark skeletal lord, he was able to sign a vassal contract. Otherwise, had Xie Feng merely been an average third-tier skeletal warrior, he would have either had his soul fire harvested as a reserve resource or entered into a slave contract, serving the dark skeletal knight lord until death. Therefore, while determining the offensive direction of the First Legion, Xie Feng considered various factors, such as the expedited harvesting of zombie souls, the conservation of resources for future advancements of the Undead Legion, and the overall combat strength of the Legion, ultimately deciding to designate the Wanli community as the site for the first formal battle following the overall advancement of the Undead Legion to the second tier. The combat prowess of undead warriors is perpetually honed in the crucible of endless conflict, with advancements aimed at better countering other formidable adversaries. This operation against the Wanli community not only involves the First Legion, but also sees the independent reconnaissance team of 50 skeletal warriors already embedded in various locales within the community, tasked with temporarily restraining the tide of zombies to alleviate the pressure on the First Legion when necessary. Aside from Gudu, who leads 2 squads of 20 guards stationed at the Bone Fortress, Xie Feng himself commands the remaining guards, stationed in a nearby office building not far from the Wanli community. As the rapid march reached the entrance of the Wanli community, the Bone General beheld the entrance, now cluttered with abandoned vehicles and adjacent to crumbling walls with several gaps. With a decisive swing of his bone blade, he directed the troops towards the community. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions, numbering 300 each, entered as per the plan, ensuring that all undead warriors remained united. The 4th battalion stood ready as a reserve to replace any fallen skeletal warriors, all for the glory of our great leader. Hundreds of skeletal warriors filed in orderly fashion through various breaches into the Wanli community. As the last of the Bone Generals entered, a flicker of soul fire ignited within him. Let this be my first battle as a third-tier undead, he silently mused, raising his bone blade, advancing into the Wanli community without a shout, nor fervor, only rows of bone blades and swords moving with measured, steadfast steps. Silence. In interminable silence. Suddenly, the zombies, now alerted, surged forth from every corner. Apartment blocks, temporary structures, convenience stores, public restrooms, and even sewers, where several howling zombies emerged. Like monsters respawning from a video game, they appeared to be inexhaustible. The site was filled with gaping maws, a sea of zombies rushing forth in the dark of night, engulfing everything in their path. In mere moments, they collided with a white, orange glowing rock. The rock advanced steadily, seemingly overcoming the tide of the undead. Meanwhile, not far away, Xie Feng sat in a high-end office within the office building. The darkness illuminated only by a solitary yellow flame dancing rhythmically, as if a mind was laboring to think. Outside, independent reconnaissance team undead warriors intermittently reported the progress of the First Legion's advance. The late-night assault, combined with the cooperation of the reconnaissance team, was the last resort. He hoped they would yield an invincible undead legion, for there was less than a month left to harvest souls with such abandon. Once the dark skeletal knight lord returned to his domain, it would be impossible to disappear so brazenly within it. After all mid-tier undead were of particular interest to the lord. Contemplating this, Xie Feng's soul fire steadied as he awaited in silence. From the black of night until the crowing of the rooster at dawn, time passed slowly, and the intervals between reports from the reconnaissance team lengthened, indicating that the First Legion was delving deeper into the Wanli community. As the First Legion advanced, the main thoroughfare near the Wanli community was already littered with the corpses of zombies. A deluge of foul blood from the fallen zombies created numerous blood pits, some so deep that they submerged the lower legs of the undead warriors, gazing at the seemingly endless tide of corpses and the second-tier bone blade, now cracked in his hand. The Bone General felt a growing sense of urgency. Despite having adequately prepared for this cleansing war, he still underestimated the zombies. Firstly, the sheer number of zombies had transformed from mere quantity to a qualitative threat. It was likely that one moment he decapitated a zombie, and the next, two others would latch onto his bone blade, significantly increasing the casualty rate of the First Legion. Secondly, these zombies had begun to evolve over time, manifesting various new types during the cleansing operation, such as those that spewed acid from a distance or the squat, iron-hard undead. While few in number, these new variants posed considerable challenges to the warriors of the First Legion. The 400 skeletal warriors of the First Legion had dwindled to 328. Most of the fallen warriors had been dragged into the horde, their bone armor and skeletons worn down and shattered, leading to their soul fires being extinguished without protection. The Bone General clenched his teeth in frustration. While he felt a sense of reluctance, he understood that if he continued to hold out stubbornly, the First Legion might face annihilation that day. Though he feared no death of the soul, he could not allow himself to jeopardize the leader's plans. Thus, the Bone General adjusted his soul fire state, and an imperative message flashed into the minds of all nearby undead warriors. Bone Feng, you lazy bones, execute the second plan immediately. Got it. I thought the First Legion intended to tackle this tough nut on their own. Bone Feng peeked from the rooftop of a 4-story building, lazily stretching his limbs, causing his bones to creak. Turning to the captains of the nearby reconnaissance squads, he declared, "All right, we've watched the show long enough. It's our turn to take the stage. According to the plan, aside from the essential communicators, everyone else is to spring into action." After glancing at the eager squad leaders, he caressed his bone sword and added, "The First Legion has already proven their loyalty and bravery to our esteemed leader. Now it is our turn to demonstrate the loyalty and valor of the independent reconnaissance team, as well as our status as the wisest and strongest undead warriors under the command of our leader." With that, he leaped onto the rooftop of another building, swiftly jumping across the tops of various structures. The other squad leaders exchanged glances, no longer hesitating, and followed Bone Feng's lead in their own directions. Moments later, the Bone General, still struggling to hold the line, watched the diminishing numbers of the First Legion soldiers with growing anxiety. Damn Bone Feng, you better not falter and hinder the great leader's plans. Even if I am left with just a skull, I will bite your neck and extinguish your soul fire piece by piece. Suddenly, from various directions within the Wanli community, a colossal sound erupted. You are my Little Orange. In the vicinity of several small plazas within the community, several skeletal warriors had set up large outdoor speakers beside them, and the skeleton warriors were turning on the switches one by one according to the method imparted by the former leader. Accompanied by the loud sound of the bewitching and brainwashing song and the rumbling of the diesel generator, a part of the zombie tide that was constantly charging at the First Legion soon diverted towards the place where the sound came from. Gu Feng, who was fiddling with the player along with the first team of the independent reconnaissance team, saw the surging zombie tide, casually inserted the bone sword in his hand to the side, and said to the members of the first team, "Now, defend these players at all costs, that we must hold on until the First Legion clears most of the zombies." Yes, on the other side, feeling the decreasing intensity of the zombie impact, General Bone finally let out a sigh of relief. Since that guy Gu Feng is so capable, then next, he himself must never miss the opportunity they created, all members of the First Legion. Push forward. We must not betray the leader's trust. Everything is for the great leader. As time passed bit by bit, from dawn to dusk, after slaying the last zombie in front of him, Gu Feng looked at the 5 remaining skeleton warriors in the first team and the sparse zombies downstairs. The soul fire, which was already in a sluggish state, flickered to go and contact all the teams immediately to confirm the remaining number of the zombie tide and the situation of the First Legion. Report back to me as soon as you confirm. I need to report to the leader as soon as possible in the shortest time. After saying that, the few surviving skeleton warriors of the first team didn't rest, but directly rushed towards the directions where the other teams were located. General Bone, you guys don't die before me. Otherwise, who will be jealous of me when the leader promotes me to the first third order undead? Ha 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 ha. Thinking like this, Gu Feng silently looked in the direction of the First Legion's attack and waited in place. On the side of the First Legion, they had basically cleared the zombie tide on the street. The price was that only 256 skeleton warriors were left in the First Legion. General Bone, with one arm missing, was holding a broken knife in one hand, directing the undead warriors of the First Legion to harvest souls in an orderly manner and clean up the occasional zombies that slipped through the net. That guy Gu Feng is still somewhat reliable that I just don't know if his soul has perished. But even if his soul has perished, it's worth it. Everything is for the great leader. Just as he was thinking, he heard a loathsome voice appear in the soulfire.io. Still alive that I watched for a long time. How come the great commander of the First Legion is down to one arm? It's good that your soul hasn't perished. I have to hurry back and report to the leader. A skeleton warrior jumped down from the rooftop next to them. It was Gu Feng, who had just finished collecting information and was being talked about by General Bone. Same here. I also have to report the results of this battle to the leader. Then the skeleton warriors present saw their commander and the leader of the independent reconnaissance team walking side by side, secretly jostling each other as they walked towards the leader's temporary base. Don't dare to look. Don't let the fight between big shots affect us innocent ones. They quickly lowered their heads and started busily carrying the zombie corpses and absorbing the fresh souls to store them. After a whole day of commotion, the cleaning battle in Wanli community came to an end. Most of the zombies wandering outside and the entire Wanli community had been cleared AS for the remaining zombies trapped in rooms or similar places. They would need to be cleaned up slowly later. Those small-scale zombies, when facing the current second-order skeleton warriors, were just like looking for trouble in the toilet, meaning it's self-defeating. After receiving the reports from these two guys, Gu Feng and General Bone, Xie Feng immediately led the guards to Wanli community. Before reaching the gate, Xie Feng felt a turbid and bloody aura rushing towards him. Using his soul fire to sense, he could even feel a trace of death energy mixed in the thick bloody aura. The blood of zombies is much less than that before their transformation. Even some evolved alien zombies don't have any dirty blood left. After being cut open, only pale white muscle tissue and turbid body fluid are left inside their bodies. One can imagine how many zombies were cleared in this day. Unfortunately, currently, only skeleton-type undead warriors are under his command, that if there were flesh-type undead like Sewn Corpse, so much flesh and blood resources wouldn't be wasted. It seems that he is still too soft-hearted. Although there aren't many birthplaces of flesh-type undead in the Dark Skeletonite territory, it should be possible to simply gather some low-level undead like zombies, ghouls, and blood servants in the future. Thus, the framework of the Second Legion could be simply established. Thinking this way, Xie Feng, who was lost in thought, couldn't help but let out a jia laugh. Although the two guys, General Bone and Gu Feng, following behind him as low-level undead, couldn't keenly sense the bloody aura and death energy, etc., when they heard their leader's seemingly happy laughter, they also chuckled. The leader is so happy that I'm sure to become the first third order undead under the leader. The two guys thought simultaneously. They felt full of energy again, and the annoying guy next to them seemed a little more pleasing to the eye. Xie Feng ignored the wild thoughts of the two guys. Instead, he flicked the non-existent dust on his bone armor with his hand and entered Wanli community through the cleared gate. After entering, he saw a large number of zombie corpses piled up together by the undead warriors of the First Legion. Most of the bloody aura rushing towards him came from this mountain of corpses, and all the zombie souls were also handed over to the centurion in charge during the transportation process. Wow, a big harvest! However, Xie Feng didn't stop but continued to walk deeper. When he reached a small square in the middle of Wanli community, there was obviously a small pile of completely different zombie corpses. These were the alien zombie corpses that General Bone had deliberately collected and piled together. Looking at these strange-shaped zombies, ignoring the stench emitted by the mixture of various turbid mucus and dirty blood, Xie Feng directly stepped forward and examined them carefully. Are these the zombies that caused the most damage to the undead warriors this time? General Bone, tell me the details. Yes, great leader, compared with the zombies cleared in the previous week. This zombie tide has evolved into many different types. Look at this zombie that crawls on all fours and has a poison sac on its back that IT can squeeze out a stream of highly corrosive venom from the sac. Once it gets on, if not cleaned in time, it will corrode the warrior's weapons and bones to a certain extent. And this zombie with thin and sharp limbs can pop out a pair of small web wings on its back and quickly glide into our warrior's formation during the battle, causing damage. In this, General Bone introduced these alien zombies to Xie one by one, while finding the corpses of some more threatening zombies from the mountain of corpses for demonstration. And Gu Feng on the side supplemented some information about the zombies. Xie wasn't in a hurry either. Instead, he listened carefully to the information that these undead warriors had obtained through a life and death battle. Although Xie actions in the Doomsday world seem to be going smoothly now, he has never forgotten that he is just a third-order middle-level undead. Although this strange world is very similar to his previous world, through more than a week of understanding. The two are only similar in the progress of technological development to a certain extent that in other aspects, they are completely different. The introduction on the system panel at that time also mentioned that mysterious force had affected this world. According to the routines of those online novels in his previous life, there's a high probability that there is some mastermind manipulating the development of this doomsday world that IT could be an invasion from another world. Or perhaps this world has simply become a testing ground for some big shot, and there are also human survivors who haven't shown up yet. The introduction to the world, shuttling selection shows that the survivors have started to master extraordinary powers. It's just not known what level they have developed to now. For Xie, who still wants to continue harvesting souls in this doomsday world, any unusual information needs to be collected and analyzed in a timely manner. Once something seems wrong, even if it means giving up the opportunity to shuttle through this world, he must first protect himself. After all, one only has one life. After a while, after listening to the reports from General Bone and Gu Feng, Xie had a rough idea in his mind. The mysterious force that turned 99 of the humans in this world into zombies is obviously trying to greatly increase the intensity of life in this world in a very short time. However, for now, it is still within the controllable range. After all, compared with the undead in terms of the advancement speed, it's like a small which seeing a big which as long as there are enough souls. The speed of the undead's accumulation of underworld power and advancement will definitely not be slower than any other race. Then, it was a race against time. It remained to be seen whether your zombie tide was more ferocious or my undead scourge more formidable. After the battle in Wanli community, Xie had already been full of confidence in his undead army, in the undead realm. Perhaps everyone was at the same level, so no disparities were conspicuous. However, once in other worlds, the terrifying combat power of the undead race immediately manifested itself. The undead army he led was by no means the kind that could be easily shattered as described in online novels. Instead, it was a terrifying race that was born with innate skill sets and other combat inheritances and had been constantly engaged in battles. The frequency of their battles even exceeded that of the demons in the abyss of infinity. In the memory inheritance of the soul fire, the undead realm had always been the one to invade other worlds to plunder souls, flesh, and so on. There had never been any news of a large army from other worlds encroaching upon the undead realm. Xie, looking at the undead warriors of the First Legion and the independent scout team who were still busy, kicked away a zombie head that had rolled to his feet. Bone General, order the First Legion to thoroughly clean up the battlefield, as soon as possible. Count the souls of the zombies obtained this time, and then arrange shift for rest, striving to reach a combat state as quickly as possible. Yes, my great chief. Bone Feng, continue to reconnoiter the movements of large-scale zombie tides in the vicinity that I need to receive the most accurate information at any time. As you command, Chief Lord. Subsequently, without lingering much, he returned to the Bone Fortress. After half a day of processing, detailed battle data was also tabulated. In this battle in Wanli community, a total of more than 173,000 zombies were killed. The price was that only 256 skeleton warriors remained in the First Legion. The independent scout team fared even worse. 2 out of 5 squads were completely wiped out. The remaining 3 squads, along with Bone Feng, had only 21 skeleton warriors left. Only the guard army suffered no losses at all. As for the souls harvested, if all were converted into nether energy points, it was estimated to reach around 4 million. However, considering the losses and absorption efficiency during the absorption process, if all were absorbed by the warriors of the undead army, it was expected that all of them could reach the peak of the second-order undead with a little over 1 nether energy point. And this was why the undead were all enthusiastic about invading other worlds. Although the losses were great, the benefits generated were sufficient to drive all the undead crazy. An ordinary undead might need a decade of evolution. But here it could be achieved in just 1 day. However, it was surely impossible to use all these nether energy points on the undead army. Xie was well aware that while the construction of the army was of great importance, one's own strength was the cornerstone of everything. Without much hesitation, he decided to absorb most of the souls himself, and the rest would be used as resources for the undead army. After all, it was high time for several core generals to advance to the third order undead point. One couldn't expect a horse to run without feeding it. 1 day later, in the small conference room within the Bone Fortress, Bone General, Bone Feng, and Bone Do, who had already finished their rest, stood obediently at the door, eagerly looking at Xie, tapping the conference table with his finger bone, not daring to breathe. After receiving the notice from the guard army that the chief was going to hold a meeting today, Bone General, who had just reattached his arm, quickly put down his bone saber and rushed to the conference room. That he immediately saw the crafty Bone Feng lying on Bone Do's shoulder, presumably trying to wheedle out some inside information about this meeting. However, looking at the equally confused Bone Do, it was obvious that he had failed. Come in, don't just stand outside like dummies. Hearing Xie voice, the several generals filed in, and then the above-mentioned scene occurred. The few of them were pondering the chief lord's intentions when suddenly they saw the finger that Xie was using to tap the table drop heavily and stop, and the continuous thumping sound from the soul fire also came to an abrupt halt. But after a moment, they heard Xie say, "In this battle in Wanli community, you all performed very well. You haven't disgraced the names I bestowed upon you. Therefore, I've decided to grant you the resources to advance to the third order undead." After thanking Xie, Bone General and Bone Feng each let out a long sigh of relief. These two thought that although they hadn't won the honor of being the first to advance to the third order undead, at least they hadn't fallen behind. Anyway, there was still the honor of being the first to advance to the fourth order undead, or even the first to advance to the high order undead. It would be no late to compete for that. Then as for Bone Do, he didn't have so many thoughts. He just quickly knelt down on one knee and said in a muffled voice that he would protect the chief with all he had. Without wasting time, Xie directly bestowed a large number of zombie souls upon the 3 of them in the conference room. Although they still needed time to absorb them through the feedback from the soul fire during the soul absorbing process, it was still possible to roughly calculate how many souls were needed for advancement. In the end, Xie bestowed the souls equivalent to 190,000 nether energy points upon Bone General, 210,000 nether energy points upon Bone Feng. And as for Bone Do, who consumed the most, he was bestowed with the souls equivalent to 300,000 nether energy points. This also indirectly demonstrated that through high-intensity battles, the resources consumed for advancement could indeed be reduced. After waving them away, Xie mentally summoned, and the panel appeared before his eyes. Name: Xie Race. Undead Skeleton Knight. Rank: 3rd Order Strong. Nether Energy Points. 45 Nether Energy Points. 461 stored. 280 strong Nether Energy Points. World Shuttling Option. After absorbing a large number of souls at once, the system panel finally activated a new function, which was to help the host instantly absorb resources, such as souls and soul fires, and convert them into Nether Energy Points. To activate this function, Xie paid the price of the souls equivalent to 1 million Nether Energy Points. However, it was completely worth it. That meant that from now on, the only thing restricting Xie power growth was the quantity of Nether Energy Points. Looking at the numerical values that already allowed him to advance to the 4th order undead, Xie drew out his bone spear and gently stroked it with his hand. No rush. The time for our battle will come soon. Inside the Bone Fortress, the warehouse where Xie had first transmigrated had been transformed into a sturdy castle made entirely of bones by the guard army. In the bone hall of this fortress, 12 bone pillars protected the entire hall in a fan-shaped pattern. In the very center of the hall, Bone General, Bone Feng, and Bone Do, 3 of Xie trusted subordinates, were striving to absorb the zombie souls bestowed by Xie Feng, while Xie Feng sat in the boss chair, watching the three with great interest. As the zombie souls were gradually absorbed, it could be seen that there seemed to be a faint glow flickering between the skeletal frames and the soul fires of the three. As the glow wandered, a complex interactive network was formed between the bone bodies and the soul fires. Each flicker of the glow indicated that they were one step closer to the mid-order undead. One of the obvious differences between mid-order undead and low-order undead was that a closer integration and connection between their soul fires and bodies was achieved. Therefore, after advancing to the mid-order undead, when encountering situations like losing an arm or a leg, more soul fire power and time are required to upgrade the newly attached body part to match the original one. Compared to being a low-order undead, the advantage of this was that one's defense ability could be significantly enhanced, and there were also better ways to deal with energy attacks. Most low-order skeleton-type undead had no good way to deal with semi-corporeal low-order undead creatures, such as ghosts and specters. They could only have their bodies destroyed and their soul fires absorbed. Only after advancing to the mid-order undead could this situation be greatly improved for skeleton-type undead, by establishing an energy network among their own bone bodies and soul fires. They could compete with ghosts and specters at AS for after advancing to the high-order undead, skeleton-type undead could even overpower their higher-level undead such as Yuan Lingzhu and Minghan Junwang and trample them. Especially for skeleton-type undead that had fought their way from the first-order skeleton warriors to high-order or even top-order undead, compared to other undead that were born at the second or third order. They had even more powerful killing abilities. Their own bodies were the hardest weapons. After all, their bone armors were formed from their own bones. When fighting them, you would find that you finally managed to break his bone armor. And then came the moment of his soul's extinction. But his skeleton is even harder than that broken bone armor. Although Xie Feng was no longer following the traditional advancement sequence of skeleton-type undead. As a skeleton-type undead warrior, the general situation was similar. If Xie Feng advanced to a high-order undead, then the impact force of a high-order skeleton knight charging at high speed would be no less than that of a missile hitting you directly in the face. And he himself would remain unscathed. Speaking of toughness, skeleton-type undead were well known for their hardness. As time passed, the frequency of the glow flickering on the three of them became higher and higher, until the frequency of the final flicker gradually stabilized and then faded away. The skeletal bodies of General Bone, Fighter Bone, and Gale Bone, who were sitting cross-legged, resembled stubborn rocks being slowly polished, gradually revealing a more delicate bone texture that exuded a metallic feel. Where the dim light passed, the soul flames of the three also slowly expanded. Reaching a limit in the dark, they then began to dim faintly, repeating this cycle. Finally, as the flickering dim light gradually stabilized and a stable cycle was formed between the skeletal bodies and soul flames of the three, a faint yellow color appeared in the middle of their bright orange soul flames. The moment the yellow soul flame emerged, it devoured the orange soul flame completely. Thus, within a very short time, the skulls of the three were completely filled with yellow soul flames that a breath of mid-rank undead also spread out from the bone hall. The undead warrior guards, standing outside the door, feeling the aura inside the hall, trembled slightly, and an envious look appeared on their skeletal faces after the color of the soul flames completely changed. General Bone and the other two could not hide their excitement. They immediately knelt on one knee to express their gratitude to Xie Feng. After all, in the vast undead realm, it had never been heard that a first-rank skeletal warrior could advance to a third-rank undead warrior in less than a month. However, all this had become a reality under the leadership of the chief. Xie Feng then stood up, touched around with his left hand, and looked around with his right. After a while, he said, "Get up. Now that you've advanced to mid-rank undead, each of you tell me about your abilities." Every undead warrior, when advancing to mid-rank undead, will develop their own exclusive ability. Different from racial innate skills, the exclusive ability of each undead warrior is random and related to the undead warrior's personal combat habits, etc. When Xie Feng advanced back then, due to his strong will to survive, he did not develop a new exclusive ability. Instead, his control over his soul flame was further enhanced. Put it bluntly, his feigning death ability became even better. That's why he was able to keep his skull during the massacre by the Skull Soul. Hunting Beast. Great Chief, apart from the normal advancement of innate skills, I've gained an ability called Legion Command that I can connect the undead warriors I lead together, improving our cooperation ability. At the same time, I can increase the attack and defense capabilities of the undead warriors I command, said General Bone, looking at Fighter Bone and Gale Bone next to him and speaking first. CFO nodded. It was as he had expected, as the commander-in-chief of the First Legion. Although General Bone still had to fight personally due to the small number of undead warriors, in future development, Legion-based combat would be the main approach. It was not strange for him to develop such an exclusive ability. Seeing that General Bone had spoken first, a hint of disdain appeared on Gale Bone's skeletal face. Chief, this time when I advanced to mid-rank undead, I didn't become an ordinary skeletal warrior, but a rare mutated skeletal assassin, said Gale Bone, then glanced at General Bone. Indeed, upon closer inspection, the style of Gale Bone's bone armor had changed. It no longer had the previous sense of heaviness, if before, as a low-rank undead. His bone armor was developing more and more towards heavy armor. Now Gale Bone's bone armor was completely light armor. In some places, there were even hollow-out patterns, greatly enhancing flexibility and aesthetics. Seeing Xie Feng's appreciative gaze, Gale Bone became even more complacent and continued. Apart from the innate skills that ordinary third-rank skeletal warriors have, I've also gained a skeletal assassin's innate skill. Stealth, which can hide my aura, that it's very difficult for non-high-rank creatures to detect my whereabouts. As for my exclusive ability, it's Swift Leap, which can extremely quickly increase my movement speed, and I can also attack enemies through leaping. After Gale Bone finished speaking, his skull tilted slightly upwards, and he glanced at General Bone from the corner of his eye. Not bad. Next, your task is to lead the independent scouting team to advance and become more skeletal assassins as much as possible. CF Feng said, looking at Gale Bone. At the same time, he was calculating in his mind that, as he had expected, after Gale Bone advanced to a skeletal assassin, his intelligence gathering ability would definitely experience a qualitative leap. As long as there were a few more skeletal assassins, several plans he had set before could finally be put into action, that I will always be loyal to you, Chief. I will never let you down. Gale Bone said and stepped back, standing together with General Bone. Looking at the others, Fighter Bone scratched his skull and began to speak in a deep voice. Great Chief, after this advancement, I'm in the third form of the skeletal fighter. The skeletal guard. There aren't many big changes from before, just that I've become harder. As he spoke, he shook the bone armor on his body, making a dull collision sound, clearly indicating that the armor was extremely heavy. Also, after this advancement, my exclusive ability is Shield Stance Defense, which can greatly enhance my ability to use shield-type weapons that I can also enhance my own defense ability in a short time by burning my soul flame. However, I can't use it too frequently, or it will cause my rank to drop. Prove his defensive ability. Fighter Bone even took off the bone shield on his back and smashed it hard onto the ground, instantly creating a large pit in the second-rank bone, made ground newly repaired by the guards. Looking at the intact large bone shield and the grinning Fighter Bone, Xie Feng had a headache. He helplessly rubbed his forehead and waved his hand to stop Fighter Bone, who was about to brandish the shield vigorously. Although Xie Feng had guessed before that Fighter Bone's advancement would mainly be reflected in physical defense, he didn't expect that his exclusive ability would also be a defense-related skill. Seemed that it would be very difficult for an ordinary fourth-rank undead to break his defense. And judging by the force with which he smashed the ground just now, Fighter Bone was also stronger in terms of strength than an ordinary third-rank undead. One could only say that as a born rare mutated undead warrior. All aspects after his advancement were stronger than those of an ordinary undead warrior. Not bad, Fighter Bone. Come here, Xie Feng said, waving to him. Fighter Bone, thinking that Xie Feng was going to praise him, jogged all the way towards Xie Feng. But the moment he reached in front of Xie Feng, a skeletal arm struck his head with lightning speed. A clear dong sound echoed in the hall. Chief, why did you hit my head? Fighter Bone asked, touching his intact, smooth skull and looking at Xie Feng in confusion. Xie Feng, with a blank expression, put his right hand behind his back, testing your defensive ability. Not bad. Not bad. Looking at the smiling Fighter Bone, Xie Feng continued, since your defensive ability is so powerful, I'll give you a difficult task. You alone are going to reinforce all the buildings in the Bone Fortress. Remember, Use all your bone-made equipment. After saying that, he walked out of the bone hall through the side door without looking back. Me alone. Fighter Bone pointed at himself, looking at Xie Feng disappear in a flash. Then he turned to look at General Bone and Gale Bone. General Bone and Gale Bone simultaneously turned their heads away. I've just advanced. I have to quickly get familiar with my abilities and study the next combat plan of the First Legion. I can't delay the great chief's business. General Bone muttered to himself as he walked out of the bone hall. Yes, that I've just advanced to a skeletal assassin and also have to quickly get familiar with my abilities. General Bone, wait for me, Gale Bone said, and chased after General Bone out of the hall. The vast bone hall was left with only Fighter Bone in the middle, on the verge of tears. In a sea of bones in the dark skeletal night territory of the undead realm, Xie Feng, who had returned from the Doomsday World, was recruiting first-rank skeletal warriors with General Bone and Fighter Bone. After all, after the battle in Wanli community, there were vacancies in Xie Feng's contract slots again. After General Bone and the other two advanced to mid-rank undead, Xie Feng led General Bone. Fighter Bone and the guard back to the undead realm, planning to recruit new undead warriors to fill the vacancies for Gale Bone. Because he was smart, he was temporarily left in the Doomsday World to stabilize the situation and at the same time command the remaining undead warriors to continue harvesting zombie souls. Different from the shabbiness of the first recruitment, Xie Feng was now, so to speak, upgraded to better equipment. Not only are the trusted subordinates and underlings of the same rank third-order undead warriors, but the escort troops they lead are all second-order skeleton warriors. Therefore, there's no need to resort to those petty tricks as before. Just 3 to 5 escort troops in a team can wipe out the small-scale groups of skeleton warriors nearby, and then bring them all in front of Xie Feng for contract signing. Many hands make light work. With the unremitting efforts of the escort troops, in less than a day, Xie Feng had recruited skeleton warriors to fill the vacancies. However, Xie Feng did not rush back to the Doomsday World. He had other matters to attend to during this return. One of them was that he needed to seize the time when the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord was away to strive for more time for his own development. After all, every extra day of freedom without the supervision of the Lord is precious. So, after recruiting the new skeleton warriors, Xie Feng ordered General Bone and Bone Fighter to lead the escort troops and the newly recruited undead warriors to hide near the Sea of Bones. As for Xie Feng himself, he waved his hand, summoned his bone horse, mounted it, and then galloped towards the castle of the Dark Skeleton Lord, with the gradually fading sound of the horse's hooves. Galloping at the speed of his mount, Xie Feng soon arrived at the gate of the castle of the Dark Skeleton Knight's territory. Lord Xie Feng, you're backed out a small team of second-order skeleton warriors guarding the gate slightly bowed and saluted Xie Feng. Immediately, the team leader commanded the other skeleton warriors to open the castle gate. Xie Feng just nodded slightly and then rode into the castle, different from the low, grayed white bone fortress of Xie Feng in the Doomsday World. The castle of the Dark Skeleton territory is located in a dangerous and strategic position, within a grand canyon surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Except for the flying undead creatures, most undead creatures can only reach the castle gate through a main road in the direction of the canyon's opening. And outside this canyon lies the vast Sea of Bones plain, which helps the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord and his Skeleton Knight Legion to give full play to their combat capabilities. Moreover, as an important stronghold of the Dark Skeleton Knight's territory, the location of the castle enables the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord and his Skeleton Knight Legion to reach all the important resource points and strategic locations in the vicinity in the shortest possible time. As soon as Xie Feng entered the castle gate, he saw a third-order skeleton warrior guarding the inner side of the gate walking towards him. Xie Feng, how are you recovering? How about having a martial arts duel with me? Let me see if your martial arts have improved after escaping from the high-level undead. No, Rafa, that I have to report to the captain immediately. The Lord is away, and the most important thing for us now is to take good care of the territory for the Lord. We can talk about the duel later. Seeing the eager-to-fight skeleton warrior, Xie Feng quickly declined his challenge. All right, when the Lord comes back, we must find an opportunity to have a duel. You know, when I heard that you escaped from the Skull Soul, hunting Xie Feng laughed and chatted while quickly walking towards the interior of the castle. He let out a long sigh of relief when the gate was out of sight. As the commander of the city gate guards, although Rafa is just a third-order skeleton warrior. His martial arts are better than quite a number of skeleton knights. He is simply a martial arts fanatic among the undead. When Xie Feng first came to the castle, he fought with Rafa several times. At first, Xie Feng thought that Rafa didn't like him and insisted on competing in martial arts with him. Later, he found out that Rafa's hobby was to find other undead warriors to have martial arts duels. Since Rafa was promoted to a third-order skeleton warrior and was arranged by the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord to guard the castle gate, he has dueled with all the undead warriors in the castle except the fourth-order ones. As a result, his own martial arts have become stronger and stronger, making his combat ability far exceed that of an ordinary skeleton warrior. However, after Rafa defeated some skeleton knights, no undead warrior was willing to compete in martial arts with him anymore. After all, for a powerful skeleton knight, to lose to an ordinary skeleton warrior would make anyone feel ashamed. Only Xie Feng, a skeleton knight who had just arrived not long ago, would agree to have a duel with Rafa every time. As for the results of the duels, they were evenly matched. However, during this process, Xie Feng didn't feel ashamed of losing. After all, his martial arts had indeed made greater progress, gradually changing from relying solely on the soul, fire, inheritance memory to developing his own combat style. Only enhancing combat ability is the absolute truth. Besides the problem of being eager to find someone to have martial arts duels, what makes other undead warriors even more unbearable is that Rafa is also a chatterbox. Can you imagine that when you're concentrating on the battle, your opponent not only has exquisite martial arts, but also bombards you with a series of soul-torturing questions from time to time? Your sword strike is too high. Are you trying to stab the Nethermoon? You, a skeleton knight, can't even hold a lance properly. Give it to me, and I'll teach you that. So, the final result is that although Rafa, as a third-order skeleton warrior holding an important position as the gatekeeper, no other undead warrior in the castle wants to get along with him, except that Xie Feng still chats with him occasionally. Let's shift the perspective back to Xie Feng. As Xie Feng gradually penetrated deeper into the castle, the skeleton warrior squads patrolling along the way all saluted him, until Xie Feng reached a council hall in the castle. Xie Feng came to see the Grand Steward of the castle of the Dark Skeleton Knight's territory, and also the only elite skeleton knight, Zala, who was not taken away during the encirclement and suppression of the Skull Soul hunting beast. As one of the most loyal subordinates of the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord, Zala was left behind in the castle to help the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord guard the rear in the council hall. A skeleton knight was sitting on the main seat, and the green color of his soul, fire indicated that this was a genuine fourth-order elite skeleton knight, Xie Feng. Judging by your appearance, you've recovered. Since the Lord is away, why don't you have a good rest and recovery outside? What are you doing here? The elite skeleton knight stood up and slowly walked in front of Xie Feng. Feeling the pressure of the fourth-order undead, Xie Feng curled his lips inwardly. I could advance to the fourth order with just a thought. If it weren't for considering the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord, I would have already taken off your skull that you're still showing off in front of me. However, on his lips, Xie Feng replied respectfully, Lord Zala, I've almost recovered. I came to you because I suddenly thought that now that the Lord is away, and the remaining 2 teams of skeleton knights have also been taken away by the Lord, if some other mid-level undead are born in the territory during this period and massacre the newly born undead, the Lord will surely be unhappy when he comes back and discovers that time. He might vent his anger on you. Zala nodded, feeling that what Xie Feng said made sense. So he asked along. So what do you suggest? I was thinking that I could patrol the territory alone. After all, I'm a skeleton knight. If I encounter newly born mid-level undead or other unexpected incidents, in case I can't defeat them, I can at least come back and report to you that if I fail to detect the enemy and cause losses to the territory, you can also shift the blame onto me. Hearing this, Zala stood up from his seat and put his hand on the sword hilt. Xie Feng, I don't think you're that loyal to the Lord. Tell me, what's your conspiracy? As one of the earliest mid-level undead following the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord, and one of the few knight sequence undead warriors who signed a slave contract with the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord, Zala is full of hostility towards these later undead warriors who signed vassal contracts. Especially Xie Feng, a skeleton knight who joined in recent years, Zala always feels that Xie Feng is different from other undead warriors. He can't tell exactly where the difference lies, but he just feels that Xie Feng has ill intentions. Lord Zala, you've misunderstood me. It's just that this narrow escape from the hands of the Skull Soul. Hunting beast has made me understand that only by relying on the Lord can I survive in the undead world. So, I'm thinking about what I can do within my power. Xie replied, lowering his head. Zala stared at Xie for a while, and finally took his hand off the sword hilt. Just this one reason? I can't hide anything from you. Calculating the time, the Lord should be back soon. So, I want to have the opportunity to stay outside the castle for a while longer. If the Lord asks when he comes back, I can have an explanation. Hearing this, Zala suddenly understood and started to calculate in his heart. So that's it. After all, he just wants to stay outside for a while longer and maybe even have the chance to secretly hunt a few wild second-order undead warriors. After all, Lord is about to return. With the tasks I've assigned, if he stays outside for a few more days, Lord can't really say anything. However, what Xie said does make sense that I end that case. At most, it might just be the loss of the soul fires of a few low-rank undead. Thinking of this, Zamla nodded slightly towards Xie and said in a deep voice, "Since that's the case, you may go, but if anything goes wrong, I will personally crush your head. Thank you for your cultivation, and I will keep your teachings in mind, my lord." Having said that, Xie then withdrew from the council chamber. Looking at Xie retreating figure and the two balls of second-rank soul fires floating on the large table in the council chamber, Zamla subtly took the soul fires into his hand and then sat back in his seat. After leaving the council chamber, Xie didn't rush to find General Bone and Bone Dough. Instead, he turned and walked in another direction of the castle, his matter of returning to the undead realm this time, including recruiting new soldiers, and was thus resolved. Then, as long as he completed one last thing, all the goals of this return to the undead realm would be perfectly achieved. Under the illumination of the Nethermoon, a large group of undead warriors was marching across the vast wilderness. The pale moonlight shone on this group of undead skeletons, and surprisingly, it seemed harmonious that it was Xie, who had just left the Dark Skeleton Knight territory, and the undead warriors he led, including General Bone, Bone Dough, and the escort army. After returning from the castle of the Dark Skeleton Knight territory, Xie immediately joined up with his subordinates, after taking care of other matters. Xie also began to work on an idea he had long had. That was to establish a more secure transit site in the undead realm, which could be used for the shuttling and transfer of the undead legions between the undead realm and other worlds like the Doomsday world. When Xie used a shuttle between the two worlds alone, he could basically find a safe temporary base within the Dark Skeleton Knight territory to carry out the shuttle. After all, being alone, you didn't have to worry about making any noise that might be detected by other undead. However, since the last time Xie led 500 skeleton warriors to shuttle between the worlds, he found that he could no longer cover up the shuttle traces of such a large number of undead warriors at all. Roughly estimated, the stealthy shuttle of a 500-strong undead legion was basically the limit. Considering that the undead legion would surely expand in the future, it was no longer possible to simply find a makeshift cave or something for the shuttle. Instead, a stable camp was needed to organize and arrange the cross-world battles of Legion, level undead warriors in an orderly manner. Therefore, this time when he came back, Xie intended to find a safe place that could serve as a long-term camp that it should be able to support the current and even larger Legion, level warriors to shuttle between worlds without attracting the attention of other nearby undead. And this established long-term camp would also serve as his initial foothold in the undead realm. While pondering where would be more suitable, Xie suddenly remembered that when he was a low-rank undead, he wandered around and found that there was a large rift valley near the large plain of the Dark Skeleton Knight territory. Passing through this rift valley, one could reach another territory. And that territory was ownerless. As for why it was ownerless, it was purely because the resources there were extremely scarce. There wasn't any place where undead warriors of any kind could be born. Only at the edge of this territory could a few scattered and broken skeleton warriors be born naturally. There wasn't even much of the basic materials for undead warriors, such as bones and rotting corpses, which were everywhere in the undead realm. When Xie, who had just transmigrated into a skeleton warrior, accidentally discovered this place, he was excited for quite a while. Relying on being a complete first-rank skeleton warrior, he fought those malnourished and disabled skeleton warriors every day. In just a few days, the broken skeleton warriors that had accumulated in the Rift Valley and its vicinity, for who knows how long, were all defeated by Xie. bringing a substantial income of nether force points to the newly born Xie. However, after exploring the vicinity and finding no other undead creatures, Xie left. After all, without battles, there was no income of nether force points. So he had to find new sources outside. It was only after Xie advanced to a third rank skeleton knight and joined the Dark Skeleton Knight territory that he learned that the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord knew about this ownerless territory. But he regarded this territory as a complete. There was no other reason. It was simply because it was too barren. If he occupied this place, he would surely have to arrange his undead warriors to conduct regular inspections, which would greatly increase the defensive pressure on the territory and easily cause defensive loopholes in the resource, producing territories after occupying this ownerless territory for a while and finding that the disadvantages far outweighed the advantages. The Dark Skeleton Knight Lord completely abandoned this place with no output. Also, due to the particularity of this ownerless territory, when Xie was thinking about which place could be used as a long-term base, this place immediately came to his mind. After handling other urgent matters, he couldn't wait to lead his subordinates here. Looking at the large rift valley in front of him, recalling the scenes when he was a first-rank skeleton warrior here, punching the lamely skeleton warrior and kicking the armless hero skeleton warrior, Xie couldn't help but smile that he waved his hand forward, and the undead warriors under his command lined up and entered the rift valley one by one. Nothing had changed from before. As soon as he passed through this rift valley, he saw that ownerless territory again, although it looked no different from other places in the undead realm, showing a pale color under the illumination of the nethermoon. However, upon closer observation, it could be found that this ownerless land was incredibly quiet. In other places in the undead realm, there were more or less some undead creatures that didn't reach the rank, such as skeleton rats, rotting corpse snakes, and nethermoon grass, moving around. But here, there were none of them. There were only some scattered bones and the hard dead soil of the netherworld on ground. However, this barren territory that others avoided like the plague now seemed so pleasing to Xie eyes. General Bone, you immediately lead the newly recruited skeleton warriors to find a suitable place for a long-term camp here. Also, conduct a reconnaissance of the vicinity to see if there are any other undead creatures. Yes, Great Chief. After receiving the order, General Bone divided the newly recruited more than 100 skeleton warriors into several teams, and they dispersed in all directions. Xie, on the other hand, led Bone Do and the escort army to wait in a cave in the Rift Valley. After about half a day of departure, the team led by General Bone discovered a mountain range within the ownerless territory. And in a circular encirclement of the mountain range, there was exactly a large open space surrounded by mountains on three sides. The terrain was somewhat similar to the location of the castle in the Dark Skeleton Knight territory. The difference was that the castle in the Dark Skeleton Knight territory was located at the top of the entire canyon, although one could only reach the castle gate through one path. All undead could look up and see the magnificent Lord's castle from all directions, which was also a means for the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord to demonstrate his lordly authority. However, this flat land in the ownerless territory was tightly wrapped by the circular mountain range. From a distance, one could only see the continuous white mountains. Only when approaching the mountains could one discover that there was a world of difference inside. Besides this, there were also a large number of huge white hard stones scattered all over the mountains. The undead warriors of the Legion could perfectly build a long-term secret fortress here. You quickly go back and inform the chief that a suitable place has been found, and use several. Go and inform the other temporary teams to come here immediately. After giving the order, General Bone led the remaining skeleton warriors to start building a temporary camp here, striving to build a camp with certain defensive capabilities before Xie arrived. After all, the safety of the Great Chief was of utmost importance. Found it so quickly, then let's set off on the other side. After receiving the message from General Bone, Xie didn't hesitate and immediately led Bone Do and a group of undead warriors towards the mountain range in the ownerless territory. However, what no one knew was that dozens of miles away from Xie and his group, a skeleton knight with a body full of cracks in his bones and a soul fire so dim that it was almost imperceptible was running towards them at full speed. Judging by the speeds of both sides, they should encounter each other soon before reaching the mountains. Stop. Be on guard. Looking at the unfamiliar skeleton knight that came into view, Bone Do reacted the fastest, directly ordering the escort army to protect Xie Feng in the center, and he promptly drew out his bone shield, assuming a defensive stance to guard the vanguard. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed the strange skeletal knight gradually slacken its pace and begin to observe Xie Feng's party. A third-rank mutated skeletal guard, accompanied by a well-organized group of second-rank skeletal warriors as escorts. What? How could there be a third-rank skeletal knight as well? Could this be the patrol of this territory? No, I must flee immediately. Without further hesitation, the strange skeletal knight wheeled its horse around and galloped back along the path it had come. Want to escape? It's too late. Gazing at the tattered bone armor and dim soul fire of the strange skeletal knight, Xie Feng didn't hesitate either. He slapped the mount beneath him, leaped out of the protective circle formed by Gu Do and the others, and charged straight towards the fleeing, strange skeletal knight. Leveraging his full strength state, Xie Feng gradually closed the distance between him and the strange skeletal knight. Just as he was about to draw near, suddenly, the soul fire of the strange skeletal knight flared up, and its speed began to soar. Does it possess a special ability similar to a burst? This is interesting. Watching the strange skeletal knight dashing ahead, Xie Feng no longer held back. Instead, he rapidly infused the power of his soul fire in the mount beneath him. Behold, the soul fire of the skeletal horse suddenly surged, and its speed increased significantly. While in pursuit, Xie Feng also sent an order to Gu Do to wait in place, indicating that he would return shortly. Thus, in this chase, the two gradually vanished from the sight of Gu Do and the others. As time elapsed, Xie Feng noticed that the skeletal frame of the strange skeletal knight's mount was gradually cracking and falling apart. It seems that the use of this ability comes at a cost. However, it's also possible that it's due to his severe injuries. As the strange skeletal knight's mount's skeletal body deteriorated further, its speed gradually decreased. Xie Feng, on the other hand, was extremely cautious, merely trailing closely behind, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Slowly, realizing that he couldn't shake off Xie Feng, the strange skeletal knight deliberately slowed down, turned his horse around, and began to confront Xie Feng. "Honorable Lord, I had no intention of offending you. I merely happened to stumble upon your party, that I hope you can forgive me and let me go," the strange skeletal knight pleaded, bowing his head slightly towards Xie Feng. But his hand unconsciously tightened its grip on his lance. He knew that any undead warrior, encountering a severely injured comrade of the same rank in the wild, would surely regard him as easy prey. Yet, he still wanted to give it a try. After all, his life was of utmost importance. Having just escaped from the clutches of a high-rank undead, he simply didn't have the strength to flee from this skeletal knight. Thinking of this, the strange skeletal knight felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Now, he could only hope that this skeletal knight with escorts would be wary of the trouble he might cause in a desperate struggle, allowing him to leave. Although the probability was slim, it was still worth a try. Upon hearing the words of the strange skeletal knight, Xie Feng fell into a brief silence, pondering in his mind. Then, he spoke. "Which territory are you from? Don't you know this is the Dark Skeletal Knight territory? Are you trying to incite a war between two territories?" Seeing that the strange skeletal knight remained silent, he paused for a moment and continued, "Sparing your life is not out of the question, but you must answer my questions truthfully." "Yes, Lord, I will surely tell you everything I know." "Then start by telling me where you came from and why you, in such a wounded state, intruded into our territory." "Lord, I fled from the Bloodstone territory, which is about a 5-day journey from here. As for these injuries, it was because, as the strange skeletal knight recounted, Xie Feng gradually pieced together the origin of this fellow. His name was Sodding. Some time ago, he had just advanced to a third-rank skeletal knight in the Bloodstone territory, just like Xie Feng back then. Sodding didn't have time to show off for more than a couple of days before he was caught red-handed by the Lord of the Bloodstone territory. However, unlike Xie Feng, the Lord of the Bloodstone territory was a 5th-rank vampire count, that he didn't pay much attention to an undead of the skeletal lineage. One of his entourage, a 4th-rank vampire Viscount, managed to severely wound Sodding in just a few moves. Just as he was about to pluck Sodding's soul fire and present it to the Lord, suddenly, several 5th-rank skeletal soul hunting beasts burst out from a nearby bone hill and charged towards the vampire's party. The vampire Count Lord was besieged by 3 skeletal soul hunting beasts, while the remaining ones rampaged through the Bloodstone territory's ranks. Sodding, who had narrowly escaped death, took advantage of the chaos and fled the battlefield. He didn't dare to pause for a moment along the way, running and hiding, fearing that he might encounter other patrols from the Bloodstone territory. After running in a direction away from the Bloodstone territory for some time and feeling slightly relieved, he was about to rest and recover from his injuries when he unexpectedly ran into Xie Feng and his group head undead. Oh, that's how it is. The neighboring Bloodstone territory has also been attacked by skeletal soul hunting beasts, and in even greater numbers. They even directly attacked the Lord of the Bloodstone territory. It seems someone is orchestrating this behind the scenes. After listening to Sodding's account, Xie Feng didn't fully believe it. After all, as an undead that had advanced to the middle rank, lacking a bit of cunning would make survival in the undead world extremely difficult. However, the attack by the skeletal soul hunting beast was likely true. Otherwise, it would be too much of a coincidence that skeletal soul hunting beasts attacked several territories simultaneously within the same time frame. And judging by the number, it should be an entire clan. A clan of bone beasts, all of them 5th rank undead, is no simple matter. They're not the kind of existence without intelligence that could be easily reaped by other intelligent high-rank undead. The leader of this clan is highly likely to be a 6th rank high-rank undead, or even possibly a legendary 7th rank top-rank undead. Then the Dark Skeletal Knight Lord who went to pursue the skeletal soul hunting beast was probably set up. But the vassal contract in his soul fire hadn't sent any warning or suffered any damage, indicating that although the Dark Skeletal Knight Lord's current situation might not be ideal, at least his life hadn't been endangered yet. To prepare for possible changes, he had to make early plans, but that was a matter for later. For now, his task was to figure out how to deal with Sodding in front of him. Sodding tightly grasped his lance, not daring to relax in the slightest. Nervously watching Xie Feng in front of him, he saw the soul fire of the skeletal knight in front of him churning. Evidently also deep in thought. I can spare your life, but I have one more condition. If you don't agree, then leave your soul fire behind. With that, Xie Feng raised his lance high, the tip pointed directly at Sodding. The mount beneath him also started pawing at the ground with its 4 hooves, clearly ready to launch an attack at any moment. Lord, please speak, Sodding said. Sensing the other party's fighting intent, Sodding groaned inwardly, but had no choice. He could only hope that the other party wouldn't make remarks like borrow your soul fire for my advancement as a joke. That it's simple, Sodding. Submit to me and fight for me. I will lead you to the pinnacle of the undead world and won't let you keep fleeing for your life. Upon hearing these words, Sodding was so shocked that his lower jawbone slightly opened, making a clicking sound. Lord, are you sure you're not kidding me? Are you going to form your own undead army? Aren't the undead warriors who escorted you just now the soldiers of the Dark Skeletal Knight territory? Xie Feng's forehead twitched as he listened to the rapid-fire questions popping out of Sodding's mouth. He somehow felt that Sodding resembled the Skeletal Knight version of Lafa. Stop, stop, stop. Just tell me if you're willing to submit to me. Xie Feng waved his hand to interrupt Sodding's words. Sodding then looked at Xie Feng earnestly. After a moment, he said in a serious tone, Lord, although I don't know exactly what you're up to, according to the inheritance memories I received after advancing to a skeletal knight, there are no knights who submit and surrender without a fight. As long as you defeat me, I am willing to submit to you and offer you everything I have done. There's such information? Why didn't I have it? Could it be that I advanced to a fake skeletal knight? Xie Feng asked himself these questions in his mind. However, he didn't have time to dwell on this for now. For now, he had to subdue Sodding first. Xie Feng held his lance and made a stabbing motion forward. Both of them spurred their mounts and charged towards each other. In the blink of an eye, they were engaged in a battle. Why hasn't the leader returned yet? Could something have happened to him? The bone battle anxiously waited in place, frequently gazing towards the spot where Xie Feng had disappeared moments ago, had it not been for the fact that his soul fire remained intact within his skull. Showing no signs of damage, Bone Battle would have long since led the escort army to search for Xie Feng. That a restless and fretful mindset pervaded his thoughts. He dared not even contemplate what he would do if Xie Feng suffered the slightest injury. After all, he was different from Bone General and Bone Wind. Although his combat prowess exceeded theirs, they had both advanced to the third-rank undead by truly relying on collecting the heads of their enemies. Only he had advanced to the third-rank undead simply by following Xie around, without really doing much, and being bestowed this advancement in a rather muddled way. Although neither Bone General nor Bone Wind had said anything, Bone Battle always felt somewhat uncomfortable in his heart, yet he didn't know how to alleviate this feeling. Thus, he could only be more earnest in safeguarding Xie safety, placing Xie well, being above all else, in order to demonstrate his own usefulness. And now, with Xie disappearing from his side, Bone Battle felt extremely uneasy throughout his entire body. However, since his speed couldn't catch up with Xie he could only anxiously wait in place. When he could no longer endure waiting, Bone Battle turned around and kicked the nearest vice commander of the escort army, knocking the vice commander down with a single blow. "Commander, don't be anxious. The leader will surely be fine. Do you think it's necessary for me to send a small team of the escort army to scout in the direction of the leader first? That way, even if there's any danger, we can immediately protect the leader." Looking at the suggestion put forward by the vice commander, whom he had promoted himself, and who was now lying on the ground, Bone Battle rubbed his bony skull, forcing himself to calm down. "No, I'll lead a small team of the escort army to meet the leader now. You lead the remaining escort army to continue waiting here for the leader. If the leader returns, you continue to escort the leader to where Bone General is. I'll go there to rendezvous with you. If the leader hasn't returned, you immediately arrange for someone to go to Bone General and ask him to send out all the warriors to search for the leader's whereabouts." Just as Bone Battle, who had finally had a moment of enlightenment, was chattering away while arranging various matters, he heard the vice commander, who was lying on the ground, point behind him. "Commander, look, the leader is back." Bone Battle immediately turned around and saw two figures gradually emerging in the distance. As the distance from the escort army's formation grew closer, their figures became clearer. It was indeed Xie and the strange skeleton knight from before. Xie seemed unchanged, except that the bone armor he wore had a slight damage. The other figure looked much worse off. There wasn't a single intact part on him. More than half of his ribs were broken. His spine was full of cracks, and even one of his leg bones looked like a freshly joined dry bone. He could only rely on his equally damaged mount to closely follow behind Xie. Seeing the other figure closely trailing behind Xie, Bone Battle, who had just relaxed, tensed up again. Then, with a loud roar, "Release my lord at once." With that, he took off the bone shield on his back. While running, he twirled the bone shield a few times and then smashed it forcefully towards Sodding that he was precisely using the shield, wielding combat skill he had learned when he advanced to the third-rank undead. "Stop!" Xie, who was about to stop him, could only watch helplessly as a huge bone shield flew past him and smashed towards Sodding beside him. "Bone Battle, carry him properly on your back. No one else is allowed to help. Also, when we get back, renovate my white bone fortress from top to bottom. Don't think I've forgotten about this." Bone Battle, with his skeletal face almost wrinkled, obediently carried Sodding on his back. As for the bone shield that was originally on his back, the vice commander of the escort army was now holding it. Sodding, who was already severely damaged, was directly hit by Bone Battle's spinning flying shield, shattering his mount and both of his legs. Apart from the different color of his soul fire, Sodding now was almost identical to those disabled skeleton warriors in the ownerless territory. "Understood, leader," ignoring the dejected Bone Battle. Xie then comforted Sodding, who was already somewhat despairing. "It's okay. Bone Battle is just a bit reckless that he usually does things quite steadily." Sodding nodded non-committally, looking at this big guy who was almost as tall as him when riding a horse. And thinking about the combat power that almost shattered his spine with one flying shield, he didn't dare to say anything more and just stayed quietly on Bone Battle's back. And for the rest of the journey, no other incidents occurred. The group smoothly reached the campsite location that Bone General had found. After passing through several makeshift sentry posts, Xie successfully met Bone General, who was directing the construction of the camp. "Great leader, the main framework of the camp has already started to be built. With the current manpower, a preliminary defense system can be established soon. Besides, a huge cave has been discovered in the middle of this mountain range. Based on this cave, a hidden transfer site for around 20,000 undead warriors can be immediately established. Well done, Bone General. By the way, let me introduce a new colleague to you, Xie said as he waved his hand, asking Bone Battle to turn around, revealing Sodding on his back. His name is Sodding. From now on, he will be the commander of my knight regiment. You all need to cooperate well in the future. Sodding, this is the commander of my first undead legion. Bone General, he's my most capable subordinate. You should also learn from him. At this time, far away in the Doomsday World, Bone Wind was conscientiously patrolling around the White Bone Fortress, looking forward to the Lord's return to praise him. Suddenly, his left and right feet got out of sync, and he almost tripped himself. Although he felt a bit strange in his heart, he didn't delve into it. He patted the non-existent dust and then continued his patrol. Hearing this, Sodding showed an awkward smile and nodded to Bone General on Bone Battle's back. Bone General didn't show any mocking expression. Instead, he looked at Sodding seriously and said, Commander Sodding, we still need to cooperate well in the future. Everything is for the great leader. Feeling the harmony between the two, Xie also nodded. His power had expanded once again. If it weren't for the casualties in the Doomsday World, he really wouldn't have been able to contract Sodding. However, after finishing up here, it was time to return to the Doomsday World, having experienced the rapid increase of nether energy points. Going back to the undead realm, and only being able to absorb the soul fires of low-rank undead was too difficult to bear. It was like living in a big villa before. But suddenly being switched to a dilapidated thatched hut with wind blowing through all sides, the psychological gap after the comparison was too great for anyone to endure. The most important thing was that there had been casualties among the skeleton warriors in the Doomsday World. It seemed that some zombies had started to advance to second-rank zombies. He had to go back quickly to take charge of the overall situation. Moreover, the resources required for the new recruited first-rank skeleton warriors to advance to second-rank skeleton warriors and for Sodding's recovery all had to be obtained from the Doomsday World. Therefore, it was necessary to complete the construction of this long-term camp as soon as possible and return to the Doomsday World to accumulate enough nether energy points to advance to a higher-rank undead. Just like that, after 2 days, the discovered large cave had been roughly cleared. The preliminary defense system, such as walls, sentry posts, watchtowers, etc., was almost completed, just as Xie was about to return to the Doomsday World. Suddenly, a report came from a sentry post at the foot of the mountain that a small team of undead was passing by the vicinity of the mountain range, judging from their appearance. They were not skeleton-type undead, but rather belonged to the flesh and blood-type zombie clan. The leader was a third-rank zombie warrior, leading more than 10 second-rank zombie warriors. As one of the two major basic undead types along with skeleton warriors, the flesh and blood-type zombie warriors had stronger defensive capabilities than skeleton-type undead, like skeleton warriors in the low-rank undead stage. After all, they had more rotting flesh for defense. However, their movement speed was also slower. Only after advancing to the middle-rank undead would the defensive capabilities of skeleton warriors become more prominent, on a par with those of the zombie clan. Eventually, after advancing to the high-rank undead, the advancement of skeleton-type undead warriors would thoroughly embody the word toughness, focusing on wearing down the enemy, even if they couldn't defeat them. As for the zombies, they would rely on their more complex and precise flesh and blood tissues, and their advancement direction would be more inclined towards martial, art attack power, and other aspects. Of course, this was not absolute. Each undead warrior would have more or less deviation during their advancement. It is conceivable that an ordinary skeleton, upon advancing to an intermediate undead, could evolve into a third-tier skeletal mage, sacrificing its defensive capabilities to unleash even more formidable magical destruction. Similarly, a zombie might ascend to become a high-tier undead behemoth, towering hundreds of meters, ensnared by a multitude of corpses, embodying the notion that as long as you cannot vanquish me with a single blow, I shall invariably restore myself, reminiscent of the idea of an indomitable blood sea. However, one must ponder the peculiar circumstances surrounding the unclaimed territory. Even the normally rare intermediate undead have suddenly congregated here. First, there was the skeletal knight Sodding, and now the blood and flesh zombie warriors have made their appearance. This situation necessitates immediate clarification. Xie mentally calculated and began to inquire about the specifics from the Bone General. Bone General, are you certain there's only one zombie warrior? Indeed, great leader. Upon receiving reconnaissance reports, I personally confirmed it. There is one third-tier zombie warrior and 12 second-tier zombie warriors at their current pace. They will reach the vicinity of these mountains in less than half a day. Judging by their trajectory, their destination appears to be the dark skeleton night domain. Xie sat upon a large stone, stroking his non-existent stubble. Meanwhile, the Bone General, Bone Doe, and the now barely mobile Sodden sat upon surrounding stones, encircling Xie. After a moment of contemplation, Xie abruptly rose. Bone General, you and Sodden remain here to continue the remaining camp construction. After speaking, he patted Bone Doe's large head. Bone Doe, gather the guard troops and accompany me to ascertain the true nature of these emerging foes. Leader, what is a gourd medicine? Aren't we going to capture this group of zombies? Bone Doe scratched his head, glancing at Xie, who appeared visibly unwell, and promptly fell silent, turning to summon the guard's undead warriors. Shortly thereafter, Xie, leading Bone Doe and the guard troops, sprinted towards the direction of the Dark Skeleton Night Domain, specifically towards the Great Rift. Commander, how far are we from the Dark Skeleton Night Domain? We've been traversing this cursed place for over 10 days, yet we have yet to encounter a single undead. A zombie warrior within the zombie ranks, trailing closely behind the zombie warrior leader, voiced his query, a hint of blatant sycophancy evident upon his decayed visage. The zombie warrior leader did not turn back, but merely replied tersely while continuing to stride forward. If you utter another word, I shall twist off your head. Perceiving the immediate restoration of silence behind him, the zombie warrior leader felt a pang of headache. The Lord had assigned him this task with the stipulation of swift execution. Yet his muddled mind had insisted on bringing along a cadre of second-tier zombie warriors as cannon fodder. The consequence of this decision was that his progress had been significantly hindered by this group of low-tier zombie warriors. Had he adhered to his usual pace, he would have been on his way back by now. However, he reassured himself that according to the Lord's directives, once they traversed the upcoming Great Rift, they would surely reach the Dark Skeleton Night Domain at that point. As long as they encountered the patrols of the Dark Knights and conveyed the information, he could promptly return to report back to the Lord. As he pondered this, he noticed a small dot emerging in the distance, signifying the great rift he had been yearning for. Increase your pace. If we delay the Lord's mission, I shall twist off all your heads. Upon hearing this, the zombie warriors behind him exerted themselves to elevate their feet, quickening their pace to follow the zombie warrior leader. Before long, the zombie contingent arrived at the Great Rift as they navigated through its depths. Just as they were about to round a corner, the leading zombie warriors suddenly sensed the presence of intermediate undead soul flames emanating from ahead. Stand guard! Quickly, stand guard! At the command of the zombie warrior leader. The horde of zombie warriors swiftly raised their rusted shields and weapons, forming a small shield wall in front of him. Gradually, a contingent of undead warriors appeared before the zombie ranks. It was none other than Xie and his guard troops. As for Bone Doe, Xie had instructed him to hide at the entrance of the Great Rift on the unclaimed territory side, awaiting the arrival of the zombie horde, regardless of whether they were friend or foe. It was crucial to seize the initiative. Which territory do you undead hail from? Why do you trespass into my Dark Skeleton Night Domain? Xie inquired from his mount, surveying from a position of authority, while his guard formed a military formation, standing in opposition to the zombie contingent. Misunderstanding. I am a zombie leader of the corrupted Marsh Domain, sent by our Lord's command to convey information to your esteemed Lord. Upon hearing that the opposing warriors belonged to the Dark Skeleton Night Domain, the zombie warrior leader scrutinized them closely, clearly relieved. After all, only the Dark Skeleton Night Domain possessed a third-tier skeletal knight, leading a regiment of second-tier skeletal warriors among the nearby undead territories. Such patrols within their domain were akin to the Bloodstone Domain's vampire baron accompanied by a small cadre of vampire knights. The corrupted Marsh Domain, on the other hand, was led by zombie warriors like himself, accompanied by a few zombie warriors. Although puzzled as to why the patrols at the outskirts of the territory were configured thus, it was generally expected that a fourth-tier undead would be leading to guard against external threats. Nevertheless, the zombie warrior leader did not delve too deeply into this, attributing it to the defensive capabilities of this territory being somewhat feeble. Ultimately, for a territory The strength of its lord was paramount, and the rest were merely supplementary. Only those lords who had stagnated over the years would gradually shift their focus from themselves to the cultivation of other undead within the territory to indirectly bolster its strength. Thus, the zombie warrior leader did not hesitate further and released a minuscule wisp of soul flame from his own essence, its hue indicative of a high-tier undead, which gently floated into Xie hand. This method of conveying information was unique to high-tier undead, typically only comprehensible to them. Intermediate and low-tier undead could only stare in bewilderment. Attempting to absorb it would result in the catastrophic bursting of their own soul flames. Hence, it was primarily utilized for interlord communication. Alert! High-tier energy fragment detected. Would you like to decipher and absorb the contained information? Hearing the system prompt, Xie did not rush to respond to the zombie warrior leader, but instead silently commanded absorption. In an instant, the system interface appeared before his eyes. Name, Xie race. Undead skeletal knight. Tier, 3rd tier strong soul power points. 45 soul power points. 461 temporary storage. 295 1/10 of strong soul power points. Holy soul power points. Convertible from strong soul power points. Available worlds for traversal. As for the information contained within, Xie instantly comprehended the entirety of the situation. The corrupted marsh domain had recently fallen victim to ambushes by several skeletal soul-hunting beasts. Unlike the dark skeleton knight domain, the corrupted marsh domain was home to 2 high-tier undead, a 6th-tier black knight marquis, and a 5th-tier silver zombie general. For reasons unknown, the black knight marquis, who typically refrained from participating in territorial management, had been roused to action, slaying several skeletal soul-hunting beasts. However, 6th-tier skeletal soul-hunting Beast King intervened, resulting in a confrontation that concluded with the Beast King's retreat and the Black Knight Marquis sustaining severe injuries. The conveyed message indicated that the Black Knight Marquis sought to rally the lords of nearby territories to jointly eliminate the skeletal soul-hunting beast horde, preventing their piecemeal defeat. With an instant understanding of the situation's intricacies, Xie gazed upon the now somewhat relaxed zombie warrior leader, a radiant smile gracing his skeletal visage. Kill them. Upon receiving the command, the guard troops surged forward, swiftly confronting the zombie warrior leader. The latter's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to question the sudden assault, only to find himself facing a bone blade descending towards his head, compelling him to raise his rusted spiked club in defense. With a mere exertion of force, the skeleton warrior clashing with the zombie leader was sent crashing against the nearby wall, his soul flame flickering perilously close to extinguishing, before the zombie leader could savor his moment of triumph. He felt an ominous chill creeping along his back. As he turned, he was met with the sight of a towering 3-meter 3rd-tier skeletal undead looming behind him, a large bone shield descending towards his head with alarming speed. How had such a creature appear behind him? Before the thought could cross his mind, the head of the zombie warrior shattered like a watermelon that had fallen from a building, breaking into several pieces in a physical sense, with only a ball of bright yellow soul fire floating faintly in place. And with the extinction of one soul of the zombie warrior, the remaining few zombie warriors couldn't hold on for long and soon met the same fate as the zombie warrior. Looking at the zombies that had become piles of corpses, Xie gave the order to clean up the battlefield and then led Gudo and the guard army to disappear into the Great Rift Valley. In the council hall of the White Bone Fortress in the Doomsday World, a deep blue spatial gate appeared out of thin air in the center of the hall. Several skeleton warriors of the First Legion who were guarding in the hall immediately straightened their already upright backs when they saw it. And a skeleton warrior of the independent scouting team who had been watching the inside of the hall at the door quickly ran away to inform Goof of the news. As a tall skeleton undead took the lead in passing through the shuttle gate and began to observe the surrounding environment, it was Gudo, the leader of the guard army, after confirming that the surroundings were safe. After a while, Xie figure emerged from the shuttle gate, closely followed by Gu Jiang, Sading, and some undead warriors of the guard army. Different from before, this shuttle gate did not close directly, but stood steadily in the center of the council hall. As Xie continuously put scattered zombie souls into the system panel, the shuttle ability of the system panel was gradually growing, from the original dizzy shuttle with just a flash of white light, to the later shuttle gate with a physical entity, and now it can exist between the two worlds for a long time. However, Xie is not worried that someone else will secretly lurk and use a shuttle gate. After all, the shuttle gate can only be used to transport himself, the undead and creatures subordinate to him, and the supplies he owns. As the undead warriors walked out of the shuttle gate one after another. Sodding, who arrived in the Doomsday world with them, was stunned. Until the last moment before walking out of the shuttle gate, Sodding thought it was just a shuttle gate that could shuttle within the undead realm on the same plane. It was even possible that it was just a special ability of Xie during his advancement that a skeleton knight developed the ability to shuttle over long distances. Although it sounded a bit absurd. Anything is possible in the undead realm. Sodding, in disbelief, looked at the warm sunlight in the council hall that was completely different from the nethermoon light in the undead realm, feeling the unique aura of the living plane. This. Could it be that the leader is really a hidden, powerful lord? Before anyone could solve Sodding's confusion, a rapid sound of footsteps came from far to near that a skeleton assassin wearing light armor with bone patterns, whose speed was obviously much faster than other third order undead, reached the council hall in just a few leaps. That IT was Gu Feng, who had rushed over in a hurry after hearing that Xie had returned. Ignoring the others, Gu Feng directly slid to his knees and knelt on one knee steadily in front of Xie. "Hail, leader! During the days when you were away, the undead warriors who didn't follow you to fight in the undead realm day and night looked forward to your return. Now that you're back, we finally have a backbone." Sodding, who was still shocked that he had arrived in the living world, listened to Gu Feng's endless words, and his mandible, which had already been put back in place, began to show signs of loosening again. "All right, get up, and no more nonsense. Since everyone is here, let's talk about the recent situation here." "Yes, leader. According to your request, during the time you were away, the 1st Legion and the independent scouting team did not expand externally. Instead, we focused on clearing the small groups of zombies with a relatively small number in Weiyang District and regularly patrolling to consolidate the current situation in Weiyang District. However, the appearance of second-order zombies was a few days earlier than we expected. As a result, the independent scouting team lost 2 skeleton warriors. That I am ashamed of your teachings, that Xie Tuanjiu lowered his head as he reported. Although he hadn't spent a particularly long time with the undead warriors of the independent scouting team. After dozens of battles, big and small, such as the battle in Wanli community, Gu Feng had already developed a deep bond with the team members. At this moment, only Gu Feng himself could feel the guilt. Hearing this, Xie didn't scold Gu Feng, but gently patted him on the shoulder. Xie believed that Gu Feng might not be as good as Gu Jiang in grasping the battlefield situation and not as strong as Gu Dou in individual combat power. But as the undead warrior under his command who was best at assessing the situation, Gu Feng must have encountered an irresistible, unexpected situation, which forced him to sacrifice 2 of his subordinate skeleton warriors. Feeling Xie encouragement, Gu Feng lowered his head even more. More importantly, after the zombies advanced to the second order, they actually started to actively attack our skeleton warriors. To be precise, they will attack all other species that pose a threat to them. I suspect that they have developed primary intelligence and racial consciousness while advancing in strength. The scattered zombies that used to roam around have gradually gathered around the second-order zombies to form small-scale zombie groups. The 2 skeleton warriors of the independent scouting team, who sacrificed, were ambushed by more than 10 second-order zombies in a community during their patrol, plus hundreds of first-order zombies participating in the siege. That's why the 2 skeleton warriors were lost. Perhaps feeling that his tone carried a bit of frustration, Gu Feng paused slightly and then continued, "Fortunately, leader, you led us to clean up Wanli community in advance. Otherwise, with so many zombies concentrated under our noses, it is very likely that a large number of second-order zombies would catch us off guard. The current situation would definitely be more severe." After listening to Gu Feng's description of the current situation in the Doomsday world, Xie briefly thought about this unexpected situation. Then he slapped his head. "What the hell am I thinking? My undead army is like cutting vegetables and melons when dealing with these zombies. What's there to be afraid of with a little loss? Not to mention that only about 1% of the total number have advanced to second-order zombies. Even if all the zombies were second-order, my skeleton warriors could still fight 10, with 1 AT the worst. These third-order undead leaders are not useless either. Maybe some undead warriors are afraid of their souls being extinguished and returning to the embrace of the Nethermoon." But there are definitely no undead warriors who are afraid of fighting. Damn it, if necessary, I'll go back to the undead realm again. These stupid zombies, the only way out for you is to obediently offer your souls. After figuring this out, Xie looked around. From Gu Jiang, Gu Dou, to the newly arrived Sading and the undead warriors of the Guard Army, the First Legion, and the independent scouting team present, he saw a raging fire in their eyes. Xie was very familiar with this kind of soul-fire fluctuation. Only when facing an upcoming battle would undead warriors be like this, which was a desire to cut off the enemy's head and tear apart their souls. Gu Jiang, Gu Feng, Gu Dou, Sading, listen up. Talking nonsense is useless. Let these muddle-headed zombies know what undead warriors are, what the nightmare of the living plane, the undead natural disaster is. Yes, leader. The four generals and the undead warriors present simultaneously knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. Feeling the endless fighting spirit of the undead warriors, Xie nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned around and sat on his exclusive boss chair. Seeing this, Gu Jiang and Gu Feng understood tacitly. The two of them each pulled one and dragged Sading and Gu Dou to the side seats. With a wave of Xie hand, the other undead warriors present also left the council hall one by one. The returning Guard Army, led by the deputy leader, began to take over the positions of the undead warriors of the First Legion and started patrolling inside the Whitebone Fortress. The undead warriors of the First Legion, led by the Centurion, began to go outwards, patrolling in a wider range and clearing small-scale zombie groups. The undead warriors of the independent scouting team continued to scout for all factors outside that might affect their territory. The entire Whitebone Fortress and the sphere of influence that the undead could reach had more positive changes with Xie return. In short, the backbone of everyone had come back. Now, let's talk. What are your opinions and suggestions on the next strategic direction in this world? Seated, Gu Dou absent-mindedly stroked his smooth cranium, as if contemplating the words spoken by Xie. However, those familiar with Gu Dou, including Gu Jiang and Gu Feng, understood that he had merely drifted into another daydream. As for the newcomer, Sading, he was undoubtedly still reeling from the shock of entering the realm of the living, having yet to encounter a zombie, rendering him devoid of any authority to speak. Despite Gu Feng's lengthy discourse earlier, he now unusually refrained from hastily voicing his opinions, shifting his gaze towards Gu Jiang instead. With this evident gesture, Gu Dou and Sading gradually directed their attention to Gu Jiang as well. Feeling the intense scrutiny of his three colleagues, Gu Jiang could no longer afford to ponder deeply. He stood up and articulated his preliminary thoughts that had just crystallized. Great leader, although the zombies have advanced to the second tier ahead of schedule, slightly exceeding our expectations, I believe it will not significantly impact us. While our number of undead warriors is currently dwarfed by that of the zombies, our combat prowess far surpasses that a second-tier skeleton warrior can easily contend against 10 second-tier zombies. If we form a battle formation, we could achieve victory even against a zombie tide 100-fold greater, reminiscent of the earlier battle at Wanli Community. Xie nodded in agreement, aligning with his own thoughts, and gestured for Gu Jiang to continue. Thus, I propose that our overall strategy remains unchanged, that we shall persist with our previous plan, concentrating our efforts on eliminating the remaining zombies in the Weiyang district. Following that, we will initiate a new phase of cleansing and harvesting in the Jinkai district, where detailed intelligence is already available, aiming to amass a substantial number of zombie souls in a short time. After delivering his remarks, Gu Jiang resumed his seat. Notably, Gu Feng, who typically relished opposing Gu Jiang, did not contradict this strategic direction. Instead, he nodded along attentively. Meanwhile, Gu Dou and Sading were momentarily overlooked. Very well. We shall proceed according to our prior plans. However, it is imperative to remind our warriors that second-tier zombies are no longer the feeble bone rats, but rather the corrosive bone serpents that we must avoid any mishaps. The others quickly voiced their agreement. Once the overall strategy was established, Gu Feng, as if a floodgate had opened, began an intense debate with Gu Jiang regarding the finer details of the plan. Aside from Gu Dou, who seemed to be in a detached state, Sading gradually grasped the situation amid their exchange and began to voice his own opinions, some of which elicited nods from both Gu Jiang and Gu Feng. After a prolonged and vigorous discussion, the adjusted implementation plan was concretely established. Ultimately, Gu Jiang's First Legion and Sading's Night Order, currently comprising one member, would serve as the main force against the zombies in this apocalyptic world. Supported by 3 independent reconnaissance teams, Xie Guard would traverse the portal, safeguarding the long-term encampment in the realm of the undead and ensuring Xie safety. The remaining 2 independent reconnaissance teams would remain in the realm of the undead to assist the guard in monitoring the surrounding situation. This arrangement necessitated Gu Feng's frequent travels between the 2 locations to maintain a comprehensive grasp of all intelligence. Once assignments were completed, Xie wasted no time, rising to thrust his lance into the ground. "Gentlemen, let us commence our actions. This world must hear the voice of the undead." With Xie command, the newly recruited skeleton warriors were swiftly allocated to various teams. Subsequently, the zombie souls accumulated by Xie over time rapidly elevated them to second-tier skeleton warriors. Once all preparations were in place, the gates of the Bone Fortress slowly creaked open, allowing the Undead Legion, which had nearly rendered the Weiyang district a desolate wasteland, to once again brandish their sharp blades. With the personnel reinvigorated, the Undead Legion sounded the horn for a new round of zombie extermination. As the war machine of the Undead Legion commenced its operations, plans for the eradication of the remaining large zombie hordes in the Weiyang district were swiftly executed. Drawing from the prior cleansing experience at Wanli Community, coupled with the involvement of all second-tier members and the third-tier skeleton knight, Sa Ding, the sweep proved remarkably smooth. According to Gu Zhang's estimates, within approximately 2 weeks, the majority of the remaining zombies in the Weiyang district could be eliminated, with an anticipated count of around 700,000 upon clearing the zombies from the Weiyang district. The Undead Legion would then set its sights on the next objective, the Jinkai district. At IT is important to note that the Jinkai district far surpassed the Weiyang district. The latter had scarcely 1 million zombies, while independent reconnaissance teams conservatively estimated that the Jinkai district housed at least 200,000 zombies. Thus, only after thoroughly cleansing the Weiyang district and ensuring that the Undead Legion would face no threats from behind, could Xie dare to allow the Undead Legion to test the waters of the Jinkai district. However, that was a matter for another time. The immediate task was to complete the cleansing of the Weiyang district, transforming it into the most fortified stronghold for the undead in this world of desolation. In this grand context, the core leaders, alongside each warrior of the Undead Legion, diligently exerted themselves in their respective roles. After a while, Xie found himself at leisure again in the past, he could share moments with Gudo. But now, Gudo was tirelessly busy reinforcing and renovating the Bone Fortress inside and out. The unflagging dedication of the undead warriors rendered Gudo's fervor a spectacle that would evoke tears from any weary soul. Seizing this opportunity, Xie began to delve into the newly acquired holy necromantic points within his system panel. Since vanquishing the horde of zombies, he had been relentlessly occupied, lacking the time to thoroughly explore the holy necromantic power that only high-tier undead could access. Although the absorbed holy necromantic power amounted to merely 1/10 of a point, through several days of study, Xie discovered that the holy necromantic points acquired through the system panel could be transformed into lower-tier energies, such as strong necromantic power. However, this was the most foolish course of action. For Xie, the holy necromantic power held far greater significance. Primarily, possessing holy necromantic points meant that Xie would not have to laboriously accumulate vast quantities of strong necromantic power to generate his first point of holy necromantic energy when advancing to high-tier undead. Instead, he could directly generate his first complete point of holy necromantic power upon amassing the remaining 900 points of strong necromantic energy. Additionally, this endowment allowed Xie, who was merely third tier, to possess certain traits exclusive to high-tier undead, such as lordly pressure. The aura of holy necromantic power could compel most mid-tier undead to exert only 70 to 80% of their full strength when confronted by him. Lastly, and most crucially, the augmentation from holy necromantic power finally elevated the number of slave contracts Xie could wield, based on his rough estimation of the current condition of Soulfire. He believed he could now contract over 10,000 undead warriors. This realization brought a profound sense of relief, for although he was currently pursuing an elite soldier strategy, the greatest disadvantage he faced in confronting zombies lay in the sheer scarcity of undead warriors. Frequently, he found himself against foes in numbers that exceeded his own by dozens or even hundreds. Fortunately, undead warriors did not require considerations for logistics or rest. Otherwise, they would have long succumbed to the sea of zombie corpses. Now, with the capacity to contract more undead warriors on the rise, Xie could afford to act with greater freedom. As long as he remained undetected, he could swiftly amass a truly formidable undead army. With just 10,000 third-tier undead warriors, Xie would dare to ride atop the shoulders of the Dark Skeleton Night Lord, commanding him as his steed. However, this was merely a fanciful thought. By the time he truly amassed 10,000 third-tier undead warriors, he would undoubtedly have advanced to high-tier undead himself. Xie was not one to lose sight of priorities. After all, only through his own strength could anything be achieved. Yet, Xie now faced a dilemma. As his ambitions expanded, the recruitment of over 10,000 undead warriors would inevitably require him to draw from the Dark Skeleton Knight's domain, coupled with the losses incurred during battles. When the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord returned, he would inevitably discover the subtle siphoning of his territory. Thus, a swift resolution to this issue was imperative. While deep in thought, Xie was suddenly jolted by the sound of hurried footsteps from outside. And soon after, Gu Zhang's voice resonated from the doorway. "Great leader, I have an urgent matter to report to you. Come in." Upon hearing Xie voice, the guard standing at the door slowly opened the gate of the council hall. Subsequently, General Bone strode into the council hall, with Sodding following closely behind. Strangely, Sodding, who entered simultaneously, glanced at General Bone from time to time that a mid-rank undead actually showed a hint of nervousness in his demeanor. Xie, who allowed the two to enter, didn't notice that he hadn't withdrawn his lordly coercion. As a result, the farther General Bone and Sodding walked into the council hall, the more difficult their steps became. Eventually, they even stopped their steps abruptly when they were still 7 or 8 steps away from the interior of the hall. Their hearts were in turmoil. The great leader must be a hidden high-rank undead lord. This lordly coercion felt exactly the same as that in the Soul Fire inheritance. When an ordinary mid-rank undead faces the lordly coercion, it might not even be able to exert half of its usual strength. Although General Bone felt uncomfortable physically, he was extremely excited in his heart. His private speculation with Gu Feng and the others was correct. The leader is a high-rank undead. As for Sodding beside him, his mentality was a bit different. This high-rank undead lord coercion, the same as that of the Lord of Bloodstone Domain, the leader is a high-rank lord. Everything matches. Everything matches. No wonder the leader wants to form an undead army and can lead us to fight in the living, being plain, feeling that he had discovered a big secret of the leader. Sodding, looking at General Bone, who seemed to know everything and remained unmoved, became even more convinced of his thoughts. A high-rank undead lord actually values him. A mere third-rank undead. So much, and even made him the commander of the only knight order under his command. I will definitely not live up to the leader's expectations of me. Seemingly sensing something amiss, General Bone and Sodding only felt that the lordly coercion disappeared like a tide in an instant. "Come here, don't just stand there stupidly." Hearing Xie summons and remembering they had important matters to attend to, General Bone and Sodding didn't dare to delay and quickly walked up to Xie. Then the two exchanged a glance. With a hint in Sodding's eyes, General Bone slowly floated out a pile of souls from his soul fire. This pile of souls floated onto Xie hand. While Xie was observing, General Bone said, "Great leader, this pile of souls was discovered among a group of zombie horses when clearing the zombies in Weiyang district." Zombie horses? Yes, great leader. There were at least 100 of those zombie horses. They were too fast. This time, only over 20 zombie horses were killed, and the rest managed to escape. But don't worry, the soldiers of the independent reconnaissance team are closely watching their movements, sensing the nether energy points that could be absorbed from the souls in his hand. Xie asked with a hint of doubt. All of them are at the second rank. It seems that in this world, zombie horses live better than these ordinary zombies. But even if they are all at the second rank, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? After saying that, Xie looked at General Bone and saw General Bone take a half step back, leaving the position to Sodding. "Leader, please observe these zombie horse souls carefully again. Do you have a sense of familiarity?" Sodding, who stepped forward actively, lowered his head and said respectfully to Xie. Familiarity? Hearing this, Xie began to carefully experience the differences between this pile of zombie horse souls and the ordinary second-rank zombie souls. Oh, there's indeed a sense of familiarity. Right, the souls of this batch of zombie horses have a slight similarity to the soul fire of the undead horses in the undead realm. Looking at Xie, who was lost in thought, Sading promptly added, "Leader, perhaps because it has been a long time since you advanced to the third-rank skeleton knight sequence, you can't perceive the subtlety of this soul. I just advanced to the third-rank skeleton knight not long ago, so I'm very familiar with this soul feeling that it is exactly the mount's soul fire that is most important for advancing to the skeleton knight sequence. So you mean that I can soon form my own skeleton knight order?" Xie suddenly realized at this moment, wonder Sading was so nervous as the commander of his own knight order. He didn't have a single subordinate until now and was just acting as a high-level fighter in the First Legion. Now that this batch of zombie horses had been discovered, Sading's long-awaited knight order finally had a glimmer of hope. He finally didn't have to be a commander without any soldiers. Sading couldn't help but be nervous. Well, General Bone, transfer 12 skeleton warriors from the First Legion to Sading's command. They will be the foundation of the knight order first. General Bone nodded. He didn't show any dissatisfaction with the reduction of his subordinates. Now General Bone would unconditionally obey all of Xie orders. Then Xie turned to Sading and said, "Sading, from now on, I want you to conduct special training on these skeleton warriors according to your experience when you advance to the skeleton knight. I'll also give you these zombie horse souls. I want to see 12 lively skeleton knights as soon as possible. Don't worry, Leader Sading, will do my best to train an invincible knight order for you. Let the knight order be the sharpest bone, sword in your hand, and pave the way for you with the heads of your enemies." Sading took the zombie horse souls handed over by Xie with both hands, knelt on one knee, and solemnly swore to Xie, "Why, since following me, General Bone and Sading have become so eloquent that I could make me a bit is it really because I like this? No, these guys must have learned badly from Gu Feng." Xie silently made a note of Gu Feng in his heart, while standing up to help Sading up, creating a scene of a wise lord and loyal ministers. He was muttering to himself, "Oh, General Bone, since you're here, call Gu Feng and the others over. I have important matters to announce." "Yes, great leader." The drizzle was hazy, and the fog was thick. The entire city of Lindong was shrouded in thick fog. In Yuguan community of Weiyang district, hundreds of zombies were wandering aimlessly in the community courtyard. The courtyard was crowded with zombies. Even in the community's green belts and abandoned sand piles, there were several zombies with red eyes lying there. Yuguan community was considered a high-end community before the Doomsday Crisis broke out. The security measures were relatively strict. During peacetime, this was of course a good thing. However, after the Doomsday broke out, the strict and effective security measures became a prison. Thousands of zombies were trapped in the community and couldn't get out, so they could only wander inside. Therefore, in pursuit of fresh flesh and blood, the zombies had explored every corner of the community. Even several zombies had somehow gotten into the sewers. The zombies were moving slowly in the rainy ground, stepping on the small pools formed by the accumulation of raindrops, making a chaotic sound. Another ordinary day for the zombies, but today was suddenly a bit different. On a road adjacent to Yuguan community, a person wearing a long black waterproof raincoat was leading more than a dozen white bone skeleton warriors. Running towards Yuguan community. It was a team of skeleton warriors from the First Legion on a zombie clearing mission, led by the undead warriors of the independent reconnaissance team to the designated area to carry out the zombie clearing task. But just as they were approaching the side gate of Yuguan community, the zombie suddenly rushed out from a convenience store next door, judging from its running speed and the obviously distorted gaping mouth. It was clearly a second-rank zombie that had advanced. However, the team of undead warriors showed no sign of panic. The lead undead warrior wearing a waterproof raincoat reached into his clothes, and a thin bone sword appeared in his hand. Before this second-rank zombie could rush to the team, the sword tip had already the zombie's neck. In an instant, the zombie with its head separated from its body rushed forward a few steps and then fell down in the rainy ground. Your skills in the independent reconnaissance team have improved a lot. I almost couldn't see the sword move clearly. The lead undead warrior of the First Legion looked at the zombie with its head and body separated. sighing and involuntarily shrinking his neck. That's for sure. I specifically learned this move from Lord Gufeng. When I advanced to the 3rd rank, I'm sure I could become a skeleton assassin like Lord Gufeng. The undead warrior of the independent reconnaissance team shook the dirty blood off his sword and said to the undead warrior who had spoken to him, "Okay, no more idle talk. This community is the target of your team. Currently, we've detected that the number of zombies here is between 3,000 and 4,000, and the number of 2nd-rank zombies is unknown, but it's still the same as before. Most of the zombies are trapped in the corridors and rooms. The undead warriors of the 1st Legion listened to the introduction of the situation by the soldiers of the independent reconnaissance team. Without saying much, they tightened their bone knives and turned to face their own team members. The 1st squad of the 200 cohort of the 1st Legion. Listen up. The mission is to clear all the zombies in this neighborhood in front of us. Move out." After the mission was issued, the undead warriors of the 1st squad stepped through the rain mixed with filthy blood, climbed over the side gate, and entered Yuguan community. The team leader, who entered the community first, took advantage of the momentum of the jump and directly split open the skull of the closest zombie. It was like a drop of water directly plunging into a boiling oil pan. All the nearby zombies roared and charged towards the team leader. In this brief moment, the other undead warriors of the 1st squad also successfully entered the interior of the community. In an instant, a tide of zombies surged towards the 1st squad, which had just formed a battle formation. However, the 1st squad remained calm and composed, forming a conical battle formation. Under the leadership of a team leader, they advanced forward. Seen from the air, it was like a crossbow bolt shuttling back and forth among the zombie hordes. Neither ordinary 1st order zombies nor 2nd order zombies could resist them for even a moment. After several rounds of going back and forth, most of the zombies in the courtyard had been slaughtered. Then, the undead warriors of the 1st squad formed pairs and began to clean up the remaining small groups of scattered zombies in the courtyard. One member of the 2-person group was responsible for frontal confrontation, while the other was responsible for preventing sneak attacks from behind and collecting the souls of the zombies that had already been cleared. Soon, all the zombies in the entire courtyard had been completely wiped out. The filthy blood flowing from hundreds of zombies, mixed with unknown liquids and rainwater, dyed the entire ground into a cruel ink-like picture. The undead warriors of the 1st squad, who had reformed their ranks, lined up in a row, waiting for their team leader to issue the next order. After sorting and storing the newly acquired zombie souls, the team leader didn't speak much either. Instead, he picked up his bone knife and pointed forward. The team members behind him then closely followed their captain into the residential building. Next, this was the most time-consuming and dangerous part of clearing all the zombies in the community. It was possible that a squad of undead warriors might encounter hundreds of zombies attacking simultaneously in the corridor. The narrow space made it extremely easy to be attacked from both front and back. Coupled with the 2nd-order zombies mixed in the zombie hordes, if they were not careful, the squad would suffer casualties. If the cooperation was not close, one of the undead warriors in the squad might be dragged into the zombie hordes and eaten clean. At this moment, the undead warrior of the independent reconnaissance team, who was standing outside, was directing the newly arrived 1st-order skeleton warriors to move the zombie corpses along the way. He heard the earth-shattering roars of the zombies in Yuguan community gradually subside, until the sound was almost inaudible. After a while, faint zombie roars began to be heard again. He nodded. As expected of the undead warriors who had charged forward alongside the leader, their efficiency in clearing zombies was really high. They should have started clearing the zombies in the building. Then he patted the 1st-order skeleton warrior beside him, who showed an envious look and said, "Don't envy. You are still at the 1st order now. Facing a zombie tide with a large number of 2nd-order zombies is still too dangerous. Work hard. When you have accumulated enough military merit to advance to a 2nd-order undead, you can be like them." Looking at the skeleton warrior who nodded as if half understanding, the undead warrior of the independent reconnaissance team patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Yes, after Xie understood the power of Stygian force and the number of his contracted undead warriors increased, he immediately summoned his confidants to discuss. The final result of the discussion was, Gufeng would lead a reconnaissance squad of undead warriors to recruit new soldiers in the territory of the Dark Skeleton Knight. The number of recruits should not be too large so as not to alert other undead. Considering that the number of people going to recruit was too small, Xie required that only a skull carrying the soul fire be brought back. There were plenty of other skeletal bodies in the Doomsday world. They were both fresh and numerous. In this way, Goofing's recruitment team gradually recruited more than 1,000 first-order skeleton warriors. However, this also led to the second problem. The soul energy required for the new recruited skeleton warriors to advance was too much. Xie could barely afford more than 1,000 of them. When the number of recruited undead warriors really reached more than 10,000, it would not be a small amount. Moreover, if they were directly given souls and enjoyed the same treatment as the undead warriors who had been following him all along. Although the old undead warriors would not say anything, they would still feel a bit uncomfortable in their hearts. People are more concerned about unfairness than scarcity. This is a common problem of all intelligent races. Therefore, the military merit system came into being. The newly arrived skeleton warriors could only exchange enough zombie souls for advancement after accumulating sufficient military merit. If your contribution was large enough and your military merit was abundant, you could even be directly promoted to a third-order undead on an equal footing with the bone generals. With the military merit policy, the undead warriors were even more motivated, and the efficiency of killing and clearing zombies increased significantly. And the bone generals also felt a sense of crisis, fearing that the leader would no longer value them. As for the newly recruited skeleton warriors, in the early stage, they were not required to take on the main combat tasks. Instead, they were engaged in tasks such as collecting and cleaning up zombie corpses. After all, if they suffered a large number of casualties, it would be a pity for Goofing's hard work in recruiting them from the undead world and bringing them across different planes to this doomsday world. It was also more likely to increase the risk of exposure. So, they could only be regarded as the reserve force of the undead army for the time being and were temporarily managed by the guards. Only after advancing to second-order undead could they join the various legions. The undead warrior of the independent reconnaissance team, looking leisurely, was watching these first-order skeleton warriors of the reserve force, who were temporarily assigned to him, collect zombie corpses while calculating in his heart how much military merit he could exchange for his reconnaissance contribution to this community after the undead warriors of the first squad cleared the entire community. When thinking of something happy, he even couldn't help but let out a strange GGG laugh. The reserve force skeleton warriors, who were working with their heads down, were startled. Then they quickly moved away from this somewhat strange senior. Noticing the small actions of the reserve force members, a look of indifference appeared on the skeletal face of the undead warrior of the independent reconnaissance team, a bunch of newbies. When you realize the importance of military merit, you will definitely be even crazier than me. Just as he was daydreaming about becoming the 5th general under the leader, he suddenly saw an undead warrior of the first squad rushing out in a hurry. Could something have happened? The undead warrior of the independent reconnaissance team quickly stopped this warrior. What's going on? Why are you the only one coming out? Where are the other warriors? After the undead warrior of the first squad saw clearly who had stopped him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he grabbed the undead warrior of the independent reconnaissance team and walked towards the community, saying as he walked, "It's good that you're still here, that we found the surviving humans in this world." So, more than 10 humans were found in the basement of this Yuguan community? Yes, great leader. According to the report of the undead warriors of the First Legion and the information obtained by the independent reconnaissance team after contacting these humans, they should have gathered in that basement when the doomsday occurred and had never been discovered by the zombies. Xie listened to the report from the Bone General while tapping his fingers on the table. Have they discovered our undead identity? They have already discovered it, great leader. When the warriors of the First Legion were clearing the zombies in the basement, they happened to meet them opening the door of the basement. I guess they should have thought that other surviving humans were coming to rescue them. Hearing this, Xie also looked indifferent. When he first arrived in the Doomsday world, he had thought about whether to disguise the undead warriors to contact the local indigenous humans. After all, at that time, he didn't know the strength of the indigenous humans, and being cautious was never a bad thing. However, as he stayed in the Doomsday world for longer and longer, Xie became more and more disappointed with the combat power of the local indigenous people. Perhaps these indigenous humans could build some small shelters relying on their evolutionary abilities. But since he hadn't encountered any in such a long time, it could only mean that humans had completely lost control of most of the territory. In other words, the strength that the indigenous humans currently possess is far lower than that of Xie Feng's undead army. which can openly occupy Weiyang district and use it as a base. So when he heard that survivors were found, Xie was not very interested. Even now, the independent reconnaissance team was still wearing the clothes of the indigenous humans only because they wanted to distinguish themselves from the First Legion. Although not very interested, after much thought, Xie still decided to go and take a look. After all, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. Brother Zhang, will we be in trouble? I feel these skeletons are even more terrifying than those zombies. Brother Zhang, if things really get tough, let's fight them that we've been cooped up in the basement for so long that it's driving people crazy. What's the worst that could happen? It's just death that I think the same way, Brother Zhang. Just say the word, and we brothers will follow you. Brother Zhang, all right, stop arguing. Let me think. How's come here and let's figure this out. Zhang Wei, who was surrounded by more than a dozen people, wearily pushed through the crowd. Then he pulled one of them to the other side of the cage where they were being held. Although it was called a cage where they were imprisoned, in fact, for the undead, it was just a large warehouse. However, it was different from an ordinary warehouse in this world. This place was mainly used by the undead warriors to store fresh bone materials. As the number of zombies being cleared increased, so did the basic materials. So, under the arrangement of Gudo, the newly arrived skeleton warriors had already built a large number of empty warehouses in advance to store these basic materials. The walls of the warehouse were also made entirely of white bones, making the group of people being held dare not approach the walls here, for fear that something unpredictable might happen. After the two of them came to the other corner of the warehouse, the crowd that had been so restless just now quickly calmed down and obediently sat on the ground waiting. From this, it can be seen that the two who came out to discuss held extremely important positions in this team. Howsy, after these skeletons rescued us, they didn't say anything and directly locked us up here. I don't know what they're up to, what do you think? The human nicknamed Howsy, who was pulled out by Zhang Wei, was short in stature, but his eyes would inadvertently reveal a glint of shrewdness. Brother Zhang, do you remember that dressed skeleton that arrived later? At that time, he actually communicated with us directly, saying it was some kind of soul conversation that I remembered if it weren't for his appearance. I would have thought these skeletons were some new breed of zombies. Thankfully, you stopped me in time then, otherwise we would surely have fought these skeletons desperately. Zhang Wei recalled the scene where he was held down by that skeleton with one hand and couldn't move, while its other hand casually split open the head of a sneak attacking zombie. Even now, his heart still quivered at the thought. Brother Zhang, think about it. Since they have intelligence and can communicate, and they didn't attack us when they saw us, but just locked us up, it means we're at least useful to them. My idea is that we'd better wait and see what happens. After all, we're like fish on the chopping block. Since we've struggled for so long, we might as well wait a little longer. Maybe there will be a turn for the better. Zhang Wei thought it over carefully and felt that what Howsy said made sense. Since things had come to this, he might as well wait. After making up his mind, Zhang Wei didn't hesitate any longer. Instead, he quickly gathered all the humans together and announced his decision to continue waiting. The others saw that Zhang Wei had made up his mind and didn't say anything more. Then everyone sat down and started waiting. After an unknown amount of time, when Zhang Wei and the others' stomachs started growling, still no skeleton came to them. Zhang Wei was hesitating whether to negotiate with the two skeleton guards at the door to get some food when out he heard a sound of footsteps coming from outside. Someone's coming. The slow footsteps came closer and closer and finally stopped completely at the door of the warehouse. Through the crack next to the door, looking at the slightly reflective white bone wall of the passage outside in the crack, Zhang Wei saw the two skeleton guards kneel down on one knee with a click that a clear and slightly fanatical voice appeared in Zhang Wei's mind. Hail the great leader. The guards will always go through fire and water for you and are ready to sacrifice everything for you at any time. Zhang Wei, looking surprised, glanced at Howsy, who also had a look of shock on his face. Before the two could communicate, they saw the door of the warehouse slowly being pushed open, looking at the slightly dazzling sunlight shining in from outside. The more than a dozen humans who had been in the basement for an unknown amount of time involuntarily stepped back and raised their hands to block their eyes. What are they doing? Xie looked at these humans in confusion. Why were these native humans more afraid of light than he, an undead creature? Great leader, they should have been in the dim light environment underground for too long and can't adapt to the sunlight on the ground all of a sudden. When we rescued them from the basement, Moreover, most of these native humans were knocked out by the undead warriors of the First Legion and carried back. So, that's how it is. CFO nodded, ignored the group of natives below who were still trying to rub their eyes, and continued to ask the Bone General. So there were some who came here on their own. Before the Bone General could answer CFO, one of the natives who had been sitting stood up, squinted his eyes, and looked at CFO with tears in his eyes, trying to endure the pain. Leader, the two of us came here on our own. After saying this person pulled the one next to him to stand up as well. It was Zhang Wei, who stood up on his own initiative, and Haozi, who had discussed with him. Interesting that you've learned soul conversation so quickly. Tell me, what's your origin? Hearing this, CFO stopped the Bone General and the guards undead warriors who were about to draw their swords beside him. Then, with a slightly surprised look, he started to look the two of them up and down with interest. Zhang Wei had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His eyes were bright and energetic, and his eyebrows were slightly raised, exuding a heroic spirit from the inside out. Coupled with his 1.85-meter height and his forthright and generous manner, people couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness. And the Haozi he pulled up was the complete opposite. With a short and stocky figure and whiskers that resembled a mouse's, the only word that could come to mind was shifty-eyed. Only the occasional glint of shrewdness in his eyes and a thoughtful expression on his face made people realize that he couldn't be underestimated. Feeling the inexplicable pressure from the leading skeleton opposite and its scrutinizing actions, Zhang Wei and the other, who had gradually gotten used to the sunlight, hastily bent down in a fluster and introduced the origin of the group of natives to CFO. It turned out that on the night when the mysterious power descended, Zhang Wei and Haozi, these two good friends, were having an all-night gaming session of the Babiz operation at home. As they were playing, they felt drowsy and their bodies started to get extremely hot first. The two didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just a bad cold caused by forgetting to close the window. However, more and more intense heat began to gather on the two of them, and their body temperatures also started to rise crazily, accompanied by extreme thirst. After drinking all the drinking water at home, the two had no choice but to start drinking untreated tap water in the bathroom. After an unknown amount of time, when their body temperatures gradually returned to normal, they heard roars coming from outside one after another. The two on the 10th floor watched in person as the old man in the community who walked shakily during the day was now running like the wind. He pounced on a stray cat in the community and bit it in his mouth, and quickly gnawed it clean, coupled with the occasional human screams after feeling their bulging muscles from drinking so much water. The two brothers also realized that, according to the script of novels, this was undoubtedly a doomsday crisis. So, just like in the Clich D doomsday novels, I admit my story is Clich D2. Zhang Wei led Haozi to kill zombies, search for supplies, and rescue survivors along the way. Everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. However, in less than a week, Zhang Wei and the others were surprised to find that the zombies, which were originally only as powerful as an ordinary person, became stronger one by one as if they had taken some all-in-one tonic. Now each zombie had the physical fitness of a first-class athlete before the end of the world. As a result, the team that Zhang Wei had formed lost most of its members in just 2 days, leaving only more than a dozen young and strong men. Helplessly, Zhang Wei could only lead the team to hide in the air raid shelter in the community. They only dared to come out at night to search for supplies at regular intervals. But as the zombies got stronger and stronger, even reaching an outrageous level, finally, Zhang Wei and the others could only hide in the basement and not come out, surviving on the food they had accumulated before, praying that this place wouldn't be discovered by the zombies. Until finally, they were discovered by the Undead Legion's warriors and escorted to the White Bone Fortress. The zombies are very strong. According to the approximate time they said, the zombies should all be first order zombies. After hearing the accounts of Zhang Wei and the other person, CFO was a bit dazed. Suddenly, he snapped back to his senses and, with a strange expression on his face, asked the Bone General, "What is the strength of this group of indigenous humans?" "Great Chief, apart from these two leaders who are at the first rank, the rest are merely insignificant ants that haven't even reached the first rank." Only then did CFO realize that he had fallen into a mental trap. When he was resurrected as a skeleton warrior, he had the strength of the first rank, and thus he had taken it for granted that all intelligent beings should start at the first rank. Subconsciously, he had misjudged the strength of the indigenous humans. Now, upon careful reflection, a first-rank human within the main material plane of the undead world was more or less like a knight apprentice or a mage apprentice, that it was unrealistic to assume that all humans in the doomsday world started at the first rank. Thinking of this, Xie couldn't help but laugh at himself, which, however, made the two people in front of him tremble in fright. They had thought it wowould be a fierce battle between zombies and survivors, but it turned out to be a one-sided crushing of the survivors by the zombies. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Xie opened his mouth and asked, "So, did only your physical qualities change? Or did you awaken some other special abilities?" "Chief Lord, only my strength and speed have evolved." As for Housie, he can sense the mental changes of people around him and can also briefly transfer this ability to others. That's why the two of us could quickly learn this soul-to-soul communication you mentioned. Upon hearing their answers, Xie involuntarily started tapping his leg, side bone armor with his bone fingers, which indicated that Xie was in deep thought. Before long, the only sound left in the entire warehouse was the slow tapping of Xie bone armor. The two who had already bent down, along with the other indigenous survivors who had also reacted and knelt down behind them, nervously awaited their next fate. At this moment, they truly felt what it meant to feel that each day seemed like a year. In an instant, the tapping sound stopped, and a deathly silence filled the entire warehouse. The survivors were all sweating profusely, their bodies involuntarily trembling, and they had completely lost the momentum they had at the beginning when they said they would fight to the death. "Get up. From now on, you are incorporated into the vassal army under my command, belonging to the commander of the 1st Legion of the Undead. From this moment on, your lives no longer belong to you. From now on, dedicate everything you have and fight for me. If there is any disloyalty, your souls will be burned to ashes by the flames of Nether Force." After saying this, Xie ignored the group of survivors and turned to leave the warehouse, leaving only the Bone General to stay and start organizing this vassal army that was about to be established. Regarding this group of discovered indigenous survivors, Xie didn't pay them much attention. After all, their number was too small and their strength was too weak. If it was when he had just arrived in the Doomsday world, he might have found it novel. But as the number of undead warriors under his command grew larger and larger, he didn't lack these two first-rank cannon fodders and the dozen or so insignificant fellows, roughly estimated, with the recruitment efforts of Gufeng and the others in the Dark Skeleton Knights territory. The number of first-rank skeleton warriors under Xie command had long exceeded 1,000 and was increasing at a rate of 1 to 200 per day. Many of the first batch of skeleton warriors who started the recruitment had already accumulated enough military achievements to be promoted to 2nd-rank undead. For this, Xie personally assigned them some positions similar to team leaders, painting a big carrot for all those first-rank skeleton warriors who hadn't yet accumulated enough military achievements at the same time with a sufficient number of undead warriors under his command. The 2nd-rank undead warriors were able to spare more energy to clean up the zombies within the Weiyang district. Even the guards led by Gudo were rotated and sent to several large zombie gathering places in the Weiyang district for battle training. As a result, with this ebb and flow, the originally expected 2-week period was greatly shortened. The zombies within the Weiyang district were cleared out in about a week. Also, it was unknown if it was because of the discovery of Zhang Wei and this group of survivors that opened a gap. During the process of clearing the zombies in the Weiyang district, the undead warriors gradually discovered more than 30 indigenous survivors. However, more than 10 of them started shouting and attacking at the sight of the undead warriors. Of course, in the end, the undead warriors didn't indulge them and directly sent them back to the embrace of the indigenous Nether God. The remaining survivors were incorporated into the vassal army by Xie and were uniformly managed by Zhang Wei and Housie, who were the first to be discovered for the current task of the vassal army. It was to clean the White Bone Fortress. After all, expecting the undead warriors to clean up was like asking Zhang Fei to do embroidery. Only intelligent beings like humans would be more meticulous in these aspects. A human soul reborn. Xie had no choice but to stay in the dead bones and filthy blood before. But now, with these indigenous humans, Xie quickly returned to his high standard requirements for the environment. For letting the vassal army participate in combat missions, it was out of the question. Even the first-rank skeleton warriors of the reserve army could only pick up the spoils behind the main combat legion. How could it be the turn of this group of inexperienced vassal army? The only external combat task of the vassal army was to go out to collect necessary living supplies under the protection of the reserve undead warriors that, of course, these reserve undead warriors didn't help for free. They were eyeing the little bit of military achievements that the vassal army earned from washing and cleaning every day. Nevertheless, many reserve undead warriors and the indigenous survivors of the vassal army gradually established good communication relationships. In this way, after clearing the zombies in the Weiyang district, Xie also harvested more than nearly 20 million points of soul power of Nether Force, which was much more than the previously expected 15 million. Thus, on the second day after the entire Undead Legion had finished clearing the zombies in the Weiyang district and completed their rest, with a strong army and sturdy horses, Xie issued the cleaning combat plan for the Jinkai district. Because the Jinkai district was different from the Weiyang district in its particularity, and its degree of danger far exceeded that of the Weiyang district. For this reason, Xie deliberately set the advancement time for a large number of skeleton warriors whose military achievements had reached the promotion standard on the day when the attack on the Jinkai district was agreed upon. In the drill ground of the Whitebone Fortress, Xie stood on the temporarily built review stand. Behind him were several undead commanders, even including Gu Feng, who had rushed back from the undead world in a hurry. The undead warriors of the First Legion were neatly lined up on the left side of the drill ground, wearing neat heavy bone armors. Many undead warriors even carried several weapons on their bodies to prevent weapons from slipping out of their hands or breaking during the war. If there were a high-rank Lord Undead here, they would surely regard the second rank, only First Legion, as the core undead warrior legion of some powerful territory. The undead warriors of the independent reconnaissance team were all dressed in black robes, covering themselves tightly, and were on the right side of the drill ground, although their number was not as large as that of the undead warriors of the First Legion. They exuded an inexplicable cold aura that made others not dare to underestimate them. As for the guards, they were guarding around the review stand. Their significantly taller height than the surrounding undead warriors and the thick bone armors on their bodies made them look like small mobile fortresses, ready to crush all enemies that endangered the chief's life at any time. In the center of the drill ground, and also the largest in number, were the first-rank skeleton warriors of the reserve army. In the front of the reserve army formation were exactly more than 100 first-rank skeleton warriors who had accumulated enough military achievements to AS for the vassal army. They stood in a corner at the back of the drill ground, looking enviously at the mighty undead warriors in front. Zhang Wei, the leader, glanced at the vassal army behind him who were obviously shrinking back, secretly sighed, and at the same time clenched his fists tightly. He secretly swore in his heart that one day he would lead an equally mighty vassal army and stand at the front to receive everyone's attention in the drill ground, with the distribution of fresh zombie souls. The soul fires of all undead warriors began to burn brightly, showing their extremely excited mood in the rear. The reserve army who didn't get the souls this time were filled with a strong desire for military achievements. Besides the desire for military achievements, the undead warriors of the formal legions, such as the First Legion and the independent reconnaissance team, also had a hint of pride. When they themselves were promoted to second-rank undead. It was the Chief Lord who personally distributed the zombie souls to them. How could these new recruits compare? As time passed, the reserve undead warriors in the drill ground who absorbed the souls gradually advanced to second-rank skeleton braves. Although the advancement still requires a certain amount of time, none of the warriors felt impatient. Instead, they waited quietly until they saw the last undead warrior complete the advancement and stand up. Then, all eyes in the field focused on the reviewing stand, specifically on Xie. Xie didn't say much. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the lance placed beside him and forcefully raised it towards the sky. Victory is certain! Victory is certain! Victory is certain! Along with Xie Feng's shout, the shouts of the other undead warriors echoed throughout the drill ground. Even the conscripted troops were infected by the enthusiastic atmosphere. They also vigorously raised their weapons towards the sky, shouting the slogan of victory. Each legion started to enter the Jinkai district according to the established strategic plan, set out, with the order from the front line commander. The Bone General, for the cleanup operation in the Jinkai district, the undead warriors still on the drill ground marched out of the Whitebone Fortress with orderly steps. They passed through the now empty Weiyang district. When approaching the Jinkai district, they began to clean up the zombies street by street. Xie Feng, on the other hand, remained in the White Bone Fortress. After all, he still needed to carry out the daily recruitment work. In calculating the days, the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord should also be back. But so what? Xie Feng murmured in his heart, and the system panel promptly came into view. Name: Xie Feng. Race: Undead Skeleton Knight. Rank: 3rd Order, Strong. Nether, Power Points. 45 at Nether, Power Points. 575 at Temporary Storage. 2 Saint Nether, Power Points. Optional world, Shuttling. Yes. After a period of absorbing a large number of zombie souls, Xie Feng had already crossed the biggest threshold of generating the first Saint Nether. Power Point, as long as Xie Feng is willing. He could become a top-tier 4th Order Undead with Saint Nether, Power Points at any time, just one step away from a high-order Undead. Now, as long as things proceed in an orderly manner. After clearing the entire Jinkai district, it is highly likely that he can gather enough Saint Nether Power Points to advance to a high-order Undead. So, for Xie Feng, the most important thing is still time. As the cleanup operation in the Jinkai district gradually unfolds, several streets near the Weiyang district were quickly cleared, the most rapidly developing urban area in Lindong City in recent years. A large number of migrants flooded into the Jinkai district within just 2 or 3 years. Coupled with the deliberate policy inclination of Lindong City, large-scale residential communities, shopping malls, and other buildings sprung up in just a few years. This made the Jinkai district become the most prosperous urban area in the entire Lindong City. However, with the advent of the apocalypse, the original convenience became a driving force for its descent into the abyss. The large number of zombies inhabiting this place made it the most dangerous area in Lindong City. According to the information explored by the independent reconnaissance team, in the Jinkai district, there are no fewer than 10 zombie gathering places of the same scale as the Wanli community in the Weiyang district. Even with the appearance of second-order zombies, these gathering places have become more dangerous than the previous Wanli community. Among them, there's an extremely large urban village, transformed community. The rough estimate of the number of zombies in it is no less than 600,000. One community almost equals the total population of the Weiyang district. Inside this community, the undead warriors of the independent reconnaissance team even discovered the figure of a 3rd Order zombie. But being in the middle of a large zombie horde, the undead warriors didn't observe it too closely. Therefore, apart from the necessary undead warriors left behind, Xie Feng dispatched all the other undead warriors under his command, including all the reserve warriors, using the 2nd Order skeleton warrior squads of the regular legions as the main force, and adding 2 to 3 squads of 1st Order skeleton warrior reserve troops, with a number between 30 and 50, to form a complete combat unit. According to the original plan, first clear the zombies along the street, and then concentrate on cleaning up those residential communities, shopping malls, schools, etc., with a large number of zombies. Ensure that in case of an irresistible danger, they can retreat to the Weiyang district at any time. You two take a few reserve troops and quickly clean up the zombies in that parking lot on the side. I don't want to be bitten on the butt by these filthy creatures when charging. Okay, captained out in an alley in the Jinkai district, a squad subordinate to the 1st Legion, along with more than 30 reserve troops, was carefully cleaning up the small groups of zombies on the road while conducting a second search of the areas that had been advanced. After all, those were clearly visible military merits. If you missed them when discovered again, they might belong to others. Suddenly, the leading team leader felt something was wrong. No. The ground is shaking. Before the team leader could react, he saw something falling from the sky and smashing in front of him, crushing the zombies in front of him to pieces. Looking closely, it turned out to be the undead warrior he had just sent to the parking lot. Captain, be careful! Although the lower half of this undead warrior had disappeared. For the undead, communication was still possible. After hearing the undead warrior's warning, the team leader, feeling a chill on the back of his head, subconsciously lowered his head and felt a gust of strong wind sweep past the back of his head. In a thrilling moment, out of the corner of his eye, the team leader saw that the skulls of the 4 2nd Order skeleton warriors beside him had been shattered, leaving only a few clusters of soul flames floating in place. Without thinking much, the team leader quickly rolled and reached the side of the reserve undead warriors. Unexpectedly, after that gust of strong wind passed, there was no subsequent attack, After the team leader stood still and looked again, he found a huge figure appeared in the position where he had just stood. A giant beast about 5 meters in length and nearly 2 meters in height was gracefully licking its claws, looking at the overturned team leader with a playful expression. However, judging from its general appearance, this should be a zombie. During the zombie cleaning operation, the undead warriors had more or less encountered similar undead creatures. But different from the previous first-order and second-order zombie animals, this time it was actually a third-order zombie. Otherwise, it wouldn't have easily killed several second-order skeleton warriors with one blow. Sensing the deterrence of the third-order creature, the team leader and the remaining undead warriors strangely stalemated with it. Even the zombies that were still fighting just now began to retreat in fear because of the appearance of this zombie. While they were in a stalemate, suddenly several more zombies rushed out from the nearby civilian houses. Instead, this attracted the attention of the zombie, and it rushed over. The team leader, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, took this opportunity to quickly lead the remaining undead warriors to retreat. Just then, a pitch-black figure slowly ran out from that parking lot again. That it was actually another third-order zombie. Looking at this zombie with the same playful expression in front of him, the team leader gritted his teeth and glanced at the undead warriors who also looked over. When the team leader looked at the zombie again, his eyes were already filled with determination. Without saying a word, all the undead warriors simultaneously raised their weapons and charged towards the newly appeared zombie. Have a group of third-order zombies appeared? Yes, great leader. The specific number is unknown for now. But according to the information reported by the returning undead warriors, there are at least 2. Xie listened to the Bone General's report, looking at the skull in his hand that was obviously on the verge of shattering into powder due to multiple attacks. He was silent for a while, and then said, "What about our casualties?" Great leader, an entire squad of the First Legion's undead warriors was wiped out. Among the 3 squads of reserve undead warriors participating in the battle, only one undead warrior escaped back with the skull soul fire of the deceased team leader. Xie then fell into silence again, but the fluctuations of his soul fire showed that his heart was not calm. "Sardin, leader, Sardin and the Night Order will always await your summons. Bone General, Sardin and the Night Order are temporarily under your command. Whether they are ordinary zombies or those damned zombie beasts, the undead warriors must not be toyed with like this. I want to see their severed heads." "Yes, great leader." Immediately, the Bone General led Sodding out of the council hall. Shortly after, the gates of the Bone Fortress slowly opened, in the astonished eyes of numerous returning undead warriors taking a break. Sodding led 12 third-rank skeleton knights and galloped away, heading straight for the battlefield in the Jinkai district. Indeed, the Night Order led by Sodding had all advanced to third-rank undead, becoming a veritable skeleton Night Order. After completing the zombie clearing work in the Weiyang district, Xie took out a part of the harvested zombie souls to focus on cultivating Sodding's Night Order. After all, as a third-rank skeleton knight himself, Xie was well aware of the combat power of skeleton knights. He had originally been cultivating them as his trump card and had not planned to let the Night Order participate in this campaign in the Jinkai district. Instead, he had them fully focus on advancing and honing their martial skills. However, not long after their full advancement, the matter of third-rank zombies emerged, but this could just be used to test the combat power of skeleton knights who had advanced through the souls of zombie horses. Of course, there was another reason. Although Xie constantly reminded himself that the undead warriors were merely recruited by him to more efficiently harvest zombie souls and similar thoughts, but after such a long period of getting along, even the cold-hearted undead would develop feelings as Xie didn't mind acting on impulse without affecting the overall situation, dispatching his most elite force to avenge the sacrificed undead warriors under his command. "Is this the place?" "Yes, Lord Sodding, it was right here that our team was completely wiped out." Sodding placed the surviving undead warrior on a safe street away from that parking lot and let him return to the Bone Fortress. Then he said to the 12 skeleton knights behind him, "Search in teams of 3, don't disgrace me. If you can't defeat them, run immediately. Repay the military merit for advancing to third-rank undead by yourselves. Don't count on me, Lord Commander. Rest assured that I'm determined to take the heads of these fools. Lord Commander, there's no way we'll run. Its soul will be the first payment for me to repay the military merit to Lord Leader." "Lord Commander, all right, stop." Sodding stopped the chattering of the members of the Night Order, looked around, and then burst into laughter. Then let's set off, for Lord Leader, for the honor of the Night Order. For our sacrificed comrades, subsequently, the group of skeleton knights, led by Sodding, rushed into the parking lot where zombies were lurking to tea the same time. The zombies that were grooming each other's fur in the parking lot suddenly had their fur stand on end. Then they meowed a few times at S if they had reached an agreement. They ran in two different directions. However, apparently, the speed of the two zombies was a bit slower. The black zombie that had just exited the parking lot only felt a chill in front of it and then saw a bone spear flying towards it. In order to dodge the bone spear, the black zombie had to make an emergency stop and perform a backflip to avoid it, then landed steadily on the ground. But in just the time for this action, two skeleton knights had already rushed in front of the black zombie. Without giving the zombie any chance to catch its breath, two lance, like spears over 3 meters long, stabbed towards it. Sensing the speed of the two approaching creatures, which was not in the least inferior to its own, and the strong wind from the oncoming lances, the black zombie meowed, flipped its body, and wanted to quickly slip into the nearby alley. At this movement, it felt a piercing cold again. Looking in the direction of the cold, not far away there was actually another skeleton knight, holding a spear and waiting for the zombie to show its weakness at any moment. Judging from the dozen or so spears on his back, it was not hard to guess that the previous bone spear was his doing. Just as the black zombie was distracted, a skeleton knight close to it drew a slender bone knife from the side of his mount and instantly slashed at it. Woo! With a scream, the black zombie's tail was cut off. Without its tail, the zombie could no longer keep up with the offensive rhythm of the three skeleton knights. Soon, it was covered in wounds. Finally, it tried its best to break free from the two close-range skeleton knights, but at the last step of slipping into the alley, it was firmly nailed to the ground by a bone spear and had its head chopped off by the two skeleton knights who rushed over. In the last moment of its life, the black zombie vaguely saw a skeleton knight at the end of the alley, slowly walking towards it with the head of another zombie in hand. So, it wasn't safe there either. Then its consciousness fell into darkness. With the Skeleton Knight Order starting to participate in the zombie clearing work in the Jinkai District, the speed of zombie clearance in the Jinkai District increased significantly. In fact, the Knight Order didn't directly participate in the clearing of ordinary first rank and second rank zombies. Only when there were zombie creatures above third rank or other threats would the Knight Order be dispatched. Firstly, this avoided the Knight Order overly seizing the opportunities for other undead warriors to show their abilities. After all, 1/3 rank undead could at least rival the combat power of a 100-member second rank undead team. Secondly, because the Knight Order, which had just advanced not long ago, had not yet reached its supposed peak strength, the Skeleton Knight Order with good teamwork and a Skeleton Knight Order fighting on their own were completely different. They still needed to be trained for better coordination, and the other undead warriors were inspired by the combat power of the Skeleton Knight Order. The already overburdened zombie clearing work actually increased in efficiency miraculously. Thus, the speed of the zombie clearing work accelerated. The Bone General felt something was wrong, and then discovered that many undead warriors didn't return to the Bone Fortress to rest and repair their weapons and equipment. Instead, they directly charged into battle with broken weapons, completely disregarding the damage to their bone armors. The result was a significant increase in the casualty rate of the undead warriors. After reporting this to Xie Feng immediately ordered all the undead warriors under his command to take breaks and rotate at fixed times, promptly putting an end to this unhealthy trend. After all, if the casualty rate of the undead warriors was too high, it might speed up the soul harvesting process in the early stage. But this laid a hidden danger for the later stage that IKT wouldn't take a month, just about 1 or 2 weeks. The decrease in the number of undead warriors would slow down the speed of zombie clearance, and the newly recruited undead warriors were not strong enough, causing a vicious cycle. After Xie Feng readjusted the state of the undead warriors, another week passed. With the efforts of the undead warriors, about 1/3 of the streets in the Jinkai District near the Weiyang District had been cleared. During this period, the Skeleton Knight Order also went into battle several times. They killed a zombie dog, 4 or 5 zombie cockroaches, and other zombie creatures. However, they hadn't encountered a human-shaped third-rank zombie yet. Just when Xie Feng thought that he could clear all the zombies in the Jinkai District in an orderly manner like this, Gu Feng, who had returned from recruiting skeleton warriors from the undead realm, reported a piece of news to CFO. Are you sure the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord is back? Lord Leader, it's absolutely him. The undead warrior arranged near the Dark Skeleton Knight castle saw with his own eyes a high rank skeleton knight, undead, enter the castle, TOB on the safe side. I also personally lurked around the Dark Skeleton Knight castle to spy. Although I didn't see the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord himself, there is indeed the pressure of a high-rank undead in the castle. Hearing Gufeng's report, Xiefeng stood up from his seat and began to slowly pace back and forth in the hall. What should come will always come. After calming his thoughts, Xiefeng turned around and looked at Gufeng, who was still kneeling on one knee in front of him. Go and call the bone general, Sodding, and the others here. Yes, Lord Leader. After saying that, Gufeng turned around and left the council hall. And Xiefeng's gaze turned to the deep blue space shuttle gate, as if he could see the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord directly through this shuttle gate. Looking again, there was a blazing flame ready to burst out in Xiefeng's eyes. Humph, Dark Skeleton Knight Lord, wait a little longer. There's no rush. My destiny will no longer be in the hands of others, in the realm of the undead, within the domain of the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord. A figure illuminated by the nether moon swiftly traversed the great plain of the undead, hastening towards the castle of the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord. It was none other than Xiefeng, who had heard of the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord's return a few days prior. After several discussions with his principal undead commanders, Xiefeng ultimately decided to return to the Dark Skeleton Knight castle alone first, to ascertain the condition of the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord. According to the report from the independent scouting team of undead warriors responsible for monitoring the castle at that time, only the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord had returned to the territory. However, Xiefeng distinctly remembered that when he set out, the Lord had led 2 full teams of skeleton knight guards, along with 2 elite 4th-rank skeleton knights. Now, there was only the Lord alone, indicating that, as Xiefeng had anticipated, the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord had surely encountered a sneak attack by a group of skull soul hunting beasts. Moreover, the number must have been more than 3. For otherwise, there would never have been a complete annihilation of the night guards. As Xiefeng drew closer to the castle, he also noticed some changes near the castle that were different from the past. Firstly, the castle guards had doubled the scope of their patrols. The internal patrol area had expanded to cover the entire great plain of the undead. Secondly, the 3rd-rank skeleton warriors of the city defense, who previously only patrolled within the castle and its inner territory, had now joined the patrols of the outer territory. It should be known that in the past, only skeleton knights could lead teams to patrol the outer territory. And now the density of the patrols far exceeded that of before. It seemed that the situation within the territory was not optimistic. Before Xiefeng could think further, he had already spurred his horse to the main gate of the castle. Unlike in the past, the 2nd-rank skeleton warriors guarding the gate did not promptly open the door. Instead, after apologizing to Xiefeng, they called out to the guards inside. Suddenly, a glistening skull appeared on the castle wall. Xiefeng looked intently and recognized it as none other than Rafa, the commander of the castle gate guards. It's Xiefeng. You dim-witted fellows, I told you to stop idle people. But why stop Lord Xiefeng? Open the door, quickly. Hearing this, the skeleton warriors guarding the gate outside no longer hesitated. Together with the guards inside the castle, they slowly opened the door, but as Xiefeng walked slowly into the castle, he widened his eyes in astonishment. The originally empty castle wall now not only had skeleton warrior guards, but also various types of defensive weapons for the city, such as soul-devouring crossbow cannons, crescent moonstone catapults, corpse, soul blade carts, and so on. Even more than half of them were things Xiefeng had never seen before. Rafa, what's going on? Why is there such a grand display in the castle? Hearing Xiefeng's question, Rafa did not answer immediately. Instead, he put his arm around Xiefeng's neck and quickly led him to a secluded corner. You rascal, you're actually still alive? I heard from Lord Zara that you went on patrol alone. Since you hadn't returned for so long, I thought you had already returned to the embrace of the Nethermoon. Get lost. If you want to return to the Nethermoon's embrace, go by yourself. I still want to be bathed in the light of the Nethermoon for a while longer. Xiefeng slapped away Rafa's mischievous hand, his expression turning serious. What exactly happened? In all the time I've been in the territory, I've never seen such a scene. Immediately, Rafa's expression changed. He glanced around and then whispered to Xiefeng, "The Lord has returned, but seriously injured." At that time, when I was guarding the city gate from afar. I could see that the Lord only had a skull head connected to one arm. His body was almost gone. If it weren't for sensing that familiar lordly aura, I would have thought it was some wandering high-rank undead coming to seek gains. After Rafa finished describing, he involuntarily clicked his tongue, but when he turned his head and saw Xie Feng's expressionless skeleton face, he suddenly felt rather bored. Then he continued, as soon as the Lord returned. He ordered the entire territory to be on high alert. According to my inside information, some other high-rank undead are likely to invade the territory soon. That's why I thought you had already been beheaded by other high-rank undead outside. Looking at Rafa's expression full of pity, Xie Feng immediately gave a sharp blow to Rafa's glistening skull. If high-rank undead come, they'll surely want to take your glistening skull first. After saying that, regardless of the grimacing Rafa, Xie Feng turned around and entered the interior of the castle. Now it was time to pay homage to the dear dark skeleton Night Lord. As Xie Feng stepped into the interior of the castle, the skeleton warrior patrol teams within the castle became increasingly dense. When he reached the entrance of the main council hall of the castle, 2 additional teams of second-rank skeleton warriors had been added to guard the originally empty entrance of the council hall. Before Xie Feng could step into the council hall, he saw Zura, the chief steward, just coming out of the council hall. Seeing Xie Feng bowing to him in a hurry, a hint of doubt appeared in Zara's eyes, followed by a look of ecstatic joy. Xie Feng, you're actually still alive? That's wonderful. Come in quickly with me. After saying that, Zara turned around and pulled Xie Feng into the main council hall. This is exactly what I want. Xie Feng, who had been worrying about not having an excuse to enter the main council hall, felt a surge of joy in his heart. He did not resist and let Zara pull him into the main council hall. Sensing the intense lordly aura emanating from the main council hall, Xie Feng, who had just entered, saw the dark skeleton Knight Lord sitting on his lordly throne, exuding the same awe-inspiring pressure as ever. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that one of his bone arms, 2 leg bones, and most of his bone torso were pale and dull in color, clearly newly replaced. That on both sides of the Lord were the few remaining 4th-rank undead in the castle. There was Babu, the 4th-rank skeleton vanguard responsible for the overall defense of the castle, and Alvin, the 4th-rank elite skeleton sharpshooter who was a lone ranger within the territory. And Vink, the only non-skeleton undead among them, was a 4th-rank fierce spirit, as a magic system undead. He was mainly responsible for maintaining the defensive formation within the territory. When the several of them saw Zura, who had gone out, return to the main council hall, they were all a bit puzzled. But when they saw Xie Feng following behind, they suddenly understood, and a hint of mockery appeared in their eyes. Lord, Xie Feng has returned. That I think he is more suitable to complete the task you just assigned. The Lord sitting on the main seat looked at Zara and the newly returned Xie Feng. After a brief moment of thought, he then beckoned, indicating for Xie Feng to come closer. First, Xie Feng had only intended to pay homage to the Dark Skeleton Night Lord and confirm his condition personally. Now, feeling the slightly strange atmosphere in the council hall, he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. At the same time, he sensed the system panel in his mind, and after confirming that the shuttle ability could be activated at any time, he felt relieved and walked further into the council hall. Yes, Xie Feng's trump card was his ability to shuttle through the Doomsday world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so brazenly returned to the domain of the Dark Skeleton Knight. But if he were to shuttle through the world in front of all these undead in the council hall, Xie Feng would never be able to stay in the domain of the Dark Skeleton Knight again. Most likely, the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord would directly crush the vassal contract. Although it wouldn't lead to his complete soul destruction, it would most likely shatter his energy circuit, causing him to drop to the 2nd rank. After all, space is king and time is supreme. Even if it's only possible to shuttle within the realm of the undead, it's still an extraordinary ability. It's almost impossible for a mere 3rd-rank skeleton knight like Xie Feng to possess such an ability. So it was only possible that he had obtained some opportunity or treasure. If discovered and not having escaped, he could only wait to be dissected and thoroughly studied by the Dark Skeleton Night Lord. Xie Feng, you've returned at the right time. Now I'm assigning you a task. Deliver this message to the neighboring Bloodstone territory and Rotting Corpse Swamp territory as soon as possible. After the Dark Skeleton Night Lord finished speaking, before Xie Feng could react, 2 faint cyan wisps of soul fire floated into the hands of Xie Feng, who had already approached. Don't waste time, go quickly. Zara will tell you the specific locations of the two territories. Sensing the prompt sound from a system panel in his mind, Xie, who had just come to his senses, quickly bowed his head to accept the order. Subsequently, the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord and the numerous undead in the council hall no longer paid attention to Xie, but continued to discuss the castle's defense plan. Before Xie could listen for a few more words, Zara turned his head and motioned for Xie to follow. The two of them left the council hall together. Xie, here are the specific locations of the two territories. Don't delay the Lord's important matter. Go quickly. As soon as they exited the door, Zara stopped, taking out a bundled map from his waist and handing it to Xie. He then ceased to pay attention to Xie and prepared to enter the council hall again. However, Xie was quick-eyed and deft. Handed, he promptly grabbed Zamla. Before Zamla could get angry, a wisp of second-order undead soul fire quietly emerged in Zamla's hand. Glancing around and seeing that the other skeleton warriors on guard hadn't noticed their little actions, Zamla lowered his voice. Speak if you have something to say, that I'm in a hurry to get in. Lord Zamla, I don't mean anything else. I just want to ask what information this task arranged by the Lord is probably about. With so many important figures watching, I'm quite nervous. An enemy is approaching recently. The Lord is sending you to seek help. Don't pry into other things. After saying that, Zamla flipped his hands, and the wisp of second-order undead soul fire vanished between his hands. Before Xie could continue asking questions, Zamla looked around and then directly walked into the council hall. Hearing this, Xie came to his senses at this moment and understood the whole matter in his heart. The seriously injured Dark Skeleton Knight Lord was scared. He intended to seek help from several nearby territories, because the messenger team of the Rotting Corpse Swamp territory had been completely annihilated by himself. So the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord didn't know that the Black Warrior Marquis had already sent someone to request a joint effort to deal with the Skeleton Soul Hunting Beast Clan. He also didn't know that the Lord of the Bloodstone territory had been ambushed and attacked by the Skeleton Soul Hunting Beast Clan. That's why he asked himself to seek help from these two territories as soon as possible. Moreover, from this, it seemed that the relationship between the several territories wasn't so tense. As for why Zamla didn't want to go for help himself, the reason was even simpler. The Lord had returned seriously injured, and outside, the Skeleton Soul Hunting beasts were eyeing them covetously. Only a fool would want to give up the castle protected by the Lord and go outside to live in fear to seek help. Currently, only Xie knew that the Skeleton Soul Hunting Beast King had been seriously injured by the Black Warrior Marquis. In order to break this temporary alliance, the Skeleton Soul Hunting Beast Clan was now most likely to pick an easy target. Leaving aside the Bloodstone Lord whose life or death was currently unknown, the easiest target was undoubtedly the already seriously injured Dark Skeleton Knight Lord for Xie. Staying in the castle was instead the most dangerous. As long as he took this opportunity of the task to stay away from the territory and wait for an opportunity, he could completely watch the tigers fight from the mountainside and gain more time for himself. Thinking of this, in a flash, two faint cyan and tiny soul fires in Xie mind were absorbed by the system panel. The information carried in them was the same as what Zamla had said. Precisely the request for help to the two territories, accompanied by Xie footsteps, like looking at flowers while riding a horse. Xie, who had just returned to the castle not long ago, walked out of the castle gate again. Sensing the gaze of Lafa behind him, Xie paused briefly and then left resolutely in a cloud of dust. And Lafa also looked at Xie receding back. Both of them silently hoped in their hearts. Don't die easily, I in the bone. Dead plain, in a sea of bones, a newly born skeleton warrior was struggling to pull its leg bone out of the bone pile. Not far away, two other newly born skeleton warriors were in a tense confrontation. Soon they grappled with each other. Without even condensing weapons yet, they exchanged punches and kicks. Soon both sides found that they couldn't do anything to each other. After a while, they separated and continued to wander. But at the same time, they noticed the newly born skeleton warrior struggling to pull its leg out of the bone pile. The two of them, rather tacitly, rushed towards the struggling newly born skeleton warrior at the same time, just as they were about to launch a pincer attack to obtain their first blood as newborn undead. They heard a uniform sound of footsteps coming from behind a small bone pile nearby. Soon, A third-order skeleton warrior led a team of second-order skeleton warriors and appeared in front of them. It was the patrol team of the Dark Skeleton Knight territory. The three newly born skeleton warriors, sensing the aura of mid-rank undead, shivered and buried their bodies in the bone pile, trying to reduce their presence. But the skeleton warriors who had already discovered them quickly pulled them out of the bone pile. The leading skeleton warriors gave a gentle twist, and then there were only 3 skulls with wildly flickering soul fires held in their hands. Presented to the leading skeleton warrior, you divide them. These newly born skeleton warriors have no flavor at all. Don't bring me anything other than skeleton warriors next time. The leading skeleton warrior waved his hand, and the skeleton warriors happily divided up the soul fires of these unfortunate skeleton warriors. Commander, it turns out that life outside is so comfortable. Brothers were almost suffocated in the castle. All right. If it weren't for the fact that the skeleton knights under the Lord have all perished, how could this good job of going out on patrol fall to us ordinary undead warriors? You guys cherish it. Yes, Commander, it's all thanks to you that brothers have such a comfortable life now that I end the past few days out here. I feel like my nether power has increased by more than a dozen points. All right, let's patrol the Sea of Bones one more time and pay attention to anything unusual. It's only because the Lord has relaxed the requirements. Otherwise, how could I dare to lead you guys to loot these newly born skeleton warriors like this? Looking at his subordinates, beaming with joy, the skeleton warrior hefted his bone tooth club, and his voice turned cold. All of you, perk up and walk deeper. I can't just let you brats get all the benefits. If you don't find a second-order skeleton warrior today, spit out all the soul fires you took just now. Naturally, the skeleton warriors didn't feel anything wrong one by one. They were full of energy and vowed to get the first second-order soul fire for the commander. Suddenly, the skeleton warriors felt a gust of gloomy wind blow by. The head of the skeleton warrior who had been showing off just now disappeared without a trace. Another gust of gloomy wind blew by, and the entire team of skeleton warriors felt dizzy. When the rotation stopped and they came to their senses, all the skeleton warriors found that their heads had appeared in the claws of a bone, like giant beast, including their commander, high-rank undead skeleton soul, hunting beast. Before they could make a sound, the skeleton soul, hunting beast clenched its claws tightly, and a cloud of bone powder was seen flowing out from between its claw fingers. And the dissipated soul fires were sucked into the nose of the skeleton soul, hunting beast. With the complete destruction of the entire patrol team, Wink, a fourth-order fierce spirit far inside the territory, instantly widened his eyes that a small leather belt around his waist emitted a dazzling blood-colored light. Seeing Wink's appearance, the dark skeleton knight lord next to him also understood that something must have happened. He immediately asked, "Wink, what's going on?" Then Wink took down the withered small leather pouch from his waist and poured out an irregular blood-colored crystal from it. Then he respectfully replied to the dark skeleton knight lord. "Lord, the magic previously cast on each patrol team has been triggered. That IT should be that one team has been attacked. Look." Immediately, Wink began to inject his soul fire power into the blood-colored crystal. The blood-colored crystal actually began to slowly project a blurry image in the air of the council hall. But as the fierce spirit Wink continuously injected soul firepower, the image became clearer and clearer. What appeared on it was exactly the entire process of the destruction of the patrol team from the perspective of the third-order skeleton warrior. The moment the skull of the skeleton warrior was crushed by the skeleton soul hunting beast, the image suddenly stopped and the light of the blood-colored crystal became dim. "They're coming." The voice of the dark skeleton knight lord didn't sound panicked, but rather a bit weary. Zanla, immediately summon all the undead warriors inside the castle and those on external patrol. All third-order undead warriors go to the city wall to operate the defensive weapons. Second-order undead warriors, according to the previous drill, immediately enter the designated positions of the corpse. Soul wall. "Yes, Chief. Babu." "On." You two work together to hold off one skeleton soul hunting beast. Under the influence of the corpse soul wall, the strength of the skeleton soul hunting beast will be greatly reduced. As long as you hold it off, you'll be heroes. "Yes, Lord." Babu and On looked at each other. Then with firm eyes, they knelt on one knee in front of the dark skeleton knight lord and accepted the order. The 3/4-order undead walked out of the council hall and began to prepare according to the predetermined plan. The Dark Skeleton Knight Lord, in the Dark Council Hall, with a thought, a burst of blazing soul, fire power spurted out from his left hand. In an instant, a summoning was drawn on the floor of the hall. There was formed, and a one-horned skeleton horse covered in scarlet flames appeared upon closer inspection. However, one can discern that its robust framework is replete with minute fissures. This is precisely the exclusive mount summoning talent of the Skeleton Knight after advancing to a high-level undead. Unlike ordinary Skeleton Knights who can summon their mounts at will, high-level Dark Skeleton Knights can enclose their contracted undead mounts within a dedicated mount space, enabling both to grow and advance together. Nevertheless, the holy nether force required for their joint advancement is equivalent to that needed for a single high-level undead to progress. Therefore, if you engage in combat with a high-level Dark Skeleton Knight, a more exalted Terror Skeleton Knight, or the Skeleton Knight Emperor, be prepared to be besieged by two high-level undead that can either combine or fight separately. The Dark Skeleton Knight Lord gently caressed his mount. His tone, though tinged with weariness, was replete with a martial fervor. Presumably, no one else can arrive in time, that it's up to us two. In response, the one-horned skeleton horse let out a neigh. Ha ha, indeed, it is they who should be afraid. With that, the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord mounted his horse. Accompanied by the clatter of hooves, he slowly emerged within the castle, ready to confront the encroaching horde of skull soul hunting beasts. A gray magic smog above his head began to gradually enshroud the entire castle. This was the corpse soul wall presided over by Wink, which could significantly weaken the strength of the invading enemies and even connect the powers of every undead within the formation. As the number of undead participating in the increased, it could even unleash a soul, destroying magic with destructive power comparable to that of a high-level undead. The drawback was that all undead involved in this were unable to move. As the magic array unfolded, the defensive mechanisms on the castle walls also began to circulate with various colors of energy, evidently on the verge of activation. The entire Dark Skeleton Knight castle resembled a wild bone beast sprawling across the dead bone plain, opening its gaping maw, poised to devour all approaching foes. With the Skull Soul hunting beasts officially launching an attack on the Dark Skeleton Knight's territory, CFO, who had returned to the leaderless region camp in the undead realm, received a report from Gu Feng, Lord Leader. Currently, 6 Skull Soul hunting beasts are attacking the Dark Skeleton Knight castle. 6. CFO was inwardly startled. Even though the individual combat power of a Skull Soul hunting beast was far inferior to that of the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord, this number of Skull Soul hunting beast was sufficient to eliminate any undead of the same rank. As a 6th rank Skull Soul hunting beast king emerged, no trace of a 6th rank undead has been detected yet. Lord Leader, after a brief moment of contemplation, CFO rose to his feet and, accompanied only by Gu Feng, who was relatively swift, rushed towards the dead bone plain. Gazing from the edge of the dead bone plain in the castle, CFO and Gu Feng beheld that the once towering Lord's castle, visible to all undead on the dead bone plain, was enshrouded in a mass of gray mist. 6 Skull Soul hunting beasts were constantly prowling around the castle. From time to time, they would extend their claws into the mist, only to withdraw them rapidly down the castle walls. There were intermittent flashes of light as various defensive mechanisms launched either blade-shaped energy slashes or pale, white frigid fireballs. However, the Skull Soul hunting beasts were incredibly fast, and only a few attacks managed to strike and cause them harm. The undead warriors on the castle walls, perhaps realizing the ineffectiveness of these attacks, gradually reduced their frequency of attacks. Eventually, they only operated the defensive mechanisms to repel the Skull Soul hunting beasts when they approached the walls. The two sides confronted each other in this eerie stalemate for a while. Suddenly, as if receiving some signal, the Skull Soul hunting beasts launched a simultaneous attack from several directions around the castle. The castle walls, which had begun to quiet down, once again erupted with a riot of energy attacks. Soul-devouring ballistae, crescent, moon boulder throwers, corpse soul blade carts, and venomous thunderbolts. The attacks launched by these defensive mechanisms would have inflicted significant injuries even on top, tier 4th rank undead. Yet when striking the Skull Soul hunting beasts, they could only impede their advance. All 6 Skull Soul hunting beasts charged into the corpse soul wall, their speed visibly decreased, and the attacks from the defensive mechanisms began to cause more substantial damage. Sensing the sudden increase in damage, the skull soul hunting beasts let out roars and began to ram the castle gates, defying the attacks. With the impact of the skull soul hunting beasts, the sturdy gates gradually began to show fine cracks. Even the gray mist enshrouding the castle became imperceptibly fainter. That moment, a figure wreathed in gushing scarlet flames leaped down from the castle wall. It was the dark skeleton Night Lord. His appearance immediately drew the attention of all the skull soul hunting beasts, which abandoned their current targets and intended to besiege him. Just then, two more figures appeared on the castle wall. One figure suddenly grew larger and also jumped off the wall. The heavy thud upon landing indicated its proficiency in defense. It promptly blocked one of the skull soul hunting beasts. The other figure, from a commanding position, launched a series of arrow lights that forced the skull soul hunting beasts to slow down and start defending against their combined attacks. These were Babu, the 4th-rank skeleton vanguard in the castle, and Arvin, the 4th-rank elite skeleton marksman, with the assistance of Zala and thousands of 2nd-rank skeleton warriors. The corpse soul wall, presided over by the malevolent spirit Wank, conjured 2 massive gray, smoke ghost beasts that became entangled with 2 of the skull soul hunting beasts. Thus, only 3 of the 6 skull soul hunting beasts that had charged towards the dark skeleton Night Lord remained. In an instant, the skull soul hunting beast in the lead was struck on its bone claw by a lance thrust from the dark skeleton Night Lord, who was galloping towards it. The colossal body of the skull soul hunting beast flew out like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the distance. However, the attacked skull soul hunting beast merely shook its head and charged forward again. As the 3 skull soul hunting beasts gradually encircled the dark skeleton Night Lord, the situation began to shift. The 3 well-coordinated skull soul hunting beasts were like successive waves crashing in, attempting to extinguish the dark skeleton Night Lord's soul fire. The dark skeleton Night Lord, on the other hand, resembled a scarlet boulder amidst the waves, steadfast and immovable times, a flash of scarlet blood. Light would cause the 3 skull soul hunting beasts to whine and retreat, giving the dark skeleton Night Lord some breathing space. The battle reached a fever pitch. The dark skeleton Night Lord and the corpse soul wall, presided over by Wank, could still hold on. However, problems began to surface for the duo of Babu and Arvin. Despite the assistance of Arvin, the 4th-rank elite skeleton marksman, Babu, the 4th-rank skeleton vanguard facing a skull soul hunting beast head on, began to feel overwhelmed. With another charge from the skull soul hunting beast, Babu, who had no time to dodge, hastily blocked with his already cracked bone shield. With a crisp sound, the entire bone shield was shattered by the skull soul hunting beast's bone claw, and Babu, who was hiding behind it, was sent flying. But the skull soul hunting beast was even faster. It directly grabbed Babu, who was in mid-air, with its bone claw. Babu seemed on the verge of having his bone body crushed. Arvin, still on the castle wall, immediately jumped down, drew a bone-short sword, and, relying on his agile footwork, began to attack the bone claw forearm of the skull soul hunting beast. After a series of bone sword slashes, the skull soul hunting beast finally relented and threw Babu to the ground. Subsequently, the two began to cooperate in close quarters combat with the skull soul hunting beast. But with Babu's injury and the shattering of his bone shield, the situation grew increasingly dire. Before long, Babu lost one of his bone arms, and Arvin's bone sword had long since broken, leaving him with only a bone bow to barely hold on. Just as the situation seemed about to worsen, the dark skeleton Night Lord repelled the 3 beasts besieging him. Then his mount, the 1 horned skeleton horse, leaped into the air, breaking through the encirclement of the 3 skull soul hunting beasts. Before the 3 beasts could react, the dark skeleton Night Lord pushed off the back of the 1 horned skeleton horse again and charged towards the skull soul hunting beast that was still entangled with Babu and Arvin at an extremely rapid pace. His lance directly pierced the eye socket of this skull soul hunting beast, extinguishing its soul fire, and the skeleton soul hunting beast then collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. At the sight of this, the remaining few skeleton soul hunting beasts let out extremely mournful roars. Suddenly, A deafening howl resounded across the dead bone plain. The remaining skeleton soul, hunting beasts exchanged glances. And astonishingly, they directly gave up their attacks on the dark skeleton knight lord and the others, retreating slowly while merely assuming a besieging formation to the place where the howl had just originated. A far more massive skeleton soul, hunting beast gradually emerged. Its sapphire, blue soul fire indicated that it was a top-tier high-level undead of the 6th rank. However, upon closer inspection, it could be noticed that the right claw of this colossal beast was missing a section, and its body was covered with slashes. Evidently, this was the skeleton soul, hunting beast king mentioned in the news Xie Tuanjiu had received. With the appearance of the skeleton soul, hunting beast king, an even more intense atmosphere of tension filled the scene. The dark skeleton knight lord was relatively composed, but the others like Babu and Alvin were already on the verge of losing their footing. Even the gray smoke ghost beasts formed by the corpse soul wall magic array that enveloped the castle showed signs of becoming somewhat scattered. Impossible. The 6th rank skeleton soul, hunting beast king. The dark skeleton knight looked utterly incredulous. Before he could take any action, the newly emerged skeleton soul, hunting beast king, charged rapidly towards the castle, its target clearly the dark skeleton knight lord. The dark skeleton knight was quite decisive. Without the slightest hesitation, he dashed straight into the castle for the few 4th rank undead outside. He abandoned them without a second thought, and they were instantly torn to pieces by the other skeleton soul, hunting beasts. Boom! As the skeleton soul, hunting beast king crashed into the city gate, the already cracked castle gate was directly shattered. Two gray, smoke ghost beasts generated by the corpse soul wall magic array let out a whimper and vanished into nothingness. Subsequently, the skeleton soul, hunting beast king rampaged through the castle, and no undead warrior could halt its advance even for a moment. Even Wenk and Zala, who rushed out of the control array in a hurry, were directly trampled to death. Thus, all the 4th rank undead under the command of the dark skeleton knight lord were completely wiped out, and the dark skeleton knight who had returned to the castle disappeared without a trace. As the remaining few skeleton soul, hunting beasts charged into the castle, the other undead warriors remaining in the castle were slaughtered in an extremely short time. However, at this moment, the skeleton soul, hunting beast king began to sense something amiss. Apart from the dark skeleton knight lord, who had been missing all along, the soul fires of these undead warriors crushed by the skeleton soul, hunting beasts had all vanished, just as it was about to call on the skeleton soul, hunting beasts to withdraw from the castle first. Suddenly, a feeling of palpitating oppression welled up in the soul fires of the rampaging skeleton soul, hunting beasts. A huge magic array expanded rapidly from the council hall until it covered the entire castle. Sensing the anomaly, the skeleton soul, hunting beasts attempted to run outside. Unexpectedly, this magic array was like a quagmire, causing them to sink slowly, and no matter how much they struggled, it was to no avail. They could not move, and the dark skeleton knight lord, who had disappeared earlier, slowly emerged from a basement in the council hall. This soul fusion magic array was originally prepared for the Black Warrior Marquis of the Rotting Corpse Swamp territory. Unexpectedly, it's being used on you first, the dark skeleton knight lord, while controlling a dazzling magic array crystal with his left hand, cautiously approached the few skeleton soul, hunting beasts, carrying his lance in the other hand. Although the entire castle has been destroyed, it's worth by absorbing your soul fires. I should be able to advance to the 6th rank terror skeleton knight. Then my territory will be larger, and I'll have more undead warriors under my command. After ensuring that the bone beasts, including the skeleton soul, hunting beast king, were unable to move, the dark skeleton knight lord muttered to himself as he walked towards the nearest skeleton soul, hunting beast. With a thrust of his lance, a skeleton soul, hunting beast promptly met its end. Its soul fire was taken into the dark skeleton knight lord's possession. Another skeleton soul, hunting beast, was damaged. The remaining ones all let out ear-splitting roars. The leading skeleton soul, hunting beast king, exerted all its strength in an attempt to break free from the control of the magic puppet array. As the force increased, its controlled body showed a slight loosening. The dark skeleton knight, unaware of this, continued to carry his lance and slaughter the remaining skeleton soul, hunting beasts one by one. As the number of skeleton soul hunting beasts decreased, the roars grew fainter, until the last fifth rank skeleton soul hunting beast had its skull pierced by the dark skeleton Night Lord. On the scene, only the dark skeleton Night Lord and the silent skeleton soul hunting beast king remained. Although I don't know how you advance to become a sixth rank skeleton soul hunting beast king. But now, as the first sixth rank prey before my advancement to the sixth rank, feel honored. Having said that, the dark skeleton Night Lord thrust his lance towards the head of the skeleton soul hunting beast king. At the critical moment, one of the skeleton soul hunting beast king's bone claws actually broke through the control of the soul fusion magic array and with a single swipe sent the dark skeleton Night Lord flying. This blow completely shattered the newly replaced bone body of the dark skeleton Night Lord. However, with the appearance of the unicorn skeleton horse, it steadily caught the remains of the dark skeleton Night Lord. You actually managed to break free from the soul fusion magic array. Before the dark skeleton Night Lord could react, the skeleton soul hunting beast king's movable bone claw directly grabbed a nearby scattered moon fragment boulder and hurled it towards the center of the magic array in the council hall. As the moon fragment boulder hit the center of the magic array and exploded, the soul fusion magic array covering the entire castle began to disappear amidst a tremor. The remaining buildings of the castle gradually collapsed as the soul fusion magic array vanished. The skeleton soul hunting beast king, having regained its mobility, looked coldly at the dark skeleton Night Lord. Before the dark skeleton Night Lord could say anything, the skeleton soul hunting beast king instantly appeared in front of him. Its huge bone claw directly grasped the dark skeleton Night Lord along with his horse in its hand. Thus, the dark skeleton Night Lord, the overlord of the dead bone plane, met his end. After eliminating the dark skeleton Night Lord, a tinge of sorrow flickered in the eyes of the skeleton soul hunting beast king. After gathering all the soul fires, it swiftly left the castle, which had now become a ruin. Xie Feng, who was observing the situation in the distance, felt his soul fire tremble violently and his entire skeleton shake as the dark skeleton Night Lord's soul was extinguished. Upon seeing this, Gu Feng immediately carried Xie Feng on his back and started running towards the camp in the unclaimed land. However, after running just a few steps, Gu Feng felt Xie Feng pat him on the shoulder, indicating that he should be put down. Sensing that his high nether force was almost depleted, Xie Feng let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if a weight had been lifted off his mind. Fortunately, the dark skeleton Night Lord didn't actively crush the vassal contract when his soul was extinguished. Otherwise, Xie Feng would surely have dropped to the soul fire level of second rank undead. Dropping to the second rank wouldn't be so bad. What he feared was losing his status as a knight when he advanced to the third rank again and could only advance to an ordinary third rank skeleton warrior. Then his combat power would have dropped significantly. Subsequently, with a thought in his mind, the system panel appeared before Xie Feng's eyes. Name, Xie Feng race. Undead skeleton knight. Rank, third rank high. Nether force points. 10 nether force points. 15 temporary storage. 2 holy nether force 80 high. Nether force can choose to shuttle through worlds. Xie Feng's heart stirred, and the 80 high nether force points on the system panel began to pour into his soul fire, causing the soul fire, which had almost faded, to burn vigorously again. Let's take a look at the castle. With his strength restored, Xie Feng summoned his bone horse, carried Gu Feng on it, and galloped towards the castle. Yes, soon as he entered the castle, all that met his eyes were broken walls and scattered skeleton remains. After making a round, Xie Feng finally found a somewhat familiar skull at a corner of the broken city gate. After putting this skull away, without lingering any longer, Xie Feng called Gu Feng and left the castle. With the outbreak of the fierce battle, it was believed that the nearby lords would soon send their undead warriors to investigate. Although Xie Feng no longer had the dark skeleton Night Lord, like a huge mountain pressing down on him. However, his current strength remains too feeble, rendering him ill-suited to engage in conflicts with other lords. It is only upon becoming a lord of the undead that Xie Feng can truly spread his wings. In the apocalyptic realm, within the skeletal fortress of Lingdong City, 2 days have elapsed since the demise of the dark skeletal Night Lord. Upon his return, Xie Feng promptly infused all the souls of the undead amassed in the recent days into the system panel. After a long period of anticipation, Xie finally commenced preparations for his advancement. Provided that he proceeds methodically without unforeseen incidents, he shall ascend to the rank of a 4th-tier elite skeletal knight, becoming a top-tier, mid-level undead, with only a single step remaining before he can attain the status of a high-tier undead lord, within the confines of his exclusive secret chamber in the skeletal fortress. The holy necromantic energy accumulated in the system panel began to surge into Xie bony form. The energy circuits that once lay dormant within his skeletal frame began to manifest gradually. The energy erupting from the soul fire crashed against his bones like relentless waves of the sea. The energy circuits that previously interacted with the soul fire started to thicken under this relentless influx of power. It was as if a mysterious force was guiding the transformation, as new energy circuits continuously extended from the soul fire, interacting with the skeletal frame, until at a certain moment the original energy circuits intertwined with the newly formed ones, gradually merging into a singular, cohesive system. The moment the new energy circuits were born, Xie soul fire transformed from a bright yellow to a pale green, signifying his official advancement to a 4th-tier elite skeletal knight. With a mental summons, the system panel materialized before his eyes. Name: Xie race, undead, elite skeletal knight. Tier: 4th-tier holy necromantic points. 3 strong necromantic points. 10 stored. None available world traversal. With this advancement, Xie began to keenly perceive the changes within himself. In addition to the customary enhancements in physical strength, the acquisition of holy necromantic energy allowed him to comprehend the Lord's skills exclusive to high-tier undead, akin to the crimson blood flames wielded by the now-perished dark skeletal knight lord. With each cycle of energy flow, an unusual chill began to emanate. However, the Lord's skills would only solidify and become fully operational once Xie ascended to high-tier undead. For now, they could only be considered a work in progress. Furthermore, the number of undead warrior contracts Xie possessed finally increased, expanding from over 10,000 to 30,000 in the Jinkai district of Lingdong City. The apocalyptic world seemed to have entered a season of rain, with intermittent downpours. Thankfully, Lingdong City's drainage system remained functional. Otherwise, the undead warriors would have been forced to battle the zombies in the water. As the zombie-clearing operation in Jinkai district progressed steadily, Xie embarked on another plan: to expand his army once more. However, unlike the previous minor skirmishes, he intended to establish a second legion, recruiting flesh and blood undead, such as zombies, to bolster his ranks. This would help offset the consumption of zombie souls. With the demise of the Dark Skeletal Knight Lord and the complete annihilation of his undead forces, Xie earlier concerns dissipated. The vast expanse of the Bone Plains now lacked even a single 3rd-tier undead, resembling a vast breeding ground for the undead, where anyone could take a bite. Nearby lords were preoccupied with alliances to combat the skeletal, soul-hunting beasts, possibly dispatching patrols to survey the Bone Plains. However, they would not attempt to seize the Bone Plains in the near future. Thus, Xie could easily claim the title of Lord of the Bone Plains if he desired. Yet this self-proclaimed lord sat in his grand chair, troubled. Is this truly the second legion of undead warriors you have recruited? Xie gestured towards a group of underwhelming zombies, barely a meter tall, with crooked eyes and vacant hands, lacking even a semblance of armor. Beside him, Bone Wind struggled to suppress laughter, observing the Bone General being berated by Xie. The Bone General wore a look of grievance, eager to defend himself but too intimidated to speak under Xie relentless barrage. It was only when Xie began to tire that he slumped back into his chair and said, "Bone General, if you cannot present a coherent argument today, you shall join Bone Do in renovating the skeletal fortress." The mere thought startled Bone Do, who was busy toiling in a corner of the council hall. Sensing Bone Do's intense gaze upon him, the Bone General hastily replied, "Great leader, the scarcity of flesh and blood undead breeding grounds in the Bone Plains is indeed alarming, not to mention the large-scale breeding ground of Corpse Marsh. I have scarcely encountered even a few small burial mounds." Ultimately, he managed to locate a disorganized graveyard in a low-lying area, where the first-tier undead warriors consisted solely of these diminutive zombies. The commander of the First Legion, typically in charge of thousands of undead warriors, now resembled a child awaiting punishment for a misdeed, head bowed in anticipation of Xie impending reprimand. Xie helplessly rubbed his forehead. He had previously heard that the breeding grounds for flesh and blood undead in the Bone Plains were scarce, but he had not anticipated their near extinction. While he pondered, the first-tier zombies, trembling in the hall, exchanged glances. As if making a resolute decision, the leading small zombie timidly lifted its head and asked, "My lord, may I speak?" Just as Xie was contemplating whether to abandon the plan for Second Legion, he turned his attention to the small zombie, intrigued, and said, "Rise and speak clearly. I am listening to as you command, my lord. Although I do not understand why you seek flesh and blood undead, I must correct a statement made by the previous esteemed individual. We are not mere small zombies. We are Kuei-Shurs." The small Kuei-Shur puffed out its chest, attempting to appear taller. However, its height of less than a meter, combined with its disheveled appearance, rendered the gesture somewhat comical. Kuei-He. Everyone present was taken aback. Is there even such a race of undead? Xie quickly rifled through his memories of the soul fire inheritance, glancing at the other bone generals and bone wind, only to find them shaking their heads. The standing small Kuei-Shur showed no signs of surprise and lowered its head. "Say, it is understandable that you esteemed lords are unaware of us Kuei-Shurs. We are a minor branch of flesh and blood undead, and our combat prowess upon birth is significantly weaker than that of our counterparts, relying on bone rats and bone snakes for sustenance. Thus, most undead are oblivious to our existence, and we are often mistaken for underdeveloped zombies that I see." Xie replied, now intrigued by the small Kuei-Shur's explanation. "What purpose do you Kuei-Shurs serve? If you are as useless as you claim, it will be better to eliminate you and use your soul fire to provide a change of flavor for my undead warriors." Under the unrestrained gazes of Xie and the other skeletal undead, the small Kuei-Shur understood that its next words would determine the fate of its kind. Under immense pressure, the small Kuei-Shur, no longer timid, knelt respectfully on one knee. "My lord, we are currently situated in a realm inhabited by living beings. Correct?" Xie nodded, recognizing that it was not surprising for the small Kuei-Shur to realize they were no longer in the realm of the undead. Undead beings are exceptionally sensitive to the aura of living beings. Even these zombies are considered a form of life, albeit a peculiar one. "My lord, could we possibly procure a few fresh corpses with flesh?" With a single glance from Xie, Gudo, who was in the midst of his work, scurried out of the council hall in a servile manner. Moments later, Gudo entered the council hall, carrying the corpses of 3 zombies on his shoulders, the kneeling Kuei corpses, upon seeing the fresh zombie corpses, no longer exhibited the trembling demeanor they had moments ago. Each one's eyes glimmered with a faint red light, exuding an inexplicable sense of Gudo placed the 3 first, orders zombie corpses in front of the leading small Kuei corpse. The small Kuei corpse, which had been impatient for a long time, first glanced at Xie. After receiving Xie affirmation, the small Kuei corpse lifted the tattered shroud hanging over its belly, and in the middle of its belly, a gaping blood-red maw appeared. However, unlike the large mouths in the bellies of stitched corpse demons and other undead, the large mouth of the Kuei corpse was not filled with sharp fangs, but was instead full of wriggling small flesh tentacles, moving involuntarily. When the small Kuei corpse held one of the zombie corpses and brought it to its mouth, these small flesh tentacles, like sharks that had smelled blood, began to wriggle frantically, and the zombie corpse that was swallowed seemed to be dissolved by this large mouth. Moments later, with the wriggling of these small flesh tentacles, the zombie corpse completely disappeared within this large mouth. At the same time, the body of this small Kuei corpse, like a balloon being inflated, began to expand rapidly, and its height shot up from less than 1 meter and 20 centimeters to around 1 meter and 40 centimeters. After the Kuei corpse finished devouring the first zombie corpse, it did not hesitate. Instead, it promptly swallowed the remaining 2 zombie corpses into its large mouth. As the corpse of the small Kuei corpse grew larger, its speed of digesting the zombie corpses also increased dramatically. Moments later, after the 3 zombie corpses were consumed, the small Kuei corpse directly transformed into a sturdy Kuei corpse around 1 meter and 80 centimeters tall, although the tattered armor on its body remained unchanged. Its originally rotten and shriveled body had turned into a plump corpse body with a bluish-white sheen. Witnessing this scene, Xie stroked his mandible. Small Kuei corpse, what is this ability? Is it permanent or temporary? Sensing the continuous stream of power throughout its body, the excited small Kuei corpse, upon hearing Xie question, quickly knelt down on one knee again. Honorable sir, this is our Kuei corpse's innate skill, flesh and blood balance. We could devour fresh flesh and blood to permanently enhance the strength of our corpse bodies, our power, and so on. Permanent? How is that possible? If it were really that powerful, how could you have ended up in this state? Xie was startled when he heard the small Kuei corpse's words. Then he calmed down and raised his doubts. Honorable sir, you truly have discerning eyes. The activation condition of this innate skill is that it can only devour fresh flesh and blood. Other types of rotting flesh have no effect at all. Also, although it can enhance the strength of the corpse body, power, etc., there's also a limit. Without advancement, we are merely stronger than ordinary undead of the same rank. Hearing this, Xie understood. In oh wonder the Kuei corpses couldn't survive in the undead realm. Where could they find fresh flesh and blood in the undead realm? Judging from their current strength, if a common first-order zombie warrior were willing to let the Kuei corpses take a bite, it would be considered a stroke of good luck. Then the small Kuei corpse continued to add. Moreover, we Kuei corpses cannot, like other flesh-based undead, use flesh and blood to increase our nether power. Therefore, we are not recognized by those powerful flesh-based undead. In the end, we can only hide and hunt some non-ranked bone beasts to enhance our strength. After saying this, it lowered its head again and began to await Xie next judgment. I could see this moment. Xie started scratching his head. Originally, he had thought that by establishing the second undead legion, using the useless zombie flesh and blood in the Doomsday world to cultivate a group of flesh-based undead warriors could relieve some of the pressure on his distribution of zombie souls and also allow him to advance to a higher level undead as soon as possible. As a result, the Bone General brought back this small team of disabled zombies. Before he could feel disappointed, this group of disabled zombies then transformed into Kuei corpses that no one had ever heard of. Sensing that the zombie flesh and blood was more effective in enhancing the combat power of the Kuei corpses, before he could be happy, he was then informed that the Kuei corpses had no way to advance by devouring zombie flesh and blood. That is to say, after going around a huge circle, Xie still had not reduced the consumption of soul power distribution. Instead, he had even added a major consumer of soul power that in Xiefeng's mind. The Kuei corpse warriors definitely had to be retained. After all, it only cost 3 useless zombie corpses to obtain an ordinary first-order undead warrior, and they could even continue to grow at the same rank, which was quite a bargain for Xie at present. After a brief thought, Xie made up his mind. Kuei corpses, are you willing to submit to me, to fight for me, and offer everything you have? The leading Kuei corpse's expression was one of ecstasy, and it quickly replied, Honorable leader, we Kuei corpses are willing to fight for you forever and clear all obstacles in your way. The other Kuei corpses, seeing that the leading Kuei corpse was willing to submit, also expressed their submission one after another. Good. From now on, you are the warriors of my second undead legion, and you'll be the legion commander. Looking at the finger bone pointing at himself, the leading Kuei corpse quickly nodded in agreement, wishing he could immediately split open his head to reveal his soul fire to show his loyalty. By the way, as a first-order undead, you probably don't have your own name yet, do you? Yes, honorable leader, I don't have my own name. Then from today on, your name will be Xie Kuei. Having obtained his own name, Xie Kuei felt the envious and even slightly jealous gazes from the nearby second-order skeleton warriors who were guarding. This feeling was even better than when he first tasted fresh flesh and blood. Xie Kuei, how many Kuei corpses do you have now? Honorable leader, there are currently only over 200 Kuei corpses. However, as long as fresh flesh and blood are provided, new Kuei corpses will continuously be born in our birthplace. The chaotic graveyard. Xie nodded and secretly allocated 5,000 undead warrior slots for the second legion in his heart. Xie Kuei, your current strength is still too weak. Bone General, great leader, Bone General awaits your summons. Temporarily incorporate the 2nd Undead Legion into the reserve army. You assist them in the early stage, when they have accumulated enough military achievements for all to advance to the 2nd rank. Then formally establish it. Yes, great leader. With the addition of the Kuei corpses, the days of the zombies became even more difficult. Originally, it was only the skeletons bullying the zombies. Now, with the addition of the Kuei corpses, it was no longer just a simple matter of losing their heads. Having grown to over 3 meters tall by devouring zombie corpses, the Kuei corpses were like small versions of gluttonous snakes. Wherever they passed, everything was clean. Even the rotting zombie flesh left behind by the skeleton-type undead warriors after they were killed, the Kuei corpses did not at all and swallowed it all into their stomachs. Supported by their powerful strength at the same rank and their eagerness for fresh flesh and blood, within just 3 to 4 days, the over 200 Kuei corpses who came to the Doomsday World had all advanced to the 2nd rank. And the 2nd Undead Legion was formally established. In addition, through the efforts of the temporary undead recruiter, Gufeng, the newly born skeleton warriors on the Deadbone Plain began to continuously join Xie Feng's Undead Legion. With control over nearly all the undead birth points on the Deadbone Plain, other types of undead warriors also began to appear in Xie Feng's army. For example, over 100 First Order skeleton archers were recruited by Xie Feng. They were the lower-level undead of the 4th Order elite skeleton sharpshooter, Alvin, who was originally under the command of the Dark Skeleton Night Lord. This filled a part of the gap in Xie Feng's lack of long-range combat power. And this batch of 1st Order skeleton archers was quickly taken over by the Bone General. Using the public funds of the 1st Legion, they were directly advanced to 2nd Order skeleton shooters and filled into the 1st Legion. The result of this was that the Bone General was severely chided by Gufeng, who arrived later. Finally, they made an agreement that the independent reconnaissance team would have the first pick of the next batch of high-quality troops. And only then did they stop. Coincidentally, the next day, a group of over 30 First Order skeleton beast tamers arrived in the Doomsday World from the undead realm. These semi-magical undead warriors who could command various undead beasts such as bone dogs, bone snakes, and zombie wolves were happily taken in by Gufeng into his independent reconnaissance team, which made the Bone General extremely angry. Similar incidents of competing for troops occurred frequently. The two of them resorted to every means possible. Ultimately, the matter escalated to Xie Feng's attention. One party vehemently rebuked the other for abusing their temporary rights as a necromancer recruiter, while the opposing side threw a tantrum, asserting that the reserve troops were under their jurisdiction, and they were merely providing a small opportunity for the independent reconnaissance team. Fed up with the squabbling, Xie Feng decided to administer equal punishment, assigning Gu Jiang and Gu Feng to replace Gu Dou and renovate the Bone Fortress for a day. As for the resolution of the personnel issue, it was decreed that the title of temporary necromancer recruiter would be revoked from Gu Feng and transferred to the vice commander of the original guard army. All undead warriors must accumulate military merits within the reserve army before they could choose the legion they wished to join, free from any interference. This finally quelled the minor uproar. When a number of undead warriors under Xie Feng's command finally surpassed 20,000, the zombies and small gatherings of the undead in the Jinkai district have been largely cleared. In light of this, Xie Feng resolved to take action against several large zombie congregations in the district. Unlike the methodical and cautious approach taken during the cleanup of the Wanli community, Xie Feng directly organized the 1st Legion, which had expanded to over 10,000 skeleton warriors, along with more than 500 hulking corpses from the 2nd Legion, into 5 teams to commence the eradication of these congregations, which numbered over 200,000 zombies. The remaining reserve undead warriors, numbering fewer than 10,000, were intermingled within each team as auxiliary forces. The native survivors' servant army had also grown to over 100 individuals during this time, with more than 10 reaching the 1st-tier strength. Despite their limited utility, under Gu Zhang's direction, they were tasked with separating the bones and flesh from the cleared zombies to prevent the hulking corpses of the 2nd Legion from devouring all the remains. Meanwhile, the most powerful unit among Xie Feng's undead warriors, the Skeleton Knights, stood ready as a rapid response team to tackle any potential 3rd-tier zombies that might emerge. With a command from Xie Feng, the full-scale cleanup of the zombies in the Jinkai district officially commenced. "My lord, this realm of living beings you brought us to is simply wondrous," Every day, there's an endless supply of fresh flesh and blood. Yet the skeletons of the First Legion 1T allow us to feast on too many bones, leaving me feeling somewhat osteoporotic. As the only sizable organized unit among Xie undead warriors, the hulking corpses were also divided into 5 teams to act as the front line, targeting the 5 predetermined large zombie congregations. Due to insufficient military merit, the commander of the Second Legion, Xie, had yet to be promoted to the 3rd tier. Thus, he fervently insisted on participating in frontline combat. Without our lord, there would be no today for us hulking corpses. Everyone must give their all. Who dares to slack off? I will smash their heads. Leading the charge, Xie did not immediately respond to his subordinates' remarks about the First Legion, but instead glanced at the accompanying skeleton warriors. He wrapped his arm around the hulking corpse who had just spoken. Next time, you must never speak ill of these skeletons, understand? Don't forget our lord is also a skeleton. The embraced hulking corpse quickly shrank back, repeatedly assuring that he would never dare to do so again. As the undead forces gradually delved deeper into the Jinkai district, they began encountering an increasing number of zombies. Thus, the undead armies of each team officially engaged in combat with the large zombie hordes. The hulking corpses in the front lines displayed particularly impressive prowess, standing over 3 meters tall, clad in an array of armor made from various bones and metals, wielding massive bone axes and clubs. With a sweeping strike, the zombies were left decimated. Meanwhile, the cavernous mouths of the hulking corpses did not cease their consumption, devouring the zombies while their wounds, inflicted by bites, began to heal. As the commotion escalated, the zombies in these congregations began to riot collectively, with an increasing number of mutated zombies emerging within their ranks. Among them were spitter zombies capable of spraying corrosive venom and long-armed monstrosities that tossed ordinary zombies like basketballs into the ranks of the undead warriors, inflicting some damage upon them. However, with the emergence of the skeleton archer from the First Legion, who began targeting the mutated zombies with precision, the tide of battle quickly shifted, curbing the zombies' momentum. Due to the overwhelming number of zombies being cleared, their roars echoed deafeningly, even reaching the other districts of Lingdong City, attracting a horde of zombies towards the Jinkai district. Zombies from other congregations also began to move towards the battlefield where the undead army was engaged. Not to mention the zombies in other areas of Lingdong City, which were too far away. The zombies from other congregations in the Jinkai district soon discovered that the once spacious streets had become choked with various debris, with even a building having collapsed to block the original thoroughfare. These ordinary zombies, fixated solely on fresh flesh, could only circle around the obstacles, desperately seeking a path to the source of the sounds. Meanwhile, a handful of mutated zombies began to bypass these barriers, heading straight towards the clash of the undead army. One particularly grotesque, mutated zombie, covered in bone spurs and crawling on all fours, was met with a sudden, lethal strike from a bone sword that severed its head as it leaped over an obstacle. With the head of the zombie tumbling to the ground, Gufeng slowly emerged from the shadows, clearly the wielder of the bone sword. His appearance served as a signal, prompting thousands of independent reconnaissance team undead warriors to materialize from behind the various high walls, ready to ambush the mutated zombies that had crossed the barriers. The second-tier skeleton beastmasters, wielding staffs to inflict curses of deceleration and decay upon the zombies, commanded their undead beasts to engage in tearing them apart, for those zombies that charged too swiftly. The skeleton beastmasters did not hesitate to strike them down with their staffs. The newly added skeletal warriors and skeleton musicians from the independent reconnaissance team also began to utilize their abilities to fend off the mutated zombies. Thus, these mutated zombies found themselves firmly trapped, unable to advance towards the battlefield of the undead army. Xie Tuanjiu flicked the blood off his bone sword and glanced toward the direction of the undead army. Don't let yourself be caught off guard. He swiftly dashed toward another mutated zombie that had crossed the barrier on the rooftop of a nearby high-rise building overlooking several battlefields. Gu Jiang stood vigilantly, while a few skeleton beastmasters, having been reassigned by him, continuously directed their skeletal eagles to flit between the various battlefronts, relaying information back to Gu Jiang. 2 third-tier zombie, hound spotted at the edge of the first battlefield. Send word for the Skeleton Knight Brigade to handle it. Deploy 500-man teams from the second battlefield to the first. The number of second-tier zombies there far exceeds our original estimates. As Gu Jiang observed the undead warriors steadily advancing into the fray, issuing commands, he barely had time to catch his breath when a skeleton beastmaster returned with new intelligence. The zombies from other congregations have been halted by the independent reconnaissance team. It seems Gu Feng has some utility after all. Meanwhile, the skeleton beastmasters, dutifully listening to Gu Jiang's criticisms of their leader, quietly lowered their heads, pretending not to hear. Let them know if they can't hold on. They shouldn't force it that we can't let anything jeopardize our Lord's grand plans. With a wave of his hand, he instructed the skeleton beastmasters to relay the message while he continued to monitor the battlefield situation. From afar, in the third battlefield, the undead legion, led by Xie advanced with remarkable speed. Under his leadership, the hulking corpses charged forward like rabid tanks, each one determined to push through as if fueled by an uncontrollable fervor. Even if its body was covered with zombies biting, scratching, and clawing, it paid no heed, regarding them as reserve food supplies. The large mouth on its abdomen never ceased, constantly devouring zombies to recover its own injuries. For those severely injured elite zombies, with the assistance of the skeleton warriors fighting alongside, they would withdraw from the battlefield, take a brief rest in the rear. Once they had recovered to a certain extent, they would re-enter the battlefield. Thus, as the undead warriors advanced ceaselessly, they encountered more and more mutated zombies. There was even a mutated zombie that stood over 5 meters tall, holding a large utility pole in its hand. Dashing straight out from Stadium.it was also of second-order strength. Yet as soon as this mutated zombie made its appearance, it directly knocked 2 elite zombies and several skeleton warriors of the undead army into the air. However, it became the focus of attention. Under the concentrated fire of the skeleton archers in the rear, its head was soon pierced through, and it never rose again, soon, after a whole day's efforts. All 5 predetermined zombie gathering sites were cleared as planned. By the end, the undead warriors suffered fewer than 500 casualties, and most of these were from the first-order reserves. The horror of the undead scourge began to gradually manifest in this world. The undead warriors, without pain, fatigue, or the need for logistics, and sustaining themselves through battle, were basically the nightmare of most living creatures in the world. And on the first day, when the undead were methodically carrying out the zombie clearing plan in the static development zone, no one noticed that a strange zombie crow was shuttling back and forth among several battlefields. Its pair of blood-red eyes were crystal clear, resembling 2 blood-colored diamonds, and its flying speed indicated that this zombie crow was at least a second-order zombie creature. After the undead army finished clearing these zombie gathering sites, the zombie crow that had been hovering all day returned to the largest zombie gathering site in the static development zone, Hushy Village in the city. It passed through the dense zombie hordes on the road until it finally landed in a small courtyard. And in this courtyard, there's a mutated zombie with an unusually large head. Distinct from all other zombies, with a call from this big-headed zombie, the zombie crow obediently flew into the big-headed zombie's hand. Without the slightest hesitation, this big-headed zombie actually directly bit off the zombie crow's head. Accompanied by the crunching, chewing sound, all the scenes the zombie crow had witnessed that day gradually emerged in the big-headed zombie's mind. There were scenes of elite zombies brandishing their weapons in their hands while stuffing zombies into their stomachs. There were also scenes of skeleton warriors standing in neat formations like a harvesting machine, leaving behind nothing but headless zombies wherever they passed, and so on. From these scenes, the big-headed zombie felt the horror of the undead army. A flash of fear crossed its face, followed by boundless fury. Then it raised its head and let out a shrill scream. Dozens of third-order humanoid zombies emerged from all corners near this small courtyard and soon gathered around this big-headed zombie. With this shrill scream, all the zombies in Hushy Village in the city began to slowly move towards the position of the big-headed zombie. Being able to make so many third-order zombies gather together and control such a huge number of zombies. The identity of this big-headed zombie was obvious. It was the fourth-order zombie king. As the zombie horde showed signs of change, the undead warrior responsible for scouting this area quickly transmitted this news. The zombie horde is showing signs of change. Xie Feng, who was looking for a suitable place on the bone plane in the undead world to open another teleportation gate, was interrupted in his progress by the urgent report from the Bone General. He could only return to the Doomsday World first and start discussing with a group of undead commanders. Tell me in detail. Hearing Xie Feng's words, Gu Feng quickly stood up and began to talk about the intelligence detected by the independent scouting team. Yes, Lord Chief. The undead warriors of the independent scouting team found that there was a rather abnormal movement of the zombie horde in the largest zombie gathering site in the static development zone. They did not move in the direction of our previous battlefields, but instead moved towards the interior of the gathering site. Subsequently, the undead warriors sent out a bone eagle for reconnaissance and found that there were no fewer than 23rd Order zombies gathering together in the center of the gathering site. And there was also an unusual zombie commander present that IT is highly suspected to be a 4th Order mutated zombie. After listening to Gu Feng's report, just as Xie Feng was about to ask everyone to share their thoughts, he heard a commotion at the entrance of the council hall. Captain of the 3rd Brigade of the independent scouting team, there's an urgent military affair that needs to be reported immediately. Hearing this voice and seeing Xie Feng nod, Gu Feng immediately got up and walked outside. After a while, Gu Feng came in with a skeleton warrior. What's the urgent military affair? Speak directly. Hearing the voice of a superior, this skeleton warrior did not dare to be negligent. Lord Chief, all commanders, the Bone Eagle has newly discovered that the zombie hordes and several other zombie gathering sites in the static development zone are gradually moving towards the largest one. And all the zombies in this largest zombie gathering site have set out and are starting to move in the direction of our Weiyang district. It is estimated that these 2 waves of zombie hordes will eventually form a complete zombie horde and attack us. What? After listening to this skeleton warrior's report, the Bone General stood up directly from his bone chair, disregarding that Xie Feng was still present. Great Chief, the number of zombies in the remaining several gathering sites adds up to at least 3 million. Coupled with these 3rd Order zombies of unknown quantity and the 4th Order zombie of unknown details, I think we should temporarily abandon Weiyang District and all defend the Whitebone Fortress. Even if necessary, all retreat to the undead world and make plans later. Xie Feng waved his hand, indicating for the Bone General to sit down, that he understood that the Bone General was mainly worried about his safety as the chief. So he lost his composure. After all, a zombie horde of millions was no joke. The movement of a million-strong zombie horde isn't that fast, plus with the obstacle walls set up before. At most, only half of the zombies can engage us in a head-on battle. With 600,000 or 700,000 zombies, we can each chop off 30 zombie heads, and it'll be over. Hearing Xie Feng's words, the undead commanders present also expressed their agreement one after another. After waving his hand to make the Bone General sit down, Xie Feng looked around at his subordinate undead commanders and said firmly, "Gentlemen, it seems that the clearing plan we formulated before can no longer be realized. Then let's achieve our goal in one fell swoop." After saying this, Xie Feng paused for a moment and then began to issue orders directly. "Bone General, now I put the 1st Legion, the 2nd Legion, and the reserves all under your unified command if necessary. The Guard can also follow your command. You must block the attack of the zombie horde." "Yes, Great Chief. The Bone General will never let down your trust." Gu Feng, from now on, apart from assisting the Bone General in gathering necessary battlefield information, your independent scouting team should start fully searching for information about the Zombie King and other 3rd Order zombies. Once you have any specific location or other information, report it immediately. Yes, Lord Chief. The independent scouting team will definitely complete the task you assigned perfectly. Sodding, from now on, you and the Night Order stay by my side and wait for my orders at any time. Yes, Lord Chief. Gu Do, as Xie Feng began to issue orders one by one, the war machine of the undead army, which had just temporarily stopped to rest, started rumbling again in the Doomsday world. Given the terrifying number of zombies faced this time, even the servant army composed of native survivors was urgently conscripted and equipped with various bone-made weapons, considering the low strength of the servant army. The Bone General arranged them together with the skeleton archers in the 2nd echelon. Each person wields a slightly smaller bone bow, mainly responsible for supplementing long-range attacks. The chief corpses have also started to re-equip themselves with new armors. Considering that the number of zombies they will face this time is far different from before, each chief corpse is equipped with more than 5 weapons on their backs to make up for potential losses on the battlefield. The undead warriors of the 1st Legion, led by their respective centurions, have started to line up neatly, receiving a small amount of zombie souls distributed to them. This is to enable them to recover their own and their comrades' injuries as quickly as possible when wounded. The skeleton beast tamers are also mending the undead war beasts that were damaged on the original battlefield. The most powerful skeleton knights stand silently at the entrance of the council hall, waiting for the leader's summons. All the undead warriors are making the final preparations before the battle, as a majestic bone horn resounds within the bone fortress. The undead warriors who are still preparing immediately start to form ranks. After the formation is completed, a small group of skeleton musicians on the city wall of the bone fortress desperately blow a huge bone horn. Another bone horn blast rings out, and with this sound, the undead warriors within the bone fortress feel their soul fires burning more vigorously. This is precisely the innate skill of the skeleton musicians, inspiring vigor, which can slightly enhance the combat effectiveness of the undead warriors on the battlefield. After the horn sound ends, the bone gates of the bone fortress slowly open. The chief corpses, acting as the vanguard, rush out of the city gate first, running towards the direction of the zombie horde. The rest of the undead warriors closely follow behind the chief corpses. Seen from the sky, the undead legion and the zombie horde are like two surging waves, approaching each other continuously. Brother Zhang, do you think we can survive this time? At the rearmost position of the undead legion, a small leader of the auxiliary army asks Zhang Wei. Although this small leader has first-order strength and is considered a master among the auxiliary army, his legs are still trembling constantly at this moment. Hearing his subordinate's slightly trembling voice, there is not a trace of fear in Zhang Wei's eyes. He just tightly grips the bone bow in his hand and says in a calm voice, "Relax, everyone. This time, it's just because the number of zombies is slightly larger and the leader doesn't want to waste time, so he summoned our auxiliary army. Besides, we are at the very back of the team, and it's not known how far we are from the battlefield. What are you afraid of?" That small leader glances at the silent skeleton archers around him and gradually calms his mind. "Brother Zhang, if I had known that our first combat mission was to be in the rear, I would have practiced archery more. It doesn't matter. Don't take it too seriously. Some of my friends in the First Legion said that all the undead warriors are being mobilized this time, and they are all eager to earn a large amount of military merits. That we also have to strive this time. I estimate that after this battle, several second-order warriors will emerge from our auxiliary army." "Understood, Brother Zhang. Brothers and sisters will surely support your decision. This time, no matter what, we will help Brother Zhang accumulate enough military merits." Zhang Wei smiles, punches the chest of the small leader in front of him with his fist, and his eyes meet those of Haozi and the team. There is a trace of barely noticeable worry in both of their eyes as the undead legion and the zombie horde keep advancing towards each other's positions. Soon, the two waves collide near the barrier wall. The quick, reacting undead warriors directly intercept most of the zombie horde near the barrier wall. The small number of zombies that have crossed the boundary are directly devoured by the frenzied chief corpses. As the undead warriors gradually climb onto the battered barrier wall, the battle between the undead legion and all the remaining zombie hordes in the Jinkai district officially begins. The undead warriors, who are well aware of the zombies' habits, cooperate tacitly. They spontaneously form small combat teams with the chief corpses as the battlefield reference points and a dozen or so skeleton warriors as supports. These small teams then cooperate with each other to form the first line of defense of the entire front line. The second line of defense behind is mainly composed of reserve army warriors. Led by the remaining regular Legion undead warriors, they encircle and annihilate the zombie groups that come around from other directions, defending both sides of the entire battlefield. As for those protected in the innermost and rear-most position, they are various long-range units. The main force is surely the hundreds of second-order skeleton archers, supplemented by irregular long-range undead warriors, such as the auxiliary army, skeleton catapult operators, and skeleton crossbowmen. They strive to relieve the pressure on the undead warriors in the first line of defense. The skeleton beast tamers of the independent reconnaissance team are distributed across various fronts. Specializing in information transmission, the zombie horde continues to pour in to avoid greater casualties. At the request of the Bone General, all the undead warriors start to gradually move the front line towards the direction of Weiyang District. Taking advantage of the fact that most ordinary zombies are slower and more reliant on vision, they sacrifice space to cause more and greater casualties to the zombies as the frontal battlefield of the Undead Legion comes into contact with the zombie horde and large-scale battles break out. The Undead Warriors of the Independent Reconnaissance Team do not stop their footsteps either. The Undead Warriors in groups of 3 shuttle through every corner of the battlefield edge, while casually slaying the lone, ordinary zombies. They collate and report the situation of the entire battlefield, and then the information is transmitted back by the accompanying undead beasts, ensuring that Xie and the Bone General can receive the first-hand battlefield information. However, among these independent reconnaissance squads, there is an unusual one that, unlike other squads that only wander around the battlefield edge, they quickly penetrate through the gaps in the frontal battlefield and rush straight to the center of this zombie horde outbreak. Xie Village in the city. This squad consists of a third-order skeleton assassin and 2 second-order skeleton beast tamers, precisely the reconnaissance squad led by Gufeng, running swiftly on the rooftop. Gufeng casually swings a sword light and slays a mutated zombie lying in ambush on the rooftop. After observing the environment around the rooftop and finding no enemies, he looks down at the downstairs. The zombie horde downstairs is dense, like ants piled up together, stretching boundlessly. The number is so large that it can make most ordinary creatures feel desperate. However, this does not affect Gufeng. After confirming that he has reached the central area of the zombie horde, Gufeng directly waves his hand behind him. The 2 skeleton beast tamers closely following Gufeng, upon seeing their commander's instruction, quickly wave their staves. With a faint spell fluctuation flashing, 6 bone eagles circling in the air land steadily on the rooftop. Gufeng skillfully hangs himself on the 4 claws of the bone eagle. As 2 bone eagles start to flap their bone wings, Gufeng gradually lifts off the ground. After reaching a certain height where ordinary zombies can't see him, Gufeng commands the 2 bone eagles to fly deeper into the zombie horde. After confirming that Gufeng has safely reached the rooftop of another building, the 2 skeleton beast tamers quickly hang themselves on the claws of the bone eagles and follow Gufeng. In this way, the undead warriors on the frontal battlefield firmly resist the impact of the zombie horde. Although it seems that the undead warriors are slowly retreating, every step of their retreat is accompanied by countless zombie skeletons left behind. At the battlefield edge, the undead warriors of the Independent Reconnaissance Team are also playing their irreplaceable roles. Yes, they keep infiltrating and advancing. Gufeng is gradually approaching the area in Xie Village in the city where the third-order zombies, as reported by the Bone Eagles, are unusually concentrated. Confirm, is this the place? Arriving at a hidden small building, Gufeng looks at the low-lying prefabricated houses and the self-built courtyards that emerge from time to time, and confirms with one of the skeleton beast tamers. Commander, please wait a moment. The questioned skeleton beast tamer first casts a spell to make the bone eagles circling above his headland. After some cooing and chirping, he takes out a pocket-sized zombie rat from a small rotten corpse leather bag in his arms. The zombie rat disappears from the sight of Gufeng and the others with just a few jumps. Soon, the zombie rat returns to the small building like a small whirlwind. As the skeleton beast tamer holds it in his hand again, the zombie rat stands upright, and the few remaining hairs on its body bristle up. After another bout of cooing and chirping, the skeleton beast tamer puts the zombie rat back into the small corpse, leather bag at his waist, and then reports to Gufeng. Commander, the group of discovered third-order zombies and the suspected fourth-order zombie are in that courtyard. As the skeletal beastmaster's gaze traversed the densely packed horde of zombies, he beheld a small courtyard of self-constructed dwellings not far off. Unlike the entrances of other structures, which were tightly besieged by the undead, this courtyard possessed an eerie absence of zombies within a radius of about 2 meters. Evidently due to the innate fear that lower-tier zombies harbored towards their higher-tier counterparts, instinctively steering clear of this vicinity. Upon receiving the report, Bone Wind nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to refrain from further commentary. Instead, he silently activated the innate skill of his skeletal assassin, stealth. From the perspective of the 2 skeletal beastmasters, Bone Wind appeared to vanish into thin air. With his presence masked, he wasted no time in unleashing his exclusive skill, Swift Leap. In mere moments, he traversed the throng of zombies, making his way toward the small courtyard. As he approached, he adjusted his speed to ensure there were no complications, and with a nimble bound, he alighted upon the courtyard wall. Upon surveying the scene, he noticed the courtyard was teeming with a diverse array of zombies. Some are grotesque mutations composed entirely of bone blades, their humanoid forms barely discernible, while others bore blood-red eyes and iron-like jaws, representing the ordinary undead. Regardless of their appearance, these zombies shared a common trait. They were all third-tier creatures, numbering an astonishing 27 in total. Bone Wind pondered. No wonder the undead legions had yet to discover any third-tier humanoid zombies. They had all congregated here. Suddenly, the door to the inner room swung open, and Bone Wind beheld a zombie with an oversized head, its body indistinguishable from the surviving indigenous inhabitants. Emerging from the threshold, it was the fourth-tier Corpse King. Upon hearing the door creak open, the third-tier zombies, already sprawled on the ground, began to tremble uncontrollably, their previously raised heads sinking once more. The Corpse King surveyed the courtyard before casually striding up to a third-tier zombie. Sensing the Corpse King's approach, a creature resembling a spider with 3 heads began to emit mournful wails. The Corpse King, however, paid no heed. He reached out and deftly twisted, effortlessly severing the 3 heads from their body. Subsequently, like a serpent consuming an egg, the Corpse King opened his maw and devoured the severed heads, before disregarding the other third-tier zombies and retreating back into the inner room. The body of the decapitated zombie was swiftly consumed by the other zombies in the courtyard. Still perched atop the wall, Bone Wind confirmed that this was indeed the domain of the Corpse King. Without hesitation, he flipped back and retraced his path to the 2 skeletal beastmasters that he promptly reported to the Lord. Revealing the precise location of the Corpse King, alongside the presence of 26 third-tier zombies and 1 fourth-tier Corpse King. After conveying this information, Bone Wind observed several skeletal eagles soaring into the sky and settled cross-legged within the small building, awaiting further developments. Before long, far away at the Bone Fortress, Xie received the message transmitted by Bone Wind, a 4th-tier Corpse King, 26 third-tier zombies. So it was you who orchestrated this. Xie stroked the skeletal eagle resting on his seat, and a low voice echoed through the council hall. Summon Sodden to see me. With the guards at the entrance relaying the command, Sodden soon entered the council hall. Xie immediately instructed, prepare the night order. It is time to bring this farce to an end. As you command, my lord. The night order shall always follow in your footsteps, replied Sodden, as one of the skeletal beastmasters waved his staff. 3 more skeletal eagles soared into the hall, joining the previously reported eagle, forming a formidable presence akin to the undead warbeast legion. Seeing this, Xie produced several clusters of zombie souls and fed them to the eagles. Under the watchful gaze of Sodden, Bone Do, and the other guards, 2 of the eagles lifted Xie into the sky, while the remaining 2 circled protectively around him, ready to fend off any unwelcome avian undead. As Xie gradually faded from view, Sodden patted Bone Do's shoulder. Our lord has departed. Now it is our turn. Bone Do waved his large shield in agreement and followed Sodden out of the council hall. Meanwhile, as Xie ascended, the entire battlefield came into view that he even spotted Bone General leading the charge, establishing a temporary command post at the forefront of the battlefield. The undead warriors near the command post radiated a sanguine glow, their combat capabilities and defenses far exceeding those of ordinary undead. A testament to the Bone General's unique skill, Legion Command, as the skeletal eagles soared further afield, the undead legion appeared increasingly diminutive until, ultimately, Xie could only discern the thrumming tide of the horde below. After a series of alternating flights by the 4 skeletal eagles, Xie safely arrived at the concealed small building. Upon seeing their leader, Bone Wind and the 2 skeletal beastmasters knelt in reverence. My lord, it is our failure that you are placed in peril. Xie waved his hand dismissively, urging them to rise. You have performed admirably. Remember to safeguard yourselves. With that, he gestured, and a shimmering blue portal materialized within the small building. Just as the portal opened, a shield-bearing skeleton rushed through, none other than Bone Do. Upon his arrival, Bone Do scanned Xie with concern. My lord, are you unharmed? After a brief examination, he began to look around anxiously until Xie, growing impatient, rapped Bone Do on the head, prompting him to settle down. Once Xie donned the skeletal armor brought by Bone Do, Sodden Skeletal Knight Order also crossed through the portal into the small building. However, The flow of reinforcements did not cease there. A steady stream of guard warriors continued to emerge through the space portal, quickly transforming the previously empty small building into a bustling hub. Consequently, many of the newly arrived undead warriors had no choice but to ascend to the second and third floors to make room for their comrades. It wasn't until 500 guard warriors had arrived that the portal finally fell silent. Xie Feng surveyed the assembled guards, glanced at Bone Do, but said nothing. Instead, he summoned his mount and nodded to Sodden. Understanding the cue, Sodden and the 13 skeletal knights simultaneously summoned their steeds. The guard warriors, under Bone Do's command, swiftly drew their weapons, while Bone Wind vanished from perception, evidently prepared for battle. All the cavalry units mounted their steeds. Xie Feng leveled his lance, uttering no further words, but pointed towards the courtyard where the Corpse King resided. 14 Knightly undead warriors charged forth from the small building, followed closely by the other guard warriors, determined to protect their leader. As they burst through the walls of the small building, the nearby zombies, initially dawdling towards the undead army, were taken aback. However, as the nearest zombies were trampled under the hooves of the skeletal steeds, the horde erupted into a cacophony of roars, launching an assault on the audacious few hundred who dared to challenge their million-strong tide. Yet these lowly first- and second-tier zombies were utterly insufficient to impede Xie Feng and his companions, who carved a bloody path through the throng of undead. Not far away in the small courtyard, the Corpse King and the third-tier zombies were also alerted by the thunderous roars from outside. As the Corpse King emerged from the inner chamber, he was taken aback to witness the brick wall of the courtyard shattered upon impact. The flying debris and shards of stone even managed to injure several third-tier zombies. Sensing the impending assault, the Corpse King let out a furious roar, prompting the third-tier zombies lying in the courtyard to join in a collective bellow before charging towards Xie Feng and his companions. However, this only slightly hindered Xie Feng's group, proving to be of little consequence. They trampled, pierced, decapitated, and hurled their foes aside. The skeletal knights wielded their weapons with utmost precision, and through their seamless coordination, these third-tier zombies suffered an overwhelming dimensional blow. A mutated zombie adorned with bone blades attempted to charge at one of the skeletal knights, but was swiftly impaled by another knight's spear, unable to extract the weapon embedded within its body. Reacting quickly, another skeletal knight unsheathed a beheading greatsword and effortlessly severed the zombie's head. Amidst the carnage, the undead warriors of the Knightly Order, under Xie Feng's command, systematically obliterated all third-tier zombies within the courtyard. Finally, Xie Feng reined in his steed, prompting the entire Knightly Order to halt behind him, and the courtyard was left devoid of any remaining active third-tier zombies. "Where is the Corpse King?" Xie Feng inquired with a hint of confusion directed at Sodden. For the strength of a fourth tier being warranted caution, should any harm come to his third-tier skeletal knights, Xie Feng would be inconsolable. Just as he pondered this, Bone Duel and his guard rushed into the courtyard. At that moment, from a shadowy corner, the figure of Bone Wind emerged, his body riddled with cracks, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Yet, a smile that he could not contain spread across Bone Wind's face. Upon closer inspection, Xie Feng realized that Bone Wind was holding nothing less than the severed head of the Corpse King, with the demise of the Corpse King at Bone Wind's hands. Xie Feng found no interest in leading his several hundred undead warriors to confront the million-strong horde of zombies. Instead, he promptly reopened the spatial transit gate, returning with his reluctant undead warriors to the Bone Fortress. In the absence of the Corpse King's influence, the majority of zombies in the silent opening district began to wander aimlessly once more. The pressure faced by Bone General also swiftly diminished to a normal level. Subsequently, 2 days later, with Sodden and the Skeletal Knights participating in the fray, Bone General led the undead army to decisively eradicate nearly 700,000 zombies, effectively eliminating the threat posed by this horde. Furthermore, with the third-tier and above zombies largely exterminated in the silent opening district, the remaining less than 1 million zombies became mere fodder for the Undead Legion. However, the Undead Legion, as eager consumers, encountered some difficulties with their teeth and required a brief respite of 2 to 3 days before they could fully feast upon this bounty. Yet, such matters were for the future, the immediate concern for the entire Bone Fortress, and indeed for all the undead, was that through this grand battle, numerous official Legion undead warriors had amassed sufficient military merit to advance to third-tier undead. This meant that, following this conflict, third-tier undead were no longer a privilege reserved for the leaders, but began to extend gradually to the ranks of 1,000-man commanders and 100-man leaders. Meanwhile, Xie Tuanjiu, who personally served as the logistics commander, secluded himself in his exclusive chamber. After a period of contemplation, he finally managed to sort through the general military merits achieved by the undead warriors. Feeling slightly dazed, Xie Tuanjiu shook his head, vowing to find a reliable logistics officer, as the soul fire of his fourth-tier undead was already beginning to flicker ominously. Through this battle, a total of 25 undead warriors had accumulated enough military merit to advance to third tier, with 17 from the 1st Undead Legion and 7 from the independent reconnaissance team. The Corpse King of the 2nd Legion, having accrued military merit from his own kills, alongside additional merit as the commander of the 2nd Legion, had also gathered sufficient military merit to advance to third-tier undead, thus becoming the first third-tier undead under Xie Tuanjiu's command. As for the advancement to fourth-tier undead, Xie Tuanjiu calculated that Bone Wind had also amassed enough merit for such a promotion. He could finally fulfill his desire to become the first fourth-tier undead warrior under Xie Tuanjiu's command. Presently, Xie Tuanjiu's system panel data read as follows. Name, Xie Tuanjiu. Race, Undead, Elite Skeletal Knight. Tier, 4th, Holy Soul Power Points. 6, Strong Soul Power Points. 230. Temporary Storage. None. Available worlds for transit. Previously, Xie Tuanjiu had estimated that upon clearing the Silent Opening District, he would have amassed 10 Holy Soul Power Points. However, with the continuous expansion of his Undead Legion, although the rate of harvesting zombie souls had increased, the corresponding consumption of those souls had also surged. Yet, Xie Tuanjiu did not perceive this as a setback. For in the apocalyptic world teeming with zombies, there was no need to compete with his own undead warriors for merit. As the strength of the Undead Legion grew, so too did Xie Tuanjiu's power, indirectly enhancing his capabilities. With sharper scythes, the efficiency of harvesting zombie souls would naturally improve, accelerating Xie Tuanjiu's advancement to higher-tier undead. As the leader of the entire Undead Legion, he could not afford to be petty. Regarding the souls of zombies required for advancing to higher-tier undead, it currently appeared that he would need to clear out 1 or 2 districts in the Lingdong City to gather enough. Lingdong City, with its 4 aging districts, had become a focal point for the population exodus, with deteriorating infrastructure and lagging education and entertainment prompting the youth to flee to other cities or districts. Thus, the combined number of zombies in these 4 aging districts was less than 2 million. Moreover, following numerous reconnaissance missions by the independent reconnaissance team, it was found that the overall strength of the zombies in these 4 districts was significantly lower than that in the Weiyang District and Silent Opening District, with second-tier zombies accounting for approximately half of those in the Silent Opening District. Not to mention the absence of any fourth-tier Corpse Kings. Even third-tier zombie entities were a rarity in these districts. However, these concerns would be addressed later. The pressing issue at hand was to swiftly digest the spoils of this conflict, enhance the combat strength of the Undead Legion, and accelerate the consumption of the remaining zombies in the Silent Opening District. Following Xie Tuanjiu's announcement of the imminent promotion of the first fourth-tier undead under his command, the recuperated Bone Wind eagerly arrived at the council hall. Even Bone General temporarily set aside his command duties at the front line to attend the council meeting. As for the other undead leaders, their presence was a given. All were assembled. Every undead leader awaited the birth of the first fourth-tier undead within the Legion. As for Xie Tuanjiu, he was not counted. All the undead warriors under his command believed their leader was merely concealing his high-tier undead identity for certain reasons. Observing the eager gazes of his undead commanders, Xie Tuanjiu wasted no time. He gestured for Bone Wind to approach him. Bone Wind hurriedly knelt before Xie Tuanjiu, casting a sidelong glance at Bone General, only to find that the latter was not looking at him, prompting a silent huff of discontent. Extending his hand, Xie Tuanjiu summoned a mass of souls composed of countless zombie souls, which floated in a Bone Wind's grasp. Thus, under the envious eyes of the other undead leaders, Bone Wind directly integrated this mass of zombie souls into his bright yellow soul fire. Subsequently, Bone Wind took his seat in the council hall, officially beginning his advancement to fourth-tier undead. Watching Bone Wind sit in silence, Xie Feng continued to signal for the next phase. S-Bone Duel appeared at the entrance of the council hall. The 24-second tier undead warriors waiting outside promptly straightened their attire and puffed out their chests, entering the hall under the guidance of the guard. Alongside the already present Corpse King, all the undead warriors set to advance to third tier were now accounted for, following the same procedure as when granting Bone Wind the zombie souls. And under the watchful gaze of all the undead leaders, Xie Feng distributed the zombie souls according to each warrior's needs. Upon completion, the council hall was filled with over 20 undead warriors seated in slightly smaller chairs, ready to begin their ascension. They merely needed to wait for about a day, and these second-tier undead warriors would undergo a transformation, advancing to the ranks of third-tier mid-level undead.as for Bone Wind. According to Xie Feng's calculations, he would likely require 3 days to ascend to fourth-tier undead. After the distribution of the zombie souls was completed in the council hall, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the door. The gazes of numerous undead were drawn over to this moment. Right outside the gate of the council hall, Zhang Wei, the commander of the vassal army, was standing upright with his chest out, shouting at the guards standing outside the gate at the top of his voice. "I'm also the commander of the vassal army appointed personally by the chief. Why won't you let me in?" The guards, on the other hand, looked extremely impatient and forcefully suppressed the urge to smash Zhang Wei's head open with the halberd in their hands. They kept giving themselves mental hints. Although Zhang Wei is not an undead and his strength is low, he is indeed the commander appointed personally by the chief. Disobedience is absolutely not allowed in the undead legion. So this undead warrior of the guards could only rely on his tall skeletal body to push and block left and right, just preventing Zhang Wei from entering. But what's going on? Why is it so noisy? The two who were shoving each other shut their mouths and simultaneously looked up. They saw Gu Dou, the commander of the guards, striding out of the gate of the council hall, leaning against the skeletal relief pillar at the door, and angrily scolding the two at the gate. "Commander, this guy said he had something to report to the chief and insisted on entering the council hall. That I talked to him for a long time, but he just wouldn't leave." Immediately after, the undead warrior of the guards pointed at Zhang Wei beside him, wearing a slightly aggrieved expression, and Zhang Wei, looking at the thoughtful expression on Gu Dou's face, couldn't help swallowing nervously, and even tightened his fists hanging on both sides a few times. Summoning up his courage, he replied, "Lord Gu Dou, my vassal army belongs to the 1st Undead Legion. Although it's not an official combat legion, it is still a vassal army establishment appointed personally by the chief. As the commander of the vassal army, I should be qualified to request an audience with the chief." The undead warrior of the guard standing beside him wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Gu Dou. Then they saw Gu Dou knock on the head of this undead warrior of the guards and said in a deep voice, "He is the commander of the vassal army. Although his strength is low, he still holds the position of commander. Of course, he can request an audience with the chief. Don't stop him next time." After saying that, he nodded at Zhang Wei, indicating for him to follow. Zhang Wei, who had a sudden turn of events, didn't have time to be happy that he quickly took 2 steps to catch up with Gu Dou. As soon as Zhang Wei entered the council hall, he saw all the other undead commanders under Xie Feng's command. Thinking of his own nominal status as a commander, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart when Zhang Wei walked inside the council hall under the gaze of a group of undead commanders. The first thing he saw was Xie Feng sitting in the main seat. Immediately, he quickly knelt down on one knee and said, "Chief, Zhang Wei, the commander of the vassal army, requests an audience with you. The vassal army will always be your most loyal warriors. Get up." "What's the matter?" Standing up, Zhang Wei looked enviously at the 20-odd undead warriors sitting beside him who were in the process of advancement. Zhang Wei, who had been in the Bone Fortress for a long time, could tell that these undead warriors were advancing. In response to Xie Feng's question, Zhang Wei quickly replied, "Chief, I have accumulated enough military achievements to advance to the 2nd rank. But the quartermasters said that there are no materials I need for the advancement. So, I came to seek an audience with you, hoping that you can bestow upon the vassal army the ability to advance." After hearing these words, Xie Feng glanced at Zhang Wei and then turned his gaze to the Bone General. Feeling the gaze of his chief, the Bone General nodded slightly, indicating his recognition of Zhang Wei's military achievements. Then Xie Feng thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Your path of advancement is different from that of the undead, that I will make arrangements in the future." Zhang Wei, who had heard the first half of the sentence, already looked ashen-faced, but the second half of the sentence immediately kindled the flame of hope in him. He quickly lowered his head to express his gratitude for the chief's gift. However, Xie Feng's words were not completely false. Some undead in the undead world indeed master the method of human advancement to cultivate their power in the prime material plane, looking forward to one day using this as a springboard to invade the prime material plane. But when they can encounter such undead depends on fate. Zhang Wei, who had received a reply he wanted, did not immediately leave the council hall. Instead, he secretly looked up at Xie Feng sitting in the first place, gritted his teeth, and then raised his voice and said loudly, "Chief, on behalf of all the warriors of the vassal army, I hope you can give us a chance." "A chance? What kind of chance do you want?" The sudden voice didn't startle Xie Feng. Instead, he began to carefully examine this commander of the vassal army, whom he had always ignored. "Chief, the vassal army hopes to officially participate in the upcoming battles. We are confident that we can become a sharp sword in your hands." "Why should I believe you? The strength of the vassal army is too low. Even you, as the commander, haven't reached the second rank strength. Not as good as an ordinary undead warrior." Hearing Xie Feng's doubts, Zhang Wei didn't hesitate. He directly took out a large handful of blood-stained bone tokens from his bosom. Then he spread his hands and held these bone tokens in his palms so that Xie Feng could see. "Chief, these are the identity tokens of the vassal army members who sacrificed this time. Out of 137 vassal army members, 47 sacrificed. In total, they killed 386 first-rank zombies and 7 second-rank zombies." After Zhang Wei finished speaking, he stopped talking and just held the large handful of bone tokens. Xie Feng looked at Zhang Wei kneeling in front of him and remembered the situation when he first established the vassal army. After a brief silence, he slowly said, "From now on, the vassal army is officially incorporated into the official combat sequence of the First Undead Legion. They will enjoy the same combat rights as undead warriors of the same rank. As for the command, it is still the responsibility of the Bone General, but you will also participate in the future combat meetings." Hearing this, Zhang Wei was so excited that he began to shed tears. Although the vassal army participating in this battle was in the safest combat position on the entire battlefield, it was only relative to the powerful undead warriors. Perhaps a second-rank mutated zombie that hadn't been cleaned up could wipe out the vassal army. More than 130 surviving vassal army members, regardless of gender, age, were all fighting desperately in the day-long battle. Because this damned apocalypse had long made these survivors understand that as long as there was a glimmer of hope, they must never give up. Xie Feng himself didn't expect that the undead, the synonyms of darkness, coldness, and ruthlessness, would one day become the hope of living beings. Even some vassal army members thought that as long as they died in battle, they could become noble undead warriors. However, it was precisely through the self-sacrificing efforts of these vassal army members that Zhang Wei was able to accumulate enough military achievements for an ordinary reserve undead warrior to advance to the second rank. That's why there was this scene today. Although he himself didn't immediately advance to a second-rank warrior, he fought for an official combat sequence for the entire vassal army and the chief's promise. For the current vassal army, this was enough. The excited Zhang Wei wiped away his unceasing tears and silently recited in his heart, "Old Han, little Li, Sister Chun, please bless us to live well in this damn apocalypse." In the unclaimed lands mountains of the undead world, inside a mountain of bones, a melancholy mummy, like undead, was pacing back and forth restlessly in a hidden cave in the mountains. The tattered robe on his body indicated that this was a magic using undead. These damned undead, why do they insist on staying in this quiet place and not leaving? As the mummy, like undead, muttered. He casually picked up his staff. Then a wave of magic power flashed on the staff to the other end of the mountain, not far from the entrance of the camp in the unclaimed lands that the Bone General and the others had built at that time. A small crystal that had been buried in the underworld's dead soil at some unknown time emitted a dim light, flashing with this wave of magic power from the mummy, like undead. A blurred scene appeared in the mind of this mummy, like undead, looking at the skeletal warrior guards at the camp entrance, who were like two stones and hadn't moved since he discovered this camp. The mummy, like undead's last glimmer of hope, instantly plummeted to the bottom, And this small magic crystal also disappeared silently as the picture flashed. This is the last scouting crystal. There are no exploitable resources in the quiet place. Could these filthy undead have discovered me? The mummy, like undead, seemed to think of something, and his body couldn't help but start shaking. Not good. The mummy, like undead, suddenly felt that his soul fire was expanding and contracting uncontrollably. In an instant, a burst of holy light unexpectedly erupted from the withered body of the mummified undead. However, upon the appearance of the holy light, as soon as it came into contact with the green soul fire of the mummified undead, the two were like mortal enemies, commencing to clash and erode ceaselessly, each attempting to extinguish the other. The mummified undead then began to roll about on the ground, emitting continuous piteous wails. Eventually, as the burst of holy light gradually dissipated completely, the green soul fire of the mummified undead also gradually stabilized. Nevertheless, the color of the soul fire was evidently dimmer, clearly having lost a significant amount of its soul. Firepower, no, I cannot remain idle and await my doom any longer. I must quicken my pace. Otherwise, once I degenerate to a low-rank undead, I will surely be dissolved by the holy light of my Lord. Due to the intense pain, the mummified undead, which had to rise slowly, tugged at the tattered magic robe on its body, as if making a certain determination. Subsequently, it rummaged around in a hidden corner of the cave and found a small box. After opening it, there were 4 or 5 magic crystals of various shapes inside. Having carefully carried these magic crystals with it, the mummified undead directly walked out of the cave. Once outside, the mummified undead waved its staff, and a strange magic fluctuation flashed by. The entrance to the cave then disappeared from sight. Evidently, it was a concealed magic array this moment to other undead. This place merely appeared to be a thick rock mountain wall. After hiding its hiding place, the mummified undead sprinted forward with great speed, heading in the direction of the long-term camp. When it was less than 1 kilometer away from Xiefeng's long-term camp, on the inner side of the mountain range, the mummified undead stopped in its tracks. After looking around to confirm that no other undead had noticed it, it raised its hand and another magic fluctuation flashed. The hard rock wall in front of it unexpectedly transformed into a large cave through which 3 or 4 people could pass. Subsequently, as if making a firm resolve, the mummified undead tightened the tattered robe it was wearing and stepped into the cave. Different from the cold, undead aura that pervaded outside the cave, there was no such cold aura inside. However, as the mummified undead entered and began to recite prayers, a broken golden balance lying obliquely in the sand of the cave actually started to emit a faint holy light. In an instant, the cave was filled with the aura of a vast amount of holy light, and the entire body of the mummified undead that had stepped into the cave seemed to be stimulated by something. It actually began to exude the same origin holy light. Under the influence of this holy light, the withered muscles of the mummified undead gradually became plump, and its shriveled and terrifying face slowly took on the outline of a middle-aged blonde handsome man. But just as everything was about to stabilize and the mummified undead was on the verge of transforming into a human form, the green soul fire in the mummified undead's mind burst out again. As if greatly insulted, it started a tug of war with the holy light power within the mummified undead's body, and the appearance of the mummified undead also continuously shifted between its mummified form and human form. The mummified undead, which had already endured great pain, did not hold on for long and soon scrambled out of the cave. As the mummified undead rolled out of the cave, the holy light in this cave gradually dissipated completely. Feeling the holy light power that had once again lurked within its body outside the cave, the mummified undead couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I wonder how many more times I have to be washed by the holy light of the divine artifact before I can shed this undead body. Alas, I, the dignified red-robed archbishop of the Dawn God sect, can only consort with these filthy undead all day long. That my Lord, please surely protect me. Without lingering there any longer, the mummified undead recited prayers to the deity it believed in while hurrying back to its hiding place. However, the mummified undead's attention was all on the ground in the sky, where he didn't notice a bone eagle was circling, Closely watching him, it was the undead battle beast controlled by a skeleton beast, tamer from an independent scouting team under CFO. But this bone eagle was different from its other kind. Its overall skeleton was more lightweight and compact. There were even scaly bony plates on its originally bare skeleton, yet it didn't look cumbersome at all. Judging from the color of its yellow soul fire, it was actually a third-rank undead battle beast. And within the long-term camp in the wasteland, the image of the mummified undead seen through the eyes of the bone eagle simultaneously emerged in the mind of a third-rank skeleton beast tamer. As the third-rank skeleton beast tamer kept reporting, a waiting undead warrior beside him was also quickly taking notes. The unknown magic, using undead, disappeared and stayed in the mountain range for about an hour. Just like before, it only stared in the direction of the camp for a while and didn't make any excessive other moves. The target's strength remains unchanged, and it is estimated to still be a fourth-rank undead. The target started to return to its hiding place. The target has returned to its hiding place. The target has been out of sight for more than an hour, and the 17th reconnaissance of the camp is over. As the third-rank skeleton beast tamer stopped reporting, the undead warrior beside him also stopped taking notes. Hurry and hand it over to Lord Gufeng. This guy is showing up more and more frequently. We're not sure if it has detected us out of fourth-rank magic. Using undead is a big trouble, as the undead warrior in charge of record, keeping walked out of the room. The results of this reconnaissance were gradually passed on to Xie Feng's hands. Xie Feng still can't figure out the intentions of this strange magic. Using undead? Report, Chief Lord. This guy is too cautious. We can only scout through the bone eagle, so there has been no progress. So in the council hall of the Doomsday World, Gufeng, who had advanced to a fourth-rank elite skeleton assassin, lowered his head in shame. However, Xie Feng didn't seem to blame him. After all, magic. Users are magic. Users, if they were so easy to deal with, magic. Using undead wouldn't be feared by so many undead. It should be known that when Ku, the fourth-rank evil spirit of the Dark Skull Knight territory back then, could rely on a corpse soul barrier magic array to resist two high-rank undead strength skeleton soul hunting beasts. When facing these magic users, if you don't have absolute strength, it's never wrong to be extra cautious. This moment, Gufeng patted his chest. Chief Lord, please allow me to go and investigate personally. Having advanced to a fourth-rank undead, Gufeng felt incredibly powerful, and indeed, he had the capital to be arrogant. A mutated rare skeleton, a fourth-rank elite skeleton assassin, Gufeng had begun to initially master the power of shadows. Coupled with his innate skill of being stealthy, below high-rank undead, it was basically impossible to detect Gufeng's whereabouts. After some hesitation, Xie Feng agreed to Gufeng's request. After all, a magic, using undead with fourth-rank strength and an unknown stance. These keywords alone wouldn't be a big deal, but when stacked together, they were a bit intimidating. Who knew if he was preparing a super magic array to wipe out Xie Feng and his group? Moreover, no one knew how long this magic, using undead, had been observing the long-term camp and how much it knew about Xie Feng. This matter had to be clarified. Having obtained Xie Feng's permission, Gufeng didn't hesitate. He directly passed through the teleportation gate and arrived at the long-term camp in the undead world. With a flash, he merged into the shadows. When he reappeared, he was already 100 paces away. With his increasingly blurry figure, in just a few beats of the soul fires of other undead warriors, he disappeared from the sight of all undead. Before long, Gufeng reached the suspicious location closest to the long-term camp, that is, the mountain range where the mummified undead didn't stay for long each time. Looking at the solid mountain range rock wall in front of him, Gufeng didn't directly touch it. Instead, he circulated the shadow power in his body and probed towards the rock wall. After feeling no abnormalities, he reached out and touched the rock wall, only feeling the peculiarly pale hardstone unique to the undead world. He scraped it with a dagger, and even saw scattered stone powder. Although he didn't sense any danger, Gufeng didn't let his guard down. Instead, he continued to observe patiently. Finally, he even stroked the entire rock wall inch by inch with his palm, but still found nothing. Realizing that he was helpless here, Gufeng didn't get discouraged or hesitate. Instead, he rushed towards the next target location at high speed, which was the cave where the mummified undead was currently hiding. At this time, the mummified undead was sitting on a stone chair in the cave where it was hiding, closing its eyes and muttering prayers. Great God of the dawn, you are the origin of all things, the guardian of living beings and the source of all civilizations. As Gu Feng gradually approached, suddenly, as if sensing something, the mummy's undead spirit abruptly opened its shriveled eyelids. Were there enemies? Sensing that the scouting magic it had laid near its hiding place had been triggered, the mummy's undead spirit quickly rose to its feet, closed a black book it had been holding in its hands moments ago, and set it aside. It then picked up the staff beside the plate and began to mutter incantations silently. As several magical fluctuations flashed across the staff, the mummy's undead spirit was suddenly adorned with flickering magical glows. Evidently, the spells it had just cast were the defensive and amplifying variety. With the defensive magic in place, the mummy's undead spirit did not relax but continued to wave its staff. A dark, gray crystal at the mummy's waist dissipated into ash. A faint glimmer flashed at the entrance of the hidden cave, clearly indicating that a magic array had been activated. The cautious mummy's undead spirit then strapped on a bone shield from the side to protect its back. And only then did it seem to relax slightly. However, as it continuously sensed that the newly placed scouting magic was being triggered, the mummy's undead spirit's relaxed expression turned tense again. By now, it was clear to it that this was obviously aimed at it. As the scouting magic closest to it was triggered, the mummy's undead spirit tightly grasped its staff, ready for battle. But strangely, when the mummy's undead spirit looked outwards, there were no undead in sight. Before the puzzled thought could flash through its mind, the mummy's undead spirit saw a bone sword appear out of thin air in midair. With just a gentle thrust, the defensive magic array it had painstakingly assembled over who knew how long using scarce magic materials was pierced in undead that could lurk. Before the mummy's undead spirit could identify which type of undead had invaded, the bone sword was already in front of it, lunging straight for its neck. With a pop sound, the bone sword was rebounded. Only then did the mummy's undead spirit see the owner of the bone sword, a fourth-rank elite skeleton assassin clad in a hollow and magnificent light armor. And upon feeling the force of the rebound from that sword strike, Gu Feng did not dare to be negligent and disappeared from the mummy's undead spirit's sight again. The mummy's undead spirit looked at its now empty cave, and cold sweat poured down uncontrollably. Why did it have to be an undead from the assassin sequence, the bane of squishy targets? It was all the fault of this accursed undead realm. The scarce light elements here prevented it from casting the magic it was proficient in, and it could only use the scattered undead magic from the soul fire inheritance. Coupled with the lack of sufficient casting materials in the prime material plane, it could have 1,000 ways to crush this undead. Gu Feng paid no heed to the mummy's undead spirit's inner turmoil and only seized the opportunity to strike at the mummy's undead spirit's weak spots with one sword after another. The mummy's undead spirit could only watch helplessly as the bone sword appeared and disappeared. Its magic defenses were broken one after another, while the bone blades and nether fire it waved out with its staff didn't even graze the opponent. No, I cannot die at the hands of this filthy undead. The mummy's undead spirit, filled with determination, began to mobilize the latent holy light power within its corpse that in Gu Feng's eyes, this strange spell, caster undead actually put down its staff. Thinking it was about to surrender, Gu Feng was about to relax when a dazzling and loathsome holy light swept across, severely damaging its shadow power, and it was directly exposed within the spell, caster undead's line of sight. But at this moment, neither of the two undead had the mind to pay attention to each other. The soul, deep pain made them roll around frantically in the cave. Unlike before when the mummy's undead spirit could still maintain its consciousness. Now, with a will to fight to the death, it fully unleashed the holy light power within itself. As the holy light power continuously burst forth, a wisp of holy flame was born within the cave. Before it could grow, as the holy light power weakened, it vanished in an instant, disappearing into the air, and both of them were on the verge of soul extinction. But as the cold, undead realm aura outside the cave began to pour into the cave continuously, Gu Feng, who was on the verge of death, saw a figure slowly enter the cave. Lord Chief, where am I? Have I reached my lord's divine realm? But my lord has already fallen, hasn't he? No, my lord will never fall. No, I saw my lord's broken corpse with my own eyes. Yeah, my lord, the mummy's undead spirit, with countless thoughts clashing in its mind, slowly opened its eyes. What is this? Looking at the huge nether moon in front of it. The mummy's undead spirit, now awake, gradually sorted out its consciousness. I am ya, the cardinal of the Church of the Silver Shine Empire of the Dawn Divine Sect. I'm still in the undead realm. At this moment, Ye, who had gradually understood the situation, felt no joy of a narrow escape from death, because he found himself tightly bound to a large pillar. It seemed that he was in the undead camp that he had been observing before. So, I had already been discovered. Before he could regret his carelessness, he saw the skeleton warriors guarding nearby kneel on one knee, and a group of undead emerged from the interior of the camp and approached him. Looking around, they were basically mid-rank undead above the third rank, and the leading undead was of the same rank as himself. No. Sensing the overwhelming lordly pressure from the leading undead, his expression changed. This was an extremely despicable high-rank Lord Undead that had deliberately disguised itself as a mid-rank undead. And Xie, seeing this spell, caster undead he had tied up in the cave wake up, felt a sense of disbelief. After all, in his mind, spell caster undead should be like Wank, the fourth rank fierce spirit who could activate a magic array with a wave of the hand and resist high-rank undead. He had only sent Gu Feng to scout, so how could it almost single-handedly kill this spell, caster undead? If he knew what Xie was thinking now, he would definitely pound the table and cry out injustice. Scout, have you ever seen a scout slashing at your neck with a sword? Strange undead, why are you spying on our camp? Don't you know this is the territory of the Dark Skeleton Knight? Hearing the leading undead's question and looking at Xie appearance, you hesitated for a moment before speaking. Honorable Lord of the Dark Skeleton Knight, I was not aware that this was your territory. I was merely curious when an undead camp appeared in this silent land, so I spied on your camp, that I hope you can forgive me. Hearing you mistake him for the Lord of the Dark Skeleton Knight, Xie did not correct him, but continued to ask that you've caused me the loss of a commander. I can't let you go so easily. Xie reply was within his expectations that a fourth rank undead indeed had little chance of surviving the power of holy light. Honorable Lord, I am willing to offer you a divine artifact to compensate for your loss. Divine artifact? Xie was stunned. Seeing Xie expression change, you then seized the opportunity. Yes, Honorable Lord, as you've guessed. It's a divine artifact that only a deity can wield. Unfortunately, it's only a broken one. Hearing this, Xie finally calmed down and pondered for a while that if you really have a divine artifact, how could you have been captured by us? Honorable Lord, although it's a damaged divine artifact, it's not something a lowly mid-rank undead like me can control, at least an undead as powerful as you. A high-rank undead could unleash a fraction of its power. Hearing this, Xie then gave a subtle signal to the Bone General beside him. The Bone General, glaring angrily as if about to devour this spell, caster undead, was taken aback. Then, reluctantly, it released you from the pillar. However, the bone chains binding his arms were not removed. What's her name? Strange undead. Lord, my name is you, a fourth rank elite mummy priest. An elite mummy priest? Information about this undead race quickly flashed through Xie mind that a pure spell, caster undead, but unlike ordinary skeleton mages and zombie mages who only pursue powerful destructive power, it is more proficient in undead, enhancing magic and curse magic, and is said to be from the line of servants of the god of the undead. Where's the divine artifact you mentioned now? Lord, the divine artifact is too powerful for me to carry, but it's not far from your camp, that I can take you there right away. Watching y'all, who was tightly bound with only 2 legs still able to move, Xie waved his hand and drew a bone knife from the waist of the Bone General beside him, directly severing Y'all's legs. He pointed at the bone fighter behind him, indicating that he should carry Y'all on his back. Y'all, who hadn't reacted yet, lost his legs and directly slumped to the ground. Looking at the 2 shriveled calves in front of him, he could only give a bitter smile, and then was carried on the back by the bone fighter. Thus, Xie, along with the Bone General, the bone fighter, and the disabled Y'all, walked out of the camp gate. As for the other undead warriors, they were not taken. After all, if it was truly a divine artifact, whether these low-level undead were taken or not made no difference. Soon, the bone fighter carried Y'all to the hidden place of the mountain cave. There's nothing here. Xie Feng looked around here, only seeing the marks on the wall scratched by Gu Feng with a bone sword, and the stone powder left on the ground. Please wait a moment, Lord. Just as Y'all was about to cast a spell, he felt a bone blade pressing against his neck. He could only look embarrassed and turn his gaze towards Xie Feng, who had also picked up his lance. Xie Feng hesitated for a moment and nodded to the bone general. Immediately, Y'all felt the bone blade move a little further away from his neck. But only a little. As Y'all started to cast the spell, a magic fluctuation flashed, and a cave appeared in front of the several undead as if out of thin air. However, no one was in a hurry to enter. At the signal of Xie Feng, the bone general slowly walked in first. After slashing a few times nearby to confirm that there was no suddenly activated magic array, the bone fighter, carrying Y'all, also walked in, and Xie Feng was the last to enter. As soon as he entered the cave, Xie Feng's eyes were attracted by the broken golden balance in front. Before Xie Feng could open his mouth to ask, Y'all, who was carried on the back of the bone fighter, unexpectedly began to chant a prayer in a low voice. Great God of the morning light, you are the origin of all things, the guardian of living beings and the source of all civilizations. What are you doing? As Y'all chanted, the broken golden balance began to emit a faint holy light. Xie Feng, the bone fighter, and the bone general all felt a wave of pressure pass by, and their soul flames seemed to have encountered a mortal enemy. At this critical moment, a clear sound rang out in Xie Feng's mind. Ding, a high-order energy shard is detected. There are information shards inside. Do you want to decipher and absorb them? At this critical moment, it had to be his system bro. Absorb. Y'all, who was thinking about eliminating this Lord Undead so that he could return to the God Realm, found that the endless radiance emitted by the golden balance was actually completely absorbed into the body of the Lord Undead in front of him. The Lord Undead, surrounded by the holy light, actually exuded a sense of dignity, very much like a certain scene in Y'all's mind. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Y'all's mind. It? My lord. Xie Feng was sitting on the stone chair in his camp, playing with the already dull, looking golden balance with both hands. And right under Xie Feng's seat, Y'all, whose legs had been reattached, was kneeling on both knees with his head lowered. There was an uncontrollable fanaticism in his eyes. Yet from time to time, he would secretly raise his head to glance at Xie Feng, who was playing with the balance, and the fanatical look became even stronger. Sensing Y'all's gaze, Xie Feng couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He couldn't help but think of what had happened in the cave. After System Bro absorbed that massive amount of holy light power, just as Xie Feng, who had just let out a sigh of relief, was about to poke off Y'all's head, he saw a familiar tiny green soul fire appear in front of him. It was a slave, signing contract. Y'all, who had been so arrogant just now, was now trembling all over and prostrating himself in front of Xie Feng. He was still mumbling in his mouth. Your loyal servant has finally found you, my lord. This directly made Xie Feng, who had already raised his lance, freeze in place. After hesitating for a moment, Xie Feng absorbed the soul fire and officially signed the contract. Xie Feng, with the already dull, looking balance, and a group of undead, returned to the camp. After thinking for a long time without any clue, Xie Feng looked at Y'all in front of him and slowly said, Y'all, tell me in detail about your origin. Complying with the will of my lord, I was originally the chaplain of the 1st Expeditionary Army under your command, but during the conquest of this undead realm, I was unfortunately besieged by several top-level undead. I fought desperately, but in the end I was outnumbered and seriously injured. Finally, when I was preparing to perish with these top-level undead, I fell into a coma due to my severe injuries. The expeditionary army I led was also completely killed by these undead. When I woke up, I found that I had been transformed into this undead appearance by the plain aura of the undead realm. After saying this, Y'all secretly glanced at Xie Feng. Sensing that Xie Feng was not angry, he then continued. Although I lost most of my memories due to the transformation into an undead, my belief in serving my lord will never change. Now that I have finally found you, I will continue to dedicate everything to you and always teach these lost lambs under your command. At this moment, Xie also remembered the information shards fed back to him by the system panel when he absorbed that holy light power. Although there were only a few broken images with no useful information, there was one sentence that was relatively clear, so he blurted it out. The morning light brings hope. Hearing Xie self-talk, Yao became even more excited. Although he was still a mummified undead, he couldn't help but start choking with sobs. My Lord, the God of the morning light will eventually raise his divine throne and once again ascend to the peak of all gods. Y'all, you've got it wrong that I'm not the Lord of the morning light, that I'm just a small mid-level undead in the undead realm. If you're still willing to submit to me, don't mention such things again. If you're not willing to submit, then perish to compensate for the losses of my subordinates. Y'all, who was lying on the ground, was stunned for a moment when he heard Xie words. Then he had an expression as if he understood everything that I understand. My lord, you're not the Lord of the morning light. That IT was my mistake. Don't call me my lord. Just call me chief. Yes, chief. But seeing y'all's obvious as I expected look, Xie didn't bother to correct him. Suddenly, Xie seemed to think of something that, oh no, the group of undead commanders who were surrounding y'all had clearly heard every word y'all said. Even Gufeng, who had hidden his tracks in the room, opened his mouth wide and subconsciously revealed himself, appearing beside y'all. Everyone looked away in a hurry, as if nothing had happened when Xie gaze swept over them. So the chief is not some high-level or top-level undead, but a god. No wonder the chief has been hiding his strength. Is the chief going to lead us to replace the god of the undead? If the chief is a god, then it's reasonable for him to lead us to monopolize a living being plane. If the chief is a god, can I become the first top-level undead under the chief? All kinds of thoughts filled the minds of the undead commanders. Sensing that everyone had obviously misunderstood, Xie didn't bother to explain so much. Instead, he just waved his hand and told them to get out of his sight. Soon, only Xie and Yao, who was still kneeling below, were left in the room. Xie finally started to think about his gains this time. First of all, his foundation, the system panel. Name, Xie race. Undead, elite skeleton knight. Rank, 4th, order holy nether force points. 6 high, level nether force points. 530 temporary storage. 1,000th of a divine nether force. Can be converted into a holy nether force. Selectable world, shuttles. The absorbed holy light power gave him 1,000th of a divine nether force. Just like the holy nether force Xie absorbed before, the greatest function of the divine nether force is that when he advances to a top-level undead, he can directly skip the process of accumulating and compressing the holy nether force and directly have his first point of divine nether force. Of course, as long as Xie is willing, he can convert this 1,000th of a divine nether force into 1 point of holy nether force at any time, but it's just too wasteful. Besides this, another gain is this golden balance in his hand. However, apart from feeling a bit heavy when holding it, there's nothing extraordinary about it. Y'all, is this balance a divine artifact? Why isn't there any reaction? Chief, this is your no. It was the victory balance of the Lord of the Morning Light back then. It can bring eternal hope and victory to the favored ones. Speak plainly. Y'all, who had intended to sing a few more praises, quickly began to explain in short. This Victory Libra is actually a divine-level holy light storage device. According to the inscriptions on the artifact, the Victory Libra can utilize the power of holy light to perform various versatile operations. Similar to a panacea, for instance, it can heal wounds, remove curses, and, like what y'all did before, reverse one's race and restore the human body, and so on. Of course, precisely because of y'all's audacious actions, a large amount of the holy light power in the ownerless Victory Libra was consumed. The holy light power that was not fully utilized eventually scattered in all directions, affecting this land in the undead realm. This ultimately led to this land becoming a desolate place, with a scarcity of basic resources for the undead. No lord was willing to accept this territory. Y'all, who had originally transformed into an undead, specifically a 6th order mummy bishop, gradually degenerated into a 4th order elite mummy priest under the influence of the holy light power. However, after y'all recognized Xie as the Lord of the Dawn, he seamlessly accepted his undead identity that he had previously loathed. Now that Xie has completely absorbed the holy light power in the Victory Libra, the Victory Libra essentially only has the shell of an artifact left. Aside from being able to smash someone's skull, it has no great use for Xie at present. Understanding this, Xie casually placed the Victory Libra aside, thinking that he would fiddle with this empty shell artifact when he had the ability. Nevertheless, there's also some good news. With the disappearance of the influence of the holy light power of the Victory Libra, this desolate place in Y'all's words will soon, like other territories in the undead realm, have various basic resources and places where the undead are born, and all of these will become Xie resources. With Y'all officially joining Xie undead army, given the intelligence of the undead, Xie quickly handed over the position of chief logistics commander to Y'all, while he himself became a hands-off leader. But when Y'all first arrived in the Doomsday world and felt the aura of the living plane, and then saw the massive number of zombie souls that Xie had entrusted to him, words like "glory to my lord" never ceased to come out of his mouth. Only after being disciplined by Xie several times did Y'all barely control his intense words and emotions. Especially when Y'all saw the human survivors in the vassal army. As if he had understood something, he quickly resumed the same way of addressing and attitude towards Xie as other undead commanders. But Y'all then began to spend a great deal of his time on the vassal army. Under the suspicious gazes of Zhang Wei and others, Y'all talked to and even felt the bones of every member of the vassal army. The vassal soldiers were terrified, almost thinking that this ugly mummy was going to conduct some evil magical experiments on them. Then they saw Y'all scurry away from the vassal army's camp. "Lord Chief, I have something to report to you." "What is it?" "If it's about the same old thing like restoring your former divine power here, stop right away. Spend this time recalculating the military achievements of the undead warriors carefully." "Lord Chief, you can rest assured about the military achievements. When I was a cardinal in the church, I was in charge of logistics that I will definitely handle this small matter well for you. What I want to tell you is something else." Xie, looking at Y'all who was carefully peeking around, knew that this guy had some thoughts about the Lord of the Dawn again. "Don't talk about things related to the Lord of the Dawn anymore." Y'all, seeing Xie suddenly raise his voice, skillfully and nimbly knelt down. "Lord Chief, it's about the vassal army." "The vassal army?" As the undead army cleared the remaining zombies in the Jinkai district, the undead warriors have started to clean up the remaining old urban areas in Lindong City. Perhaps because the number and strength of zombies in the old urban areas are far lower than those in the Jinkai and Weiyang districts. During the cleanup process, more than 300 survivors were discovered one after another. As a result, the number of the vassal army is approaching the 500 mark. Tell me, what's the matter with the vassal army? "Lord Chief, didn't you mention worrying about the strength of the vassal army before? Although I've lost a great deal of my memory, I still remember many cultivation methods suitable for humans in my mind. I've investigated these days. The native humans in this plane have extremely excellent cultivation talents, which are sufficient for the chief to utilize." After hearing Y'all's words, Xie nodded. "You finally started to do something practical. What cultivation methods are there? Tell me." "Lord Chief, I have the meditation method of Dawn Light, the meditation method of Solar Enlightenment, the breathing method of Dawn Holy Light, the breathing method of Blazing Solar." Y'all blurted out a whole bunch of cultivation methods that were clearly from the light side, not even noticing Xie completely dark face. Dong, looking at Y'all spinning on the ground in front of him. Xie satisfiedly retracted his hand. "I couldn't beat that Gai Gudo, but I can surely handle you, a mere civil official, besides these cultivation methods from the light side. Are there no others? Otherwise, before the holy light reaches the enemy, our own people will be dead or injured." Y'all quickly covered his head and explained to no. "Lord Chief, I have a way to solve this problem." Only then did Xie sit down again, intending to hear how this fellow Y'all could come up with something useful. "Lord Chief, do you remember the Victory Libra? This artifact can just solve this problem. Tell me, the reason why the Victory Libra could function as an artifact of holy light before was not only due to the divine power of the Lord of the Dawn, but also, more importantly, the top rank inscriptions that this artifact itself possesses, as long as I slightly modify the subtle energy circuits inside, discard other functions, and then you input your own power into it. It is completely possible to change the source of power of the Victory Libra. Then, let these vassal soldiers open up their first wisp of energy source according to your power in the Victory Libra. The same energy source will surely solve the problem of energy conflict between the Holy Light and the undead warriors at you have a way to deal with the inscriptions of the artifact. Lord Chief, of course I don't have such ability. However, in my previous life, as a Semdivine rank, top rank undead cardinal, I was fortunate enough to learn some minor inscriptions of the Victory Libra from the church scriptures. Just by making a slight change and temporarily most of its functions, there is definitely a possibility of implementation. Looking at Y'all's burning gaze, Xie thought it might be worth a try. After all, even if it fails, at most a few vassal soldiers with energy conflicts will be imprisoned, and if it succeeds, the vassal army can directly get rid of their current awkward situation. Go and call Zhang Wei over. At this time, Zhang Wei was squatting at the entrance of the vassal army's camp, haggling with a centurion of the 1st Legion of the Undead. Our vassal army can offer at most 100 military achievements. We can't offer any more. If you don't accept it, the group of corpse demons in the 2nd Legion have been talking to us for a long time. If not, I'll let them take us. Commander Zhang, it's not that we want to raise the price on purpose. Taking your people out itself affects the advancement speed of our 100-man team. And if something happens to your people, we'll have to deduct the commission. 150 military achievements really isn't much. The two were engaged in a heated argument when Zhang Wei, with sharp eyes, saw a guard undead warrior running towards him quickly. Taking a closer look, he found it was an acquaintance, precisely the guard undead warrior who had stopped him last time. However, because of that previous incident, the two later became quite good friends. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Come with me quickly. Lord Chief is summoning you. Hearing this, Zhang Wei didn't dare to be negligent. He first apologized to the centurion and then followed the guard undead warrior towards the direction of the council hall. Before long, Zhang Wei saw Xie. Greetings, Lord Chief. Get up, Zhang Wei. Y'all, explain the situation. Only then did Zhang Wei notice the ugly mummy who had been sticking to him for several days, standing beside him. As Y'all began to describe his plan, Zhang Wei's expression kept changing, from the initial bewilderment to surprise, then to struggle, and finally to calmness. It seemed as if he alone had performed a drama. When Yue stopped his narration, Zhang Wei resolutely said to Xie, Lord Chief, as your most loyal vassal army, I am willing to open up this path for the vassal army that you've thought it through. Even if you finally succeed in cultivating the power of holy light, if there's an energy conflict with the undead warriors, you can only be imprisoned until there is a good solution. Understood, Lord Chief. Please give me this opportunity. Looking at the determined Zhang Wei, Xie didn't say anything more but waved his hand to let Yue start preparing. Xie held the victory balance, which was said to have its inscriptions adjusted. He only felt that an endless stream of soul fire power was being continuously extracted, sensing the continuous loss of his own underworld power. Xie just wanted to slap Yue to death. Originally, it was said that using the soul fire power to immerse the victory balance would be enough, but who knew that such an immersion would require so much soul fire power? With the input of exactly 1 point of holy underworld power, the victory balance finally stopped absorbing Xie soul fire power. Its original golden color throughout turned into a dark golden color, adding a sense of mystery. The originally dull balance also had a trace of flowing light, and Xie also had a connection with the victory balance. Xie could clearly feel that he could control the power within the victory balance with ease. Even if this bit of soul fire power of holy underworld power was exhausted, the victory balance, which had changed the source of its ability, could also recover by slowly absorbing the elemental power of the undead world. But its upper limit could only be holy underworld power, and it was impossible to independently compress and generate power at the level of divine underworld power, unless Xie breaks through and invests a complete point of divine underworld power. The victory balance will evolve again and raise the upper limit of its own power. Currently, after discarding most of its functions, the victory balance only retains the function of being the source of energy immersion. Even this function surely can't be as powerful as when it was in the hands of the Lord of Dawn, but at least it has an effect. Looking at the balance that started to recover again, Yue seemed quite excited, and his lips, like dried, spicy strips, never stopped moving. My Lord, now you only need to manipulate the power within the divine artifact to release and spread it in a relatively closed place. The vassal army can cultivate there. Before long, a secret room in the White Bone Fortress was tidied up. Zhang Wei, sitting cross-legged, had a few drops of sweat slowly dripping from his forehead. His expression was expectant yet somewhat nervous, and Xie and Yue stood aside, After Yue explained the matters needing attention during cultivation to Zhang Wei, Xie Feng raised the victory balance with the naked eye. A stream of dark golden light could be seen spreading down. The entire secret room began to be filled with dark golden holy light, but different from the holy light of the Lord of Dawn. This dark golden holy light was full of a sense of withering. Right? If the holy light of the Lord of Dawn was like the rising sun, full of hope and life, then Xie Feng's holy light was full of the setting sun, full of the solemnity of dusk. Zhang Wei, calm your mind and spirit, and circulate the blazing crimson sun breathing technique I taught you. Feel the power of the holy light. Lord Chief, may I use the victory balance in your hand? Hearing Yue's words, Xie Feng didn't hesitate and directly handed the victory balance to Yue. Yue looked at the thick, dark, golden holy light emitted by the victory balance in his hand. A trace of joy mixed with reminiscence flashed in his eyes, and his attitude towards Xie Feng became even more respectful. Zhang Wei, adjust your breathing. Imagine a blazing force emerging all over your body as you breathe. While Yue was speaking, his hands didn't stop moving that he placed the victory balance, which was still emitting dark golden holy light, between Zhang Wei's knees. A part of the diffused dark golden holy light was like water, slowly entering Zhang Wei's body as he breathed a tea this time. In Zhang Wei's mind, as he meditated, a blood red sun gradually became clear at the tea the same time. Zhang Wei also felt a stream of power constantly emerging in his body. The sun became clearer and clearer, and then gradually got out of Zhang Wei's meditation control. That IT began to lose its shape like a constantly jumping twilight blood flame. Before Zhang Wei could react, he saw this mass of flame slowly changing again, and then it actually turned into a god exuding endless majesty. As for the blood-red sun that had appeared in his mind just now, it surrounded the god. Zhang Wei endured the pressure of the god and continued to meditate. The face of the god in his mind also gradually became clear that it was actually a familiar skeleton face, exactly that of his own Lord Chief. And at the moment this god appeared in Zhang Wei's mind, the dark golden holy light in the entire secret room, as if clicking the acceleration button, rushed into Zhang Wei's body one after another. This time, Zhang Wei was like being inflated. His original height of over 1.8 meters grew to more than 2 meters. The originally thick, dark, golden holy light in the secret room became rather thin. And what surprised Xie Feng the most was Zhang Wei's strength. First order, second order, and finally directly reaching the third order. According to the statement of the prime material plane and the breathing technique bestowed by Yue, Zhang Wei should now be regarded as a third-order bronze knight, except that he didn't have a corresponding mount. Even if Zhang Wei's initial strength hadn't been too low, Xie Feng believed that the victory balance could directly push Zhang Wei to the level of a fourth-order silver knight. As Zhang Wei's aura stabilized at the third-order level, the dark golden holy light in the entire secret room also began to gradually thin. Seeing this, Yue handed the victory balance, which was placed on the ground, back to Xie Feng. Zhang Wei also opened his eyes at this time, but a flash of dark golden flowing light disappeared in his eyes. Thank you, my lord, for the power you bestowed upon me. I will use the power bestowed by my lord to break through thorns for my lord and never retreat. Yue, explain to me how Zhang Wei became like this. Xie Feng looked at Zhang Wei in front of him, whose eyes were fanatically submissive, exactly the same as Yue's eyes when he looked at himself at that time. Lord Chief, this really has nothing to do with me. After all, the source of the power when he advanced was you. So it's only natural that he regards you as his master. Hearing Xie Feng's questioning, Yue looked wronged, just like a bullied little daughter-in-law. Xie Feng looked at his appearance, shook his head helplessly, and then said to Zhang Wei, in the future, just call me Lord Chief as before. Yes, Lord Chief, Zhang Wei replied solemnly with firm eyes. But Xie Feng didn't forget the final purpose of Zhang Wei's advancement this time, which was to solve whether the cultivation of the power of holy light by the vassal army would cause a power conflict with the undead warriors. If there was a conflict, Xie Feng surely couldn't pour resources into the vassal army anymore and could only wait for another opportunity later. With a call from Xie Feng, several more undead warriors entered the secret room. There were skeleton-type undead and flesh-type Kuei corpses. The strength of these undead also ranged from the first order to the third order, with an order from Xie Feng. Zhang Wei began to release his Knight skill. Holy Healing Technique, a basic skill on the way of promoting to a Holy Light Knight. The Holy Healing Technique can restore the injuries of all friendly living beings. But for dark side creatures like the undead, it is full of deadly threats. The final test result was also within the expectations of Xie and Yuer. Although Zhang Wei's Holy Healing Technique's healing effect was far inferior to the self-repair speed of the undead warriors, it indeed didn't cause any damage. Moreover, the loyalty of the vassal army that advanced through the immersion of the victory balance was not weaker than that of the undead warriors at all. At this point, Xie announced the official establishment of the Holy Guard Army, with Zhang Wei as the commander of the Holy Guard Army. The original vassal army was separated from the sequence of the First Undead Legion and existed as the reserve army of the Holy Guard Army. The Holy Guard Army only allowed human warriors who had accumulated enough military achievements and been immersed in the power of the victory balance to participate. Thus, the Holy Guard Army, which would later shake countless Star Sea worlds, was officially established. Just like this, about a week passed after the establishment of the Holy Guard Army. Lord Chief, these are the zombie souls harvested recently. In the council hall of the Bone Fortress. The Bone General presented a conglomerate formed by a vast number of zombie souls to Xie hands. Different from before, Xie would always set aside a part in advance and give it to Yuer, the logistics manager, as a military merit reward for the undead warriors. This time, Xie forcefully suppressed the excitement in his hands. After waving the Bone General to retreat, he directly devoured all the zombie souls in his hands. It was enough. According to Xie calculation, as long as he absorbed this mass of zombie souls, he would have gathered enough holy nether force to advance to a high-rank undead. As Xie silently recited, the system panel appeared in front of him. Name: Xie. Race: Undead, Elite Skeleton Knight. Rank: 4th Order, Holy Nether Force. 9 points. Strong Nether Force, 730 points. Temporary storage, none. Selectable shuttling worlds. As the zombie souls in his hands disappeared and the number of strong Nether Force points on the panel gradually blurred, in an instant, the Holy Nether Force changed from 9 points to 10 points. At that very moment, Xie felt as if time had stood still. A bone-piercing chill burst out from the green soul fire. From top to bottom, from inside to outside, this chill seemed endless. And the Bone General, Bone Fighter, and a group of guards outside only saw the endless cold air gushing out from the council hall, where Xie was. The Doomsday World, which was originally in autumn, actually began to feel like winter. But Xie didn't feel uncomfortable with this chill. On the contrary, Xie felt like eating a piece of sweet and juicy iced watermelon in the hot summer. He felt that every bone in his body was refreshed and relaxed, and the joy of the soul fire was something that every undead could indulge in. Just like when he advanced to the 3rd Order before. More energy lines extended from Xie soul fire and formed a more complex and tight-knit energy circuit with his bone body. As the energy circuit was perfected, mysterious patterns even began to appear on Xie bone body, constantly exuding cold air. Then, Xie soul fire changed from green to cyan, and these mysterious patterns gradually disappeared into his bone body. The cold air that had originally gushed out, like a videotape being rewound, completely vanished into Xie bone body. Finally, at this moment, Xie advanced to a 5th Order high-rank undead, the Dark Skeleton Knight, belonging to the same royal undead race and the same rank as the Lord on his head before. Even in the vast undead world, 5th Order undead belong to the top-tier group of undead and can make their own voices heard. With the advancement to a high-rank undead, a lot of new knowledge was unlocked in Xie soul fire memory. Xie then realized how ridiculous it was when he thought that with 500 3rd Order undead, he could control the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord at that time. All undead will develop their own high-rank exclusive skills when advancing to a high rank, just like the Scarlet Blood Flame that the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord had before. Ordinary 3rd Order undead would turn to ashes when approaching it. But high-rank bone beasts and zombie beasts don't have such skills. That's why the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord could suppress 3 Skull Soul, hunting beasts single-handedly at that time. Besides the inherent strength of the Skeleton Knight sequence, the high-rank exclusive skill also played a huge role. The high-rank exclusive skill that Xie developed upon advancing to a high-rank undead was the Cold Night's Fall. It could be used to release a large-scale cold wave to clear small soldiers or generate single-target attack skills like the Ice Lance, etc. overall, like the martial skills before the 5th Order. High-rank exclusive skills also need to be studied and honed by the undead to exert a more powerful combat power. Besides the enhancement of strength, the number of undead contracts that Xie Soulfire could carry also broke through the 100,000 mark. The framework of the undead Scourge Legion that Xie had envisioned could finally take shape. Suddenly, Xie felt several faint voices in his mind. "My lord, please protect our holy guards to clear the sins of this world. My lord, your loyal believer implores you to protect Commander Zhang. My lord." After careful perception, Xie found that these voices came from the connection between the Libra of Victory and himself. Moreover, listening to these prayers, he was sure that they were the true heartfelt prayers of the Holy Guards who had been infused with energy. Since the establishment of the Holy Guards, there had gradually been 2/3 Order Chief and Deputy Commanders and more than 22nd Order Warriors. Of course, this was to quickly build the framework of the Holy Guards, and the military merits lacking for advancement would be recorded in the accounts of every Holy Guard warrior and the Holy Guard Legion. As for whether the Holy Guards would slack off, Xie didn't worry at all that, in just 1 week, this group of Holy Guard with a goal were even more crazy than the undead warriors who didn't get tired. Relying on their brighter minds compared to most undead warriors, the Holy Guards made use of the terrain, sounds, and the remaining products of the Doomsday world to clear zombies at a speed no less than that of any undead warrior team. When facing tough battles, the Holy Guard were also fearless and would never retreat. In this way, this newly established Holy Guard soon won the recognition of all undead warriors. Listening to these prayers, Xie began to sense the changes in the Libra of Victory. With Xie advancement to the 5th Order, some functions of the Libra of Victory that were not easily noticeable before were discovered. Even you didn't know that people who had been infused with the energy of the Libra of Victory not only submitted wholeheartedly to the source of power, but also had their souls bound to the Libra of Victory, which was a form of slave contract in another sense, different from the slave contract in the undead world, where the master could only extinguish the servant's soul fire at any time. The binding of the Libra of Victory was more overbearing. Even if the soul of the bound person was destroyed, the soul could be reconstructed according to the soul aura left in the Libra of Victory, although it would consume a large amount of energy. Sensing this function, Xie gasped. This function was too overpowered. As long as Xie and the Libra of Victory were not destroyed, the warriors of the Holy Guards could be resurrected infinitely. Almost like a weakened version of the 4th Scourge, coupled with the undead Scourge in Xie hands. Goodness, he was walking further and further down the path of a villain. Xie, who secretly clicked his tongue, immediately decided to bind all his undead warriors under the Libra of Victory. After all, the soul firepower of the undead could be infused with a wisp of energy without any impact. Bone Fighter, order all Legion commanders to come to the Council Hall. Yes, Chief Lord. With Xie official advancement to a 5th Order undead, Xie finally no longer had to be cautious. It was time to gather his undead warriors and have a real territory of his own in the undead world. As for where to set up the territory, Xie, sitting on his boss chair, stroked his mandible. The Deadbone Plain and the Silent Land together seemed to be a good choice. Captain, you really have connections. Although the Deadbone Plain doesn't have as rich resources as our Bloodstone territory, it can at least let the brothers come out and have some fun. That's right, our captain and the Lord came out of the same tomb. How can those other flashy ones compare? At the junction of the Deadbone Great Plain and the Bloodstone Domain, a troop of 12 undead knights was galloping swiftly towards the interior of the Deadbone Great Plain. Even at such a high speed, it did not prevent the undead knights from flattering the leading knight. Unlike Xie, who was a skeletal knight with a skeleton body from head to toe, both for himself and his horse, and bone armor as clothing, these undead knights, aside from their deathly pale complexions and blood-red glows in their eyes, even had armor styles that were not much different from those of humans in the prime material plane. However, upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the mounts of these undead knights were full of sharp fangs and wore armor with the same blood-colored patterns as the knights. As they ran, it felt as if a blood-colored shadow passed by. Those familiar with them could recognize at a glance that these undead knights were the knight sequence of the vampire undead. In the undead realm, Vampires are a rather special ethnic group. All newly born vampires are first-order blood servants, and there are very few mutants. Moreover, their advancement routes follow the pattern of blood servant. Vampire Knight, Vampire Baron, Vampire Viscount, Vampire Count, Vampire Marquis, Vampire Duke. However, during the advancement process, due to differences in personal talent and areas of expertise, they are generally divided into various occupations such as Vampire Knights, Vampire Swordsmen, Vampire Mages, and even Vampire Berserkers. Therefore, vampires are also the undead race most similar to humans. Even the vampire undead still maintain the concept of family. Whether they are from the same tomb group or the same tomb of birth represents the degree of closeness for vampires. Perhaps the inexplicable hatred generated when two vampire ethnic groups born from different tomb groups meet even surpasses the estrangement and hatred between two sworn enemy races in the prime material plane. And troops like the Vampire Knight sequence represent powerful units in each vampire ethnic group. Only vampires with considerable talent and family background can tame these blood-sucking beasts summoned by vampire summoners from some hidden corner of the undead realm at great cost, and gather a series of equipment such as the blood-patterned armor specifically for vampire knights. From this, it can be seen the importance of this vampire knight troop, with all members being at the 3rd Order and the leading knight captain at the 4th Order. In the Bloodstone domain, listening to the flattery of his subordinates beside him, the corner of the mouth of the leading vampire knight captain hidden under the visor curled slightly. My fellow colleagues. It's not that I have any special connections. It's all thanks to the active performance of you all on usual days that the Lord has entrusted this important task to our 3rd squad. The other vampire knights did not take the credit, but continued to say things like only under the leadership of the captain can we achieve so many achievements. Hearing these words, the corner of the mouth of the leading captain was like an AK, unable to be suppressed. All right, you brats, say less flattering words. The most urgent thing now is to complete the task assigned by the Lord. After saying that, the tone of the captain changed, no longer polite, and he casually opened his blood-patterned visor. A delicate and feminine face was revealed after taking a few deep breaths of the air in the undead realm. This delicate face suddenly became a bit distorted. Brats, listen up. According to the intelligence sent back by the Blood Shadows, the Dark Skeletal Knight Lord has perished. Now, the Deadbone Great Plain is like a piece of fat. The nearby lords are all busy exterminating that group of skeleton soul hunting beasts, and it's said that the lair of the bone beasts has been discovered. Therefore, there will be no Lord, level high, order undead in the Deadbone Great Plain. Our task is to take a big bite of this fat. According to the result of the Lord's discussion, once the war of encircling and suppressing the bone beasts is over, whoever occupies more territory, the Deadbone Great Plain will belong to them this time. The eyes of the captain were already filled with madness. His elder brother, the Bloodstone Lord, had personally entrusted him before he left that as long as he won the Deadbone Great Plain, he could occupy a full 10th of the soul fire output of this territory in the future, as long as he waited patiently for a little over 100 years. He could save enough nether power points to advance to a 5th Order undead. By then, as long as he broke away from the family and established a territory, he could also become a lord feared by thousands of undead. Listen up, all the soul fire harvest this time belong to you. But I only have one requirement. Kill fiercely, never retreat. Hearing this, the remaining vampire knights began to shout and wave their long and short weapons in their hands. After all, before the end of the war, the soul fire harvested from the ownerless Deadbone Great Plain all belonged to these vampire knights. This was an irresistible temptation for all undead warriors belonging to the territory. Thus, a group of vampire knights sped like lightning, rushing towards the very center of the Deadbone Great Plain. As the skeleton warriors and skeleton warriors along the way were slaughtered by these passing vampire knights. The vampire infantry soldiers following behind these vampire knights gradually advanced, inserting the flags of the Bloodstone domain at important nodes, such as the undead birthplaces and basic resource production areas, proclaiming the sovereignty of the Bloodstone domain. Just as the vampires of the Bloodstone domain started to run amok in the Deadbone Great Plain, the undead of the Rotting Corpse Swamp domain also began their actions. However, Due to the slow mobility of the zombies and the fact that the rotting corpse swamp domain did not have its own cavalry force, General Silvercorpse learned from the lesson that the previous zombie communicators disappeared without a trace and dispatched the swiftest ghoul troops under his command. More than 200 second order ghoul stalkers, more than 10 third order hunters, and 2 fourth order ghoul soul eaters, as soon as the more than 100 ghouls left the rotting corpse swamp domain. Like the vampire knights, they slaughtered all the wandering undead along the way and absorbed and digested all the soul fire on the way. However, slightly different was that due to geographical location, the ghouls first entered the Silent Land, not like the vampires who could directly enter the Deadbone Great Plain due to territorial contiguity, and with the disappearance of the influence of the Balance of Victory. There were also scattered wandering undead in the ownerless land. What the ghouls did not know was that a huge undead army was waiting for them in the Great Rift Valley they were about to pass through. And the vampire knights would also encounter a skeleton knight regiment of equally strong strength. Gu Feng. How long will it take for them to arrive? Lord, according to the calculation, this group of ghouls should arrive near the camp in the Silent Land in about half a day. Xie Feng stared intently at the map drawn by the undead warriors of the reconnaissance team in front of him and pondered for a while. What about the vampires from the Bloodstone domain? Lord, they are busy enclosing land. Almost all the areas where the Deadbone Great Plain borders the Bloodstone domain have been occupied by the vampires. Are there any high-order undead in these two undead armies? No, the information sent back shows that there are only a few fourth-order undead commanders. The rest are all third-order and second-order undead warriors. Xie Feng sneered contemptuously as he looked at the enemy markings on the map. Sodding, take your knight regiment and come with me to meet these vampires and see what kind of courage makes them dare to invade the Deadbone Great Plain. As you command, Lord, General Bone. Draw a few thousand-man teams from the First Legion to deal with these ghouls and zombies. Let all these domains know that the previously ownerless land now has an owner. Yes, great Lord. Not a single enemy will be able to invade your territory. With one order after another being issued, the undead warriors of the Doomsday world continuously began to return to the undead realm. After all, the number of zombies in Lindong City is now almost dropping below 1 million, and they're scattered in 2 or 3 old urban areas for the current undead legion. It is no longer a major threat. Therefore, there's no need to leave almost all the undead warriors behind as before. It's just that the vampire knights sent by the Bloodstone domain moved too fast. Otherwise, Xie Feng wouldn't even want to send out the Skeleton Knight Regiment. Since Xie Feng advanced to a high-order undead, most of the remaining zombie souls have been distributed by Xie Feng to the undead commanders under his command. General Bone advanced from a third-order skeleton warrior to a fourth-order skeleton vanguard. Bondo advanced from a third-order skeleton guard to a fourth-order skeleton imperial guard. And Sodding advanced from a third-order skeleton knight to a fourth-order elite skeleton knight. Even the Corpse Lord of the Second Legion was promoted to a 4th rank hopper armored corpse. As most of the zombies in Lindong City were eliminated, the zombie horse herd discovered earlier was also traced. Most of the zombie horses were slain by the undead warriors of the Night Order, and their souls were extracted as reserve resources for the Skeleton Night Order. However, at yours request, more than a dozen zombie horses were pinned up as a former cardinal in charge of the church's logistics. Yours trying to restore the reproductive ability of these zombie horses. After all, in the eyes of the undead, these zombies are also a kind of living beings, and as long as they're living beings, ways can be found to breed and survive. Perhaps these zombie horses, as reserve resources, can continuously provide reserves for Xie Feng's Skeleton Knight Order. Therefore, the number of the Sarden's Knight Order has rapidly increased to 2 squads of 24 riders. And the Skeleton Knight Order has also started to recruit second-rank skeleton warriors from the reserves to serve as attendants of the Skeleton Knight Order and seeds for third-rank skeleton knights. However, the strict selection criteria and the significantly higher military merit standard for the attendants of the Skeleton Knight Order to advance to third-rank undead have deterred most of the undead warriors. As Xie Feng led the Skeleton Knight Order to gallop away from the camp, 2,000-man teams of undead warriors from the First Legion closely followed on the side of the Bone General. Military formations were also being arranged to deal with the approaching ghouls and zombies. Different from dealing with those dull zombies in the past, the enemies faced this time were also undead warriors who fought their way out of the underworld. So there must be no slack that it is difficult for more than 1,000 undead to hide in the dead bone plain. So, after obtaining Xie Feng's consent, the Bone General set the battlefield in the Silent Land. After about half a day like this, Xie Feng and the others still hadn't seen the shadow of the vampire knights. But on the side of the Bone General, the approaching figures of the ghouls could already be faintly heard. The two leading fourth-rank ghouls, the Soul Eaters, were nearly 7 meters long, and the other ghouls behind were about 5 meters and more than 3 meters long. Their quadrupedal running style made them look more like huge undead war beasts. And their thick and powerful scarlet long tongues that spat out from time to time left no doubt that they could devour all those who blocked their way. Suddenly, the two leading ghouls twitched their noses as if they had discovered something, and then roared simultaneously. The other ghouls stopped in their tracks, as if they had hit the brakes. The two fourth-rank ghouls looked at each other, and one of the larger ghouls shouted directly towards the front. "We are the Ghoul War Band under the command of the Silver Corpse General of the Rotting Corpse Swamp Territory. We are following the order of the Lord to head to the Dead Bone Plain. I wonder whose undead warriors are in front. Do you want to start a war between the two territories?" As the words of this fourth-rank ghoul fell, a legion of undead slowly emerged beside the nearby Bone Hill. As this undead legion gradually came into view of these ghouls, the originally fierce and violent eyes of the ghouls gradually turned solemn, then from solemn to suspicious, and finally to fearful. What kind of decent undead would send out a 10,000-man legion to block more than 200 ghouls of their own? Although the leaders were only a fourth-rank skeleton vanguard and a fourth-rank elite skeleton assassin, but with no less than 53rd-rank undead warriors and the remaining more than 9,000 second-rank undead warriors, it was enough to crush their more than 200 poor little ghouls. As the first legion approached, the ghouls began to stir. Ghouls, withdraw from the Silent Land. This is the territory of the Cold Night Lord. After advancing, in order to distinguish himself from that silly, dark skeleton Night Lord who didn't even have a name, Xie Feng, according to his high-rank, exclusive skill Cold Night descends, changed his external title to the Cold Night Lord, and the corresponding territory was the Cold Night Territory. Cold Night Lord? The two leading ghouls' minds short, circuited for a moment. Was there such a lord in this area? One of the fourth-rank ghouls was about to ask when it was pulled back by the other ghoul. This undead legion looks well trained. This Cold Night Lord was most likely driven out by other powerful lords and has no territory of his own. You lead the other warriors to wait here for the zombie legion in the rear. I'll go back and report to the Lord. After the two fourth-rank ghouls discussed, one of them turned back to the Rotting Corpse Swamp Territory without looking back. The other led the ghouls present to slowly retreat until they joined the 2,000-man teams of zombie undead in the rear. Then they began to confront the First Legion at a place about half a day's journey away. On the other side of the Dead Bone Plain, Xie Feng and the Skeleton Knights rushed and finally arrived at the junction of the Dead Bone Plain and the Bloodstone Territory. As for the 2,000-man teams of undead warriors, they were following the route of the Skeleton Knight Order Non-Stop in the rear. However, different from a situation where the Bone General led the First Legion to confront the ghouls. Xie Feng hadn't met the Vampire Knights yet, but there was no need to worry. The Skeleton Beast, Tamer in the army, was tracking the whereabouts of the Vampire Knights in real time through the Bone Eagle in the sky. How long will it be before we can see them? Xie Feng asked the Skeleton Beast, Tamer, who was sitting behind Sardin beside him. The Skeleton Beast, Tamer, quickly waved his staff and replied after a while. Lord, as long as we follow the current route and cross two small bone seas, we can see them. Sardin, I guess we'll meet your old acquaintance again. Lord, please don't make fun of me. Last time they had the support of the Bloodstone Lord. If we meet this time, I'll have to settle accounts with them properly. Xie Feng didn't say much, but patted Sardin on the shoulder. After walking forward for a while, Xie Feng and the Skeleton Knights saw more than a dozen blood-colored shadows chasing around in front. And along the way, there were only countless remains of skeleton-type undead AS. If noticing Xie Feng and the Skeleton Knights, the Vampire Knights who had been running around started to gather quickly. Soon, they turned their lances around and lined up. The Vampire Knight Captain, who had been rather relaxed along the way, frowned when he saw these more than 20 Skeleton Knights in front of him. Although the Skeleton Knights all wore face masks and their strength couldn't be distinguished through the color of their soul fires, it was known that the minimum strength of a Skeleton Knight was 3rd rank. The two leaders were most likely fourth-rank elite skeleton knights. As for a fifth-ranked Dark Skeleton Knight captain, he didn't even consider it. After all, the death of the Dark Skeleton Knight, Lord Soul Extinction, was a consensus among all lords. How could a new Dark Skeleton Knight appear? These blood-shadowed ones who should have climbed back into the tomb and come out again, weren't they told that there was no threat in the Deadbone Plane? Weren't they told that all the Skeleton Knights under the command of the Dark Skeleton Knight were wiped out? Where did these so many Skeleton Knights come from? In a one-on-one situation. The Vampire Knights were not afraid of these Skeleton Knights. After all, as third-rank undead, they could just fight it out, and the chances of winning or losing were about the same. But the number of the opponent was now clearly more than theirs, almost a 2-to-1 situation, and the opponent was a powerful undead in the night sequence that if a fight really broke out, it would be a one-sided massacre. May I ask which Lord Skeleton Knight Order you are from? We're the third team of the Vampire Knight Order under the command of the Bloodstone Lord. We are currently following the Lord's order to clean up the Deadbone Plane. I hope you all won't obstruct us. The Vampire Squad leader performed a knightly salute and spoke to Xie Tuanjiu, who seemed to be the leader, in a half-persuasive and half-threatening manner. And oh wonder the Vampire Knights couldn't recognize Xie Tuanjiu's high-level undead identity. The visor blocked the color of the soul fire, and the most distinctive lordly aura was also actively turned off to avoid alerting the enemy. Even the mount was an ordinary one generated by talent skill. The IT was not like the previous Dark Skeleton Knight Lord. For the appearance of the Scarlet One, Horned Demon Horse had become the symbol of the Dark Skeleton Knight Lord. Hearing the words of the Vampire Squad leader, Xie Tuanjiu only felt it a bit funny. Even if the Bloodstone Lord came in person today, Xie Tuanjiu wouldn't be the least bit afraid. In battles between those of the same rank, Xie Tuanjiu had never feared anyone, relying on his talent control over the soul fire. The destructive power and defensive power that Xie Tuanjiu could unleash were beyond the reach of other undead of the same rank. Xie Tuanjiu didn't respond to the Vampire Knight's words, but turned to ask, Sodding aside, "Are there any familiar faces?" Sodding's soul fire fluctuated violently, showing an extremely restless state of mind as he looked at the Vampire Knights opposite. "Lord, the one leading them is the fourth Order Vampire Count who chased me back then. What a coincidence. Please allow me to lead the Skeleton Knights to fight him." Seeing that Xie Tuanjiu and the other didn't answer him directly, but were chatting in whispers, the Vampire Knight Squad leader felt a hint of unease. After lowering his visor, he quickly made gestures to signal the Vampire Knights behind to get ready for battle. Xie Tuanjiu saw this and sneered contemptuously. "Sodding, it seems there's no need for my permission. The other side is already prepared. Go ahead. This will be the first official battle of the Cold Knight Skeleton Knight Regiment in the undead realm. Don't let me down. I will surely live up to the Lord's expectations." Sodding tightly gripped the lance in his hand. As the lance pointed at the Vampire Knights opposite, the Skeleton Knight Regiment behind him quickly raised their weapons and got ready for battle. Xie Tuanjiu reined in his horse and retreated, not intending to bully the weak. Taking this opportunity, he could test the current combat power of the Skeleton Knight Regiment and take a look at the combat power of the undead warriors of the same rank in other territories. He just needed to oversee the battle from the rear. Even if the Skeleton Knight Regiment suffered casualties, relying on the soul aura in the balance of victory, they could be resurrected. There was nothing to worry about. Moreover, the Skeleton Soul Hunting Beast King hadn't been eliminated yet, and it was still necessary to learn about the alliance formed by that Black Knight Marquis. For now, it was enough for his subordinates to show their strength. If he didn't make a move, others wouldn't be able to figure out his strength. The mysterious and unknown was the most terrifying. "Sir, do you really want to provoke our Bloodstone territory?" The Vampire Knight Squad leader was still making a final effort at this time. But seeing the Skeleton Knights opposite remaining silent and lining up in a cavalry formation and raising their weapons, the Vampire Knight Squad leader's originally feminine face began to turn ferocious. Green veins appeared all over his body, clearly showing that he was ready for battle. Cold Knight Regiment. For the Lord. Charge. Third Squad. For the glory of the Bloodstone territory. Charge. As Knight-type troops. Both sides spontaneously chose the most brutal cavalry formation charge. During the charge, neither side was idle. Among the Cold Knight Skeleton Knight Regiment, 2 skilled javelin throwers never stopped throwing their giant javelins, aiming to disrupt the enemy's cavalry formation. There was also a Skeleton Knight who had evolved magical abilities, as he waved the giant bone tooth club in his hand. A large number of sharp-boned teeth appeared out of thin air and rushed straight towards the faces of the vampire knights opposite. The other skeleton knights also came up with various tricks. They used their short weapons like single-handed hammers and the like to attack the opposite side. The vampire knights' armors had circles of blood, color magical patterns lighting up. The 12 vampire knights seemed to become a hold as the blood. Light spread to each vampire knight. The charging speed of all the vampires increased by a notch, and their weapons also began to glow with a blood-colored light. However, after being bombarded and attacked by the skeleton knights opposite, the vampire knights had to slow down and scatter to avoid the attacks. The blood-colored magical patterns that had just lit up became dim. After such a commotion, the distance between the two sides was already very close. Clang, 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 long-handled battle. Axes made of bone, lances, halberds, double-handed bone, tooth clubs, and other long weapons collided rapidly with the lances made of blood-patterned steel. Black, spirit, iron, etc. during the charge. Even the mounts of both sides were doing everything they could to ram and bite the opposite side, accompanied by the sound of heavy weapons entering the body. The sound of lances breaking bones, and the hissing of mounts, etc. The two cavalry formations passed each other in an instant when they charged and made contact, achieving a position swap. The area where they had just engaged left 6 fallen vampire knights and 2 skeleton knights who had lost their ability to move. Although due to the special nature of the undead soul fire, these fallen undead warriors were not at risk of soul extinction for the time being. They certainly lost the ability to participate in this battle again. The other undead knights still in the cavalry formation were not unscathed either. Sodding's visor had been picked off by the lance of the vampire squad leader opposite. A return gift. The vampire squad leader had one of his forearms cut off by the bone sword drawn by Sodding. The other knights on both sides tacitly bypassed the 4th Order undead who were their leaders, leaving space for the two to fight. The 2 cavalry formations adjusted their directions again. The vampire squad leader saw Sodding's face, but he was stunned at first, then shook his head in disbelief and said through gritted teeth, "How could it be you, that escaping skeleton knight?" It was no wonder that the vampire squad leader had a deep impression of Sodding. It was quite rare for a 3rd Order skeleton knight to be born in the Bloodstone territory originally. Then, when he wanted to take the soul fire of this skeleton knight to claim credit from the Lord Brother for skeleton soul, hunting beasts rushed out from nowhere and caused a bloodbath to his team. If the Bloodstone Lord hadn't urgently activated a war magic item and directly killed one skeleton soul, hunting beast, and scared away the others, he would have long since returned to the Nethermoon. In response to the Vampire Knight squad leader's question, Sodding provocatively shook his head and pointed to the lance in his left hand, indicating that he should stop talking nonsense and ask with his weapon. The Vampire squad leader gritted his teeth and looked at Xie Tuanjiu, who seemed to be watching the show behind him. He started to calculate quickly in his mind. There were only 6 vampire knights left on his side. If they continued to fight head-on, his side would most likely be completely wiped out, and he had just advanced to the 4th Order with great difficulty. Even the Bloodstone Lord had promised to help him advance to a high-level undead. If he perished here, it would be too unfair. However, there was still a chance. Although he didn't know why a skeleton knight had left the team and was alone, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as he led the remaining vampire knights to eliminate this single skeleton knight in a short time, and then with his speed as a 4th Order vampire Viscount, he could completely shake off these annoying skeleton knights. As for the vampire knights following him, he could only say sorry. For the sake of his own path to becoming a lord, they should understand. Seeing that the skeleton knights opposite were ready for another cavalry formation charge, the vampire squad leader knew that this was not the time to hesitate, after making a gesture to the other vampire knights. Regardless of their fleeting astonishment, he directly turned his mount around and rushed towards Xie Tuanjiu. The other vampire knights also closely followed their squad leader after being astonished. Sodding and the other skeleton knights were stunned when they saw the vampire knights running away with their backs to them. Damn it, where's the knightly spirit? Then they realized that these vampire knights were running in the direction of their lord. Oh no! The anxious skeleton knights rushed out without waiting for Sodding's order. Sodding, the leader, even ignored the skeleton knights under his command and rushed to the front at full speed. "You damn guys, if you have the guts, come at us. Don't go over there," hearing the commotion coming from behind. The Vampire Knight squad leader became even more convinced that his train of thought was correct. The way to break the situation was right here. Meanwhile, Xie, who was watching the scene like an onlooker, looked at these vampire knights who were beaming with ecstasy. As if they had found some rare treasure and were rushing towards him, he secretly sighed. Did these people really think that this lord was so easy to bully? Subsequently, Xie gently waved his hand, and a gray-blue cold current rapidly attacked these vampire knights. At the same time, the unique, intimidating aura of a high-level undead was quietly released. The bloodthirsty beasts acting as mounts were the first to sense the pressure. Their 4 legs, which had been running rapidly, went limp, and they immediately assumed a submissive posture. The vampire knights sitting on them were even worse off. One by one, they were thrown out in the direction where their mounts slid and knelt, and under the Lord's intimidating aura, they couldn't even stand up. The high-level Lord Undead. The vampire team leader only felt his mind go blank. What on earth had he done to dare to charge at a Lord Undead, and even complacently thought that the other party was an easy target? As the cold current approached, the vampire team leader, who hadn't reacted yet, instantly turned into a lifelike ice sculpture. The other vampire knights weren't as lucky as to become ice sculptures. As the cold current hit, they directly cracked into pieces all over the ground, leaving only their soul fires in place. And the skeleton knights, who were behind the vampire knights, arrived in front of Xie at this time. Sardine, who was at the head, looked terrified. He dismounted and knelt down on one knee. Lord, please punish us for our negligence that you've been. The group of skeleton knights following closely behind also knelt down one after another. All right, get up. Who knew these vampires had to come and seek death? Hurry up and clean up the battlefield. Don't you see there are still 2 warriors lying there motionless? As the skeleton knights began to collect the weapons and armors of both sides on the battlefield, and took out zombie souls to help their comrades on the verge of soul extinction recover from their injuries. Xie pulled Sardine aside, looking at Sardine's confused expression. Xie pointed at the ice sculpture of the vampire team leader that he had deliberately left behind. This is for you. It's better to take revenge by yourself. Sardine was so moved that his whole body was trembling. Xie believed that if Sardine had tear ducts, he would definitely be weeping bitterly. What a touching story of a lord and his subordinate. However, at the moment when Sardine's lance stabbed into the head of the vampire team leader, a burst of blood-colored light suddenly erupted. A lord-level power? Xie quickly mobilized the power of his soul fire, transforming a cold current into a huge shield and blocking it in front of himself and Sardine. At this time, the vampire team leader, who had already stood up, seemed like a different person. His eyes were indifferent. When he saw Xie, a flash of shock and confusion passed through his eyes. And then he slowly said, "Sir, would you please give Bloodstone territory a face and spare my worthless younger brother?" Xie didn't respond but directly asked, "Who are you?" "Muse, the Bloodstone Lord." "Muse, the Bloodstone Lord?" Xie looked at the vampire team leader in front of him, whose body was surrounded by a monstrous blood-colored light. The giant ice shield in his hand was quietly thickening. The color of the soul fire remained unchanged, still green. The aura only carried part of the intimidating aura of a high-level undead and was extremely unstable. Akati should be a skill or magic similar to possession. A thought flashed through Xie mind, and he said indifferently, "Face, you barged into my cold night territory without permission and massacred countless of my undead warriors. How much is your face worth?" Sensing that the opponent's aura was gradually weakening, Xie simply released his cold night descends as a bone. Chilling cold currents slowly flowed out from an unknown place, sensing the threat. Muse, the Bloodstone Lord, furrowed his brows tightly, and then casually crushed a magic crystal with blood-colored patterns inside his armor. Suddenly, it was as if new power was pouring into this body again. The aura of the vampire team leader, which had been declining, began to rise madly again in a short time. It actually formed a stalemate with Xie cold current. What? A being similar to a clone could actually block my cold current skill. It should be known that Xie ability to mobilize the soul fire could at least double the power of Cold Night Descends. But the result was just a draw. This unexpected change made Xie, who had been confident of victory, feel a hint of unease as he quietly stretched a bone, palm behind his back, signaling Sardine to the skeleton knights to get ready for battle. But what he didn't know was that Muse on the opposite side was even more shocked than him. A fourth-rank vampire viscount, with a pure bloodline and a body carefully honed through vampire knight training, was fully burning his soul fire. Coupled with his high-level skill, Bloodseed secret art, and the continuous injection of soul firepower. Finally, with the support of 5 4th-rank blood mages in Bloodstone territory who were activating the Blood Curtain magic formation from behind. Even if this body with stacked buffs were to fight head-on against the former Dark Skeleton Knight Lord of the Deadbone Plane, in a short-term confrontation, it would definitely not be at a disadvantage and might even be superior. And this strange high-level undead in front of him was so effortless and actually reached a stalemate with him. This must not be underestimated. This was definitely not an ordinary wandering lord. Just as the two sides were in a stalemate and the tension was rising. Suddenly, Muse's expression froze, as if he had received some news. He looked at Xie Feng hesitantly. His powerful, intimidating aura actually began to gradually weaken, and his originally gloomy expression also gradually became friendly. Lord of Cold Night. But before Muse could finish speaking, Xie Feng, who didn't understand what was going on, felt the decline of the opponent's strength. Seizing this opportunity, he directly controlled the cold current in his hand to condense into a giant ice spear. The tip of the spear pointed directly at Muse, who was still posing with an elegant smile. Lord of Cold Night, no! Looking at the spear rushing towards him, Muse's expression stiffened, and his hands moved in a blur. In a hurry, he condensed a ball of flowing, viscous blood and blocked it in front of the charging ice spear. The ice spear started to slow down when it came into contact with this ball of blood. While casting the spell with his hands, Muse's two legs were also busy. He suddenly jumped nearly 100 meters away onto a pile of withered bones, narrowly avoiding this ice spear. Looking at Xie Feng, who showed no sign of stopping and was about to condense another ice spear, Muse quickly said, Lord of Cold Night, stop quickly. I have no intention of being your enemy. Listen to me first. Xie Feng looked at Muse, the Bloodstone Lord, whose figure could no longer be seen, and only his voice came from a blood-colored shadow, after feeling that he wasn't sure to kill him with one strike. He didn't disperse the ice spear in his hand, but just held it tightly, waiting for Muse's next words. Lord of Cold Night, although I don't know why you suddenly appeared in the Deadbone Plane. But since you've occupied this place, you are the new master of the Deadbone Plane that I, Bloodstone territory, recognize this. Subsequently, all the undead warriors of Bloodstone territory still in the Deadbone Plane will be withdrawn. You can rest assured. Hearing this, Xie Feng felt relieved. After all, no one knew how many trump cards an old-fashioned Lord Undead had. If the fighting could be reduced first, that would be excellent. As long as he was given enough time to digest the Deadbone Plane and the Silent Land, with the continuous supply of zombie souls in the Doomsday world, and the large number of newly born undead warriors and undead resources in the territory, the growth rate of himself and his undead army would be beyond the imagination of the god of the undead. Looking at Xie Feng, who had completely calmed down, Muse also felt bitter inside. He had originally thought that this was an easy-to-get piece of fat, but then another troublemaker came along. But thinking of the words passed on by the Dark Warrior Marquis Fadan just now, he could only continue to smile and say, Lord of Cold Night, since you've taken over the Deadbone Plane, we will be neighbors from now on. On behalf of the Nightmare Domain Alliance composed of Bloodstone territory, Rotting Corpse Swamp territory, Dark Crow territory, and Gloomy Peak territory, I officially invite your Cold Night territory to join. The Nightmare Domain Alliance? Yes, Lord of Cold Night. Although I don't know where you came from in the undead world. But you may not know that a group of skeleton soul hunting beasts has somehow emerged near these territories. The previous Lord of the Deadbone Plane was soul destroyed by them. That's why our several territories formed this alliance to resist the threat of these bone beasts. That a group of skeleton soul hunting beasts. Could there be a sixth-rank skeleton soul hunting Beast King? The Muse looked at Xie Feng in surprise. Having such insights, and knowing the existence of the Skull Soul, hunting Beast King already set one above many undead lords. Some undead lords might perish without ever having seen an undead beast above rank 5. After raising the level of importance she attached to Xie Feng in her heart, the Muse continued speaking. Yes, Lord of the Cold Night. However, you need not worry too much. Our Nether Night domain also has our own rank, 6 undead. The Alliance leader, the Dark Warrior Marquis Fadan, is far stronger than that Skull Soul, hunting Beast King. Moreover, we've now found the lair of those Skull Soul, hunting beasts, as long as your Cold Knight domain joins our Nether Knight domain alliance. After the battle, you'll at least obtain a rank 5-bone Beast Soul Fire. With the Muse's earnest persuasion, Xie finally understood what she was up to after the Dark Skull Knight Lord perished. These undead lords, more or less attacked by the Skull Soul, hunting beasts, formed an alliance to jointly resist the attacks of these beasts. It was just that the zombie team that was sending a message to the Dark Skull Knight Lord was exterminated by himself. Now it seemed that apart from the Bloodstone domain and the Rotting Corpse Swamp domain, there were also the Dark Crow domain and the Grievance Peak domain that he knew nothing about. These Skull Soul hunting beasts were more troublesome than he had imagined. After thinking to himself for a while, Xie looked at the Bloodstone Lord Muse in front of him. I can join, but I have conditions. What conditions? Speak. Hearing Xie affirmative answer, the Muse couldn't help but feel delighted. The Muse, who originally appeared as just a hazy blood shadow, also began to slowly resume the appearance of the Vampire Knight team leader, showing the Muse's sincerity. First, even if our Cold Knight domain joins your Nether Knight domain alliance, I won't participate in the encirclement and suppression of the Skull Soul hunting beasts in the short term. I've just arrived in this Deadbone plane not long ago and need time to take control. The Muse didn't hesitate and directly said the official operation to exterminate the Skull Soul hunting beasts will take at least 2 weeks. With your strength and those undead warriors under your command, you should be able to take control here soon. Just be there when we set off. The Muse took a deep look at the row of Skull Knights behind Xie who had already picked up their weapons and were glaring menacingly. Xie also nodded. 2 weeks would be enough for him to take control of the Deadbone Plain and the Silent Land. Then prepare some small tricks. Recently, with Yol, who had let go of his psychological burden. Tinkering around, he had actually come up with some interesting things. Second, you must leave this Vampire Knight's body. The Muse, who was about to refuse, looked at Xie calm skull face, thought about the promise the Dark Warrior Marquis Fadan had made to her, and gritted her teeth and said, fine. Third, so many of our undead warriors in the Cold Knight domain have been slaughtered. There must be compensation. Looking at Xie excessive demands, the Muse, who had always had an elegant look, now had a face full of black lines. I've given up the territory that was within my grasp, sacrificed the blood seeds I painstakingly cultivated, and now I have to compensate you with these low-rank undead. Absolutely impossible. I've also suffered heavy losses this time. That IT should be you compensating me. Thinking of the Vampire Knight team that was completely wiped out, the Muse felt so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe. After advancing to a high-rank undead, she had painstakingly accumulated and cultivated vampire warriors of the night sequence, and had only managed to gather 3 teams. But now, 1/3 of them were gone just like that. Plus the first night team that was massacred by the Skull Soul hunting beasts at that time. Altogether, there were only a dozen Vampire Knights left in the entire Bloodstone territory. This damned Skull actually still wanted compensation. Even if he didn't join the Nether Knight domain, she would never agree. Looking at the Muse, who was gnashing her teeth and looking ferocious, Xie didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. If there's no compensation, then forget it. Well, no discord, no concord, I'll let you have some advantages. Then he casually waved his hand, showing his magnanimity. Shameless wretch. The Muse didn't want to pay any more attention to this detestable skull. She directly floated out a tiny soul fire from her body. Since this body was essentially a rank for Vampire Viscount, the color of the tiny soul fire was still green. Inside is the location of each member's territory in the Alliance that don't cause friendly fire. Also, the time and place to gather for the extermination of the Skull Soul, hunting Beast Clan. Don't be late. Then, after hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and continued. If you encounter an invasion by the Skull Soul, hunting beasts, deal with it if you can. If not, send someone to ask for help immediately. After saying that, a burst of blood-colored flames surged out from the body of the Vampire Knight team leader and began to burn fiercely. Soon, this rank for Vampire Knight was reduced to a pile of flying ashes. And even the soul fire disappeared. Sardin, it seems you can't avenge yourself. Xie looked at the disappearing Muse in front of him and said with half regret and half sigh. And Sardin didn't care at all. Lord, the one who offends you is Sardin's enemy. One day, I will twist off this so-called muse's head, trample out his soul fire as the price for his offense to you today. Ha! I'm waiting for that day. Let's go to the castle of the Dark Skull Knight domain. Laughing heartily, Xie Feng summoned his mount, and then instructed Sardin, tell the 2,000-man teams following us to drive away those vampires who are still staying in the Deadbone Plain. All the birthplaces and resource points must be under the control of our Cold Knight domain. Sardin told the Skull Knight to deliver the order, then led the remaining Skull Knights and the spoils. Following Xie Feng towards the Silent Land. You mean these zombies and ghouls are starting to retreat? Yes, General Bone. Without any warning, all the zombies and ghouls are starting to retreat. The direction of their retreat is towards the rotting corpse swamp domain. Is there an ambush? General Bone. The Bone Eagles and Skull Assassins have scouted. There are no signs of an ambush. All the enemy undead warriors are retreating. General Bone was silent for a while, and a fierce look suddenly flashed in his eyes that I missed the chance to be the first to advance to rank 4. That went to Bone Feng. But I'm the first named servant of the Lord. General Bone, I'm determined to be the first to become a Lord Undead. Pass on my order. The whole army attacks if there is any resistance. Kill them all. We must drive them out of this Silent Land. Bone Feng, who was beside General Bone, heard his order and didn't express any opinion. After all, only with enemies could there be military achievements. With the order given, the undead warriors of the First Legion also began to move quickly. Bone Feng led several Skull Assassins from the scouting team to patrol in front of the army formation, detecting any potential threats. Before long, a Bone Eagle circled down from the sky and landed in the hands of a Skull Beast, Tamer, next to General Bone. General Bone, news from the Lord, there's no need to engage with these zombies. Just drive them out of the Silent Land. The Lord has returned to the ruins of the Dark Skull Knight Castle. He's waiting for you and Lord Bone Feng there. General Bone sighed, turned around, and asked the Skull Beast, Tamer, to inform Bone Feng. Then, after seeing the zombie army retreat into the rotting corpse swamp domain with their own eyes, the two of them started heading towards the Dark Skull Knight Castle. From then on, all the foreign undead that invaded the Deadbone Plain and the Silent Land were driven out by Xie Feng. The Cold Knight domain could be said to have officially made its name in the undead world. With the efforts of Bone Do and the other guards, the basic framework of the originally broken Dark Skull Knight Castle was repaired within half a day, and it was officially renamed Cold Knight Castle. Looking at this place where he had once been servile, Xie Feng felt a myriad of emotions. 2 months ago, he was just a small rank 3 undead. Now he was already a high-rank Lord Undead of the same rank as the Dark Skull Knight. The road ahead would be even more difficult, but Xie Feng firmly believed that with his own efforts, there would surely be a place for him at the peak. It has to be said that the location of the Dark Skeleton Knight's castle is extremely well chosen. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and one can overlook the entire Deadbone Great Plain. In the presence of all the commanders, a spatial gate slowly opened and stood right in the center of the newly rebuilt Castle Council Hall. From then on, one can directly travel between the Silent Land Camp, the Deadbone Great Plain, and the Doomsday World. And within the Cold Knight territory, long-distance Legion transportation can also be achieved through these 2 teleportation gates. As Xie Feng completely mastered the Deadbone Great Plain and the Silent Land, the number of undead warriors under his command also witnessed a huge eruption. What? You're just an ordinary first-rank skeleton warrior. Nonsense. This white bone body, this shining bone knife, this sturdy bone armor, you're a warrior born for the Lord. Come and serve the Lord. You're a first-rank skeleton soul summoner, besides knowing a few minor amplification magics. Your combat power is negligible. Don't worry. You, the chief logistics officer of the Cold Knight territory, is recruiting a large number of magic, using and semi-magic, using undead that you'll soon be a 1 in 10,000 mage star in the undead world. And becoming a top-rank undead is just around the corner. A first-rank skeleton gladiator? Quick, catch him. Lord Bone Fighter likes those of the same race. Thus, under the command of the former vice commander of the guards, who is now the undead recruitment officer of the Cold Knight territory, a passionate activity of joining the army for the Lord and contributing to the undead world swept through the entire Cold Knight territory. In just a few days, a large number of newly born undead warriors in the Deadbone Great Plain responded to the call and joined the army of the Cold Knight territory. Even the mass graves of the corpse lords no longer dared to secretly transport zombie corpses as they used to A large number of zombie corpses were devoured by the mass graves. An unexpected situation occurred even to the corpse lords. The mass graves were stuffed. It stopped producing small corpse lord for a short time and sealed all the coffins and tombstones. Apparently, it entered a certain digestion period. This made the corpse lords, who had been cheerful just now, depressed for a long time. Fortunately, more than 3,000 lively small corpse lords had joined the reserve army before this, with a rapid increase in the number of the undead legion. Xie Tuanjiu also summoned all the commanders to hold the first internal meeting of the Cold Night territory. Even Zhang Wei, the commander of the Holy Guards, attended as an observer in the council hall of the White Bone Fortress in the Doomsday World. The undead recruitment officer report on the current recruitment situation of the undead warriors in the Cold Night territory. Yes, Lord, in the few days since taking control of the Deadbone Great Plain and the Silent Land. With the assistance of all colleagues in the 1st Legion, the 2nd Legion, the Independent Reconnaissance Team, the Guards, etc., the recruitment work has been proceeding smoothly. Currently, 743 undead warriors have been recruited in the Deadbone Great Plain. Among them, there are 56,500 first rank skeleton warriors, 500 second rank skeleton braves, 165 first rank corpse lords, and 2,578 first rank variant skeleton warriors, such as skeleton archers and skeleton gladiators. Due to the special circumstances of the Silent Land, no recruitment was carried out there. However, according to the current estimates provided by Lord Ye, small undead birthing grounds will start to appear in the Silent Land in a month, and it is expected to return to a situation similar to that of the Deadbone Great Plain in a year. The report is complete. After listening to the report, Xie Tuanjiu nodded. The undead recruitment officer recommended by Bonefighter is meticulous and well organized. Surpassing the vast majority of undead warriors, he is indeed a talented person for this position. Most importantly, with his background in the Guards, no commander comes to complain about the distribution of soldiers anymore, which has saved Xie Tuanjiu a lot of trouble. Looking around at the commanders who were still thinking, Xie Tuanjiu tapped the table in front of him. After everyone's eyes focused on him, Xie Tuanjiu slowly spoke. Gentlemen, the number of the undead legion in our Cold Night territory is about to exceed 100,000 in order to adapt to the changes in the territory. It's time to modify the previous legion system. After a pause, he looked around at the commanders again. But whether it was Bone General, Bone Fighter, Bone Wind, or Sardine, Corpse Lord, etc., who joined later, there was no change in their eyes. Only the blazing gaze towards himself. The undead commanders, whose soul fires were firmly bound to Xie Tuanjiu, only cared about the Lord opinion of them, and everything else was trivial. Look at Bone Fighter, for example. His daily work is to guard around Xie Tuanjiu, and by the way, repair the territory and strengthen the defenses. But the Lord has never treated him unfairly, and he never misses any opportunity for advancement. Now he has become a 4th-rank elite skeleton guard. Looking at the unmoved crowd, Xie Tuanjiu continued. The plan for the Legion restructuring is as follows. From now on, all undead warriors who hold the military rank of Centurion and have reached the 3rd rank in strength can form their own private army as a supplementary force of the Legion they belong to. With these words, except for Zhang Wei, who was still completely confused, all the other undead commanders looked stunned. Since the Lord started recruiting undead warriors, the question of whether these commanders and their subordinate undead warriors should also contract other undead warriors to form a large-scale legion through rapid fission to expand the strength of the undead legion and accelerate the elimination of zombies. Eventually forming a pyramid-shaped legion structure has always been a topic. However, it was stopped after the first attempt because Xie Tuanjiu found that the soul fire pressure generated by another undead warrior contracted by the Bone General he had contracted still existed. And both Xie Tuanjiu and the Bone General were under this soul fire pressure. Feeling that it was extremely uneconomical, Xie Tuanjiu abandoned this way of quickly increasing the number of troops. But after Xie Tuanjiu advanced to a high-rank undead, a turning point occurred. After successfully experimenting with energy infusion on the Holy Guards and opening up a path for the resurrection and advancement of human survivors. When binding the soul fire aura of the undead warriors to the scales of victory, Xie Tuanjiu accidentally discovered that the soul fire pressure on himself generated by the undead warrior contracted by that Bone General was almost eliminated. After analysis by Ye, it should be that after energy infusion through the scales of victory, The soul, fire pressure generated by the slave contract was transferred to the scales of victory. But as a portable artifact of a former main god that has received the binding faith of countless believers. Although it no longer has its former glory, its own strength is still remarkable enough to withstand this tiny bit of pressure. Thus, after much deliberation and several discussions with Ye, the logistics commander-in-chief, regarding systems related to military achievements and legions, Xie decided to loosen the authority, but it is only limited to undead warriors above the 3rd rank. After all, the soul fires of 1st rank undead warriors are too weak to bear the burden of undead warriors of the same rank. 2nd rank undead warriors can indeed contract several 1st rank undead warriors with some effort. But 2nd rank undead warriors are particularly vulnerable to damage in battles. Once the contract master soul is extinguished, the 1st rank undead on the slave side will not just degenerate simply. They will definitely meet the same fate of soul extinction, which is likely to cause a collapse, like soul extinction of the Legion. Only 3rd rank undead warriors, with their intermediate level soul fires, can not only bear the burden of undead warriors of the same rank, but can even fully contract 500 undead warriors below the 3rd rank to form a small undead legion to carry out tasks. As for the requirement of being a centurion, it is just to let the undead above the 3rd rank who join later know who bestows all this. After all, not every lore in the undead world is so reasonable as to allow you to form your own private army. Once you sign the slave contract, the soul fire can't be devoured. Clearly, this is like putting your hand into the Lord's pocket to grab food. Only Xie, who has a system panel on his back and can travel through countless worlds, can regard the undead world merely as a place for recruiting soldiers and not care at all about the soul fire resources it produces. If a 1st rank skeleton warrior cuts off the head of 1 zombie, I break even. If it cuts off 2, I make a profit. Seeing that no one had any objections, Xie nodded with satisfaction. Since everyone has no objections, let's implement this plan. However, one thing. The private army is not included in the military merit system of the directly affiliated legions of the territory. Instead, it is the responsibility of the superior or is confirmed according to the number of enemies killed by the private army itself. The spectral leaders present nodded in agreement, acknowledging the prowess of the esteemed lord, who swiftly resolved the issue of soul flame pressure. It is foreseeable that, as the legion of the undead under Xie continues to grow, alongside the increasing number of 3rd-tier undead warriors, the overall strength of the undead forces at the disposal of the Cold Knight territory will escalate exponentially. With Xie announcement to adjourn the meeting, each of the undead leaders surged powerfully towards the reserve army. For the 2nd-tier formal legion undead warriors, it was rather challenging, as they were already established legion soldiers and had no need to become private troops. However, the 1st-tier reserve soldiers, particularly the newly joined undead warriors, were all innocent and delightful. Their pristine skeletal forms, robust muscles, and gleaming bone armor clearly marked them as fine soldiers of the Lord, not to be outshone by those unacquainted with their worth. As the meeting concluded, the undead leaders gradually departed from the council chamber. In the end, only Ur remained behind, unhurried, as the spell-casting undead held no allure for him. All spell-casting undead, regardless of their tier, would be promptly assigned to Ur's command upon recruitment. With the increasing significance of the scales of victory, Xiefeng's research on Ur had gained considerable importance. While combat was essential, the more critical aspect lay in executing battles with greater efficacy and efficiency. Thus, the first mage collective under Xie began to take shape, eventually named the Holy Lord Society at Ur's strong insistence. The Holy Lord Society now boasted nearly 100 spell-casting undead, ranging from formidable 3rd-tier high skeleton mages to weaker 1st-tier skeleton minstrels, all integrated into a cohesive unit for the magical research of the Cold Knight territory. Naturally, due to the limitations of the lower-tier spell-casting undead, most of the achievements were still attributed to Ur's own efforts, with other members of the Holy Lord Society merely providing magical power or skills for collaboration. Lord, the research topic I previously reported to you has been confirmed, and it possesses a genuine possibility of realization. Ur proclaimed, producing a black magical crystal from behind him. With the comprehensive occupation of the Bone Plain and the Silent Land, the previously scarce magical materials of the underworld have been discovered at multiple resource points through your diligence, alleviating his prior predicament of scarcity in the Silent Land. This also granted you the true strength of a 4th-tier spellcasting undead. Should a 4th-tier bone storm strike again, it would no longer be a mere discovery by you. It could be assured that before the bone storm even approached, it would be obliterated by magic emerging from unknown sources. And as Xie Feng held the magical crystal in his palm, at yours indication, he began to infuse his soul flame into the crystal incessantly. Gradually, a flicker of flame emerged upon the crystal. This flicker ignited a chain reaction, and suddenly, a conflagration erupted from the magical crystal. Remarkably, this blaze inflicted no harm upon Xie Feng. Instead, an inexplicable connection began to form between them. As the magical crystal was consumed, the flame stabilized, revealing itself as a pale azure soul flame. Observing this, Yer clapped his hands, summoning a skeletal body devoid of soul flame. As Xie Feng guided the soul flame to drift into the lifeless skeleton, the unclaimed body began to stir in Xie Feng's mind. Another vision emerged. Upon focusing his thoughts, the skeletal form stood upright. The pale azure soul flame within the unclaimed body flickered, releasing an aura of lordly pressure. After gauging the strength that this skeletal form could wield, Xie Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Congratulations, my lord. It seems the project has been a resounding success," Yer remarked, bowing his head in greater respect at the sight of the two beings radiating the same aura. You truly live up to your former status as a 7th-tier being. That I merely posited a hypothesis, yet you have brought it to fruition," Yer humbly replied, acknowledging Xie Feng's contribution. "My lord, the primary reason for the success of this project lies in your merit. Among the multitude of undead warriors in the territory, only you can flawlessly control your soul flame. Even the most delicate skeleton minstrels cannot compare to you. That it is only with such meticulous control over the soul flame that it can re-enter a lifeless shell through this magical crystal embedded with a micro-magical array. You are nothing short of a genius." Xie Feng waved his hand, familiar with Yer's fervor, and chose not to dwell excessively on the matter. He had recently witnessed a similar skill when Bloodstone Lord Muse had boldly appeared before him in the body of a vampire. Thus, one should never underestimate the heroes of the undead realm. Moreover, this new skeletal form would require continuous nurturing through soul flame power to adapt to the 5th-tier soul flame strength. Should this skeletal body be damaged, the sanctified soul power invested by Xie Feng would be rendered futile. In simpler terms, this new entity possessed all of Xie Feng's skills and abilities, excluding the system panel, albeit at a diminished capacity. Nevertheless, achieving this was already a source of great joy for Xie Feng. "Do you have any more of these magical crystals? Acquire several for me when I next encounter Muse. I must let him experience the taste of being besieged by a dozen undead lords." Yer, however, shook his head at "My lord, producing even one of these in a month is quite remarkable. The Soul Fusion Array, Separation Array, and Adaptive Tuning Array within this magical crystal require a substantial number of spellcasting undead to operate, along with a minimum of some sanctified soul power for the zombie soul fusion to yield such a crystal. Furthermore, the current magical materials, magical arrays, and soul quality involved are only sufficient to sustain your 5th-tier prowess. Should you advance to the 6th-tier horrific skeleton knight, the equivalent magical crystal would necessitate souls and resources sufficient to create an entire 5th-tier undead warrior. If we go further to the top-tier undead, the requirements would be even more unfathomable. Upon hearing this, Xie Feng's previously restless heart settled. After all, if the creation of magical crystals were simple, there would be no need for him to engage in the so-called Knight of the Dead Alliance. Focusing entirely on producing this magical avatar might yield individual magical avatars weaker than those of other undead lords. However, if I were to unleash 100 lord avatars, how would you respond? Would you refuse to partake? I, Xie, cannot abide by any undead standing before me. Speaking freely, in the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. During this fortnight, the strength of the Cold Knight territory ascended to a new echelon. As for Xie Feng's own prowess, it remained unspoken. Advancing to the 6th tier required over 80 points of sanctified soul power, necessitating the thorough cleansing of several large cities akin to Lingdong City in the apocalyptic realm. Yet the strength of the undead legion under his command surged continuously. The number of 3rd-tier undead surpassed 150, while the 2nd-tier undead warriors approached 50,000. The 1st-tier reserve undead were even more numerous. And combined with the private legions of the undead leaders, their numbers had nearly exceeded 100,000 were it not for the rapid emergence of newborn undead in the underworld. The Cold Night territory would have witnessed a remarkable phenomenon, an absence of low-tier undead engaged in ceaseless battles for survival. Instead, groups of 2nd-tier undead warriors lay in wait, while the newborn undead struggled amidst the seas of bones and mounds of graves, ultimately being selected and transformed into reserve undead warriors through the meticulous recruitment efforts of the most professional undead recruiters under the Lord of Cold Night. The influx of numerous undead warriors accelerated the cleansing operations in the apocalyptic realm, with Lingdong City having been thoroughly cleared over a week prior, thanks to the undead's acute sensitivity to the essence of living beings. The current situation in Lingdong City, while not entirely akin to the safety prior to the apocalypse, at least ensured that zombies would not suddenly leap out to seize and devour passersby. Under the comprehensive command of the Bone General, the Cold Night territory's 1st and 2nd legions, comprising 25,000 undead warriors, had commenced their march towards the nearest city, Weibei City, achieving considerable success, with over 1 million zombies falling to the blades of the undead. In approximately 2 weeks, as a substantial number of undead soldiers arrive, the clearance of this small city, which is home to over 4 million zombies, will be completed, with the expansion of the undead territories in this apocalyptic world. The ranks of Zhang Wei's Holy Guard and the Servant Army are also steadily increasing. Particularly in the rural areas between the 2 cities, the siphoning effect of the urban centers has led to a significant depopulation. The emergence of mysterious powers has also resulted in the elimination of numerous elderly and young individuals, leaving behind a considerable number of able-bodied youths. Consequently, the Holy Guards above the 2nd tier are nearing 1,000 in number. Within the council chamber of Cold Night Castle, a voice inquired, "Are there vampires present?" "Indeed, my lord," came the reply. "A small squad of vampires awaits outside, claiming that Lord Bloodstone has information for you." "Understood. Let them in." The lord commanded. "As you wish, my lord." Shortly thereafter, Bone Duel entered the council hall, accompanied by a 4th-tier vampire, clad in attire reminiscent of a scout in light armor. "Honorable Lord of Cold Night," the vampire scout bowed respectfully. "Our Lord Bloodstone sends his greetings and this message for you." That, as he spoke, a wisp of ethereal soul fire drifted from his hand. Xie Feng lazily stretched on his lordly throne, upon absorbing the soul fire. The information instantly materialized in his mind. As Xie Feng had anticipated, the message urged him to hasten his departure, even carrying an undertone of threat. Should Xie Feng decline to participate in this endeavor, all the lords of the Night Realm would first eliminate him before addressing the Skull Soul Hunters. After all, one could never predict how each wandering lord of the undead might wreak havoc upon one's territory in one's absence. After perusing the information, Xie Feng chuckled softly and spoke, "You shall wait at the entrance. Lead the way, and we shall depart shortly." The vampire scout exhaled a sigh of relief, recalling his lord's prior instructions. If the Lord of Cold Night were unwilling to assemble, he was to eliminate him immediately. Though the chances of success were nearly non-existent, the death of this vampire scout would promptly inform Lord Bloodstone of Xie Feng's intentions, thereby enabling the next phase of their plan. For now, there was no need for his soul to be extinguished, which was a source of considerable relief. After a brief wait, the vampire scout witnessed the Lord of Cold Night emerge from the council chamber. With a casual gesture, a skeletal steed emanating a chill approached. "Lead the way. Let us set off at once." The vampire scout glanced around at the emptiness surrounding Xie Feng and the vigilant guardian undead warriors at the entrance. Feeling a twinge of confusion, "My Lord of Cold Night, is it just you? Will you not bring your undead warriors? With a modest household and small business, it would be best not to draw attention. Moreover, we are dealing with high-tier undead. Bringing my subordinates would be futile." Upon hearing this, the vampire scout chose not to voice any further objections, instead musing internally. The Lord of Cold Night truly cares for his subordinates. If only my lord were the same. Subsequently, the vampire scout's form shimmered, and the other vampire stationed at the entrance began to blur as well, that a dozen blood shadows surged toward the gathering point of the putrid marsh. While Xie, having propelled himself onto the skeletal horse, followed swiftly, leaving a cloud of dust behind. As Xie departed, another manifestation of him soon appeared at the entrance of the council chamber, revealing that the previous figure was but a magical duplicate. Observing the changes in the scenario through the alternate perspective in his mind, Xie murmured to himself, "Only a fool would risk his life against a few skull soul hunters. The essence of undead soul fire pales in comparison to the fragrance of zombie souls. Sending a duplicate to float along will suffice." Beside him, Bone Duel remained oblivious to Xie murmurs. Noticing his lord's contemplative expression, he could only scratch his head and nod in apparent understanding. Meanwhile, the duplicate swiftly traversed the bone plains alongside a host of vampires, passing through a portion of Bloodstone territory, which opened Xie eyes to the birthplace of vampires he had never encountered before. The low-tier blood thralls along the way trembled and cowered as they sensed the presence of intermediate and high-tier undead. Once the aura receded, they resumed their fierce demeanor, turning upon one another. Upon entering the putrid marsh, Xie party slowed their pace. Swamp pits and various grotesque zombies, blood corpses, and decaying bodies engaged in relentless combat. A noxious green miasma hung perpetually in the air, a lethal poison for the living, yet it preserved the flexibility and combat strength of flesh-based undead. Delving deeper, a colossal castle emerged before Xie. Composed of assorted undead bodies and massive stones, the structure featured sharp claws and decaying heads seemingly integrated into its walls, which left no doubt that any intruders would suffer tremendous losses from the beings that had merged with the castle. Before Xie could reach the castle's entrance, the grand doors began to open slowly as a throng of undead emerged, including Muse, the Bloodstone Lord with whom Xie had previously interacted. In the center stood a formidable undead clad in black heavy armor. Its surface marred by numerous scars, a testament to its prowess in battle that a massive sword, exuding a bloody aura, rested casually at its back, while its dark visage concealed any expression. "Welcome, Lord of Cold Night, I am Fadan of the Night Realm Alliance." As Fadan spoke, an overwhelming presence surged forth from his being. Unlike the oppressive aura of other fifth-tier undead lords, this force was interwoven with a hint of martial intent, setting Fadan apart as a formidable undead sovereign among the gathered lords. "Thank you immensely for coming out to greet me, Lord Fadan." Xie magical duplicate, pushed back half a step by the imposing aura, promptly dismounted and spoke, noticing the respect in Xie tone and his retreating posture. Fadan's lips curled slightly beneath his helmet, and he tempered his presence that it is only proper for the Lord of Cold Night to be welcomed on his first visit to our putrid marsh. Please follow me. With that, he turned and guided Xie into the castle of the putrid marsh. Upon entering, Xie discovered a world vastly different from the decaying exterior. Unlike the corpse-laden grounds and pools of foul blood outside, the interior resembled a traditional castle of the material plane. Soldiers patrolled diligently, weapons were neatly stacked, and the walls were adorned with numerous magical defenses and watchtowers positioned every 10 steps. If one were to overlook the pervasive green miasma and the rotting faces of the patrolling soldiers, one might easily mistake this place for the stronghold of a noble lord preparing for war. Following Fadan, Xie pondered the implications of such a state of readiness. This seemed far beyond mere preparations against the Skull Soul Hunters' assaults. With the 6th-tier undead Black Knight Marquis Fadan at the helm, the chances of a renewed attack from the already severely weakened Skull Soul Hunter King were virtually non-existent. However, ordinary threats would not warrant such a grand mobilization of forces within the castle. Suppressing his curiosity, Xie accompanied the gathering of undead lords to the castle's council chamber. Without hesitation, Fadan took his seat at the head of the table, while the silver zombie general, who had been following closely, settled beside him. After both had taken their places, the other lords of the undead arranged themselves on either side of the chamber. Spotting an empty seat next to Muse, Xie settled in with a friendly smile directed at her. Before Muse could utter a word, Fadan's voice resonated from the main seat. Esteemed guests, the Lord of Cold Night has arrived. While it would be ideal for everyone to become acquainted, time is of the essence, and we shall address that later. Nightland, present the alliance contract to the Lord of Cold Night. Upon hearing this, the silver zombie, General Nightland, rose and retrieved a parchment emanating a potent aura of necromantic energy from within his armor. Approaching Xie, he spoke in a deep, resonant tone. Lord of Cold Night, please sign this alliance contract. By the moon of the underworld, we pledge mutual cooperation and non-aggression within the Night Realm Alliance. Those who violate will have their soul fires extinguished and never be reborn. Having said that, the leather scroll automatically unfolded, and the soul fire auras of the various lords of the Nethernight domain, including Fadan, were all manifested on the leather scroll. The alliance contract. Xie searched through the memories of his soul fire, and soon found information about this thing. This was a rather rare alliance contract scroll in the undead world. Witnessed by the god of the undead and the nether moon, it was mainly used when the Lord Undead had a common enemy, so that they could be in the same direction and work together, preventing them from stabbing each other in the back. If one violated the alliance oath, the soul fire would be degraded at the least, and at the worst, the soul fire would be directly extinguished. Looking at the gazes of the lords towards him, Xie didn't hesitate that a wisp of extremely tiny soul fire descended from between the white bone's fingers and was instantly devoured by the leather scroll. The moment the soul fire disappeared, Xie doppelganger consciousness felt a vast consciousness begin to gaze at him. But it was only for less than a second, just like a towering titan giant glancing at a small ant at his feet. And Xie main body, far away in the cold night territory, also felt this consciousness. But at the same time, the balance of victory in Xie mind seemed to be pricked in the foot. The moment this consciousness appeared, it forcefully blocked it outside Xie soul fire. Fortunately, this consciousness didn't last long and disappeared after a faint sweep. After this consciousness disappeared, through the balance of victory, Xie felt that only Xie magic doppelganger would be bound by the scroll contract, while the main body could abandon this doppelganger at any time to cut off the binding force of the scroll. The balance of victory also exuded a trace of subtle, arrogant charm. Before Xie could delve into it, the lords of the undead in the council hall, seeing the aura of Xie starting to emanate from the alliance contract, their gazes became more amiable. Muse, the Bloodstone Lord, even patted Xie on the shoulder beside him. Excellent, the Silver Corpse General, put away the scroll and returned to his seat. Fadan spoke again. From now on, the Lord of the Cold Night territory is one of us. Without further ado, everyone, let's work together this time and be determined to exterminate the soul-hunting beast clan without long-winded words. Fadan separated 4 wisps of subtle soul fire information and floated towards all the Lord Undead present, which was exactly the location where the soul-hunting beast clan was currently hiding. Casually swinging the black greatsword behind him, Fadan directly got down from his seat. Let's go. Everyone, let's use the soul fires of these soul-hunting beasts to celebrate the arrival of the Lord of the Cold Night territory. With that, he directly walked out of the council hall. The Lord Undead also one after another walked out of the council hall. Xie, whose buttocks hadn't even warmed the seat yet, didn't have time to complain in his heart about Fadan's showy act. He also followed and walked out of the council hall. Right at the entrance, there was a zombie battle beast with a lion's head, a scorpion's tail, and a pair of shriveled wings crouching on the ground. Looking closely, it was actually a high-level 5th rank undead battle beast. Fadan patted the head of this undead battle beast and then mounted it. Everyone, set off, as Fadan's voice fell. This battle beast began to rush toward a certain place in the rotting corpse swamp territory at high speed. The other Lord Undead were not to be outdone. Iluin, the Silver Corpse General, simply relied on his 2 feet, and with each jump, his speed was actually not slow. Muse, the Bloodstone Lord, transformed into a blurred blood shadow and closely followed behind Fadan and Iluin, the Silver Corpse General. Hosi, the Dark Crow Lord, waved his staff, and his body actually directly transformed into a huge 3-eyed nether crow and soared into the sky. Mulu, the Grievance Peak Lord, chuckled, and his semi-transparent body instantly merged into the body of the 3-eyed nether crow and started to hitch a ride with the Dark Crow Lord. Seeing everyone showing their special abilities, Xie Feng, who had broadened his horizons, waved his hand to summon his mount beside him, mounted it, and then started to gallop towards the distant figures of everyone. Soon, the Lord Undead arrived at a hidden place on the edge of the rotting corpse swamp territory. There wasn't even a first-rank rotting corpse in the calm swamp, which was obviously suspicious. A hidden fifth-rank skull soul, hunting beast, seemed to sense something. Its body, which was originally soaking in the swamp, quietly emerged its head, but then a black greatsword, accompanied by a shrill scream, somehow had already slashed towards its face. The unlucky skull soul, hunting beast, only had time to let out a wail before its skull was directly split open by Fadan, leaving only a ball of cyan soul fire floating aimlessly in place. But with this wail emitted by the skull soul, hunting beast before its soul was extinguished, the originally calm rotting corpse swamp was like a pot of boiling water. Soon, more than 10 fifth-rank skull soul, hunting beasts one after another emerged from the swamp and started to confront the group of Nether Knight domain Lord Undead who had just arrived. After a brief silence, these skull soul, hunting beasts broke the situation first. Their bone claws fluttered in the mud of the swamp and charged forward in an instant. Seeing this, the Lord Undead of the Nether Knight domain didn't hesitate. Without waiting for Fadan's order, they all charged forward and got entangled with these skull soul, hunting beasts. Although it was their first time cooperating to resist the enemy, the Lord Undead were very tacit in separating the more than 10 skull soul, hunting beasts, forming small battlefields one by one to those with strong strength, such as Yulun, the Silver Corpse General, and Muse, the Vampire Count. Each took on the attacks of 3 skull soul, hunting beasts, and Ho-Si. The Dark Crow Lord and Mulu, the Grievance Peak Lord, cooperated with each other and fought evenly with 5 skull soul, hunting beasts. Finally, there was Xie Feng, acting in a proper and regular way. His more than 3-meter-long lance was brandished around with a cold current, and in his other hand he held a drawn-out bone shield to block attacks from time to time. He, just like Fadan's zombie battle beast, endured the siege of 2 skull soul, hunting beasts. During the battle, Muse, the Bloodstone Lord, looked back at Xie Feng in confusion. But he just thought that Xie Feng didn't want to exert his full strength and continue to concentrate on dealing with the 3 skull soul, hunting beasts surrounding him. Soon, the entire battlefield was filled with blood-colored magic ripples, dark black annihilation beams, cold cyan lance auras, soul, touching shrill screams, and skull soul, hunting beasts sent flying by brute force. The aftermath of the battle could shatter any undead warrior below the high-level undead. Fadan didn't have any clueless skull soul, hunting beasts coming to cause trouble. But Fadan didn't relax at all. Under his innate perception, the 6th-rank skull soul, hunting beast king, was rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. Now, Fadan tightly grasped the greatsword with both hands and inserted it into the ground at his feet. The skull soul, hunting beast king, which originally wanted a sneak attack, suddenly rushed out from under Fadan's feet, and a clear slash mark appeared on its forehead. "You beast, you still want to sneak attack me. If I were sneak attacked by you, even a first-rank black warrior attendant could laugh at me in the future." The skull soul, hunting beast king, gave Fadan a fierce look and distanced itself from Fadan after several rolls. The 2 6th-rank undead had already fought once, and the hatred in their eyes was to tear each other apart alive, after the 2 of them circled around for a while. Fadan wasn't in a hurry, but the skull soul, hunting beast king, became impatient first. His clan was gradually falling into a disadvantage under those damned undead lords. He understood that he couldn't hesitate any longer. If it didn't deal with the Black Warrior Marquis in front of him today, his branch of the skull soul, hunting beast clan, would surely meet a bad end. Then, with a roar, he directly charged towards Fadan, and Fadan's response was a solid slash. With the great battle between the 2 6th-rank undead starting, the other 5th-rank undead participating in the battle tacitly moved away from this battlefield. Under the aftermath of the war and the coercion of the high-level undead, the low-level undead closer to the battlefield started to tremble and unconsciously moved away from this area. The undead don't know fatigue. As long as the soul fire is still there, they can wield the weapons in their hands. Thus, the great battle lasted for a whole half-day. The bone claw of the skull soul, hunting beast king that was broken before, was chopped to pieces again by Fadan. And even the other remaining bone claw was already scarred. Fadan wasn't in a good state either. His original helmet was nowhere to be seen, revealing an iron-green face covered with scars. The tip of the black greatsword in his hand was also missing. Needless to say about the armor, the position on the chest has already revealed the same iron, cyan torso. It's tattered, comparable to a newly born ghastly corpse, but as streaks of black flowing light coursed among the scars on the corpse's body, the injured body of Fadan was ceaselessly being repaired. Suddenly, as if sensing something, after pushing back the skull soul, hunting Beast King, Fadan suddenly burst into wild laughter. Beasts are just beasts. Since I've long known your hiding place, how could I come to trouble you so unprepared? The skull soul, hunting Beast King, hadn't yet understood what Fadan said when it saw that the green corpse smoke that had lingered all year in the rotten corpse swamp territory, as if coming to life, all rushed in one direction. With the disappearance of the corpse smoke and the improvement of visibility, a magic array in the distance also appeared in front of the undead. A full 24 fourth ranks simultaneously raised their staves. With the massive magic crystals in the magic array as reinforcement, the continuously flowing corpse smoke in the rotten corpse swamp territory was gathered together and finally compressed into a dark, green magic ball. Fool, do you really think I'm here to fight you to the death? I've just been stalling for time and misleading you. Fadan proudly twirled his greatsword into a flower, like movement. Then his eyes turned cold, and he pointed with the sword. Along with half of the magic array, their bodies and soul, fires vanishing, that dark, green magic ball instantly disappeared from the sight of the undead. When it reappeared, it had already struck the skull soul, hunting Beast King. Just like ordinary flesh and blood encountering strong sulfuric acid, the bone body of the skull soul, hunting Beast King, was corroded by more than half in an instant. Only when the hardest skull and a small part of the upper body bone remained did the damage caused by the magic ball's attack disappear. Fadan, as if taking a stroll, ignored the still shocked Lord Undead beside him and the skull soul, hunting beast that began to wail. He leisurely walked up to the skull soul, hunting Beast King that could no longer move. Looking at the fear in its eyes, he sighed. Normally, I'd really be interested in taming you, this beast, but now I can't. I have to borrow your 6th rank soul fire. After saying that, Fadan raised his greatsword with both hands and forcefully swung it forward. A black sword light flashed, and the skull soul, hunting Beast King, which had once crushed the dark skeleton Night Lord, was left with only a ball of blue soul fire in its split in half skull. Seeing this, the Lord Undead of the Nethernight domain were invigorated. The skull soul, hunting beasts, which were already in a declining position, were almost completely exterminated in an extremely short time. 2 of them, seeing the situation was bad and trying to escape, were also beheaded under 2 sword lights from Fadan. Thus, the invading skull soul, hunting beast tribe was completely wiped out inside the castle of the rotten corpse swamp territory. The Lord Undead of the Nethernight Domain Alliance were sitting in the council chamber. Lords like Ho Si, the Dark Raven Lord, and Mu Lu, the Grievance Peak Lord, who were already quite familiar with each other, had started whispering in their seats, discussing the distribution of the soul fire spoils. Muse, the Bloodstone Lord, glanced at Xie Tuanjiu, who was sitting next to him without any movement, and then at Fadan, the Black Warrior Marquis, and Yilin, the Silver Corpse General, who hadn't appeared yet. Unable to resist, he quietly said to Xie Tuanjiu beside him, "Regret it, right? You didn't exert yourself when you should have. Later, when dividing the soul fire, I'll try to find a way to pick one with more holy nether power for you. Our 2 territories are close, and we should interact more in the future, like the previous lord of your Deadbone Plains." Looking at Muse, who seemed dignified and elegant on the surface, but was chattering stopped to curry favor with him like a rapid fire cannon. Xie Tuanjiu didn't have the habit of pressing his cold bone against someone else's warm face. He also started to respond enthusiastically. Soon, Xie Tuanjiu and Muse seemed to have become like real brothers of an adoptive father and mother, as if they couldn't wait to kowtow and recognize each other as relatives. But not long after, as the sound of footsteps in the council chamber rang out, Fadan, the Black Warrior, and the Silver Corpse General, who had taken away all the soul fires of the skull soul, hunting beasts, walked in as for whether Fadan and the others would embezzle the spoils. The group of Lord Undead weren't worried. In the alliance contract, certain matters could be stipulated before the battle. For example, the spoils were distributed according to contributions, even if the soul fire was embezzled, as long as the Lord Undead didn't agree. Even if they had to extract from their own soul fires, the undead who had gained an advantage would have to take out a soul fire of holy nether power with the same quantity as the spoils to compensate everyone. After signing the contract, Under the Nether Moon was no longer just a simple catchphrase. With Fadan and Yi Luan taking their seats, the much-anticipated spoils dividing session of the Lords officially began. But then Fadan's first words dropped the atmosphere in the entire council chamber to freezing point. Gentlemen, the spoils promised to you previously may not be fulfilled. What? Lord Fadan, there can be no joking among the undead. Xie, the Dark Raven Lord, stood up directly after hearing this, his expression unfriendly to Mu Lu, the Grievance Peak Lord, also floated beside Xie at the same time, obviously taking Xie's side, the face of Muse. The Bloodstone Lord also changed from full of anticipation to gloomy and eerie. Although he didn't stand up, anyone could tell that he was in a very bad mood. Only Xie Feng, since Fadan entered, had maintained a poker-faced expression, not changing at all. Looking at the reactions of the group of Lord Undead below, Fadan pressed the shoulder of Yulin, the Silver Corpse General, who had stood up and was about to confront Xie and other undead. He said with a smile, "Gentlemen, since you could trust me back then and join the Nether Knight Domain Alliance I established, why not trust me one more time now? Look, what is this?" As Fadan's words fell, a magic crystal shining with a deep blue radiance appeared in Fadan's hand. All of a sudden, the gazes of all the Lord Undead were attracted. The soul fires of Lord Rank Undead that could advance more or less mentioned this thing in their memories. It was an essential item for senior undead when invading other worlds. The Space Magic Stone? Lord Fadan, do you have a reliable plane coordinate? Realizing what it was, the group of Lord Undead immediately changed their tense atmosphere from before. They all stood up and surrounded Fadan, or rather, the Space Magic Stone in his hand. Xie Feng also followed the crowd and pretended to take a look. Space Magic Stone, the prime material plane with delicious souls? The dream paradise of all undead? Nonsense. It's clearly a hell-level dungeon with countless hidden masters, not a few demigods, that has withstood the invasions of countless planes such as the undead world. The infinite abyss and the star, sea orcs. Even if several land sages comparable to gods suddenly appeared, Xie Feng wouldn't be the least bit surprised. Only these inexperienced Lord Undead always dream of going to the material plane to scoop up a large number of delicious souls and pave their way to advancement. How could it compare to the lovely Doomsday world and the lovely zombies in his hands who offer their souls and then their flesh and blood, simply being the model of the contemporary undead world? But in order not to arouse suspicion, he still had to pretend to be interested and take a look to satisfy the vanity of these bumpkins. As the voices of the Lord Undead in the council chamber grew softer and softer, Fadan, who had been patiently holding this space magic stone, waited until all the discussions and inquiries disappeared before putting away this magic crystal. Then he sat down in a domineering manner. "Gentlemen, I've said that since you've joined my Nether Knight domain, you're like family Oh, you think this thing can be equivalent to the soul fires of these skull soul hunting beasts." Then he tossed the space magic stone up and down in his hand. And the emotions of the Lord Undead also fluctuated with this crystal. After a long silence, Muse, the Bloodstone Lord, gritted his teeth and stood out. "Lord Fadan's methods are brilliant. This time, the beheading of the 6th, rank Skull Soul, hunting Beast King relied entirely on Lord Fadan's efforts. I have no objection to not dividing the soul fire." With Muse's statement, Xie Feng naturally didn't care and agreed with Muse's view. The task of this magical clone was to investigate this so-called Nether Knight Domain Alliance and eliminate the Skull Soul hunting beast tribe to avoid affecting his own Cold Night territory. Since the goal had been achieved, there was naturally no need to offend the 6th, rank undead Fadan in front of him. After all, he was still on Fadan's territory. Xie, the Dark Raven Lord, and Mu Lu, the Grievance Peak Lord, looked at each other and also expressed their agreement. Seeing this, Fadan laughed heartily. "Gentlemen, don't think I've taken advantage of you. All the soul fires from this war have been put into the space magic array. If you don't believe me, you can sense through the contract whether I'm lying. Regarding the distribution of spoils, the contract can indeed provide an account to everyone. After the lordly undead sensed that the contract confirmed Fadan was not lying, their minds gradually settled. Besides the soul fire of the skeleton soul, hunting beast, I also need at least 6 high-rank undead to cooperate in order to open a stable dimensional shuttle gate. Having said this, he also glanced at Xie and Muse immediately understood why it was necessary to invite the newly established Cold Knight territory, founded by Xie to join the Nether Knight Domain Alliance at the beginning. The undead territories outside the Nether Knight Domain had not been invaded by the skeleton soul, hunting beasts. The lords would not believe words like forming an alliance for resistance. And they might even suspect that this 6th rank undead, Fadan, intended to devour their soul fires. Only those undead lords who had already been attacked and knew that the Dark Skeletonite Lord had perished under the attack would unite around him. Finally, by relying on the alliance contract to dispel everyone's concerns, it would be possible to both eliminate the skeleton soul, hunting beast, and gather enough soul fires to activate the spatial magic array, and gather enough lordly undead to stabilize the dimensional shuttle gate. You think I can advance to a high-rank undead this time? I think it's unlikely that I am the one in 2,000 existence who will surely advance to a high-rank undead. Even if I can't advance to a high-rank lord, I just want to taste what fresh blood is like. Shut up, all of you. The Lord is coming soon. You haven't even reached the 4th rank, and you're already dreaming of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Lord? Be careful, the Lord throws you into the bat excrement pit for a bath. Shut up, the Lord is here. An army of around 10,000 vampires was neatly lined up in the drill ground of the Bloodstone Territory Castle. It included vampire guards, vampire berserkers, vampire halberdiers, and other military types. Their armors formed a wall, their lances and swords were like a forest, and the banners fluttered in the wind. Plus, there were over 100 vampire mages wearing blood-black magic robes embroidered with gold threads. Those present were already most of the assets within the Bloodstone Territory. The lowest-rank vampires present were all 2nd-rank vampire knights. Upon hearing that they were about to invade the prime material plane, the vampires could hardly contain their excitement. Although vampires belong to the undead race, they can only advance in the undead world by relying on the soul fires of skeletons, cadavers, and bone beasts. Vampires, where can they find fresh blood in the undead world? Whose blood can they suck? There's only the sticky cadaver fluid on the corpses, only the crunchy skeleton's cervical vertebrae. So this time, upon hearing there was an opportunity to attack the prime material plane, all the vampires were howling with excitement. Not to mention these 3rd and 4th rank vampires. Even Muse, the Bloodstone Lord, in her long years, had only accidentally encountered a Nether Abyss hag once. It took a 4th rank soul fire and a cartload of excellent blood vein steel to exchange for a handful of relatively fresh human blood. The taste like sweet rain. Even after 100 years, Muse could not forget Muse. The Bloodstone Lord led the remaining group of vampire knights into the drill ground. The drill ground, which was slightly noisy before, suddenly became silent. All the vampire warriors looked at their lord with fanatical eyes. Muse looked at her vampire army with great satisfaction. Under her gloomy face, she could not suppress her smile. Even the cold hearts of the undead seemed to become fiery. Warriors, it's time to achieve glory for the Bloodstone Territory. Over there are infinite delicious souls, an endless sea of blood and fierce waves. The vampire army below also started to let out continuous shouts and screeches. Little brats, let's go. An endless stretching blood-colored dragon began to head towards the location of the Cadaver Swamp Territory. Similar scenes also occurred in other territories of the Nether Knight Domain. An undead army of more than 15,000, composed of vengeful spirits, ghosts, giant undead beasts, skeleton warriors, etc., was also on the way to the Cadaver Swamp Territory. Leading the way were Lord Host C of the Dark Raven and Lord Mull of the Grievance Peak. Although semi-spell, casting undead, such as vengeful spirits, gradually fell behind the strength of undead warriors of the same rank after reaching the middle rank. When paired with giant undead war beasts, in the combination of the virtual and the real, they could achieve a synergistic effect greater than the sum of their parts. The zombie, cadaver, and black warrior undead warriors of the Cadaver Swamp Territory had assembled long ago. As the most powerful territory, The Cadaver Swamp territory had directly summoned over 30,000 undead warriors above the second rank. Besides the most common zombie warriors, iron skin cadavers, zombie archers, zombie mages, etc. The most eye-catching were over 100 warriors in pitch-black armors, carrying giant swords on their backs, and holding various equally black halberds and lances. Unlike the occasional restlessness of the undead warriors, they remained motionless, just like black statues. Only the occasional scarlet glints flashing under their visors could prove they were not inanimate. These were the most elite Black Warrior Legion under Fadan. Only third-rank Black Warrior Barons had the qualification to join, plus a dozen or so fourth-rank Black Warrior Viscounts. Relying on the battle formation talent skills of the Black Warriors, this Black Warrior Legion could even briefly confront a high-rank Lord without being at a disadvantage. In addition, there were over 200,000 first-rank or even sub-rank ordinary zombies, cadavers, mummies, corpse monsters, zombie beasts, etc. trembling all over. They prostrated themselves outside the Cadaver Swamp Castle under the drive of groups of second-rank undead warriors. Moreover, a large number of ordinary undead were still being continuously driven over to be used as cannon fodder in the early stage, different from the bustling scenes in other territories, within Xie Feng's Cold Night territory. It was as usual, as if this matter did not exist. As the time appointed by the lords for departure drew closer, Xie Feng kept hesitating about who to take with him, although due to his constant non-participation in affairs within the Nethernight domain. Under Fadan's arrangement, the number of undead warriors that his Cold Night territory could send was the least, but it was not possible to send out not a single undead warrior. That would clearly show that he was not interested at all. After the skeleton's soul, hunting beast was directly annihilated by one of Fadan's underhanded tricks, Xie Feng promptly curbed the subtle disdain that had somehow emerged in his heart. Lord, Gudo requests to fight. The sudden words interrupted Xie Feng's thoughts. He looked up. Gudo, who should have been continuing to reinforce the castle, appeared in front of him. Only the leader of the guard army could enter his council chamber at any time. Lord, when you go to war in person, as the guard army, if we can't follow you, we would rather perish. Gudo, you should know that's just a magic clone. Lord, the duty of the guard army is to protect you and prevent you from suffering any harm. I don't understand what a clone is. That I only know that it's also a part of you, my lord. Xie Feng pondered for a while. Summon the guard army and follow me to war. Yes, my lord. Having received the order, Gudo, as if having shed 1,000 gene burden, strode out of the council chamber. Soon, the 3,000 guard army within the Cold Night territory castle gathered under Gudo's leadership. With a series of clattering sounds, Xie Feng walked out of the council chamber. Looking at their lord's figure and thinking about what the leader Gudo had said, the guard army warriors clenched their weapons one by one. Not out of fear, but out of excitement, the guard army could finally face the enemy directly instead of just standing guard and patrolling every day, only showing off their might in front of the occasional missed zombies or disrespectful undead. Looking at the guard army warriors with their soul fires burning passionately, Xie Feng understood Gudo's thoughts. Although other undead leaders, such as Gujiang and Gufeng, had never questioned why the guard army could advance without facing the enemy. But this undoubtedly put huge pressure on the entire guard army. Point 1 raises an army for 1,000 days to use it for a moment. Now, the main battlefields of the First Legion, the Second Legion, and the Holy Guard are all in the Doomsday world. The number of the Night Order and the Independent Scout Team is too small to conduct organized battles. Currently, the most suitable choice is the guard army. Different from the situation in the Doomsday world where fourth-rank zombies are extremely rare, there are numerous experts in the prime material plane, and it is extremely dangerous. Even though Fadan repeatedly emphasized that the location where the plane coordinate is opened is absolutely safe, it is still necessary to be prepared for the worst. Different from the fanaticism of other undead warriors in the guard army towards the Lord, Gudo looked at his lord with a puzzled expression. Just as he was about to say something, Xie Feng stopped him with a gesture that, let's go. In less than 2 days' time, the various lordly legions of the underworld had successively arrived at the castle of the Corpse Marsh. The presence of these undead legions transformed the previously desolate surroundings of the castle into a bustling array of activity. Coupled with the influx of 300,000 to 400,000 ordinary undead who had been driven from their homes, the scene began to resemble the catastrophic undead disasters whispered about in the material plane. The lords convened once more in the council chamber, Fadan initiated the final alliance meeting before the impending invasion of the material plane. Esteemed lords, he began, based on your contributions to the alliance thus far, the number of undead you shall deploy has been determined. Upon our arrival in the material plane, I urge you all to exert yourselves further. The souls and flesh harvested from vanquished foes shall belong to each respective lord, that, in instances where formidable adversaries arise, we must cooperate seamlessly, with rewards distributed post-battle according to individual contributions. That he cast a glance at Xie Tuanjiu, then shifted his gaze to Muse beside him, continuing, Bloodstone Lord, as per our prior agreement, you shall command the vanguard. As the first among us to set foot in the material plane, you shall lead your undead warriors ahead of the others, awaiting the stabilization of the spatial gate before we follow. Upon hearing this, Muse's expression softened, revealing a glimmer of joy. She was poised to receive the fruits of her labor, leveraging her own brother's support. As the vanguard commander, she would have the privilege to lead her undead troops into the fray and command all undead warriors until the arrival of the other lords. This presented an opportunity to savor the spoils first and strategically position herself for the ensuing conflict, reaping a series of hidden benefits. Despite the inherent dangers, the undead, driven by their insatiable thirst for souls and flesh, were indifferent to such risks. Including Xie Tuanjiu, the other lordly undead nodded in agreement. Affirming Fadan's arrangements, since there are no objections, I invite you all to follow me, Fadan declared, rising from his seat and exiting the council chamber. To the doorway, a sizable area had been prepared, flanked by skeletal mages. Please, lords, take your positions at the designated magical nodes. Once the magic array is activated, channel your necromantic energy without interruption. A respectful fourth-tier skeletal mage addressed the lords, while several third-tier skeletal mages guided them into position. As Xie Tuanjiu approached his designated spot, he studied the intricate patterns etched into the ground. However, apart from sensing the pervasive aura of death and the ethereal essence of space, he found it utterly incomprehensible. Yet, this did not deter him from committing it to memory, intending to consult with Yuer upon his return to see if the former 7th-tier red-clad archbishop could reverse engineer the magic array. Once all the lords were prepared, Fadan retrieved a shimmering blue spatial magic stone and cast it into the center of the magic array. The solid stone surface of the array seemed to flow like water. Swiftly engulfing the spatial stone, a faint doorframe materialized before the assembled undead. Now is the time, Fadan proclaimed, channeling his soul fire into the magic array, prompting the other lordly undead to follow suit. Waves of azure light surged as their energies interlinked with the emerging spatial gate. The magical patterns on the ground activated in succession. The prepared magic crystals began to dim, and the spatial door transformed from an illusion into reality. The pulsing blue light within the frame stabilizing gradually. After a moment, Fadan announced, "It is ready, esteemed lords. You may now maintain it using the magic crystals." Hearing this, the lordly undead severed their connections to the spatial gate. Now, Muse, the spatial portal can only accommodate 1/5-tier lordly undead at this moment. You must secure sufficient territory on the other side. Only then will the moon of the underworld turn its gaze here and bestow its power to stabilize the gate. Do not let us down. Rest assured, Lord Fadan, await my good news, Muse replied, turning to signal her vampire army. Bloodstone Legion, prepare for deployment. The vampires displayed their fangs, their faces adorned with dark patterns, signaling their exhilaration. Lord Fadan, we shall require the assistance of these ordinary undead from the corpse marsh. That was indeed my intention. It is the right of the vanguard commander. Under the command of the legion's undead, vast numbers of ordinary undead began to stream through the spatial gate into the material plane, tasked with polluting the realm through their sheer numbers and ruthlessly slaughtering any ordinary beings they encountered. During this process, the essence and laws of the underworld would seep through the magic array's portal into the material plane, without high-tier divine priests from the side of light to purify the invaded areas. A semi-permanent undead wasteland would soon take root. Those long interred in the material plane would also be resurrected under the influence of the underworld's laws and the essence of the orthodox undead, forming a terrifying calamity of the undead. Most of these resurrected beings would lack intelligence and memories, reduced to mere remnants of cold soul fire. Yet, their overwhelming numbers often instilled greater fear than the existing undead of the material plane. Once over 100,000 ordinary undead had surged through the spatial gate, the skeletal mages maintaining the array signaled for the remaining ordinary undead to halt outside the castle. The portal's transport capacity was nearing saturation, and the vampire army still needed to pass through. The ordinary undead would have to await their turn behind the other lordly undead. As the masses poured into the material plane, ripples of unrest began to stir within the Luminal Empire. In the northern territories, within the Iron Hand fortress of the Viscount Gutter, the nearly 50-year-old Viscount perused the income reports of his domain for the year. "Feller, what is the meaning of this? Why has our income plummeted so drastically this year? My lord, there's been a recent wolf plague in the Torque Mountains, and the constable's patrols have yielded little success in quelling it. Why not hire some adventurers?" "You foolish pig! My lord, was it not you who said, 'Do you dare to speak back?'" The Viscount seized a whip from the table and struck his steward. "Feller!" Mercilessly, the castle echoed with cries of anguish. Yet all within the Iron Hand fortress continued their tasks, as if deaf to the commotion. Meanwhile, at the source of the wolf plague, a second-tier mountain giant wolf gazed in despair at the relentless onslaught of skeletons and zombies slaughtering its kin. Helpless, it found itself ensnared by a blood-red dagger plunged into its neck, its lifeblood seeping into the maw of a bloodthirsty beast as the undead of the material plane began to make contact with the living. In the apocalyptic world of Bei City, the timeline for eradicating the zombies was significantly shortened due to the continuous reinforcements of newly formed undead warriors. The cost was an increase in the casualty rate among the first-tier undead warriors of the reserve forces. However, with the support of the Cold Knight territory, this level of loss remained manageable, facilitating the swift advancement of these fledgling warriors into the ranks of formal undead soldiers. Thus, within Bei City, over 4 million zombies were cleared away in a remarkably brief period. Yet, just as the Bone General and Corpse Lord were strategizing their next target city, a message arrived from an independent reconnaissance team that a Lord-level zombie creature— "Where is it, Lord Bone Commander?" within a nearby Linjiang of Bei City. My subordinate witnessed a serpent-like undead creature leaping from the water, consuming hundreds of zombies along the shore in one swift gulp. The presence it emanated was undoubtedly beyond the ordinary third or fourth tier. "We must summon Lord Bonefeng here." "Very well, my Lord Bone Commander." In no time, a flurry of ethereal bone remnants arrived at the temporary command post of the Bone Commander in Bei City. "Commander, I have received the news. What are your thoughts?" The Bone Commander, glancing at his arch-nemesis, then at the nearby Corpse King and Zhang Wei, slowly spoke. "Bonefeng, I do not intend to report this to the Lord. I aim to eradicate this suspected Lord-level zombie with the might of our legion." Upon entering, Bonefeng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly noticed the knowing expressions of the Corpse King and Zhang Wei. His tone shifted from carefree to serious. You have confidence. If we incur significant losses, or worse, fail outright, it could severely impede the Lord's ability to harvest souls, and we would be held accountable. Rest assured, Zhang Wei, please share what you know. Certainly, my Lord Bone Commander, a newly recruited Holy Guard has yet to cleanse the area in Bei City, residing adjacent to Linjiang. According to his daily observations, this undead giant serpent emerges from the water twice a week to devour shore-dwelling zombies. If we can time our assault with the serpent's emergence, we stand a chance to concentrate our fire and defeat it. Continuing from Zhang Wei's insights, the Bone Commander added, "The habits of this undead creature have been thoroughly documented by the Holy Guard. I have a plan that requires your cooperation. Are you certain about not informing the Lord? If the Lord must concern himself with every matter, what purpose do we serve? I will not allow a repeat of the incident where the Lord personally ventured forth to slay that fourth-tier Corpse King. Moreover, the nearest city is Menjin, directly across from Linjiang. Should we choose to attack other cities or take a detour, it would waste at least 2 weeks of time, which must not impact the Lord's plans." The Bone Commander's voice crescendoed, causing Zhang Wei to feel as if he had suffered a mental assault, a trickle of blood escaping his nose. After a moment of silence, Bonefeng looked at the Bone Commander, his eyes now filled with determination. "Speak of your plan. What do you require of me?" The Bone Commander patted Bonefeng's shoulder and began to unveil his strategy. 2 days later, on the side of Linjiang, near Weibei City, a throng of over 100 zombies meandered leisurely along the riverbank. With the undead giant serpent's insatiable appetite, the number of zombies remaining on the shore had dwindled to a mere few scattered individuals. The Bone Commander, accompanied by the Corpse King, Zhang Wei, and a host of undead warriors and holy guards, lay in ambush within the nearby structures, patiently awaiting the serpent's appearance. Given the creature's tendencies, today presented a high probability of its emergence for feeding, making it an opportune moment to strike. Before long, bubbles began to rise from the surface of the river, indicating the creature's arrival. That it comes. As the faint sound of surfacing echoed, a pair of slitted pupils emerged silently above the water, its triangular head instilling a deep sense of dread. The zombies on the shore, sensing the presence of the undead serpent, cowered to the ground, paralyzed with fear. The serpent, akin to a connoisseur selecting its meal, surveyed the zombies before its gaze lit up upon spotting a nearby cluster of over 100. Though they appeared somewhat emaciated, their sheer numbers compensated for the lack of quality. A single gulp would suffice, allowing it to return to a restful slumber. As the undead serpent opened its cavernous maw, a powerful suction drew the zombies into its gullet. A bit tough and gritty, a minor inconvenience. Just as the serpent prepared to submerge once more, it suddenly heard a clamor from the side. Raising its gaze, it was met with a barrage of bone arrows, bone spears, bone axes, discarded vehicles, and ethereal blue fireballs raining down upon it in an instant. The serpent, which had intended to dive back into the water, felt an unsettling sensation in its abdomen. The pain it had just begun to recover from flared up anew. Caught off guard, the deluge of attacks struck the undead serpent. While each individual blow may not have been devastating, the sheer volume of assaults forced the serpent onto the shore, vowing to crush these audacious intruders. On shore, execute Plan B. The writhing serpent began to regurgitate the recently consumed zombies while rolling towards the skeletal warriors and corpse kings. Yet, despite its efforts to expel its previous meal, nothing emerged. Feeling its strength waning, the serpent coiled itself tightly, desperately flailing to ward off the relentless swarm of undead warriors that assaulted it like a horde of ants. Simultaneously, its head reared high, resembling a spear poised to strike, each lunge capable of shattering dozens of undead warriors. Seeing no progress, the Bone Commander activated his unique skill, Legion Domination, that a flash of light enveloped the scene, visibly enhancing the damage inflicted by the surrounding undead warriors. Even a Corpse King, after breaching a wound, seized hold of the thrashing serpent's body, quickly burrowing into its flesh like a parasite. After nearly an hour of relentless conflict, a bone-short sword emerged from within, slicing through the serpent's heart. Bone Feng, corroded and battered, emerged from the remains of the undead serpent. The serpent's struggles grew feebler until, in the end, its slitted pupils faded to gray, rendering it immobile. From afar, the Bone Commander observed the scene, his previously anxious heart now finding peace. Allowing Bone Feng to lead a select group of elite undead warriors disguised as zombies into the serpent's interior for sabotage had proven effective. No matter how mutated a creature, it would not grow scales within its own body. Though the undead serpent was vastly inferior to the Lord-level undead of the Netherworld, its substantial soul power was undeniable, and it would finally provide a satisfactory report to the Lord. Far away in the corrupted marshes of the Netherworld, Xie quickly learned of the events unfolding in the apocalyptic realm through the magical avatar he had left behind. Already a Lord-level undead has emerged. The strength displayed purely through physical prowess is woefully inadequate. It appears I must expedite the development efforts in the apocalyptic world. The occasional emergence of a high-tier entity is quite troublesome. Xie chose not to chastise the Bone Commander for their unilateral actions. The primary purpose of the Undead Legion was to resolve issues for themselves, serving to facilitate their ascension. One must not lose sight of their true purpose. However, as he pondered, the gathered Lord Undead in the council chamber sensed a colossal will descending upon the corrupted marshes. This familiar will was none other than the moon of the underworld that had descended during the signing of the alliance contract. Yet, the moon of the underworld did not linger among the gathered lords. Instead, it surged directly towards the spatial gateway within the castle. The moon of the underworld established a connection with the spatial gate. The portal, capable of accommodating hundreds of undead warriors simultaneously, expanded once more. The intricate patterns of the magical array on the ground began to shift. Finally, once the spatial gate stabilized, it could now allow over 1,000 undead warriors to pass through simultaneously. The magic-wielding undead, who had been straining to maintain the gate, exhaled in relief as they gradually ceased their magical input. From this moment forth, the cost of the spatial gate's transportation would be borne by the moon of the underworld. The remaining task for the undead was to surge forth, claiming more territory, allowing the moon's laws to illuminate every inch of land they invaded, sensing the moon of the underworlds will gradually dissipating. The Laudan in the council chamber rose to his feet. It seems that progress on Muse's side is going exceedingly well. Fellow lords, let us depart. The gathered lord undead displayed expressions of exhilaration as orders were relayed. Legions of undead, having awaited for days, swiftly traversed the spatial gate to reach the primary material plane on the opposite side. Meanwhile, on the other side of the spatial gate, Lord Bloodstone Muse toyed with the head of the terrified Duke Goat. Seated upon the throne of Ironhand Castle as he listened to reports from his subordinates, the Blood Shadows, suddenly, he sensed a surge of Lord Undead's presence emanating from the direction of the spatial gate and casually tossed aside the head in his hand. Beside him, a blood servant dressed in human clothing but with a blood-red glow in his eyes quickly caught it. Looking at the head in his hand, his eyes revealed hatred. This was Feller, the former butler of Viscount Gute. Muse didn't care at all. He just stretched lazily, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his tongue. The unrestricted supply of living beings' blood for several consecutive days had allowed this vampire count to experience the blood intoxication mentioned in the soul fire memory, but never dared to imagine before. Let's go and greet our colleagues from the Nethernight domain. With a wave of his hand, the blood shadow messenger who came to report and Muse turned into two blood-colored shadows and rushed towards the space gate. Not to mention how excited the undead were on their first arrival in the prime material plane, in the northern region of the Lumen Empire on the prime material plane, Count Baron. The governor of the northern border was frowning as he looked at the battle report in his hand. Millions of undead gathered in the hinterland of the northern border, in the territory of Viscount Gute. Viscount Gute had already sacrificed his life for the country, and traces of undead were gradually emerging in the neighboring territories of Viscount Fassur and Count Hot. After receiving the news, Count Baron didn't dare to delay at all and immediately reported it to Emperor Lanes 12 of the Lumen Empire. However, he didn't receive the reinforcements he wanted. Emperor Lanes 12 only asked him to lead the two standing legions in the northern border and call on the lords to dispatch troops to resist the threat of the undead. Although Count Baron was in the northern border, as the governor of the northern border of the empire, he was in charge of all the northern border defenses, taxes, and various matters large and small. He also had his own informants and influence in the imperial capital. After Emperor Lanes 12 celebrated his 123-year-old birthday this year, he never showed up in public again. It was rumored that there might be some minor problems with his health. Thus, the matter of the eldest prince and the youngest prince competing for the right of succession was once again pushed to the forefront in the imperial capital. At this critical juncture, the elite regiments in the imperial capital and even the temple protecting troops of several temples were closely watching the matter of the air. It wasn't that the undead had already reached the imperial capital, and no one wanted to travel all the way to the barren northern border to deal with these disgusting undead. Just as Count Baron was at a loss, he heard a knock on the door outside. "Come in." He saw his butler rushing in with an excited expression. He almost tripped over the carpet when he came in quickly. "What's wrong? Don't be so flustered. My Lord Count, the great Magus Aullian has come to visit you." "Great Magus Aullian? You mean the one known as the greatest mage in the northern border? Great Magus Aullian?" "Yes, my Lord Count. He is waiting for your summons in your reception hall. Quick, bring me my boots. I'll go and greet great Magus Aullian in person. Forget it. This will do." Count Baron rushed out of his bedroom bare-footed. As soon as he arrived at the reception hall, he saw an old man with a full head of white hair and sharp eyes, wearing a magic robe with pure white gold edges and 6 magic crystal embroideries, smiling at him. Although Count Baron, as the governor of the northern border and with his own fiefdom as an actual Infef count, was definitely the most noble person in the northern border. He had never had the opportunity to meet Great Magus but it was rumored that Great Magus Aulien had been constantly pursuing the path of becoming Saint Magus. The mage tower in the northern border was covered with various magic arrays to avoid being disturbed by anyone. At least half of the mages in the northern border had received teachings from Great Magus Aulien. So, whether in terms of strength or influence, it was not excessive for Count Baron to greet him barefooted. Great Magus Aulien, may I ask what brings you here? Although Count Baron had roughly guessed the purpose of Great Magus Aulien's visit this time, he still deliberately asked, why, Lord Count? I won't beat around the bush with you. You should be aware that there are traces of undead in the northern border of the Empire. Yes, Great Magus Aulien. However, the legions and lords in the northern border are very confident in handling this incident of the undead's resurrection. Although he wanted the help of Great Magus Aulien, Count Baron was not willing to lose his initiative. Who knew if Great Magus Aulien was here to take advantage? Resurrection of the undead? My Lord Count, you're wrong. This is not just a simple resurrection of the undead or the awakening of undead in ancient ruins. It's an extremely dangerous invasion of the undead realm, resulting in a scourge of the undead. Scourge of the undead? You mean the legendary scourge of the undead? Count Baron was shocked, although he had already thought of the situation as serious as possible. He had never imagined this scenario. My Lord Count, please believe me, I've experienced such a situation once before. A trace of fear and hatred flashed in the eyes of Great Magus Aulien, and finally, they became firm again that we must not give these filthy undead any time. They will surely keep moving towards places with more living beings. So, after sweeping through several nearby territories, they will surely gather here and continue to move in our direction. After saying that, the staff in Great Magus Aulien's hand flashed, and a map appeared in front of Count Baron. The Sand Mountains? Count Baron quickly calculated the time that it would take the two standing legions of 80,000 people, plus the time for the other lords to send troops, and finally, plus the time it might take for the imperial capital to send reinforcements after learning about it. Great Magus Aulien. I need at least a week to prepare and assemble the army in the Sand Mountains. But judging from the current situation, I'm afraid there won't be that much time. Don't worry, my Lord Count. I will buy you time. My disciples will also join your army. These damned undead will never succeed this time. After saying that, Great Magus Aulien got up to leave, and Count Baron began to quickly spread the news. The entire northern border started to move. Muse, well done. Fadan, who had just walked out of the space gate not long ago, saw Muse and excitedly patted him on the shoulder. It's the common credit of all our colleagues. Muse, whose face had already shown pink patterns, didn't lose his composure. Instead, he still looked elegant and even gave CF a friendly smile. Everyone, let's go to the castle of the human living beings to discuss. These living beings are likely to counter-attack soon, and we need to make early plans. Fadan nodded. After arranging the entourage of the undead army, a group of undead lords rushed to Iron Hand Castle. Feller, come here. The humble figure appeared in the reception hall of Iron Hand Castle. Although his legs were trembling uncontrollably, he still forced himself to speak despite his fear. Greetings, Lord Muse. Greetings, all lords. This guy opened the gate on his own initiative when I was attacking this castle. I thought it was quite interesting, so I kept him. I also wanted to test what a blood servant transformed from a living being would be like. It turns out that he's really useful after keeping him. Feller, quickly repeat what you told me before. Yes, you command. Lord Muse. We are currently in the territory of Viscount Gute in the northern border of the Lumen Empire. Next to, as Feller introduced, the undead lords also had a clearer understanding of the territory they occupied in the prime material plane. After Feller finished introducing what he knew, Fadan was the first to express his thoughts. Now that we've entered the prime material plane, we should collect all useful resources as soon as possible. Currently, the information in our hands is still too scarce to judge whether there are existences of the same rank or even top rank as us among the living beings of this empire. So, I propose that while these living beings haven't reacted yet, each undead lord be responsible for attacking one direction to expand our territory first. Then release all the low-level undead into the territories of these living beings to trigger a large-scale resurrection of the undead in the prime material plane and increase our military strength. Finally, attack the places where these living beings are concentrated. Agreed? I agree too. Just like the routines of those predecessors in the soul fire memory, first establish a basic territory, then resurrect a large number of cannon fodder undead. And finally, add a small number of elite troops in hand and the low-level undead constantly pouring in from the undead realm, after forming a sufficient number of undead scourges. Coupled with the advantage brought to the undead by the invasion of the laws of the undead realm, the multi-layer blessing of quantity and strength is enough to bring down a living being empire. If not dealt with in time, it's possible to cause tens of millions of casualties. Even if we are finally driven back to the undead realm, everyone will basically have enough resources to be promoted to the 6th rank. Even Fadan, the Marquis of the 6th rank Black Knight, may have a chance to reach the threshold of a top rank undead. Xie seriously suspected that Fadan had used some unknown method to bring over the Skull Soul hunting beast clan, aiming to establish the Nether Knight domain and invade the prime material plane to accumulate resources for reaching the 7th rank. However, with the extinguishment of souls and the dissolution of the ledger, no one can provide evidence any longer that in the midst of discussions, each lord was assigned corresponding offensive targets. After declining the assistance of the Muse, due to the limitations of his own army's numbers, Xie was only allocated to a Baron Shoa and a Viscount Bohan. Baron Shoa was merely an ordinary 3rd-tier Bronze Knight, commanding over 300 elite soldiers and more than 1,000 armed troops. Viscount Bohan, on the other hand, was a formidable 4th-tier Silver Knight. In addition, such hereditary nobles typically possess various means of self-preservation. If Xie were to launch an assault with merely 3,000 skeletal guards, he could not afford to underestimate the situation. Fortunately, portals leading to the realm of the undead were continuously manifesting lower-tier ordinary undead, not only from the ordinary undead of the corrupted Marsh domain, but even from the Bloodstone and Grievance Peak domains adjacent to it. These low-tier undead were being driven forth to the material plane, joining the ranks of the glorious expeditionary force. The numbers of these low-tier undead and the resurrected undead had surpassed 1 million and were steadily increasing like a rolling snowball. They would serve as the first line of defense against the living. The elite legion of undead warriors would assume a command-like role, guiding the onslaught of the undead tide and reclaiming the vast majority of living souls to present to their respective lords. As the lords of the undead unified their thoughts, the previously sprawling undead army that had lain across the Tokay Mountains and the Viscount Guter's territory quickly divided into several factions. Commencing their assault in the agreed-upon direction, to the chagrin of all the undead lords, most of the living lords had vanished without a trace, leaving behind desolate castles and bewildered subjects along with the majority of their soldiers. Thus, the anticipated resistance was virtually non-existent, and soon a significant portion of the northern territories fell directly into the hands of the undead. Meanwhile, within his magical tower, the great mage Aeolian had also prepared his trump card. Liver, you must leave quickly. I am about to depart. Teacher, I wish to accompany you. I am also a 5th-tier mage and can surely be of assistance. Dear child, heed my words. This is my destiny. I once believed I would have to advance to the 7th tier before facing these accursed undead. But the divine has granted me this opportunity early. Your path is still long. Go to Count Baron and assist them in repelling these undead. Teacher, before Liver could finish, he felt a surge of magical energy sweep over him, and he found himself outside the mage tower. After wiping his tears, Liver resolutely dashed in another direction, remembering his teacher's instruction to aid Count Baron in defending against the undead. Shortly after Liver's departure, the mage tower of Great Mage Aeolian began to ascend slowly, heading towards the northern regions where the undead wreaked havoc. As the tower encountered the first resurrected undead, a peculiar wave of soul energy emanated from the mage tower, causing the resurrected undead to act as if they had gone mad. Despite their yellowed and brittle bones, they attempted to leap towards the tower. Thus 1, 10, 100, and ultimately a small wave of undead began to form. This also caught the attention of the elite undead warriors and the lords of the undead. What is this? It appears to be the mage tower of a powerful mage from the material plane. This wave of soul energy is so enticing. What could he be planning? The leader, Fadan, remained silent, fully absorbed in sensing the reality of the mage tower. Suddenly, the mage tower descended, crashing down upon the throng of ordinary undead below, crushing them to pieces. Observing this, the other ordinary undead began to frantically claw and strike at the tower, yet they inflicted no harm whatsoever. Within the mage tower, great mage Olian sensed the overwhelming presence of undead outside and several high-tier undead nearby. And he retrieved a flask of elven bamboo wine from his table, taking a deep swig. Tower spirit. Activate amplification mode. Prepare all magical power to enhance me. Understood, master, as the mage tower began to radiate waves of magical energy. Aeolian sighed, raised his staff, and began to chant an incantation. 7th tier forbidden spell. World-destroying inferno. Activate. Fadan's danger sense suddenly detected an extremely perilous signal. With no time to warn the others, Fadan transformed into a black lightning bolt, racing away from the mage tower. Beside him, Muse, Muller, and Yellowin were a moment too late. They witnessed a blazing orange light erupting from the direction of the mage tower. This is bad, at the very least. It's a high-tier spell. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the lords of the undead employed various means to follow Fadan's path as they rushed forward. Meanwhile, Xie, who had not joined the fray, sensed the cataclysmic surge of magical energy emanating from afar. With a wave of his hand, a blue spatial portal materialized before him. The guard troops were still stationed far away in Viscount Bohan's territory. By the time this magical energy reached that location, its potency would have diminished significantly, and Xie needed only to ensure his own safety. With a single step, Xie arrived in the council chamber of the skeletal fortress in the apocalyptic world. Standing before him was an identical version of himself, his magical doppelganger. Once the material plane was settled, he would send a magical doppelganger through, leaving behind a spatial portal for easy access to the material plane. Xie mused to himself, for the material plane, as the most expansive realm, concealed countless secrets and treasures. Although he was currently merely an ordinary high-tier undead, it did not hinder him from laying the groundwork in advance. As for the candidates for his plans, he already had preliminary thoughts in mind. After waiting for about half a day, Xie leisurely expanded the portal, which had shrunk to the size of a bug, back to its normal dimensions. That he then dispatched his magical doppelganger back into the material plane. What greeted his eyes were charred lands, where trees, once corroded by the aura of the undead, had turned black and lifeless, and the undead that had once roamed freely had been reduced to ashes. It resembled an endless wasteland. While lamenting the sheer destructive power of this spell, Xie discerned the direction and hurried towards the source of the magical surge. At the side of the Iron Hand Fortress, or rather, what was once its site, now lay a barren expanse of scorched earth. Fadan, his armor shattered and his already emaciated form marred by burned scars, struggled to channel his soul fire to mend his wounds, while Muse, having shrunk considerably, stood nearby. The Silver Corpse General Yellowin and Lord Muller of Grievance Peak, who had also been present at the time, had completely vanished, evidently having perished under the 7th tier forbidden spell of Great Mage Aeolian. Muse's eyes flickered with resentment. Her vampire army was closest to the direction of the forbidden spell's casting, and she was grateful that even 1,000 vampires managed to survive. Though Fadan remained silent, the crimson resentment gleaming in his eyes rivaled that of Muse. Muse had only lost a few subordinates, but Fadan had lost a high-tier Silver Corpse General. When Fadan was still an ordinary 1st-tier Black Knight Squire, the Silver Corpse General had fought alongside him, and over time, they had formed a small team, supporting each other to establish the vast estate of the corrupted Marsh domain. They were comrades. They were brothers. Muse, summon all the lords of the Night Realm. Let us see who has not perished. We must make these detestable living beings understand that they are only fit to be the food of the undead. Rest assured, Lord Fadan, the blood shadows will bring them all here shortly thereafter. As Xie was investigating what had transpired, he was intercepted by a blood shadow, Lord of the Cold Night, Lord Fadan and Lady Muse are convening a council of the Night Realm Alliance. Please follow me. Similarly, Lord House of the Dark Raven was stopped outside and began making his way to where Fadan and Muse were located. Once the Lords of the Undead reconvened, the harrowing appearance of Fadan and Muse startled Xie. Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to inform you that Silver Corpse General Yellowin and Lord Muller of Grievance Peak were struck directly by the high-tier magic unleashed by the living and have perished. What? Before Xie could express his astonishment, the hastily arriving Lord House of the Dark Raven shouted out first. Muller has perished? Who did this? Transforming into a three-eyed dark raven, House emitted piercing cries, unleashing beams of death energy that struck the ground nearby. Calm down, House. Upon hearing Fadan's words, House gradually calmed down and resumed his appearance dressed in a mummified robe. However, his eyes, like those of the vampire Muse, were filled with a scarlet glow of blood. Gentlemen, this heavy blow was unexpected to everyone, but I believe that such a devious attack from the living beings will not come again, or else they are digging their own graves. After saying this, Fadan pointed his hand at the scorched ground. The lordly undead, upon seeing this, carefully sensed the ground. The invasion of the laws of the undead realm had become even faster. This attack had also wiped out all the living beings. This land, permeated with the breath of death, was exactly what the undead realm favored. Yes, so the advantage still lies in the hands of us undead. Fellow colleagues, from now on, let these living beings whose souls should be crushed into powder to fuel the burning of our soul fires experience what the true scourge of the undead is. The elimination of a large number of undead warriors did not instill any sense of fear in the undead. IT merely postponed the time of their attack, a large number of spell, using undead for various territories rushed to the prime material plane. Under the effects of resurrection spells, soul, calling spells, and spirit, returning spells, and other types of undead magic, millions of resurrected undead rose up again in various corners of the northern region controlled by the undead. After the Lord of Yuanfeng, Mule, was killed, the Lord of Dark Raven, House, personally rushed to the Yuanfeng territory, bringing with him hundreds of thousands of wronged souls, resentful spirits, and even more than 10 fierce spirits of the fourth rank. Vowing to avenge his old friend, the Lord of Yuanfeng, Mule, the arrival of a large number of undead and the invasion of the laws of the undead realm caused the northern region to gradually be shrouded under a dark sky. Coupled with the faintly visible nether moon beneath the dark curtain, it seemed as if one had truly arrived in the undead realm. Count Baron, who was leading the Northern Alliance army towards the Saiyan Mountains, looked worriedly at the black sky that was constantly devouring the brightness, and then turned his head to look at the Archmage Lever beside him. Count Baron, please rest assured. The Northern Region Magic Association will resist the undead together with your army. More mages will arrive one after another. After Lever finished speaking, he remembered the magical power fluctuations that had erupted in the Northern Region a week 8G of IT was clearly the 7th, Order Forbidden Curse. The world-destroying blaze. His teacher, the Archmage Alien, must be in great danger. His eyes dimmed. After hearing Lever's words, Count Baron let out a sigh of relief and began to urge the army to speed up their march towards the Saiyan Mountains. At this time, Lever was also murmuring in his heart, "Teacher, I will surely live up to your expectations." The first large-scale confrontation between the living beings and the undead was about to unfold in the Saiyan Mountains. Here we are. I could see the Iron Wall City. Finally, they had reached the Saiyan Mountains. As the vanguard of the Northern Alliance army saw the continuous city walls on the Saiyan Mountains. The Northern Alliance soldiers who had been on a forced march for 4 or 5 days finally let out a sigh of relief. Even the second and third rank officers in the army were extremely fatigued at this moment. Hearing the soldiers' cheers, Count Baron also raised his head while sitting on his mount. Behold, a magnificent pass appeared in front of the Northern Alliance army. The Iron Wall City. They had finally arrived. Although it was called the Iron Wall City, it was not just a small castle. Instead, it was a magnificent border military stronghold that spanned across the entire Saiyan Mountains. Large and small connected fortresses surrounded the Iron Wall City tightly, like an iron barrel. Although it seemed that many of the city walls were overgrown with moss, and outside the city walls, there were even large and small civilian houses and marketplaces built. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the Iron Wall City was indeed a grand pass. Archmage Lever looked at this magnificent pass with some confusion. Having been adopted by Archmage Alien since childhood, he was rarely interested in things outside. If it weren't for his teacher's teachings, Lever might even have left this empire that might disturb his magical research. Count Baron, why is there such a large military stronghold in the hinterland of the northern region? Count Baron, while directing the army to disperse the residents outside the city, replied with a smile. Archmage Lever, you may not be familiar with the history of the northern region, but in fact, 30 years ago, the land outside the Iron Wall City was not part of our Lumen Empire at that time. A huge orc kingdom was entrenched in the north. Although its territory was not large and the number of orcs was not many, their combat ability was extremely fierce. They could fight our soldiers 1 against 10. In order to resist their frequent harassment, the Empire decided to build this Iron Wall City to defend against the orc attacks. Orcs, an affiliated kingdom of the half. Orc Empire? No. They were pure orcs. Not the animal, type half, orcs that's strange. There are no pure orcs in the Empire now. What about the Orc Kingdom? At that time, His Majesty Lanes 12, who was on the throne, personally led the Lord, alliance soldiers from the 4 borders of the Empire and the Church, protecting troops of various churches to take action. Only by pooling the entire nation's strength was the Orc Kingdom at that time destroyed. And this territory was brought under the Empire's rule. What about those orcs? Archmage Lever, I'm not sure about that. After all, I was still young at that time. Your teacher should have placed the defense line against the undead here, because he valued this grand pass of the Iron Wall City. You need to quickly familiarize yourself with the magic defense array in the Iron Wall City and make preparations as soon as possible. Yes, Count Baron, yes, they were speaking. The army had reached the gate of the Iron Wall City. The defenders on the city saw the Alliance army with various flags and the flag of the Northern Regular Army, and quickly opened the gate of the Iron Wall City. Then, more than a dozen people dressed like nobles rode forward. Leading them was Viscount Lysander, the commander of the 1st Regular Army of the Northern Region under Count Baron. After finalizing the plan with Archmage Alien, Count Baron immediately dispatched his most capable 1st Regular Army to the Iron Wall City to occupy this place first and prevent it from falling into the hands of the undead. Judging from the current situation, it seemed that the undead had not yet spread to the Saiyan Mountains. The appearance of Viscount Lysander also made Count Baron heave a real sigh of relief. My lord, I have fulfilled my mission. The Iron Wall City is completely under our control. Enough food and supplies for 3 months for 300,000 troops have been stockpiled in the city. And various weapons and equipment are being continuously transported into the Iron Wall City. Well done, Lysander. Viscount Bohan, Baron Shoah, and they are. Count Baron looked at the group of nobles closely following Lysander, was about to say something, but suddenly understood and held it back. Instead, he showed a standard noble smile and nodded to the group of nobles. My lord, let's enter the city first. All right, quickly settle the army and summon all the lords for a pre-battle meeting. Yes, my lord. As they were speaking, nearly 200,000 Northern Alliance troops entered the Iron Wall City. The elite soldiers, the various territorial flags inserted all over the city walls, and the lords in gorgeous heavy armor passing by from time to time gave this grand pass a bit of its former grandeur. Without much delay, the pre-battle meeting to resist the undead was soon held in the Iron Wall City, as the various lords, legion commanders, and deputy legion commanders took their seats. Count Baron, who was in the lead, cleared his throat and began to speak. Gentlemen, perhaps I didn't explain the situation in detail in the early stage. Now, taking this opportunity, I will introduce it to you in detail. After confirmation with Archmage Alien, this undead invasion is not a simple matter of the resurrection of the dead, but a scourge of the undead caused by the invasion of the undead realm. As Count Baron's words were spoken, the lords who had already heard about it showed different reactions. After all, the term Scourge of the Undead was generally only recorded in the ancient books of some noble territories with a long heritage. The nobles who understood the situation were filled with fear on their faces. The newly promoted nobles, on the other hand, looked completely blank, if it weren't for Count Baron pressing them with a hand. Written order of the governor of the northern region. In this weather that was about to turn cold as winter approached, they would have already been snuggling with their maids in front of the fireplace to keep warm. In short, I have already requested reinforcements from the imperial capital. Gentlemen, the most urgent matter now is to resist these damned undead outside the Iron Wall City. Wait until the reinforcements from the Imperial capital arrive, and then drive these undead back to the undead realm completely and reclaim our lost territory. We follow the governor's order. Hearing about reclaiming the territory, the eyes of the lords who came to reinforce all sparkled. In contrast, the lords who had escaped from the hands of the undead looked extremely bitter. Even if the lost territory was reclaimed, it was highly likely that not all of it could be retained. According to the Empire's regulations, most of these lost territories had to be taken out and allocated to the lords who had made contributions to reclaiming the land. And now, having lost their territory and soldiers, they might end up as titular nobles, without even a small knight's manor, and could only live under the patronage of others as wandering nobles. Viscount Lysander, you are to arrange and deploy the defense of the Iron Wall City to your command. Count my lord, the governor, Count Baron's ability to deploy troops is not as good as that of Lysander. The 1st Legion commander, is just appropriate to confirm the command authority during the pre-battle meeting to prevent any improper coordination in the later stage. Lysander, who obtained the command authority, did not waste time and directly stated the defense plan he had been thinking about for this week. Soon, each lord received their respective defense tasks. The 2 standing legions served as the main force for overall defense, while the allied forces carried out cross-defense at nodes according to the strength of their territories. This not only did not disrupt the formation of the territorial troops and reduce their combat effectiveness, but also maximally exerted their combat capabilities. Just as the living beings of the Lumen Empire were ready, the Nethernight Domain Alliance had also finished preparing for a new offensive. There were more than 2 million resurrected undead, with their strength ranging from the 3rd rank to the 1st rank. Although they were mindless and lacked skills, and their strength was much weaker than that of the undead in the undead realm of the same rank, their terrifying number and their minds filled only with the desire to exterminate living beings made them the most terrifying part of the undead scourge. Nearly 400,000 1st-rank ordinary undead driven over from the undead realm were of various types, such as skeletons, zombies, ghouls, blood servants, specters, black knights, etc. These low-rank undead with a bit of intelligence were mixed among the resurrected undead, helping the elite undead warriors above the 2nd rank control the direction of the entire undead scourge. At the same time, they collected the souls and flesh and blood of the living beings, making it easier for the undead realm to invade this world that a large number of ordinary undead would advance to 2nd rank undead during this process and become the formal legion soldiers under the command of each lord. As for the direct subordinate legions of each lord, under the condition of reconscription, their number barely exceeded 50,000. Some of them would act as mid-level commanders, controlling the undead scourge under the decisions of the Lord Undead, while the other part would confront the powerful beings among the living beings in the form of elite legions. Just after Count Baron arrived at Ironwall City, the Lord Undead who had regrouped at the ruins of Ironhand Castle were about to set off. Without too many pleasantries, the healed Fidan's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He drew out his portable greatsword and pointed it in the direction of the Saiyan Mountains. Set off, fellow colleagues. The Bloodstone Lord Muse and the Dark Raven Lord Ho beside him nodded. Against the backdrop of the dark sky curtain, the undead scourge began to move. Along the way, new resurrected undead kept crawling out of the graves and advancing towards the direction of the living beings together. As for Xiefeng, under Muse's disappointed gaze, he took the initiative to take on the task of guarding the space shuttle gate. However, the guards under his command were incorporated into Muse's Vampire Legion, which had suffered heavy losses, making the number of undead warriors in Muse's legion exceed 10,000 again, and earning a wave of gratitude from his brothers from different fathers, but the same mother. Soon, in less than 3 or 4 days, the vanguard of the resurrected undead appeared near Ironwall City. Count my lord, the traces of undead have appeared outside the city. Hearing the scout's report, Count Baron nodded to indicate that he knew and simultaneously began to issue orders. Notify everyone. Resist the enemy. For the Empire. As the news of the appearance of the undead spread throughout Ironwall City, the soldiers on the city wall were all nervously looking outside the city wall, even though the defensive equipment piled up around them seemed unable to withstand the few withered figures in front of them. After all, What they were facing now were the terrifying undead in Legends. Most of the soldiers defending the city might not have even seen an ordinary moving skeleton. Suddenly, several whoosh sounds were heard. When the soldiers looked again, arrows with trembling tail feathers had been stuck in the heads of these staggering mummies. The mummies fell to the ground and no longer moved. This precise archery skill caused the soldiers to cheer, and the originally oppressive atmosphere seemed to become more cheerful. These undead seemed to be just like this. Count Baron, who was in command of the front line, looked at Lysander, who had shot these arrows, and nodded with satisfaction, as expected of the Legion commander he appointed against all odds. Just a few arrows greatly boosted their morale. But before he could praise him, the soldiers on the city wall became restless again. It was seen that the sky curtain was dyed black in the blink of an EY in the dim light. Lysander had to order the torches to be lit. Enemy attack. With a bit of light, the soldiers were horrified to find that somehow the area under the city wall was already filled with withered bone skeletons. Stinking, rotting corpses and terrifying face specters. They used their own bodies as ladders and were piling up layer by layer towards the city wall. Everywhere the soldiers looked, there were surging undead, along with a military mage leading the way by throwing a bursting fireball into the undead army. The other soldiers, who had been a bit dazed, also came to their senses. All kinds of defensive equipment were used together. Even the magic crystal cannon that had been sorted out from the warehouse and was 30 years old, after being slightly repaired by the military craftsman, began to roar, bursting arrows, magic crystal cannons. Battle Chi slashes various magics, defensive logs, and storm crossbows. Under this saturated attack, the undead under the city wall were quickly cleared away, not even leaving their corpses. However, the soldiers defending the city were not happy at all. As far as the eye could see, an endless mass of undead were rushing towards Ironwall City. Send the order to let the soldiers conserve the resources of the defensive equipment. The military mages should conserve their magic power and try not to use magic for the time being. There must be no accumulation of undead corpses under the city wall. As long as we wait until the Imperial reinforcements arrive, it will be a victory. With the order issued, the city wall, which had been filled with various energy lights, continuous battle chi, and magic attacks, also began to slow down. Most of these resurrected undead were not even at the entry level, and they couldn't even withstand simple wooden and stone projectiles or arrows. An ordinary defensive crossbow could clear a straight line with one shot. In this way, the undead's attack lasted for a whole day. The soldiers defending the city had rotated and rested 3 times. From being afraid at first, to being fearless later, then to being doubtful, and finally to being numb. For every undead killed, 2 more would immediately pop up. They were like the waves of the sea, never ending. Some nobles already had bitter expressions on their faces. Was this the undead scourge recorded by their ancestors? An endless number of low-rank undead, plus those mid-rank and high-rank undead that had not appeared yet. Could Ironwall City really hold on? As the undead attacked one after another, Fadan and the other Lord Undead, who were observing from the rear, were also watching Ironwall City. Interesting. Are these living beings going to have a decisive battle with us here? Ridiculous. A mere city trying to block the pace of the undead scourge. After saying this, Fadan looked at the Dark Raven Lord Haas beside him. Haas immediately understood, nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a 4th-rank fierce spirit appeared beside him. Let the undead behemoths cooperate with you and break through this damned city wall. Soon, the soldiers defending the city were horrified to find that under the illumination of the torches, in the already overcast sky, twisted specter faces appeared in the low sky, along with giant bone eagles, zombie crows, and other undead behemoths. Quick, attack! Mages, hurry! Rays of magic light of fire, light, ice, etc. bloomed from the city wall. But most of the attacks were blocked by the undead magic released by the specters when they approached these undead behemoths, that a large number of undead behemoths also began to run under the city wall. Clusters of ghost fires were attached to the bodies of the undead behemoths, and each one was an elite undead warrior above the 2nd rank. Under the 2-way attack, the undead finally attacked onto the city wall of Ironwall City for the first time. The undead behemoths on the ground moved on the city wall as if walking on flat ground, climbing towards the top of the wall, while enduring countless attacks above their heads. Most of the undead behemoths had their soul fires extinguished halfway, and the dozen or so undead warriors crawling on them also fell off the city wall together. But there were always some lucky ones who, under the cover of specters, skeleton mages, skeleton archers, zombie mages, and other long-range undead, successfully reached the city wall as the sharp bone claws of the undead behemoths that climbed onto the wall swept across. These first-rank soldiers defending the city, who were at most wearing leather armor, were chopped into pieces one after another. The undead soldiers crawling on the undead behemoths also jumped onto the top of the wall one after another. Second-rank skeleton warriors in bright white bone armor, holding exquisite bone shields and single-handed bone knives, clad in the pitch-black armor of the undead, with a great axe glinting with cold light in hand. There were second-rank zombie warriors, and so on. As soon as these elite undead warriors ascended the city wall, they inflicted heavy casualties on these ordinary living beings, the city-guarding soldiers. At this time, the flying undead behemoths circling overhead also began to land on the clear areas cleared by these undead warriors, and more undead warriors started to jump down from the flying undead behemoths. With the number of undead on the city wall increasing rapidly, the elite soldiers serving as the reserve army on the side of the living beings, as well as the lords, began to exert continuous efforts. Auras of various attributes burst out one after another. Coupled with the various buffing magics of the accompanying mages, for a moment, a stalemate was formed with the undead on the city wall. Lord Lysander, who was in command, furrowed his brows. These undead must not be allowed to form a stalemate on the city wall. Mage Lever, please clear these undead on the city wall. Lever nodded, and together with several mages behind him, raised the wands in their hands. A magic pattern flashed across the city wall, and then a ring of explosive fire burst from above the city wall, from top to bottom and from inside to outside. Whether it was the undead behemoths still climbing on the city wall, or the resurrected undead who had initially set up ladders under the city wall, they all turned to ashes under the roasting of this ring of fire. And the undead warriors who had climbed onto the city wall, without reinforcements, were also one by one slain by the masters among the living beings who had reacted. The flying undead behemoths, specters, and phantoms circling in the sky also began to avoid the attacks of the accompanying mages below. Seeing that the attack was frustrated, Fardan instead smiled and no longer dispatched elite undead warriors. However, the attacks of the resurrected undead under the city wall never ceased. Most of the living being defenders had to remain highly alert, dealing with these undead that, although weak, could bite through one's throat if one was not careful. In this way, the stalemated war between the two sides continued for about 2 more days. The undead seemed indifferent. From afar, they appeared as if they were endless. They continued to charge forward as always. Fearless of death as always, the living beings guarding the city, on the other hand, could no longer bear it. Even with shifts for rest, they all had bloodshot eyes, exuding resentment like the undead, numbly waving the weapons in their hands. Fardan, who had been observing the situation without moving for 2 days, then gave an order. Let the magic, using undead, move around and wake up the deceased here. I can sense the deep resentment here, as thousands of magic, using and semi-magic, using undead either wave their wands or raise the magic spheres or even maces in their hands. A large number of abstruse and strange undead magics were cast. Resurrection spells and soul, recalling spells were cast freely on the city wall of Ironwall City and the area outside the city wall. Click, click, click. The city guarding soldiers who were waving their weapons on the city wall were surprised to find an unusual sound coming from under their feet, with a sound of breaking through the ground. A thick bony arm broke free from the city wall and suddenly attacked the lower body of a city. Guarding soldier, IT was like a signal, a large number of undead warriors over 2 meters tall, with thick skeletons and huge fangs on their skulls, broke free from the city wall. Even many resurrected undead, because the city wall was too hard, could only expose 1 bony arm, 1 bony leg, or simply just a skull, crazily biting at the feet of the nearby living beings. This sudden change made the wall of Ironwall City seem more like what a city of the dead should look like. No wonder the city wall of Ironwall City has remained standing for 30 years. It turns out that the remnants of the Orc Kingdom are all in the city wall. Count Baron furrowed his brows and subconsciously touched the ring in his hand. Before the living beings could react, Thousands of undead behemoths began to rush towards Iron Wall City rapidly, stepping on the heads of the resurrected undead and low-rank undead. The undead warriors they carried also became more elite ones, such as Blood Shadows, Ghoul Hunters, and Black Knight Barons. The three-eyed Nether Crow, transformed from the Night Lord Horth, took the lead, after placing more than 10 fourth-rank undead warriors on the city wall. It began to circle above Iron Wall City, releasing death rays to strike all the visible long-range soldiers of the living beings, with the participation of the elite undead warriors, the soldiers of the Northern Territory, who had been fighting continuously for 3 or 4 days and were extremely fatigued, gradually began to panic and retreat point one by one, and soon there was a wholesale rout. Suddenly, a volley of arrows shot out from Iron Wall City, directly hitting more than a dozen of the fastest charging soldiers. Viscount Ryan, the commander of the 2nd Standing Legion of the Northern Territory, appeared with hundreds of military police, bending their bows and aiming at these routed soldiers. Push back. Do you want your families to have their souls devoured by these filthy souls? Looking at the arrows glinting with cold light in front of them, these routed soldiers had no choice but to grit their teeth and charge back. In this way, Iron Wall City, which was basically lost on the city wall, fell into a brutal street fighting. Fortunately for the living beings, Iron Wall City was also filled with various connected small fortresses. And for now, the situation was maintained. Count Baron, who had retreated to a relatively safe place in Iron Wall City, paced back and forth, hesitantly stroking the ring in his hand. Less than a day after Fardan achieved a breakthrough, Xie Tuanjiu, who was wandering around near the spatial gate, suddenly felt a powerful aura coming from the spatial gate. Before he could check what was going on, a tall figure appeared in front of Xie Tuanjiu. A 6th-rank undead? No, this is a 7th-rank top-tier undead, one of the well-deserved top-notch powerhouses in the undead realm. The armor style identical to Fardan's and the Scarlet Gaze all demonstrated his identity. The 7th-rank undead Black Knight, Duke. Little fellow, are you the lord of the Nethernight domain? Yes, my lord. Xie Tuanjiu replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. Judging from his tone, if this top-tier undead had nothing to do with Fardan, Xie Tuanjiu wouldn't believe it even if he was killed. Besides, it was just a magic clone anyway. Not a big deal. After hearing Xie Tuanjiu's answer, the Black Knight, Duke patted him on the shoulder and didn't say much. Instead, he flew directly towards the direction of the undead army. The 7th-rank undead has actually appeared. It seems that, as I thought, there are other undead behind Fardan. While Xie Tuanjiu was thinking, with the terrifying strength of the 7th-rank undead, the Black Knight Duke was almost at the battlefield, a figure exuding black energy fluctuations and another figure exuding golden holy light kept colliding with each other. The energy aftermath of their battle crushed all the nearby buildings into powder. After another collision ended, the golden figure was clearly at a disadvantage and retreated a large distance. Looking closely, the black figure was Marquis Fardan. The Black Knight and the golden figure was actually Count Baron. However, his aura was obviously unstable, apparently having used some special means. Living being, you are very tenacious. With 5th-rank strength, you fought me head-on for hundreds of moves. You can be proud of yourself. Damned undead. I'm a favored one of the Lord of Dawn, the governor of the Northern Territory of the Lumen Empire. Slaying you is what makes me proud. As he spoke, the two collided several more times. Count Baron's hands were already full of wounds, and blood was flowing from his 7 orifices. The Lord of Dawn, a trace of reminiscence flashed in Fardan's eyes. Are you talking about the god of light and dawn who dared to invade our undead realm 100 years ago? If I remember correctly, his divine body was chopped into pieces by the god of the undead. And even his divine name is almost gone. Yet you still claim to be his favored one. Ridiculous. Shut up. Our family has served the Lord of Dawn for generations. One day, my lord will shatter the nether moon of your undead realm. Reclaim his divine throne, and I will return to my lord's divine kingdom. Count Baron struggled to get up, looked at other parts of Iron Wall City of the 300,000 Northern Territory troops. Less than 100,000 were still struggling hard. Viscount Lysander, whom he had favored, had fallen in a pool of blood, and 2 4th-rank vampire viscounts were fighting over his corpse. Even the soldiers who were still resisting looked despairing. There were too many undead. The comrades who had fought side by side with them just now, after falling, turned their swords and axes towards them in an instant. even because the corpses were intact. These freshly resurrected undead could exert most of their pre-death combat power, making it even more difficult for the surviving warriors. You are a warrior worthy of respect. But now, become the nourishment for my advancement. Looking at the black greatsword heading straight for his neck, Count Baron boosted all the aura in his body with all his might. And why family failed to protect my lord back then? At present, I find myself utterly incapable of safeguarding the north. All due to you wretched undead. I shall never retreat. However, after only a few brief encounters, Count Balamber, who could no longer withstand the onslaught, made a fatal misstep. His vision began to spin uncontrollably. He stabilized his sight to behold a familiar form before him. It was my own body, casually splattering the blood from his greatsword. After slaying this sixth-tier foe, Fadan intended to reclaim his spoils when an overwhelming sense of peril washed over him, surpassing even the dread he had felt when confronting a seventh-tier forbidden spell. With the grace of a black knight performing a lazy roll, Fadan instantly appeared at a distance, as a blazing magical attack struck the very spot he had just occupied. Before him stood a figure clad in splendid divine robes, adorned with a jeweled golden crown and wielding a golden scepter. The remaining noble lords gasped in astonishment. It was the high priest Ion of the Church of Hope. We are saved. He is a demigod, surely capable of vanquishing these accursed undead. Ion glanced at the headless Count Balamber beside him and sighed, lamenting his tardiness. He then raised his scepter, casting a spell of holy light upon Balamber's body to prevent it from being tainted and assimilated by the undead. Simultaneously, the bewildered soul of Count Balamber vanished without a trace beneath the radiance of the holy light. Go forth, follow your master. The light of hope shall guide you to your true destination. Having completed this, the high priest Ion did not even spare a glance at Fadan, but instead declared in a commanding voice, "Come forth, filthy undead. Do not presume that darkness can obscure the gaze of hope. Living being, your strength is commendable." Accompanied by a veil of mist, the seventh-tier Black Knight Duke, who had been lurking for an indeterminate time, slowly emerged onto the battlefield. Lord Faireye. Fadan gazed at the Black Knight Duke with astonishment. Very well, take a few little ones and hide in the rear. The ensuing battle is beyond your capacity to engage. Fadan and the gathered muses and house hurriedly retreated, apart from some mindless revived undead. Both the undead and humans began to vacate the area. However, the feared scenario did not unfold, as Ion and Faireye soared into the heights, rendering both sides invisible to one another, seemingly intent on distancing the battlefield from the ground. Within Ironwall City, an eerily strange atmosphere enveloped the place. Even the sporadic skirmishes ongoing among the combatants began to wane in focus. Everyone understood that the outcome of this conflict ultimately hinged upon the battle transpiring above. The seventh tier is known by many names, but the most universally accepted term across all planes and races is demigod. Once the term god is invoked, one is no longer an ordinary mortal. The chasm between the sixth and seventh tiers is a matter of pure essence, utterly incomparable. Unbeknownst to all, amidst the ranks of the undead, Bone Duel quietly approached Count Balamber's corpse, utilizing his bone shield to conceal the head and body. As the towering figure of Bones stealthily retreated, "My lord, please do not let me down." Meanwhile, Ion and Faireye, now high above, did not immediately engage in battle, but instead conversed as old friends. It has been quite some time. Faireye, indeed, Ion, if memory serves, our last encounter was over 50 years ago, though not in this realm of the living empire, but in that other, the Omung Kingdom, where you successfully obliterated the entire realm while still a sixth tier. Indeed, that endeavor was bountiful, allowing me to ascend to the seventh tier of the undead. You were merely a sixth-tier priest back then, if I recall correctly. Thanks to you, it was that undead calamity that led me to pledge my allegiance to our Lord. And through his grace, I ascended to become a seventh-tier high priest. Then you should be grateful to me, High Priest Ion. Only 50 years have passed, yet you dare to instigate an undead calamity upon the territory of the Golden Lion Alliance in the material plane? Have you lost your wits on the Moon of the Dead? The young ones are far too capable. The hint of resignation flickered in Fairy Eye's eyes, yet his actions remained swift as he drew a great sword akin to Fidan's. Behold the true might, Ian, await my purification of your soul. Thus, the two clashed, unleashing waves of terror that ravaged the skies. Meanwhile, the fierce battle erupting in Iron Wall City left Xie Feng's magical avatar in a state of utter bewilderment. As he ambled about, occasionally summoning a few holy guards through a portal to infiltrate the realm of the living, a fifth-tier soul radiating holy light abruptly materialized within the essence of his avatar. The protective force of holy light dissipated just as it arrived, delivering a message that my lord. What? Another year has appeared. Upon entrusting the bewildered soul from his mind to the fervently intent Yor, Xie Feng did not receive news of a triumphant return, but rather a report from the Blood Shadowers. What? A formidable seventh-tier being has emerged. The two seventh tiers are still locked in combat, and Iron Wall City continues to tremble from the battle's aftershocks. Xie Feng extinguished his ambitions for chaos upon hearing this, deciding it prudent to remain at the spatial gate. He turned his attention to the apocalyptic world, for that was his primary concern. After all, having dispatched the Lord-tier zombie giant serpent in the apocalyptic realm, hundreds of thousands of undead warriors had steadily arrived near the city of Menjin, a significant stronghold of the Forest River province. As the capital of the Morning Kingdom, Menjin attracted the populace and resources from the surrounding 5 provinces, forming a colossal metropolis with a population nearing 100 million. Even the satellite cities surrounding it number 13, each boasting populations exceeding 3 million, combined with Menjin's original populace, yielding a total population well over 100 million. However, this also signified that the undead would face a horde of zombies nearly 1,000 times their number. It is likely that Lord-tier zombies, akin to the giant serpent, also exist. The immense numbers, coupled with the zombies beginning to rapidly ascend to the second tier, indicated that Menjin would pose a formidable challenge. Yet, danger equates to opportunity. Should the undead manage to cleanse this city of its zombies, while it may be overly ambitious to claim that Xie Feng could ascend to the 7th tier of supreme undead, ascending to the 6th tier is undoubtedly assured. Even at this moment, Xie Feng's true form had begun to establish itself within the apocalyptic world to preclude any unforeseen occurrences at that time, just outside one of the satellite cities on the periphery of Menjin. The leaders of the Cold Night domain convened a war council regarding their strategy for Menjin. Bone Wind, having just returned from reconnaissance of the satellite city, was the first to speak. Lord Bone Commander, the final assessment of the approximate numbers and strength of zombies within the satellite city is complete, aligning with previous reconnaissance data. There should be no significant discrepancies. The total number of zombies is estimated to be between 320,000 and 350,000, with no Lord-tier zombies present. Bones Wind, the presence of zombies below the 5th tier is inconsequential. We merely need to ensure there are no 5th-tier Lord zombies. 1 solitary Lord zombie is manageable. But if it leads countless hordes like the previous 4th-tier commanding corps, that will be troublesome. Rest assured, the current reconnaissance team is not the same as before. They have effortlessly mapped out millions of small cities. Within this satellite city, aside from a 4th-tier aberrant Bone Spike zombie, there are no other high-tier zombies. After hearing Bones Wind's unwavering assurance, the Bone Commander reflected on the array of mutated undead now rampant in the reconnaissance team before nodding in agreement. He then turned to Sardin. Sardin, should any 4th-tier or higher zombies appear, I entrust you and your Skeleton Knight Regiment with the task that we cannot afford to incur significant losses that would jeopardize our subsequent plans. Rest easy, my Lord Bone Commander. The Knight Regiment has expanded to 6 formal squads during this time, and we shall remain the spearhead of the Cold Night domain, prepared to confront the most formidable threats. Finally, the Bone Commander glanced at Yor, who seemed lost in thought. Master Yor, much like our previous encounter with the zombie giant serpent, we may yet require the support of your holy master's order. You seemed as if just waking up, merely nodding as for the corpse lord and Zhang Wei who attended the meeting. They didn't express their opinions, although the strength of the holy guards has been enhanced. Their number is too small, and they don't play a leading role in the battles of the Doomsday World. After Xie Feng and you had conducted numerous studies and discussions, hundreds of holy guards, leveraging their advantage as fellow members of the human race. Under the leadership of Xie, the deputy commander of the Holy Guards, were continuously dispatched through the space shuttle gate to the prime material plane for covert development. Currently, their main task is to gather unique magical materials and other resources on the prime material plane to supply the research of the Holy Lord Association. Since the successful research of the smiley face is translated as clone magic crystal in English, Xie has become increasingly dedicated to the research of the Holy Lord Association. After all, although the necromancer world has an infinite supply of soul, fire resources, many magical materials of different elements, magic scrolls, etc., are rather scarce. Even when gathering resources, the Holy Guard can also take the opportunity to use the small, portable space shuttle gates bestowed by Xie to engage in trade of specialties between the necromancer world and the prime material plane. On the prime material plane, the high-quality bones of the undead, when ground into powder, can be used as important materials for magic array patterns. Vampire fangs, zombie corpse fluids, black warrior armors, ghost powders, and so on. These are all rather rare materials and are long-term acquisitions for mages, and the necromancer world has even more needs if this invasion of the prime material plane fails. Vampires like Muse, the Bloodstone Lord, won't be able to taste the blood of living beings. I could tea that time. It wouldn't be excessive to exchange the blood of a standard first order living being for a ball of fourth order soul fire. Nor would it be excessive to recruit some troops on your territory. The system panel has no qualms about either souls or soul fire. Therefore, the primary duty of the Holy Guards currently remaining in the Doomsday world is to guide the remaining native survivors to join the big family of the Cold Night territory. They also need to guide the vassal troops as seeds of the Holy Guards to participate in some battles with a relatively low intensity, accumulate enough military merits, and become true Holy Guards. The problems of the Second Legion are similar to those of the Holy Guards. The number of corpse lords is too small. Even after adding some undead troops, such as zombies and vampires later, the number only just exceeds 10,000. They can only serve as supplementary combat power to the skeleton-type undead, which are the absolute main force of the current undead legion. However, the mass grave that was in a dormant state previously has recently started to regain its vitality. It is estimated that in about a week, new corpse lords will be born, and the number of newly born corpse lords will also experience a significant explosion. A S1 command after another was issued. Hundreds of thousands of undead warriors, like sharks that had smelled blood, pounced on the zombies in the satellite city. Finally, they could come out and get some fresh air. They hadn't seen the zombies for almost a day, and they were itching for a fight. First order zombies, they're mere trash. Just charge forward like cutting wheat. Second order zombies, little trash. The wheat has turned into sugarcane. The skeletons can chop, and the corpse lord can nod if there's no difficulty. Third order zombies, trash. Let's see if your head is harder or my bone knife is. Fourth order zombies, not bad, Captain. Your chance of advancing to the fourth order has arrived. Don't let the skeleton cavalry regiment snatch it away. Fifth order zombies, the commanders will definitely see them before I do. I never think too much about things I can't compare to. Thus, the Doomsday world once again launched a frenzied zombie clearing activity. No matter what their strength or race, the zombies were destined to be completely cleared under the blades of the undead. Boom, 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 accompanied by the intense collision of energy in the sky above Iron Wall City. The battle between Duke Fair of the Black Warriors and Cardinal Ian was approaching its end. Ian's face showed no sign of emotion, but his divine robe looked a bit dull, and the speed of casting spells with the golden scepter in his hand was significantly slower than at the beginning. In contrast, Fair's full body armor was covered with cracks. Even one of his arms was burning with a wisp of white, gold holy flames, rendering this arm completely immobile. However, the great sword held aloft in his other hand never slowed down its slashing speed. Streaks of sword light were slashed, never leaving Ian's neck. A fierce burst of holy light exploded from Ian's body. Fair abruptly retracted the great sword he was about to swing. The two then began to confront each other in the sky again. But this time, Ian spoke first. Fair, you should know that even if the two of us continue to fight, there won't be a result in a short time. Oh, what do you want to do? Coax me with your glib tongue like you did over 50 years ago. But this time, the place where the undead calamity has descended seems to be an empire. For your sake, I'll try my best. I'll only exterminate half of the living beings in this empire. Ian forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and continued to speak calmly that I'm here on behalf of the Golden Line Alliance to negotiate with you from the Nethermoon. Although according to the regulations between us, demigod, rank forces can intervene, both of us know that such a fight will only cause even greater harm to these ordinary mortals, and few of the undead under your command will be able to return safely to the necromancer world. After hearing words like Nethermoon, Golden Line Alliance, and negotiation, Fair's originally arrogant and overbearing face became serious and calm, and he stopped his attacks. So what do you want? This outbreak of the undead calamity doesn't violate the ancient treaty between our necromancer world and yours. Can you represent two divine systems in the negotiation? No, of course I can't represent two divine systems in the negotiation, but I can negotiate with you as a member of the Golden Line Alliance and you as a member of the Nethermoon. After hearing Ian's words, Fair showed an interested expression. Then tell me, what can we talk about? After all, we too can be considered to have a feud from over 50 years ago until now. I've already informed other forces of the Golden Line Alliance within this empire that there won't be any 7th rank beings participating in this outbreak of the undead calamity. Don't think I can't tell that you intervened for that 6th rank little fellow. Haha. As expected of you. Ian, it was your cleverness back then that made me let you go. Cut the crap. Just say whether you agree or not. If you don't agree, the 7th rank archbishops of the churches such as the Surging Waves, Bonfire, and Hunting will join me to deal with you first. And then destroy this undead calamity. Do you think we of the Nethermoon are good for nothing? I also have 4 or 5 7th rank friends on their way here. Feel free to give it a try. Just as the negotiation atmosphere was gradually intensifying, Fair and Ian suddenly burst out laughing simultaneously, looking deeply at each other. Then it's a deal? It's a deal. Come on, sign the contract. Ian took out a scroll from his bosom, apparently prepared in advance. As the scroll was slowly unfurled, several auras of power emanated from it, exactly those of the archbishops of the divine religions that Ian had mentioned earlier. Ian threw the scroll to Fair. After Fair carefully inspected the entire scroll, a tiny wisp of soul, fire fell into the scroll. The contract, done. Ian, then I look forward to our next meeting. Fair. This time we signed the contract just because we don't want to see heavy casualties among the mortals. Next time we meet, I'll present your head and soul. Fire to my lord. After saying this, Ian turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Humph, hypocritical living beings, don't think I don't know that there's a friction between your Golden Line Alliance and the Lunar God system. But it's okay that I was in too much of a hurry this time, and I'm the only one who rushed over from the Nethermoon. Let the little fellows like Fadan go and make a ruckus. I'll just watch. Fair mentally cursed Ian, then helplessly glanced at his still, burning left arm, and with a flash, headed in the direction of Fadan, and the Ian who had disappeared earlier appeared in front of Viscount Ryan of the surviving 2nd Northern Frontier Standing Legion. Lord Ian, did you defeat that filthy undead? Viscount Ryan's expression was excited, and the weary living, being soldiers were in urgent need of some inspiration. Cough that I've seriously injured him, he won't appear on the battlefield again. Although this result wasn't as exciting as directly slaying the undead, it still brought some hope to these remaining lords and soldiers. You know, when that 7th rank undead appeared, the overwhelming pressure directly made the living, being soldiers below the 3rd rank, feel short breath. If it weren't for the intervention of Archbishop Ian, the living, being soldiers, wouldn't even have the courage to pick up their weapons. Lord Ian, with your leadership, we will surely resolve these undead soon. Ahem, having severely injured that undead, I have also exhausted my magic power. However, you need not worry the last moment. I sealed the spatial gate through which they invaded, and no 7th Order undead will appear again. From now on, it's up to you. As Ian spoke, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the magic power in his body began to riot chaotically. Lord Ian, Your Excellency, the Archbishop. Hearing these calls, the chaotic magic fluctuations on Ian's body gradually returned to normal. Reinforcements from the Imperial capital will arrive soon, led by 2 princes. You should, like Count Baron who has returned to the Divine Realm, continue to fight these filthy undead until they are completely driven back into the desolate undead world. As Ian spoke, he seemed to be choking and couldn't stop coughing. This led everyone to show expressions of gratitude and start to express their concern. Well, everyone, I must return to the church immediately to heal my wounds. I hope you all work together and drive these undead away as soon as possible. Looking at Ian's gradually receding figure, everyone began to encourage each other, showing their determination. Only the Magus Lever, who was still in the crowd, looked thoughtfully at the departing figure of Archbishop Ian and the excited crowd. Then he turned around and, together with the remaining magicians, made preparations to face the undead. On Fairy Eye's side, after finding Fadan and a few others not far from Ironwall City, he first glanced at the two Lord Undead, Muse and House, behind Fadan, then reached out and patted Fadan, who had his head down that you've done a great job this time. When I gave you the magic array, I didn't expect you to reach the prime material plane so quickly to go ahead and do it. There won't be any seventh order beings to interfere with you anymore. Next time, we'll meet on the Dark Moon. After saying that, a cloud of black mist drifted by, and Fairy Eye disappeared, like tea this time. Muse behind secretly looked around, about to ask something, but seeing Fadan's scarlet eyes, he promptly shut his mouth. Muse arranged for the Blood Shadows to inform CFone that the spatial gate no longer needs to be guarded. House, gather all the undead and launch a full-scale attack. Tear these living beings apart for me. Yes, Lord Fadan. Understood, Lord Fadan. Where am I? It seems I was beheaded by that black warrior. This the divine realm of my lord. Are you still there, my lord? You have indeed reached the embrace of my lord, but you don't need to enjoy the blessings in the divine realm for now. As the white mist in front of Count Baron gradually dissipated, a figure appeared before him. What's this? A talking mummy? How can a mummy talk? No, this is a damned undead. Count Baron subconsciously reached for his sword, only to find that he couldn't move at all. Don't try to move. Your corpse and your soul are not quite in harmony yet. Slowly feel the energy here and try to operate your morning light, holy light breathing technique. The words of this mummy seem to have some kind of persuasive power, causing Count Baron to subconsciously follow and start using his spiritual power to silently operate his breathing technique. Once, twice, until dozens of times. Although Count Baron tried very hard, there was no change at all. He couldn't even feel his own breath. As expected, it's still too much of a stretch. In a trance, Count Baron heard a sigh, and then a hand grasped his hand. The voice of the mummy reached his ears again. Concentrate and follow my guidance, without giving Count Baron a chance to resist. A familiar, yet strange energy surged into his body. This the operation, route of the morning light, holy light breathing technique. No, there's a slight difference from what I practiced. Damn it, why do I feel that the breathing technique he's guiding is the correct one? Although his thoughts were chaotic, Count Baron quickly adapted to this new breathing technique. His corpse, which had shown no reaction before, gradually began to respond. Streams of dark, golden energy Count Baron's body, and these energies even spontaneously started to operate the breathing technique within his body. It worked, with a cheer from the mummy. Count Baron only felt that he was submerged by the dark, golden energy. The holy light battle chi that had dried up in his body began to recover under the stimulation of the dark, golden energy. However, the newly born battle chi no longer had the original dazzling light, but was the same dark, golden color as this energy, from the first rank to the second rank, until reaching his peak 5th rank. Count Baron felt that his strength had returned. Damned undead. Although I don't know what you're up to, I will surely cut off your head and then go back to defend the northern border of the Empire. Feeling that his body had completely recovered, Count Baron immediately stood up with a jerk. His 5th rank strength burst out, and he watched the mummy undead in front of him warily. He saw that he was now in a sealed chamber. There were no imagined severed limbs or blood everywhere. Instead, there were neatly arranged various magic materials, and besides the leading mummy undead, there was a group in uniform, indicating that this was a place for magic research. All right, don't be nervous. Look at this and recall the information in your mind. After the mummy undead finished speaking, he showed the sleeve of his magic robe, and a familiar symbol appeared in front of Count Baron, the religious emblem of the Morning Light Church. At the same time, a long string of information that Count Baron had subconsciously blocked just now burst out in his mind. Is my lord still alive? Is he lurking in the undead world in the form of an undead? I must continue to shine for the faith of my lord. As he received this information, Count Baron's face changed constantly. Finally, he looked at the mummy opposite him in disbelief. "Are you the former Expeditionary Forces Cardinal Ye?" Ye nodded with a terrifying smile. "Baron, continue to serve my lord. Now that you have an indestructible body, you should let the prime material plane be bathed in the glory of my lord again." Count Baron nodded, then seemed to think of something and said with some doubt, "Cardinal Ye, is the object of our faith still the morning light? I don't feel the power of the morning light. The power of the morning light has been stolen by thieves. Can't you feel it?" Count Baron's face turned ashamed. Now, in the entire Lumen Empire, only his family still adheres to the faith of the God of the morning light. But in their usual prayers, the image of the Lord of the morning light has become more and more blurred. Instead, the golden line image of the God of hope has begun to appear faintly. The most powerful divine church in the Lumen Empire, the Church of the God of Hope, is not something that Count Baron's family can resist. So this matter has been buried in everyone's hearts. Even some of the younger generations in the family directly converted to the faith of the God of Hope. Looking at Count Baron's expression, he continued that, "I don't believe in the morning light, that I believe in my Lord. Even if my Lord descends upon the dark moon, I will be the bishop of the dark moon. What about you?" At this moment, Count Baron didn't hesitate and said loudly, "I have died once while guarding the northern border of the Empire, which can be regarded as repaying the glory bestowed upon my family by the Empire. My Lord gave me a chance to be reborn, that I will follow the path of my ancestors and continue to protect my Lord until my soul perishes. Get up. I'll take you to meet my Lord." After saying that, you motioned for Baron to follow, and then the two of them walked out of this magic chamber one after the other. Looking at the architectural style outside, which was vastly different from that of the prime material plane in this doomsday world, Count Baron curiously looked around. But when he saw the undead soldiers on patrol, along the way hooking shoulders with the holy guards wearing armor similar to the style of the Morning Light Church's religious emblem, he couldn't help but ask you, "Cardinal Ye, are these all believers of my Lord? Baron, don't underestimate the divine power of my Lord. Even if he has temporarily fallen from the divine throne and become an undead, my Lord still cares about all living beings that, oh, by the way, the title should be changed now. When you see my Lord, call him Lord, and don't call me Cardinal anymore. Just call me," Balin nodded, and the heart that had been gradually calmed down upon seeing these holy guards. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the council hall of the Bone Fortress. Watching it take the lead and step inside, Balin took a deep breath and then walked in resolutely. In the vast council hall, there were no other undead or living beings present. Only on a somewhat strange leather swivel chair sat a fifth-rank skeletal undead. Although he had been mentally prepared, Balin still couldn't control his emotions. With a thud, he surprisingly knelt down on both knees, tears streaming down uncontrollably, accompanied by sobs. "And why, Lord? No. Lord Master, you've suffered. We deserve to die. How could we let you endure such humiliation?" Then he prostrated himself and wept bitterly. Even beside him was influenced by this atmosphere, the veins on the arm holding the staff bulging as he tried to control his emotions. Only Xie Feng sat dumbfounded in his own executive chair, watching this fifth-rank human wail in the council hall. What suffering have I endured? Why am I unaware of it? Shouldn't it be me who cries and holds your hand for a touching conversation between the sovereign and the subject? With the formal allegiance of Count Balin, Xie Feng had his first lore-level combat power under his command. However, as a living being, it was still quite inconvenient to act in the undead realm. In the end, Count Balin decided to return to the prime material plane to cooperate with the holy guards in their tasks on the prime material plane. This time, Xie, the deputy commander of the holy guards who had reached the vicinity of the imperial capital of the Lumen Empire, was in an inn as usual. He opened a small wooden box at his waist. Suddenly, his face changed and notes spat out beside the spatial teleportation gate that usually remained silent. After quickly reading the note, Xie first carefully observed the room. After confirming that there was no problem, he used the writing of the Doomsday World to write a few words on the same note and threw it back. Then he placed the miniature spatial teleportation gate in the open area of the room. In less than a few breaths, the portal grew huge until it could accommodate one person to pass through. Soon, a figure emerged from the portal. It was Count Balin, who had just been in the council hall. After Count Balin walked out, the portal quickly returned to its miniature state. "Are you Wang Hao?" How's he thought of the information that had just come, asking all the holy guards to follow this person's command? He couldn't help but take a few more glances at Count Balin. Yes, there are 432 members of the holy guards in this world at your disposal. Sir, summon all the holy guards here that will get a place first. Sir, this world is dangerous. Do you think it would be better to choose a more secluded place to summon them? Indeed, it should be more secluded. But there's no need to worry too much. This faint fifth rank aura flashed by. Housie, who had cultivated to a fourth rank magus, was startled when he sensed it, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. With the strength of a fifth rank lord, based on his experiences in the prime material plane during this period, the fifth rank was already an absolute master. With such a person leading the holy guards, he could slightly relax the tightly strung string in his mind. Yes, sir. 2 days later, all the holy guards scattered nearby gathered under the command of Count Balin. Looking at these holy guards, who were at least second rank, and through 2 days of contact with Housie, Count Balin was extremely certain that these holy guards were the reincarnated heroes of his lord's divine kingdom. Otherwise, how could someone reach the second, third, or even fourth rank of strength after cultivating for just 1 month, coupled with their remarkable insights? Leading them, Count Balin was confident that after this new lease on life, he could always protect and serve by the side of his lord. Subsequently, Count Balin led a group of holy guards to his own county fief. Before long, due to the rumor that Count Balin had heroically fought against the undead and sacrificed, the county fief, lacking a fifth rank combat power, had already begun to shrink its sphere of influence, ceding many benefits such as trade and territory. But suddenly, Count Balin's never-seen-before younger brother, Knight Buck, returned from his travels. Not only had he reached the fifth rank himself, but he also brought hundreds of elite followers, each at least second rank, in an extremely short time. He reclaimed all the benefits that the county fief deserved, and even the benefits that Count Balin had when he was the governor of the North region were taken back. That it was even rumored that the newly hereditary count had to stand up obediently to receive a lecture when seeing this second uncle. This night, Buck also relied on the many rare magic materials brought back from his travels and the mysterious source of ordinary steel from who knows where, enabling the Morningstar Chamber of Commerce, subordinate to the county fief, to start profiting from the war at a time when the North region was suffering from the undead natural disaster. Many nobles in the empire were collecting strategic materials everywhere as a precaution. It was said that the county fief had signed procurement contracts with many southern region lords of the empire. With the assistance of the holy guards, Count Balin quickly became very successful in the prime material plane. And in the Iron Wall City, after the interlude of the battles between the two seventh-rank warriors, Ian and Ferii, both sides resumed the same war rhythm as before. Although the undead had broken into the Iron Wall City, the city itself was designed purely for war. However, what they were facing now were no longer the pure orcs that were 2 or 3 meters tall, but the undead who felt no pain and had unwavering morale. But the essence of the Iron Wall City as a meat grinder had not changed. Although there were fewer than 100,000 living beings left, all the soldiers and commanders who remained until this time were elites. With the arrival of the mages from the North Region Magician Association, as well as the continuous stream of soldiers, knights, and nobles from other unfallen territories in the North Region, they managed to hold back the undead natural disaster army at the Iron Wall City for nearly a week. But this was the limit, with the appearance of a large number of orc undead among the revived undead, which made up for the shortcoming of the weak strength of the revived undead. The situation of the living beings became increasingly difficult. In the Iron Wall City, the soul fires of over 1 million undead had been extinguished. The price was that less than 1/5 of the city was still under the control of the living beings, and even this remaining 1/5 was in a precarious state. After consulting with Arch-Magician Lever and the remaining nobles, Viscount Lane, who served as the temporary commander, planned to abandon the Iron Wall City and retreat to the next city for defense. After all, living beings were different from the undead. They needed rest, and no matter how high their morale was, their bodies couldn't hold up without rest. But before leaving, they would leave a little surprise for these undead. Lord Fadan, that threat has disappeared. Fadan, who had been wide-eyed, suddenly heard Muse say beside him. After Ferii left, Fadan had planned to end the battle quickly and directly rely on the high-end combat power of their lord undead to crush the enemy. But just as he was charging towards the living beings' army, a familiar and dangerous feeling lingered around his soul fire. It was that damned seventh rank forbidden spell. The living beings on the other side also seemed to be cautious. As long as a Lord rank undead approached, the aura of the forbidden spell would immediately appear. Only when undead of the fourth rank and below attacked would there be no problem. Thus, having no choice, Fadan could only urge the low rank and middle rank undead to continuously charge at the living beings' army that he himself, along with Xie Tuanjiu and others, was looking for the right opportunity. So as soon as he heard Muse's reminder, Fadan immediately used his innate skills to sense. After confirming there was no danger, he flashed and appeared in the living beings' army. Then Fadan found something was wrong. The number of living beings was too small. Usually there would be at least tens of thousands of living being soldiers using various means to resist the endless undead army. But now, there were only about 1,000 living beings left in the Iron Wall City, barely using various city defense equipment and magic scrolls to resist the undead's attacks with difficulty. If sensing Fadan's arrival, the only fourth rank warrior among these living beings raised his scar-covered face, looked at Fadan with a scornful smile. Then he tore open a scroll in his hand. Before Fadan could react, after this scroll was torn open, it was as if a switch had been flipped. A vast number of pre-placed magic scrolls and magic crystals emitted magical fluctuations, blazing fireballs, chain lightning, and gale, slicing blades. A multitude of magical attacks were unleashed, brutally destroying nearly half of the entire Iron Wall City. Certainly, under the rampage of magic, whether living beings or the undead, those below the third rank perished instantly, and even the fourth rank existences were severely wounded as for fifth and sixth rank beings. These magical attacks were negligible. The fourth rank living being that had already fulfilled its delaying mission, seeing that the Archmage was unharmed, let out a loud roar and stood up, raising the battle knife in its hand. Then it limped towards the Archmage, but at this moment Muse had already positioned herself behind it. However, the Archmage stopped Muse from intending to snap its neck. Instead, he lifted his greatsword, and with a flash of black light, this fourth rank living being also fell heavily to the ground. The Archmage raised his still bleeding greatsword in his hand and pointed it in the direction of the capital of the Lumen Empire outside Iron Wall City. All troops, advance. Let's rewind the time to 2 days ago. A massive army of nearly 200,000 was slowly advancing from the direction of the capital towards Iron Wall City, which was in the heat of battle. The countless banners of various lords, as well as the emblem flags of the Church of Hope and the Church of Bonfire that blotted out the sky in the army, indicated that the origin of this army was rather complex. Yet, they surprisingly coordinated closely. Various military mages and military priests continuously cast marching magics to accelerate the army's advance and maintain the soldiers' morale, from a luxurious carriage in the very center of the formation. A voice emerged at this moment. "Your Highness, the Vanguard reports that Xingshi City is ahead, that it's only a 3-day journey to Iron Wall City after crossing Xingshi City. What's the situation in Iron Wall City?" "Returning to your Highness, according to the news transmitted back, Iron Wall City has not completely fallen yet. However, the undead have already breached the city, and the Northern Border Army, led by Viscount Ryan, is still resisting within the city." "Where is the second prince?" "His Highness the second prince arrived in Xingshi City yesterday, and is waiting for you in the city. He's quite fast. Speed up the march. First, let's meet my foolish brother." Before long, with the order of the eldest prince given, the speed of this huge army suddenly increased another notch. Although the soldiers were in high spirits, after a long march, they inevitably showed signs of fatigue. But upon hearing that they would soon reach their destination, each one quickened their pace. Soon, the vanguard of this army reached outside Xingshi City. Although Xingshi City is not far from Iron Wall City, it was established relatively recently. By the time it was founded, the orcs had already been subdued. It was only because, more than 20 years ago in the northern border, it was rumored that a huge meteorite had fallen here. Such a rare and top-grade magical material immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the Lumen Empire. A large number of wandering nobles, adventurers, mercenaries and freemen began to search for the meteorite in this area. Strangely enough, after scouring every inch of the land, they only found a meteorite the size of a fist. Later, there were rumors that due to its great significance and inability to be transported out, the main body of the meteorite had been hidden in a certain corner of this area. The people who had already arrived in this region went even more crazy, searching everywhere, even causing a large number of bloody incidents. In order to deter the large number of people gathering here, the empire had no choice but to establish a directly governed city in this usually desolate mountain range. This was the predecessor of Xingshi City. Later, with the increase in the population and the booming development of northern border trade after the destruction of the Orc Kingdom, this improvised Xingshi City gradually became prosperous. Even gradually became the largest and most prosperous city in the northern border. With a large number of caravan trades being transited here, various popular products from the capital and the southern border were sold to all parts of the northern border in Xingshi City. And unique resources of the northern border, such as cold patterned iron and stone snowflakes, were also sold to the entire Lumen Empire through caravans from other places. Had a large number of permanent and floating populations also caused Xingshi City to expand continuously from its establishment. The result was that although Xingshi City was not like Iron Wall City, located in a perilous place with only one side of the city wall for defense, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. However, it was much larger in scale and could completely accommodate the remaining northern border army and all the reinforcements from the capital. Coupled with the large accumulation of materials in Xingshi City itself and the mountain ranges on its southern side, the difficulty for the undead to capture here was of a completely different order of magnitude compared to capturing Iron Wall City. As the army led by His Highness, the eldest prince, entered Xingshi City. The second prince, who had been waiting for a day, received the news that, "My dear brother, you've finally arrived. Let this war show everyone who is the most suitable heir to the empire." The second prince thought silently. Then he turned his head to look at a withered figure beside him. His originally gloomy expression began to be replaced by a smile. "Count Kailiao, I rely on you this time. Your Highness, don't worry. I won't let anyone harm you." Hearing Count Kailiao's affirmative reply, the second prince felt slightly relieved. After all, he had just turned 20 this year and started too late. Most of those who followed him were frustrated viscounts and barons. Far from being comparable to his elder brother to be by chance, he had managed to attract Count Kailiao's allegiance. His early arrival this time was not due to strict military governance or the principle that speed is of the essence in war. Instead, the number of troops under his command was too small, just over 100,000, so he didn't have to consider too many logistical factors and was able to arrive in Xingshi City one day earlier. However, he was not without a chance of winning in this one-day time. He had already let his entourage troops take over most of the logistics and several important defense nodes of the entire Xingshi City. So he had gained the initiative. As long as nothing major went wrong, he might not surpass the eldest prince, but he could at least match the eldest prince's performance. "Come on, let's go and welcome my brother." Before long, the eldest prince and the second prince, who had entered the city, met in the city lord's mansion of Xingshi City. Although they were brothers, the atmosphere when they met was quite cold. Unlike the second prince's gloomy face, the eldest prince resembled King Lancer XII, who was on the throne now. The golden beard covering his face trembled slightly with his breath, like a mature lion looking down on everything. His sharp eyes seemed as if they could tear everything apart. "Brother, you're quite good. You actually arrived here ahead of me." "Brother, cut the crap out. Let's first discuss how to deal with these undead. This is the top priority." The eldest prince glanced at the second prince, then said nothing more and started discussing the overall offensive and defensive arrangements. The lowest ranking noble who could participate in the council in the city lord's mansion was a real power viscount with over 10,000 troops. Of course, besides these nobles, there were also several military archmages present. As for the original city lord of Xingshi City, he had already sacrificed in Iron Wall City. Before long, the entire combat plan was formulated. The overall commander of the army was Marquis Bourbon, the only Marquis present. He was also the temporary city lord of Xingshi City, appointed by King Lancer X, a court Marquis. Marquis Bourbon was only loyal to Lancer XII, and his military command ability was beyond doubt. He had participated in every major and minor battle in the destruction of the Orc Kingdom. This time, when returning to this old place to resist the undead. Both the eldest prince and the second prince had no objections to him serving as the general commander. Subsequently, the eldest prince was arranged to inspect the defenses of the northern city wall. The second prince was responsible for the defenses of the eastern and western city walls. Although he had to defend more areas, the northern city wall, as the longest city wall of Xingshi City, was comparable in length to the other two city walls combined, and, as the first gateway for the undead to attack, its danger level was even higher than the defenses of the other two city walls. In addition, Marquis Bourbon also arranged a 10,000-strong cavalry unit to cross the southern mountains of Xingshi City and clear out the undead that tried to bypass Xingshi City. After all, once Xingshi City was breached, what followed would be a vast plain with no natural barriers. Coupled with the terrifying ability of the undead natural disaster to raise troops, the undead would quickly cross the northern border and reach the densely populated central region. By that time, it might not be just a few million undead. The number of revived undead could even reach hundreds of millions. So, these undead must be blocked within the northern border, as Viscount Ryan led the remaining troops from the north to retreat into Starstone City. Starstone City officially entered a state of combat readiness. The presence of over 400,000 living soldiers transformed this trade city in the north into the most heavily fortified city in the entire Lumen Empire, second only to the imperial capital. Unlike the hasty and makeshift defense during the Battle of Ironwall City, the soldiers from the imperial capital and the warriors who survived in Ironwall City within Starstone City were more elite. Magus Lever, who was already standing alongside several magi from the imperial capital, suddenly felt that the contingency measure he left in Ironwall City had been triggered, that a trace of sorrow briefly flickered in his eyes. But it was soon replaced by resolve. The departure of his teacher and the brutal war in Ironwall City had rapidly transformed this once inexperienced Magus into a mature one, Marquis Bourbon. The undead have completely captured Ironwall City and are now advancing in the direction of Starstone City. With Magus Lever's report reaching Marquis Bourbon, a series of military orders began to be issued. N01 was allowed to enter or leave Starstone City. All living beings currently stranded in the city, whether merchants, adventurers, mercenaries, etc., were subject to military control, in case of necessity. They would all be conscripted as reserves to deal with the undead's attack. That a large number of reconnaissance magic arrays on the light side were activated to prevent high-level undead from sneaking into the city. Various magic scrolls, magic crystals, enchanted crossbow bolts, magic crystal cannonballs, etc., were distributed to the soldiers. The Sigh of Hope magic array, which was urgently crafted by a group of magi leading all the military mages, also entered a state of being ready to be activated. The range of the magic array directly covered the entire Starstone City. The Sigh of Hope magic array was said to have been personally created by the God of Hope. It could directly reduce the strength of all enemies on the dark side by 30% and also cause continuous holy light burning damage. Ordinary resurrected undead might not even be able to reach the bottom of the city wall before turning to ashes. Of course, the resources consumed to activate such a large-scale magic array were astonishing. Not only did it require magi with the strength of at least 2 magi to preside over the formation, but the magic crystals needed to activate it for one day could bankrupt any Viscount's territory, even the lords and soldiers of the two opposing factions of the first prince and the second prince, who had been at odds since entering the city, quickly ceased their initial frictions and were all making final pre-battle preparations 2 days later before the undead's figures appeared in the sight of the city, defending soldiers. They saw the horizon in the sky gradually being covered by dark clouds. First, it seemed to be moving slowly, but in an instant, this mass of dark clouds had enveloped the sky above Starstone City. A city-defending soldier looked around and secretly asked the soldier beside him, who was said to have fought his way back from Ironwall City, "Uncle, what is this?" The surviving veteran turned his head and glanced at the young soldier, who was clearly a green recruit. He stared at the young man's fine half-body iron armor and his palms, which had turned a bit pale due to nervousness as he held the battle bow. His originally solemn expression softened slightly, and he slowly said, "This is just something the filthy undead use to block our sight. Just stay close to me when the battle starts." The young soldier looked at the large bonfires all over the city wall of Starstone City, and his fear of the unknown seemed to have lessened a bit He nodded vigorously in response to the veteran's kindness, looking at the face of the young soldier in front of him. The veteran secretly sighed. This was not just an ordinary cloud to block their sight. As long as living beings were in this environment, not only would their physical strength decline more rapidly, but the speed of wound healing would also be greatly reduced. Coupled with the occasional insidious magic from those undead mages, a severely wounded comrade might turn into a zombie and pounce on you, trying to bite your neck the next second. But according to what Viscount Ryan said, the divine bonfires arranged by the Bonfire Church this time could not only completely counteract these negative effects, but also have a deterrent effect on these undead. Let's hope so. Sure enough, before the city defending soldiers could start to stir, the bonfires on the city wall were lit simultaneously. Waves of divine aura spread out. The approaching dark clouds seemed to have encountered an opponent and no longer drifted towards Starstone City. When approaching the bonfires, they even made a hissing sound. In the end, a strange scene formed. Only within Starstone City was there sunlight in the nearby sky, while other places were like the undead realm, dim and Starstone City was like the only place of hope, stubbornly blocking the path of this dead world from advancing further. About half a day after the dark clouds covered the land. Looking out from the city wall of Starstone City in the distance, a surging land wave could be seen rapidly approaching Starstone City from afar. Enemy attack. All prepare for battle, as the combat orders were issued level by level. The military mages and archers took the lead in launching attacks. All kinds of first and second order magic attacks bombarded the leading undead. In an instant, a large empty space was blasted out. The archers also briefly swept their arrowheads through the bonfires, and the originally ordinary arrows instantly became simple enchanted fire arrows. As long as the arrowheads hit these ordinary resurrected undead, soon the soul fire of the undead would conflict with the flames on the arrowheads. The skeletal undead would quickly fall apart, and the flesh and blood undead would fall accompanied by the smell of burning flesh. But even so, it did not stop the undead from charging forward. Soon, the first surviving skeleton crossed the moat and reached the bottom of the city wall, starting to clumsily climb the city wall of Starstone City. Without siege equipment, the undead could only clumsily build human ladders at the bottom of the city wall. But as soon as the human ladders reached a certain height, falling rocks would quickly smash them apart. The city, defending soldiers, who had been a bit nervous and had just arrived from the imperial capital, relaxed one after another. This all? Just watch me smash 1,000 skeleton heads. Not many undead managed to run over while enduring the magic and arrow attacks, let alone facing a city wall nearly 70 meters high. These poor undead could only clumsily build human ladders. For a while, the city defending soldiers even felt a bit bored. The young soldier who had asked the question earlier excitedly shot the enchanted fire arrow in his hand, fantasizing about how much military merit he could obtain. Meanwhile, the surviving veteran beside him had a look of fear mixed with indifference in his eyes. He held his battle knife firmly, quietly waiting, as if waiting for something. Thus, a whole day passed, and at least 300,000 undead had fallen beneath Starstone City, and the accumulated ashes and corpses had raised the ground beneath the city wall by nearly 10 meters, forming a small, gentle slope. But the incoming undead still seemed endless. The soldiers on the city wall had already been replaced once, and a similar scene to what had happened in Ironwall City began to reappear beneath Starstone City. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the north, within a small hill not far from the south of Starstone City, a bone claw suddenly broke through the ground, and then a figure emerged. It was actually the undead battle beast under Fadan. Subsequently, dozens of figures emerged one after another. It was Fadan and more than 20 undead mages above the third rank. These living beings are so insidious. They even set up detection magic underground in the city, recalling the vanguard undead that had been dispersed by at least 3 or 4 kinds of holy light forces as soon as they burrowed into the ground. Even Fadan felt a bit scared. If it weren't for his 6th rank strength and the undead's characteristic of not needing to breathe, he would have been buried underground by these attacks long ago. If he hadn't been extremely lucky to find the loose soil layer by the time he climbed out, this war might have ended long ago. Fadan patted the head of his undead battle beast and then began to issue orders. As these undead mages took out various magic materials, they first built a small shielding magic array according to the previous plan, to cover up the death aura emitted by the undead who had crossed over. Then, Fadan solemnly took out a broken magic crystal from his armor. The light clearly indicated that this was also a spatial magic stone. After placing this spatial magic stone on the ground, the undead mages quickly began to arrange the magic array. Before long, a spatial gate appeared in place. Without hesitation, Fadan's undead battle beast stepped directly through it. After a while, the spatial gate rippled again, and a group of Lord Undead, including Muse, Xie and House, followed the undead battle beast back. Lord Fadan, you really have a way. You actually came up with this idea of a surprise attack on the rear of the living beings. The Muse looked at the Starstone City in the distance with a look of pleasant surprise on the south city wall of the Starstone City, apart from a few soldiers on duty. There was no defense at all. If we were to attack at this time, we would surely catch them off guard. However, Fadan shook his head and looked at Xie Lord of the Cold Night. Why have you been hiding your strength? Suddenly addressed, Xie looked at Fadan, but Fadan had an expression as if he understood everything. Lord of the Cold Night, although I don't know which lord you serve. Now that you've arrived in the prime material plane, only if we, the Nether Knight Domain Alliance, truly unite our efforts, not to mention splitting this area and plunging it into the undead realm. But harvesting enough living souls for us all to advance to the 6th rank is more than sufficient. Listening to this series of words from Fadan, all the information Xie knew flashed quickly through his soul fire. Finally, he determined that Fadan had mistaken him for an undead from some other force. After all, out of the blue, a wandering Lord Undead appeared at the moment Fadan needed it most, filling the last gap. Fadan was not like Xie, a chosen undead that of course he would be suspicious. Moreover, a Lord Undead actually showed no eagerness to fight or grab. The Dark Skeleton Knight, a powerful undead, always slacked off in battles. It was quite reasonable to make such associations. Faced with Fadan's question, Xie seemed shocked. He hesitated for a while, and then pretended to be puzzled and asked, Lord Fadan, why would you ask such a question? What do you need me to do? Just give the order, Lord Fadan. Seeing Xie attitude, Fadan became even more convinced that his speculation was correct. There must be other top-rank undead on the Nethermoon who knew that Lord Fair had handed the space magic stone to him. They sent their subordinates here to take advantage, but were discovered by Lord Fair. That unknown top-rank undead could only tell Xie to keep a low profile. Otherwise, Lord Fair could crush Xie with a single frown, and there would be no way to reason. Even the destruction of the Dark Skeleton Knight, Lord by the Skull Soul, hunting beast seemed full of doubts. Old Fox, Lord of the Cold Night. Then please transfer your Skeleton Knight regiment here, together with my Black Warrior Legion, the Muse's Blood Shadow Legion, and Housey's Undead War Beasts and Elite Fierce Spirits. The Muse and Housey both looked at Fadan in confusion, but only Xie seemed lost in thought. With a 5th-ranked Dark Skeleton Knight leading these elite undead, they could deal a fatal blow to the rear of these living beings. I've scouted the vicinity. There's only a living cavalry force of over 10,000, but except for the commander who is at the 4th rank, most of the soldiers are the 1st rank and pose no real threat. Having said this, Fadan paused slightly, glanced at Xie and continued, Among us, only the Lord of the Cold Night is a Lord Undead in the night sequence. Although our short-term dash speeds may be similar. But for this kind of long-term dash to cut off the enemy's logistics, only the Lord of the Cold Night can undertake this great task. Fadan's tone was sincere, as if after considering everything, he had no choice but to ask Xie to take on the task. However, as long as it involves this kind of logistics harassment, any commander with a bit of sense will first target these saboteurs. For living beings, without logistics means losing the war. No one can have the willpower to resist an endless army of undead when they have no food or drink. Moreover, once in the enemy's rear, they will face not only the living beings in the Starstone City, but surely the living beings in the central region of the Lumen Empire will also dispatch troops to nip this infiltrating undead force in the bud. Fadan clearly intended to sacrifice his Black Warrior Legion, the elite undead of other lords, and finally Xie, creating a blatant target to reduce the pressure on the undead Scourge army on the frontal battlefield. However, Xie thought for a moment, if he took this as an opportunity to draw himself out, it would be excellent that he wouldn't have to face the possible Lord level living beings, and various dangerous light side magics in the Starstone City directly. As for the danger behind enemy lines, come on, why should he care about the undead from other territories? If there was danger, he could just lead his Skeleton Knight regiment and flee directly to the end world. Then he could just make up a lie and say that only he managed to escape. Thinking of this, a conflicting expression of struggle and determination appeared on Xie Feng's skeleton face. He saluted Fadan. Lord Fadan, since this task can only be undertaken by me, I will surely not decline. But in case something happens to me, although it's a small matter for the countless undead offspring in the Cold Knight territory to lose their reliance, it's a big matter if it delays the affairs of our Nether Knight domain. After hearing Xie Feng's words, Fadan almost couldn't understand. What did he mean by the undead offspring of the Cold Knight territory? If he died, the territory would belong to their rotting corpse, swamp territory. Seeing his lord a bit dazed, a fourth rank undead behind Fadan quickly transmitted an encrypted message into Fadan's mind. This is asking for benefits. You can't just make me risk my life with a few simple words. After reacting, Fadan was a bit worried. All the 5th rank soul fires in his hands have been fed to the space gate, and the 4th rank soul fires might not catch the eye of the Lord of the Cold Knight. Seeing Fadan looking a bit conflicted, Xie Feng decided to make it more obvious. Lord Fadan, the newly born in the Cold Knight territory are all ordinary undead skeletons. When encountering some small changes, there are no powerful undead to hold the fort. It would be great if there was a Sword of the Dead. The Sword of the Dead is not an ordinary sword. It is the birthplace of the undead black warriors, a mixed variant undead of flesh-based undead and semi-solid undead. The black warrior has both the superb martial arts and physical combat power of flesh-based undead and the possession ability of semi-magic undead. Unlike other undead who regard armor as an external tool, the armor of the black warrior is also part of its body. The ghost armor, often mentioned by many ignorant people in the prime material plane, is actually a black warrior that has lost its flesh and only has a part of the incomplete consciousness left in the armor. As long as the Sword of the Dead is inserted in an area full of corpses, it will continuously produce undead black warriors. After hearing this, Fadan gritted his teeth. He only had 2 Swords of the Dead in total, which were used to train his. Besides, what corpses were there in the bone plane of the Cold Knight territory, except bones? It was a complete waste, but thinking about his goal, he could only bite the bullet and agree. Lord of the Cold Knight, please rest assured. After returning to the undead realm, the Sword of the Dead will surely be presented to you. Suddenly, the alliance contract in Fadan's soul fire began to tremble. Xie Feng had actually confirmed this request through the contract. After Fadan agreed in the contract, in the eyes of all the Lord Undeads, Xie Feng quickly passed through the space gate and then returned before everyone could react. Lord Fadan, I've arranged for my men to fetch it. I also need to trouble you to notify them. It would be bad if there was a misunderstanding. Having reached this point, Fadan could only reluctantly accept it. With a glance, an undead behind Fadan quickly stepped through the space gate and returned. Lord Fadan, this spatial magic array is really convenient. All right. The array diagram will be sent to you along with the Sword of the Dead. Thank you, Lord Fadan. I wonder. That's all that I've invested all my savings in this invasion of the prime material plane, that if you want something else, at most I can give you a ball of 4th rank undead soul fire. Seeing Fadan on the verge of losing his temper, Xie Feng knew he had reached Fadan's psychological limit and didn't push further. A sly smile appeared on his skeleton face. Lord Fadan, please rest assured. In this battle, I will surely not disgrace the reputation of our Nether Knight Domain Alliance, that I will cut down these insidious living beings one by one, that I promise to complete the task successfully. Hearing Xie Feng's promise, Fadan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lord of the Cold Knight, then we'll await your good news. The Bloodstone Lord, the Muse, and the Dark Raven Lord, Housey, saw that the two had finished their discussion. All the Lord Undeads then returned to the Undead Army, to their elite undead subordinates. In just half a day, this army composed of the best soldiers and generals was ready to go, waiting to take a bite out of the life, giving aorta of the living beings. The entire team consisted of a 5th rank Dark Skeleton Knight, Xie Feng, 2 4th rank Elite Skeleton Knights, and 3 4th rank Black Warrior Viscounts, 2 elite Blood Shadows of the 4th rank, 2 4th rank Malevolent Spirits, one fourth-rank elite corpse wizard, and a fourth-rank undead lion beast, accompanied by over 300 third-rank undead for various races, all possessing mid-tier strength. Led by a formidable fifth-rank undead lord, they would effortlessly conquer the wandering 10,000-strong cavalry regiment south of Starstone City. Subsequently, this undead army would march southward, ravaging the central regions of the living empire, effortlessly slaughtering several territories. Upon receiving the command to advance from Xie Tuanjiu, this elite undead legion swiftly traversed the spatial gate to reach the southern outskirts of Starstone City. In an instant, hundreds of powerful undead arrived, overwhelming the makeshift shielding array. Xie Tuanjiu summoned his mount and cast a covetous glance at the imposing undead war beasts, secretly resolving to acquire a powerful steed of his own in the future. Although the skeletal horse summoned by his innate skill was also of fifth rank, it paled in comparison to a custom mount. Reflecting on the previous dark skeletal knight steed and comparing it to his current situation, Xie Tuanjiu could only shake his head in disappointment. Before long, the mounted undead knights summoned their steeds, while the blood shadows transformed into agile bloodbats, swirling through the air. The black knights and spell-casting undead pressed tightly against the undead war beasts. Prepared and ready, the undead, under Xie Tuanjiu's leadership, fixed their gaze on the wandering 10,000-strong cavalry regiment on patrol. Viscountborn, may the god of hope witness this cloudless blue sky. Where do these undead come from? In my opinion, Marquis Bourbon is overestimating these filthy undead. Riding at the forefront, Viscount Bourne cast a sidelong glance at his adjutant, Viscount Leoli, harboring a growing disdain for this spoiled noble youth sent from the imperial capital. Noticing Viscount Bourne's silence, Leoli began to ramble. I heard that the undead in the northern part of the city are as foolish as they come. During the recent defense change, that bumpkin from the north, Ryan, single-handedly slaughtered nearly 500 undead. Coupled with his previous achievements in defending Iron Wall City, a hereditary count's reward is surely in his future. If I were to go, I would undoubtedly outperform him. Listening to Leili's self-talk, Viscount Bourne felt increasingly exasperated. Marquis Bourbon had placed Leili in this rear-guard unit to protect him, intending for him to learn the fundamentals of military operations. Yet he dared to compare himself to the already renowned Ryan, secretly dubbed the last shield of the North. Such ignorance of his own abilities was astounding. Bourne silently criticized. A magical crystal on his person suddenly emitted a blinding light, causing his pupils to constrict. Prepare for battle! Prepare for battle! With Bourne's call, his personal guards quickly encircled him and the still-dazed Leoli. The other cavalrymen hastily turned their mounts, directing their weapons towards the direction indicated by Bourne. In no time, the entire living cavalry unit was battle-ready. Just then, the ground began to tremble slightly. With his extensive combat experience, Viscount Bourne quickly deduced that the enemy also had cavalry, and in considerable numbers. However, as the sounds drew nearer, the living cavalry began to spot a small cluster of shadows at the edge of their vision. As the shadows gradually became clearer, a flicker of disbelief and fear appeared in Bourne's eyes. This was no mere scattering of fleeing undead. At the forefront stood a fifth-rank Lord Skeletal Knight, and the remaining undead, judged by their soul fire colors, were predominantly above third rank, without a doubt. These were the elite among the undead. Realizing that relying solely on his cavalry would be futile against the impending onslaught, a moment of resolve flashed in Bourne's eyes as he seized the reins of Leili's mount and instructed his two strongest third-rank personal guards. You two immediately escort Viscount Leili back to Starstone City and report the situation truthfully. Also, convey my message to Marquis Bourbon. I, Bourne, will repay his kindness with my life, without waiting for Leili to respond. He handed the reins of Leili's mount to one of his guards. The two guards showed no hesitation, taking hold of Leili's mount and charging towards Starstone City. Watching the trio disappear into the distance, Bourne silently lowered his visor and gripped his lance. Come forth, filthy undead, and experience the might of Viscount Bourne. With a commanding shout, the entire cavalry unit surged forward, crashing into the ranks of the undead. What? Elite undead have appeared from the south, and a lord-level undead. Where are Viscount Bourne and Viscount Leili? Leili should return safely. Born must have, with the annihilation of the 10,000-strong cavalry regiment led by Viscount Born. A greater tumult was stirred within Starstone City and throughout the Luminous Empire by the undead forces commanded by Xie Tuanjiu. Lord Bourbon, do you think we should dispatch a large army to exterminate this band of wandering undead? Hearing the inquiry from his accompanying mage, Archmage Yi, Marquis Bourbon, perplexed by how the undead managed to infiltrate behind Starstone City, irritably scratched his head without responding. This small contingent of elite undead was not particularly fearsome. What was truly alarming was the prospect of these undead establishing a consistent route, continuously appearing behind their lines. If they severed the supply lines, the soldiers in this city would be akin to pigs on a chopping block. Observing his Marquis's demeanor, Archmage Yi's expression revealed hesitation, with hints of panic and an unspoken urgency. "What is it, Yi?" Noticing Yi's countenance, Marquis Bourbon cast a cold glance his way. My lord. There's a matter that may be connected to these undead flanking us, though it remains uncertain. Speak. The day before yesterday, our reconnaissance magic detected the presence of undead energies underground, prompting the activation of the Sigh of Hope magic array. You remember, right? Bourbon nodded thoughtfully. Are you implying that these undead might have emerged from beneath the ground? Indeed, my lord. Although the undead present at that time were vanquished by the light of hope, it is conceivable that some undead could have stealthily slipped through as the undead energies dissipated. Yi, promptly adjust the Sigh of Hope magic array and intensify reconnaissance of the underground. As you command, my lord. Furthermore, no troops are to leave the city. Send scouts south to investigate and ascertain whether any undead remain hidden. Lacking clarity, Marquis Bourbon could only hope that these undead were the only ones to surface behind their lines. However, unbeknownst to him, in addition to the elite undead led by Xie Tuanjiu, shadows were continually manifesting near the spatial gate as the living stood in shock. And why Lord Fadan, the Lord of the Cold Night, has already launched an assault on the living's rear. Their logistics should not recover in the short term. Muses also reported a noticeable decrease in the frequency of magical attacks on the battlefield north of Starstone City, that be why the spatial gate south of Starstone City. Ho-Si was respectfully reporting to Fadan. Since the demise of the Lord of the Grievance Peak, the absence of this cooperative ally had relegated the Dark Crow Lord Ho-Si to the lower tiers of the Underworld Domain Alliance. Thus, upon the emergence of the 7th-rank Black Knight, Duke, Ho-Si became Fadan's most ardent supporter, eager to seize the opportunity to expedite Muse's offensive, ensuring that all attention was drawn to the living. Fadan gazed at the relentless stream of undead materializing beside him, his eyes ablaze with the flames of ambition. Who goes there? With a furious roar, Fadan hurled his great sword, striking true as it embedded itself near the heart of a fallen, living being amidst the rubble. In an instant, Ho-Si appeared beside the fallen figure, conducting a swift examination before returning to Fadan's side, revealing a shattered magical crystal in his palm. Accelerate the transformation of the slain living into undead warriors. Prepare to meet the enemy. At that moment, the Marquis of Bourbon within the city of Starstone received the perilous news relayed by scouts who risked their lives. Summon all individuals of 5th tier and above within the city. He commanded. Before long, masters of 5th tier strength had gathered around the Marquis. This order even startled the Crown Prince and the Second Prince, who hastily made their way over. Count Kalier, Count Off, the leader of the Fierce Soul Mercenary Corps. Huli and the sorcerers, Master Lifer, Master Leia, and Master Zifi, a total of 6 5th-tier experts, convened alongside the 6th-tier Marquis of Bourbon. The presence of the Crown Prince and the Second Prince was purely due to their subordinates of 5th tier being summoned, as it was well known that Count Kalier and Count Off had traveled from the Imperial capital primarily to protect the Crown Prince and the Second Prince. The Marquis's command naturally unsettled both princes. Everyone, please be silent. With the Marquis's words, the discussion ceased. The spatial gate had been discovered to the south of Starstone City, through which the undead were pouring in incessantly. In other words, our supply lines have been severed. The assembled individuals, having already surmised the situation, felt a surge of panic upon hearing the confirmation from the Marquis. Thus, we must act swiftly before this spatial gate breeds a new undead calamity. I shall form a small team comprised of 5th-tier experts to swiftly breach and destroy the gate, restoring our supply lines. Once the Marquis finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into a hush, as everyone understood the gravity of his summons. With a mere glance from the Crown Prince, Count Off was the first to voice his agreement. Why, Lord Marquis, I am willing to accompany you in eradicating these foul undead. The second prince, initially hesitant, gritted his teeth, a flicker of struggle crossing his somber face as he gestured toward Count Calier. In no time, under the leadership of the 2 counts, all 5th-tier individuals present expressed their willingness to heed the Marquis's directives. The Marquis refrained from further elaboration. After a brief discussion, it was decided that only Master Leia and Master Zifi would remain to guard the city, while the Marquis led the remaining 4 5th-tier experts in a surprise assault on the spatial gate. Starstone City would also dispatch a contingent of 5,000 elite heavy-armored soldiers of 2nd tier and above to draw the attention of the undead, soon empowered by Master Lifer's 4th-tier wind magic. The 5 high-tier beings soared through the skies of Starstone City towards the location of the spatial gate. In a short while, sensing the pressure emanating from the sky, the waiting Lord Fadan struck first, unleashing a dark slash towards the incoming beings. The 6th-tier Black Knight Marquis. The leading Marquis of Bourbon gripped his massive yellow axe tightly, countering the black strike with a powerful swing as the group landed steadily. The lurking undead in the vicinity began to emerge. The target of the Marquis was clear, the spatial gate being maintained by the 10 or so magical undead before him. Without further dialogue, Fadan and the Marquis, both 6th-tier, instantly engaged in fierce combat. Fadan's strength, battle awareness, and defensive capabilities were markedly superior. Yet the Marquis's array of magical artifacts proved to be a significant thorn in Fadan's side. The vampire muse set his sights on the young sorcerer, Master Lifer. Their battlefield a chaotic interplay of blood magic interwoven with wind and fire spells. Muse, leveraging his formidable vampiric physique, attempted to lunge at Lifer's throat to sever it. But the young sorcerer narrowly evaded each time. Count Calier and Count Off clashed against the Lord of Shadow Ravens, House, and the lion-headed, scorpion-tailed undead beast. This confrontation bore the aesthetic of a Hollywood blockbuster, showcasing 2 muscular blonde giants battling against colossal undead creatures. Meanwhile, the relatively weaker Hooli of the Fierce Soul Mercenary Corps busied himself with clearing the influx of other undead, occasionally aiding Master Lifer, who found himself at a disadvantage. Before long, the 5,000 reinforcements from Starstone City arrived and began engaging the undead on the outskirts. The living sought to swiftly dismantle the spatial gate to restore their supply lines and prevent being attacked from all sides. The undead aimed to ensnare the defenders of Starstone City, thereby rendering any semblance of organized resistance in the Northern Territories impossible, just as the 2 sides were embroiled in a life-or-death struggle near Starstone City. The elite undead led by Xie Tuanjiu had already advanced deep into the core of the Northern Territories. Their lightning-fast movements and formidable combat prowess had already eliminated at least 5 waves of supply convoys destined for Starstone City. Following Xie Tuanjiu's orders, the souls of these supply convoys were divided among the elite. As for the materials, according to Xie Tuanjiu, they were all abandoned to prevent slowing down the elite force's pace. However, whenever the elite undead indulged in the feast of absorbing the souls of the living to heal their wounds or enhance their necromantic power, a skeletal knight would disappear for a time under the pretense of keeping watch before rejoining the ranks. As Xie Tuanjiu's elite undead forces rampaged, vast numbers of elite troops were drawn from the Northern Territories, leading to a surge in refugees unable to escape. Initially, the nobles and sheriffs remaining in the Northern Territories devised policies to hang the panic spreaders of fear and formed joint defense teams to patrol and prevent their subjects from fleeing. Yet, as reliable news poured in, the nobles were the first to vanish from their lands. By the time the common folk realized what was happening, only a handful managed to escape, while the majority fell to the blades of the undead. Moreover, as Xie Tuanjiu continued to advance southward with his elite undead legion, magical undead began to rise in large numbers, wandering the interiors of the Northern Territories. Zombies and corpses, teeming with plague viruses, swam joyfully in various water sources. Skeletal warriors of 2 to 3 tiers, devoid of intellect, roamed every corner of the ravaged territories. Even some low-tier corpse necromancers and skeletal mages, relying on their remnants of wisdom, began resurrecting their subordinates in various graveyards and burial mounds, claiming dominion over their domains. In such an environment, should Fadan succeed in breaching Starstone City, these ravaged northern territories could be quickly overrun by the undead, transforming into desolate lands of the deceased. Thus, after annihilating several minor barren territories along the way, Xiefeng's group finally encountered a formidable opponent. The territory of the former northern governor, Count Baron, had become the safest haven in the north, bolstered by the strength of Baron's second uncle, Knight Buck, who possessed fifth-tier prowess. I've heard the undead are nearing. What are the defenders of Starstone City? Have they already been annihilated? Count Baron's son, Little Baron, looked at the commotion in his reception hall, feeling a headache coming on as he rubbed his forehead. That moment, a series of clattering sounds echoed from outside the hall, sounds only the heavy armor of knights could produce on the hard obsidian floor. As the noise reached the entrance of the reception hall, hushed whispers ceased, and all eyes were drawn to the doorway. There stood a knight clad in full armor, his face obscured by a visor, flanked by a dozen formidable followers adorned in dark golden dawn insignia cloaks or battle armor. "Uncle," Little Baron exclaimed, rising excitedly from his seat upon recognizing the newcomer. Count Baron gazed at his only son, nodded, and then a deep voice emerged from beneath the visor. "The invading undead army is less than a day's march from our territory. I require true warriors of the Empire to stand with me against them, to fulfill my brother's dying wish, to protect the Empire and safeguard the North." As Count Baron's words resonated, the assembled nobles fell silent. Observing the scene, Count Baron felt no surprise, continuing, "If anyone wishes to head to the central regions or the imperial capital, I shall not hinder them. However, my soldiers and attendants must remain, of course. Any brave souls wishing to join me in resisting the undead are more than welcome." With the utterance of these words, the silent nobles gradually began to stir. Soon, a nobleman rose and walked to the door. First, he bowed to Count Balin, then to the young Count Balin on the other side. After saying sorry, he quickly left the drawing room. After the first one, a second followed. Regardless of their rank, all the nobles would bow to the two before leaving. As the number of nobles in the drawing room dwindled, eventually, less than one-third remained. After waiting a while longer, seeing that the remaining nobles did not move anymore, looking at the fighting spirit in the eyes of the remaining nobles, Count Balin burst into hearty laughter and turned around to close the door of the drawing room. "Gentlemen, it is my honor to fight with you soon." A northern noble coalition force of more than 20,000 men began to prepare their troops, relying on the castles and the entire earldom to deal with the approaching undead. As for the commoners outside, apart from some young and strong ones who were allowed to enter the castle to serve as auxiliary soldiers, for the rest, all that could be said was sorry. I hope you can run faster than the undead. But just as these remaining passionate nobles in the north were gearing up for battle, the young Count Balin received news that the skeleton knights who charged at the forefront of the undead army actually bypassed the earl's castle and started to hunt down those nobles who had just left the castle and fled southward. Upon hearing this, Knight Buck was enraged and personally led his elite followers to block them. But as soon as Knight Buck left, the other black warriors, vampires, and other undead in the elite army drove the newly resurrected undead to attack the city. Although the remaining nobles were filled with courage, the huge gap in strength made this battle seem more like a massacre. The makeshift army's average strength did not reach the first rank. Even Xiefeng did not need to take action in just one day. The earldom was captured. The nobles who stayed behind did not wait until the long-awaited Knight Buck returned to defend. What they knew even less was that the young Count Balin and a group of Dawn followers of the family disappeared from the castle the moment the city was breached. In less than half an hour, they joined Count Balin, who was eating barbecue on the other side. While other undead were chasing and killing living beings everywhere, Xiefeng once again encountered Count Balin and a group of holy guards in the prime material plane. "Greetings, Lord!" With the appearance of Xiefeng, all the living beings present, led by the old Count Balin, knelt on one knee in unison. "Rise," looking at the dark gold emblems and costumes in front of him. Xiefeng could hardly believe that there were so many followers of the Lord of Dawn in the prime material plane. even excluding the more than 300 holy guards who came from the Doomsday world. There were at least nearly 1,000 men, women, old and young on the scene. This was a force that could be well utilized, watching Xie scan these living beings back and forth. The old Count Balin, who had risen, quickly led his son forward. Lord, after this battle, apart from the garrison of Starstone City, the remaining nobles in the north should have all been lost here. Those who managed to escape to the imperial capital are just a group of frightened cowards and will not pose any threat to us. Hearing this, Xie nodded and turned to say, "Then, how do you plan to arrange these people of your family? Send them all to the Doomsday world." "Lord, I plan to resettle all the old, weak, women, and children there first. The elders can help you train the holy guards, and the young ones can grow up to serve you." Here, the old Count Balin pulled the young Count Balin to his side and continued. "As for these energetic young fellows, after they modify their cultivation methods, I plan to lead them and the holy guards to the imperial capital and continue to lurk there to serve you." Looking at the only son that the old Count Balin had pulled in front of him, Xie nodded. The old Count Balin's idea coincided with his OWing in the Doomsday world. The holy guards had already started to experience a situation where their battle skills could not keep up with their strength. After all, as survivor natives, they were unlike the undead. Even if they did not deliberately hone their martial arts, they would gradually master them under the subtle influence of the soul, fire, inheritance memory. It was easy to have a situation like a child wielding a big hammer, where they could not exert their strength and might even hurt themselves. This time, with the guidance of these old warriors in the earldom, the strength of the holy guards would have a rapid advancement in a short period. Moreover, as the number of warriors soaked by the Libra of Victory increased, the ability of the Libra of Victory became stronger and stronger. And now it was actually starting to feed back on itself. Although an increase of 1 or 2 points of strong nether power each time was not much. But as long as the number of warriors kept increasing, the intensity of the feedback would also grow. Even the smallest amount of benefit was still something. Besides, with a large number of magic materials and resources from the prime material plane being transported to the Cold Night territory, his research process was greatly advanced. Now, apart from this magic clone in the prime material plane, Xie already had another magic clone wreaking havoc in the Doomsday world. And according to the current speed at which the undead army was clearing the zombies in the Doomsday world, perhaps before the invasion of the prime material plane ended, Xie could step into the 6th rank and start charging towards the top rank undead. Therefore, Count Balin's continued lurking in the imperial capital of the Lumen Empire was very much in line with Xiefeng's current demands. As for why the Nethernight domain did not go straight for the kill and overthrow the imperial capital all at once, Xie could only say it was wishful thinking. The 7th rank being that descended in Iron Wall City last time showed that the Lumen Empire was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. According to Count Balin, there were 5 7th rank beings on the surface of the Lumen Empire and more than 10 6th rank beings. As for why only a 6th rank Marquis Bourbon was sent this time, it was purely because most of the 7th and 6th rank beings, except for those guarding the imperial capital, were in the wealthy southern border, resisting the invasion of the sea race. Even if the undead scourge turned the entire north into a dead land, the impact on the Lumen Empire would just be that its territory returned to the state it was in 50 or 60 years ago. As long as the central and southern regions remained, the Lumen Empire would always have the confidence to fight back. Therefore, before Xie set off, when discussing with Fadan and others inside the Nethernight domain, it was very clear that after eliminating all the resistance forces in the north, quickly mobilized the power of all the undead in the entire north. Roughly estimated, tens of millions of undead would then set off towards the imperial capital. Pouring oil on the fire, the Lord Undead would reap a rich harvest, harvesting a large number of souls until the last undead was exhausted under the walls of the imperial capital. Then return to the undead realm, receive a reward from the undead realm, and then happily continue to live their own little lives in their respective territories. As for the follow-up of the north, it has nothing to do with me that if the north fell into the undead realm, it would just mean a bit more reward. But this was just a thought, although it seemed like a smooth advance now. The infiltration of the undead realm's aura would still need to be maintained for at least 10 years before there was a chance to completely turn the north into a deadland of the undead and make it fall into the undead realm. After Xie and the old Count Balin had arranged all the living beings, the old Count Balin who had met Xie Feng for less than half a day, bid him farewell in a hurry and led a team of hundreds of people towards the imperial capital. At this time, Xie Feng, who was originally deep behind enemy lines and in the most dangerous situation, became strangely idle, before the lords in the central part of the Lumen Empire reacted and formed an expedition army. Xie Feng could do whatever he wanted on the land of the north. Magic materials? Mine. Rare ores? Mine. Magic books? Mine. Noble whips? Mine. Under Xie Feng's command, various supplies were unearthed by the undead one after another under the pretext of searching for surviving living beings, and then were uniformly discarded by the skeleton knights in remote areas. Leaving aside how unrestrained Xie Feng was, the battle on Fadan's side had also reached a fever pitch, with the deliberate guidance of Marquis Bourbon. The battle area of everyone began to move towards the direction of the space gate, so that they were now in a very dangerous situation. Before Marquis Bourbon could be happy, suddenly a wave emerged from the shadow of a third-rank zombie warrior besieging him. There was no time to react. Point 2 venom, fang daggers aimed straight at Marquis Bourbon's heart and throat. What? There's also a 5th-rank undead. Marquis Bourbon's mind raced.